What's so impressive about becoming a divine child? You've reincarnated as a nearly dried up puddle in the desert, and your starting point is a countdown to death of 12 hours. The blazing sun scorches the cracked mud, and you can clearly feel life evaporating as the water disappears. Just when you think you're destined to be the most pathetic reincarnator, a cold and unfamiliar mechanical voice suddenly explodes in your mind. Ding. System binding in progress. Identity, dying puddle. A stream of light and pale blue data rapidly refreshes in the reflections on the water's surface. Skill acquired, Healing Rain Skill LV1. You cautiously spend energy points, and a torrential rain rich in mana abruptly falls from the sky. Trembling with excitement, you watch as several thirsty bison rush toward you. Silently, you gather a deadly undercurrent at the bottom of the water. Come on, become the nourishment for my evolution. The heat, drought, and the pervasive scent of death in the desert are everywhere. From the somewhat extensive patch of mud, it's evident that this used to be a small lake, but under the eerie sun, it has now shrunk to just a puddle. At this moment, the remaining puddle is flickering with a faint glow, almost undetectable under the sunlight. Suddenly, the water in the puddle shakes violently as if something is about to rise up, but it only ends up releasing a stream of bubbles. What is happening? Have I crossed over? Shu feels dizzy and wants to take a closer look at this world, but all he sees is the cloudless sky and the glaring sun. I actually turned into a lake? No, it's a puddle. Shu finds it hard to accept. While time travel is unsurprising for someone who has read countless web novels, being transformed into a puddle just doesn't make any sense. Forget about becoming some kind of divine child or demon king. Even if one were an ordinary person or a failure, they could still embark on a journey as a regular human. What on earth does it mean to become a puddle that's barely hanging on? Hell level start. Shu moves his body slightly, sensing the surroundings. This completely different perspective is hard for him to adapt to. Around him is over 200 acres of mud, but now there's only this one puddle left. If Chu had arrived a bit later, he might have just disappeared. Farther away lies an endless expanse of desert, with a few scattered animals resembling bison. Right, where's the essential golden finger for reincarnators? Chu feels a bit excited. The die is cast, and now he can only pray that his golden finger is powerful enough. System bro, are you there? System initializing. System binding. After some waiting, an information panel appears in Chu's perception. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, too low, near death. Skills, Healing Rain Skill LV1, Aqua Snare Skill LV1. Energy points, 100. Reminder, the host is currently an ordinary puddle, and can evolve step by step into a mana lake, elemental lake, and faith lake, etc. I can still evolve? If that is the case, wouldn't I become invincible by evolving step by step? Just as Chu is pondering the system, it suddenly triggers a red alert. Host death countdown, 12 hours. Damn, I step in and there's already a countdown to death. Chu feels like crying but has no tears. He hastily accelerates his familiarization with the system's functions. The so-called Healing Rain skill is essentially a precipitation skill that can make it rain within the lake's radius, and the rainwater contains mana, which is beneficial for biological growth. As for the Aqua Snare skill, it's about controlling water to entangle enemies. Using skills requires consuming energy points. 100 energy points are only enough for Chu to use two skills, and figuring out how to obtain energy points will require further exploration, but evidently, Chu doesn't have that much time left. A lake dies just because of dehydrated water sources. As long as he can keep from drying up, he shouldn't die. Use the Healing Rain skill. Looking at the information panel, with only 50 energy points remaining, Chu feels a breeze pass through, alleviating some of the heat. The sky is still clear of clouds. This system can't be fake, right? Chu worries. Without any warning, a few raindrops hit the surface of the puddle, and soon, rain begins to fall steadily, getting heavier. Chu feels refreshing, like a satisfying itch being scratched. The rain continues for an hour. Chu cautiously controls the falling rainwater, gathering it all together. When the rain stops, the puddle has expanded to more than 3 times its size, now looking like a pond of 7 or 8 square meters. Chu quickly checks the system panel, and the red warning has disappeared. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, Level 1. Skills, Healing Rain Skill LV1, Aqua Snare Skill LV1. Energy points 50. Chu's heart, which had just crossed over and was still tense, can finally relax a bit. Ha! What is going on here? Feeling the vibrations coming from afar, in Chu's perception, several bison that were originally in the distance suddenly rushed toward him. It makes sense, it's been dry here for so long, and now that it's suddenly rained, the bison must be coming here to drink. Chu becomes a bit anxious. Buffalo are herd animals, and if these few bison attract a large group, there might not be enough water left for them to ruin. I wonder if the Aqua Snare skill can deal with them. Chu had to give them a warning to intimidate the other buffalo, in order to prevent the water he worked hard to gather from being drunk dry. As the first buffalo crossed the mud to stand before Chu, a massive mouth, much larger than that of an ordinary cow, reached out toward him. Suddenly, a rope of water shot out from the water, tightly wrapping around the neck of the buffalo and pulling it underwater. The buffalo was suddenly attacked, struggling violently. However, the binds around its neck became tighter and its strength grew. The buffalo's futile efforts only caused its body to sink deeper into the mud. Eventually, the entire head of the buffalo was pulled under the water, its struggles weakening until the surface of the water finally returned to calm. Several other buffalo that arrived late had already been frightened off by this sudden turn of events, peering back in terror. Ding, the host killed a low-level beast and gained 100 energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the first kill, rewarded with 100 energy points. What a joy! Aside from the 50 energy points just used for the Aqua Snare skill, Chu now had a total of 200 energy points. So it turns out that killing creatures is one way to earn energy points. Watching the few buffalo in the distance still shaken, Chu fell into deep thought. In a seemingly endless desert, there was only this one water source. Chu doubted that these buffalo could resist the temptations of thirst and mana, as they were essentially moving energy points. The water buffalo that Chu dragged into the water and drowned was gradually enveloped by the mud, eventually disappearing mysteriously. The desert at night was even scarier, with distant low growls of beasts and terrified cries of animals being bitten to death. It seems this desert still hides quite a few creatures. The next morning, Chu opened the system panel again, and the information had changed, with energy points increasing to 500. It turned out that those buffalo from last night couldn't hold back after all and came over to drink water, ultimately being killed by Chu together. Each buffalo kill required 50 energy points, but yielded 100 energy points, so it was still a profit of 50 points. After several confirmations, Chu also discovered a hidden ability of the system. The creatures he killed and devoured would have their memories consumed by him. From the few wild buffalo he encountered yesterday, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. This was definitely not the world he originally came from. It looked more like an ancient and savage era. In the memories of those wild buffalo, he saw a lion with a ring of fire around its neck, winged horses, and humans wielding magic. This filled Chu with excitement. Such a magical world meant he must have a way to restore his human form. He certainly didn't want to remain a lake forever. If I could bring that flame lion here and devour it, I should be able to gain a lot of energy points, right? Chu had a bold idea. In the memories of the buffalo, they were food for that lion, so the flame lion must be nearby. Chapter 2, Advancement. Wild Seduction. The desert was still so hot, and Chu had already been in this world for a week. After surviving the initial death threat, Chu began a dull yet interesting life of hunting. Using the healing rain skill once every day, not only had his size increased, but after 7 consecutive days of rain, Chu could now fully be considered a lake. Moreover, due to the rainwater brought by the healing rain skill being rich in mana, some water plants and small fish that were on the verge of dying had revived, and some plant seeds that had been blown from afar or carried by animals began to sprout in the mud. The once lifeless lake gradually became lively and vibrant. Of course, all of this was just icing on the cake for Chu. The greater gain was that under the lure of mana, animals came here daily to drink water. In the past few days, Chu had captured more than 20 beasts, with the wild buffalo being the most. As for smaller animals, Chu had chosen not to attack. One late night, a pitch-black beast quietly approached, making no sound at all, its body seemingly blending into the darkness. As soon as its claws touched the mud near the lake, Chu noticed it immediately. This was a hunting dog, but it was clearly different from any hunting dog in Chu's previous world. This hunting dog had fur tightly clinging to its skin, its body similar to an ordinary hunting dog. Strangely, it had two heads, and its two pairs of red eyes stood out in the dark. Equally striking was a bone spur on its front paw that looked incredibly sharp. The hellhound warily glanced around, its red eyes flashing with light. After confirming there were no threats nearby, it approached Chu and lowered its head to drink. Chu certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip by. If he devoured this hellhound, the system would undoubtedly reward him with a hefty sum of energy points. With a swift whoosh, Chu used the aqua snare skill. Compared to ordinary beasts, this hellhound was much more perceptive. The moment the water rope left the surface, it immediately retreated. However, Chu anticipated that a single aqua snare skill wouldn't be enough to capture this hound, so he used the aqua snare skill 5 times in succession. The first water rope was dodged by the hound, but the other 4 firmly ensnared its limbs. The hellhound struggled in panic, but under the might of Chu's lake, its body was gradually dragged closer to the water. Just as the hellhound was about to enter the lake, its red eyes emitted 2 beams of red light, striking the water. With a loud bang, 2 splashes erupted in the lake. After the hellhound unleashed that attack, its body seemed to lose strength and was effortlessly dragged into the water by Chu. For Chu, that attack had little effect aside from creating splashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the monster first kill task. Killing a mortal tier 1 beast earns 1000 energy points. Ding! Detected a special substance within the host's body. Do you wish to refine it? Still immersed in the surprise of receiving 1000 energy points, Chu suddenly heard the system mention a special substance in his body. After thinking for a moment, he decided to refine it to see what it was. Confirm refinement. Ding! Refinement complete. The host has refined 2 tier 1 hellhound core loot, earning 500 energy points. After some time to process, Chu finally realized that the hellhound was called a hellhound and belonged to the mortal tier 1 beast classification. The 2 beams of red light it emitted before dying were actually its eyeballs. According to the information provided by the system, the beings in this world, whether beasts or humans, are classified into 4 tiers based on strength: mortal tier, transcendent tier, legendary tier, and holy tier, each of which is further divided into 10 small levels. This corresponds perfectly with the levels provided by the system. As for whether there are higher tiers, that remains unknown. Comparing notes, Chu judged that the flame lion from the bison's memory should be at mortal tier 3, whereas he himself was only LV1, equivalent to mortal tier 1. However, because he was primarily a lake, most skills seemed ineffective against him. System, how do I level up? The host can level up to LV2 by consuming 2000 energy points. To be safe, Chu planned to upgrade to the 2nd tier before dealing with that flame lion. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, LV1. Skills, Healing Rain skill LV1, Aqua Snare skill LV1. Energy points, 2500. Upgrade, Chu commanded. After a tremor, the lake was enveloped in mist. A quarter of an hour later, the mist cleared, revealing the lake, which had expanded more than twice its previous size, and aquatic plants and fish could now be seen swimming in the water. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Aqua Dart skill LV1. This upgrade left Chu with only 500 energy points, but his size had increased again, and he gained a new attack skill. Even the plants and fishes within him benefited and accelerated their growth. The Aqua Dart skill, as the name suggests, allows for the creation of water arrows to attack enemies. Each water arrow consumes 100 energy points, and up to 20 arrows can be formed at once. The larger the lake, the more water arrows that can be created. Seeing this information, Chu felt a bit troubled with his current energy points. He could only afford to use the Aqua Dart skill 5 times. However, with the new attack skill, Chu was confident he could take down that flame lion, believing the system would reward him handsomely. From the bison's memory, that flame lion primarily hunted them, and due to the recent mass slaughter, very few bisons had come to drink water in the past few days. Chu had to think of a way to gather enough bisons to lure the flame lion. The next evening, Chu used the Healing Rain skill again. Only such a large-scale rainfall could have enough allure to entice the bisons to come and drink. Indeed, just as night fell, a few bisons cautiously approached. After several tentative drinks at the lake's edge, finding nothing unusual, they began to gulp down water. Given Chua's current size, he didn't need to hoard this little bit of water to lure the flame lion. He remained patient and unfazed. On the third day, more and more animals began gathering around the lake, and a few water birds were even playfully frolicking in the water. Chu was still patiently waiting, creating an illusion of safety. When all the surrounding animals came to drink, the flame lion would have no choice but to come here to hunt. Moreover, perhaps due to drinking the mana-rich lake water, the animals by the lake seemed even more spirited, like pieces of fragrant and delicious meat waiting for the flame lion to taste. After waiting for 2 whole days without seeing any sign of the flame lion, Chu was almost unable to hold back while watching a few bison bathing recklessly by the lake. Finally, on the 4th day, he spotted a lion with a ring of flames around its neck appearing in his perception from afar. "Finally here!" Chu exclaimed, sending ripples across the lake. Chapter 3: Companion Mutated Phantom Thorn Tree. Watching the approaching figure of the flame lion, Chu felt a bit nervous. After all, this was his first time hunting a Tier 3 magical beast, and this flame lion looked extraordinary. To be honest, he wasn't entirely confident about whether he would succeed. When the flame lion was about 500 meters away from the lake, the nearby beasts finally realized and started to flee, especially the few bison splashing in the lake who were frantically preparing to get to shore. Chu controlled the water flow, creating an undercurrent at the bottom of the lake that continuously prevented one of the bison from coming ashore. With a whoosh, the flame lion reached the lakeside and bit down on the bison's neck. Blood instantly stained a large area of the lake, and the bison lost its breath after a few struggles. Just as the flame lion was about to let go of the bison, Chu activated the aqua snare skill. 3 water ropes surged out of the lake towards the flame lion. Surprised, the flame lion cleverly threw the bison's corpse toward the water ropes. However, these water ropes were under Chu's mental control, incredibly agile, dodging the bison and continuing to wrap around the flame lion. The flame lion opened its massive jaws, unleashing a fireball that hit one of the water ropes, instantly vaporizing it, while the other 2 tightly wrapped around its neck and a front paw. Thus, a tug-of-war began. This flame lion proved to be formidable, able to contend with Chu's entire lake alone. Moreover, the fire ring around its neck was continuously expanding, and the water ropes wrapping around it were about to be extinguished. With 3 swift sounds, 3 more water arrows shot out from the water. The first one headed straight towards the flame lion's forehead, followed closely by the other 2. The flame lion roared loudly, spewing a cloud of fire from its mouth. The fire cloud was not very fast, but it was concentrated in front of it. The first water arrow shot into it and quickly evaporated. The second shot in and caused the fire cloud to tremble but still did not disappear. Feeling tense, Chu redirected the third water arrow just in time, avoiding the fire cloud and shooting down from above. With the flame lion's tragic roar, the water arrow disappeared without a trace, and the flame lion had a large hole in its head, gushing blood. At the moment the flame lion was hit, the fire cloud completely vanished, but the flame ring around its neck continued to burn. Chu controlled the water ropes to drag it into the lake, and the surface slowly returned to calm, with only a pool of blood remaining on the mud, a testament to the battle that had just occurred. This hunt used up all of Chu's remaining energy points, leaving him completely drained, but fortunately, he still managed to devour this Tier 3 spirit beast. Ding, congratulations, host has devoured a mortal Tier Level 3 flame lion, gaining 3,000 energy points. Ding, abnormal energy points detected, do you wish to refine? Refine, Chu guessed it might be the ring of flames around the flame lion's neck. Ding, refining flame lion's fire, increasing host's fire immunity. Chu's original form was water, and fire could be considered its only natural enemy. He didn't expect the system's refining of flames could improve immunity. If he could refine even higher level flames in the future, he might even be able to devour the sun. This lure and hunt operation was undoubtedly a resounding success, earning him 3,000 energy points, and Chu pondered for a moment. Currently, the known effective ways to gain energy points are by capturing and devouring living beings and refining special materials or energy points, all of which depend on skills. The skills Chu currently possessed were the Healing Rain skill, a basic skill to increase his size, while the Aqua Snare skill and Aqua Dart skill were his main attack skills. System, I want to upgrade my skills. Spending 500 energy points can upgrade the healing rain skill and aqua snare skill, while spending 1000 energy points can upgrade the aqua dart skill. The cost for upgrading was indeed enormous, and this was just from level 1 to level 2. One could only imagine that future upgrades would require even more energy points. However, to hunt and devour more powerful creatures for additional energy points, skills must be upgraded. Therefore, Chu promptly decided to upgrade everything. Upgrade everything! Chu commanded decisively. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, LV2. Skills, Healing Rain skill LV2, Aqua Snare skill LV2, Aqua Dart skill LV2. Energy points 1000. Spending 2000 energy points in one go, Chu wanted to see what special features level 2 skills had, so he used the Healing Rain skill again. This time, the Healing Rain skill directly consumed 100 energy points and was much more powerful, pouring down for several hours. Chu could feel the water infused with a richer mana. Though the rain was heavy, Chu sensed that his increase in size was not as significant as he had imagined. Chu concentrated, feeling every part of his body, and finally discerned a clue. Not far away, in the mud, a seed that didn't know where it came from was greedily absorbing mana, with almost all the rainwater nearby being drawn into its body. Trying to steal my water? I want to see what species this is. Chu felt a mix of irritation and curiosity. He deliberately controlled part of the lake water to flood the seed. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the seed finally stopped absorbing moisture. A seed the size of a peanut had absorbed a quarter hour's worth of lake water provided by Chu, which was simply unimaginable. In Chu's perception, the seed seemed full, swaying its body and extending green shoots, which had 2 leaves that explored left and right before it began to grow rapidly. In no time, what was initially a seed quickly grew into a tree over a meter tall, and to Chu's further astonishment, beneath the mud, roots more than 2 meters long twisted and turned toward him. Humph, what a greedy creature! Chu decisively used the Aqua Dart skill, aiming at the tree trunk that had just sprouted. With a loud bang, the trunk snapped in response. Chu seemed to hear the sound of wailing souls echoing in his mind, sending chills down his spine. And the rapidly growing roots beneath the mud also came to a halt. Ding, congratulations host on connecting with the mutated phantom thorn tree. Please choose to either coexist or enslave the phantom spike skill tree. This function? This was unexpected for Chu. After considering it, he realized that the phantom spike skill tree, normally found in the desert, had mutated and acquired a terrifying ability to absorb blood and souls to enhance itself. Previously, while Chu hunted other creatures, the phantom spike skill tree had secretly been feeding on blood and souls, and now, with the infusion of mana, it had finally grown. Chapter 4, Elves and Humans. Prompted by the system, Chu chose to coexist with the mutated phantom thorn tree. This was after careful consideration. Chu's immediate priority was to hunt as many creatures as possible to gain energy points for upgrades, while the blood and souls of creatures were useless to him. These two were exactly what the mutated phantom thorn tree needed. Both would mutually benefit. Chu could envision that in the near future, with his help, the phantom spike skill tree would become a terrifying entity. Ding, coexistence successful. Congratulations host on acquiring the companion creature mutated phantom thorn tree, granting hosts 2000 energy points and a new skill. Soul Link skill allows direct soul linking with any creature possessing a soul. When Chu looked at the system panel again, some changes had occurred. Next to his information, an additional column appeared. Creature, mutated phantom thorn tree. Level, Mortal Tier 2. Host, Chu. Skills, Phantom Spike skill, Bloodlust passive, Soul Devour passive. Note, mutated phantom thorn tree, intelligence growth is rapid and highly evil. Please discipline it strictly. Just born, it's already at the same level as Chu, indeed very abnormal. As for the system's warning, Chu wasn't particularly worried. After all, creatures in a symbiotic relationship wouldn't betray him. As for whether they were evil or good, in such a harsh environment, kindness was worthless. Chu focused his perception towards the phantom spike skill tree, which sent back a wave of jubilant spiritual energy. However, being freshly born, its soul was still weak and couldn't communicate normally with Chu, only vaguely conveying some concepts. For instance, the thirst for blood and souls. After a fierce battle, those beasts have long since fled to a distance, and it is estimated that they won't dare to return for quite some time. Chu can only control a portion of the water sources to irrigate the Phantom Spike skill tree. After another terrifying absorption by the Phantom Spike skill tree, the tree trunk that had been interrupted by Chu's Aqua Dart skill began to grow again. It's unclear whether the Phantom Spike skill tree itself possesses such strong vitality or if Chu's mana has such magical power. Having just gained 2,000 energy points, Chu didn't hold back and directly spent 1,000 energy points on inducing rain. This time, he no longer deliberately controlled the range of the rainfall. It started to rain heavily across the entire lakebed, with rain rich in mana. The rain drizzled on and off for a week, while the sun in the sky remained glaring, and the desert still sweltered in heat. Only this lake area was shrouded in continuous rain, even feeling a bit cool. Many trees that had originally died began to revive, and some seeds from further away sprouted tender shoots. In this barren wasteland, the place where Chu was located formed the only oasis. This starkly different environment attracted the attention of many creatures. Animals that had witnessed the massacre lingered in the distance, doing all they could to resist temptation, while some animals arriving from further away could not help but approach Chu. From Chu's perspective, it no longer held much meaning to hunt ordinary beasts. Only magical beasts could bring him greater rewards. Thus, he strictly ordered that the Phantom Spike skill not take action, as he aimed to transform this place into a state of life to attract even more powerful beings. One day, while Chu was leisurely rippling the waters and observing the uniqueness of this world, he suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of energy points coming from afar. This surge of energy points moved rapidly towards where Chu was located, and in no time, it appeared beside the lake. The animals that were drinking and playing by the lake were momentarily caught off guard, and it wasn't until a loud explosion rang out that they panicked and scattered. However, Chu felt joy rather than anxiety. If it were possible, he would have shouted, "Finally, I've seen humans!" In his previous life, as a member of humanity, he had complained more than once about the frailty of the human body. Only after losing his human form and transforming into a lake did he begin to deeply miss the days of being human. Nearly a month had passed since he arrived in this world, and he had finally encountered humans. But this human appeared to be in poor condition. One of the newcomers wore a gray robe, had a prominent nose, blue eyes, and seemed to be around 30 to 40 years old, holding a wizard's staff. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his exposed forearm was just a skeleton. The other figure, whom Chu almost mistook for a human, had a stature slightly smaller than an average adult, and those pointed ears, overly pale skin, wings on his back, and the bow and arrow in his hands revealed that he was not a human but an elf. "Kuruz, you have trespassed into the elf forest. By the name of the king, I grant you death." The male elf's bow glowed a dusty yellow, yet he did not draw an arrow. The wizard, called Kuruz, looked on with great trepidation. Kuruz did not respond. His staff floated in front of his chest as he chanted a spell. Suddenly, the bone staff's end stabbed into Kuruz's chest. Pain and struggle flashed across Kuruz's face as blood flowed up the staff towards a black bead at the top, turning it gradually blood red. "Forbidden dark spell? Kuruz, how dare you?" "Cough cough, Grandy, the youngest earth element elf heir of the elven clan, confidence will lead to your destruction. May the great god of death grant you eternal life." Kuruz finished his chant, and the staff in front of his chest stopped absorbing blood. A great red light surged forth, completely overpowering the green light from Grandy's arrow. In a hazy vision, a massive scythe appeared within the red light, hacking towards Grandy. Grandy did not retreat. Instead, he adopted a life or death stance. His back wings fluttered vigorously, forming a giant yellow arrow that he launched instantly. Immediately after, Grandy's figure vanished, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The yellow giant arrow collided with the red scythe, but there was no earth-shattering sound. As expected, the giant arrow was destroyed after barely blocking for a moment. At that moment, Grandy ran forward without looking back, hoping to escape the deadly harvest of the red scythe. All was in vain. Grandy didn't have time to scream. His exquisite head fell aside while his body continued to lunge forward. Seeing this scene, Kuruz finally lost the strength to stand and fell to the ground. Chu silently observed from the side, afraid to reveal even a hint of energy, for he sensed that a terrifying presence had yet to vanish. Sure enough, after the death scythe harvested Grandy, it did not disappear but rather manifested an eye on the blade. Indifference, fear, death. These are the words that any creature seeing this eye could not escape thinking. Kuruz was staring fearfully at the blood-red scythe in the sky, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. In a flash, the scythe vanished, and Kuruz's head was severed from his body. A yellow light shot out from Grandy's corpse, directly breaking into the void and disappearing. The scene changed too quickly, leaving Chu stunned. Chapter 5: The Unlucky Kuruz. After a brief moment of distraction, Chu cast Aqua's snare skill twice, pulling Kuruz, Grandy's corpse, and their bows and staves from afar into the water. Ha! I didn't expect there to be something hidden in this little lake. Chu was startled. He clearly could not sense any life fluctuations. What was that sound? It was Kuruz. He actually hadn't died. Indeed, a shriveled up, diminished version of Kuruz crawled out from his mangled body. You despicable rat, I am a servant of the great Grim Reaper, how dare you covet my corpse? Sure enough, Kuruz was a cunning undead sorcerer, the best at manipulating souls, and actually managed to preserve his soul after using forbidden magic. However, from his frantic glances, it was clear that Kuruz could not detect Chu's presence. Soul form? Humph, it's time to test the effect of the Phantom Spike skill tree. Chu showed no fear if Kuruz were at his peak. Chu might not be able to handle him. But now, with Kuruz reduced to just a soul form, he was like a delicious lamb before Chu and the Phantom Spike skill tree, which was specialized in devouring souls. The branches and leaves of the Phantom Spike skill tree swayed, unable to contain themselves, as undead mage souls were such tasty morsels. Upon receiving the command to attack from Chu, several black thorns on the trunk of the Phantom Spike skill shot towards Kuruz on the lake. Kuruz was caught off guard and did not expect that this little sapling behind him would also attack. He was struck in full. Ah, vile rat, I will burn your soul slowly in front of my god statue. Kuruz let out a painful scream, his soul-congealed body constantly shifting into various shapes, clearly suffering immense damage. Boom, boom, boom. The Phantom Spike skill exploded, shattering Kuruz's soul into pieces. A powerful undead sorcerer, who had evaded the pursuit of the Temple of Light faction and had once killed an earth elemental heir of the Elven clan, was effortlessly obliterated by Chu's companion creature, a mutated phantom thorn tree. The Phantom Spike skill tree eagerly extended a root, and Chu allowed it to absorb blood, but temporarily forbade it from devouring souls. He needed to extract the memories of the two through the system first, and after the memories were extracted, the souls would be even purer, making it easier for the Phantom Spike skill tree to devour them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of a level 3 extraordinary Elven clan, reward, 2000 energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of a level 2 extraordinary dark sorcerer, reward, 1000 energy points. Ding! Discovered special materials, dragon bone staff item and elven bow item, do you wish to refine them? Ding! Refinement successful, rewarded with 1000 energy points. To get such rich rewards just from looting bodies was something Chu had not expected. Does this mean that as long as I can obtain the corpses of living beings, I can gain energy points? In that case, it becomes much simpler. Chu formulated a larger plan in his mind. If successful, it would certainly help him quickly acquire energy points. After some digestion, Chu finally had a clearer understanding of this world. The memories of this sorcerer and the elf were much richer than those of beasts and magical creatures, and their understanding of the world was also far more complete. This is a world known as the continent of gods and demons, where everything is chaotic, filled with various creatures, and complicated powers have formed, with the most powerful being the Holy Temple of Light faction, who worship the god of light, believing that all beings should live forever in the light. In contrast, the Death Cult faction that Kuruz belongs to worships the god of death, believing that only through death can one achieve immortality. Grandy's Elven clan is also one of the powerful races. However, they have lived in the Elven forest for a long time, rarely venturing out and not allowing anyone to enter, or they would face endless pursuit. Kuruz was being hunted down by the mages of the Temple of Light faction and had nowhere to escape, forcing him to hide in the Elven forest, only to be discovered by Grandy, who chased him all the way here. In the end, Kuruz used the Forbidden Dark spell, a form of forbidden magic. Once used, its power is immense, but the caster must also sacrifice their own life, which is why such magic is rarely used by either light mages or dark sorcerers. Only those madmen enslaved by death would use such magic. This is what Thorin, the archbishop of the Temple of Light faction, said. For Chu, this world still holds many mysteries. He is really still very weak. If it weren't for Kuru's being forced to use the forbidden magic, and both were to perish together, with Chu's current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to handle even one. I'm still too weak. Chu lamented deeply. This is just a necromancer and the elven clan. How much more powerful must the bishops of the Temple of Light faction, the Elven King, and even more terrifying deities like the God of Light and the God of Death be? Fortunately, Chu has the system, and he believes that one day, he will stand at the same height as the deities. This time he hardly exerted any effort and received 4,000 energy points, just enough to reach the requirement for the next upgrade. System, I want to level up. Ding, deducting 4,000 energy points, congratulations to the host for advancing to level 3 of the lake. The once calm lake churned violently, and Chu's size expanded once again. It had now fully returned to the state it was in before it dried up, with a water area spanning 800 meters. At last, it has some semblance of a lake. Chu was quite satisfied with the current state compared to the small puddle he arrived in. It can now be called a large lake. However, compared to this boundless desert, it still seems a bit insufficient. As for the known strongest beings in this world, such as the Archbishop of the Temple of Light faction and the Elven King, they are all holy tier existences. In the memories of Kuruz and Grandi, there was no clear mention of what tier the gods they spoke of were, but there is no doubt that deities do exist. Chu speculated that it might be because Kuruz and Grandi's own tiers weren't high enough. Kuruz is only extraordinary tier 2, and Grandi is just extraordinary tier 3. One day, I will also become a godlike existence, revered and praised by thousands. Chu was full of confidence in himself since he had come to this wondrous other world. It would be a waste of his identity as a transmigrator not to see the top. Chapter 6: The Conspiracy Between the Temple of Light faction and the Elven clan. Due to the abundance of mana, the lake, which originally only had a few surviving fish and shrimp, has now surprisingly bred a school of fish, numbering in the hundreds. I wonder if something like a water monster will be raised in the future. Suddenly, a wave of soul fluctuations emanated from the Phantom Spike skill tree. Chu looked at the system panel. Creature, mutated Phantom Thorn Tree. Level, Mortal Tier Level 3. Host, Chu. Skills, Phantom Spike Skill, Bloodlust Passive, Soul Devour Passive. The Phantom Spike skill tree has surprisingly leveled up along with him. It seems that the souls of Kuruz and Grandi have brought him considerable benefits. Master, I'm hungry. The tender voice of the Phantom Spike skill tree appeared in Chu's perception. The Phantom Spike skill tree could actually communicate directly with him, which was what Chu had been looking forward to. With no one to talk to every day, if this goes on, Chu might go insane before he becomes a god. To pass the time, Chu played with the Phantom Spike skill tree, helping it practice speaking, much like a father would with a child just learning to talk. On the eastern edge of the continent, there is a lush primeval forest, resembling a green ocean. This is the Elven Forest where the elves live, and it is also one of the 3 forbidden areas of this continent. It is called a forbidden area not only because the Elven clan is powerful and exclusive, but also because the various magical beasts they raise within it are terrifying enough. Moreover, it is said that the entire Elven Forest is filled with illusions. Any beings other than the Elven clan entering will become lost and ultimately die from various accidents. Deep in the forest stands a gigantic ancient tree, towering into the clouds, its branches and leaves blocking out the sky. This is the Elven clan's tree of nature, their object of worship. Each member of the Elven clan considers it a great honor to be buried beneath the tree of nature. The trees surrounding the tree of nature are also much taller than usual, and each tree has beautifully crafted houses on top. This is the residence of the Elven clan for thousands of years. Very few outsiders have been able to reach this place. Today, however, an unexpected guest arrived. The newcomer was dressed in a red robe, standing out starkly against the surrounding vibrancy of green. The staff in his hand emitted a soft glow, and several members of the Elven clan nearby, bathed in its light, displayed comfortable smiles. "Humph, Bishop Kate, put away your disgusting radiance, or the god of nature will become angry." The elf King Peters, standing in mid-air before the sacred tree of nature, coldly glanced at Kate. A green light flickered in his eyes, and all the elven clan felt a tremor in their souls, instantly waking up. Esteemed King Peters, I believe the great god of nature will not be angry. I was merely trying to illuminate this place as it seemed a bit dim for everyone. The elf King Peters chose not to pursue the matter further and asked mildly. I already know what you mentioned. As for the outcome, we must wait for the god of nature to give us a decree. You may return for now. The millennium deadline is fast approaching. Over the past 1,000 years, through the joint efforts of the Temple of Light faction and the Elven clan, light has shone upon the land, and darkness continues to retreat. I hope that when the day of the millennium arrives, this land will only have everlasting light. The elf King Peters nodded non-committally. Kate had clearly anticipated this outcome. After paying her respects, she gracefully left under the guidance of a member of the Elven clan. Not long after Kate departed, a beam of yellow light flew into the elf forest, piercing straight into the sacred tree of nature. Peters was taken aback and was about to step forward to investigate, but suddenly halted his steps. The other members of the Elven clan, unsure of the situation, stood quietly by, waiting. After a few moments, the Elf King turned around and instructed the gathered Elven clan members. By the will of the great god of nature, the continent of Karl will no longer be peaceful. From this day forth, the elf forest is to be fully sealed off, and no creatures are allowed in or out, including our kin. Notify all beings affiliated with our clan that in the eastern lands, any unusual occurrences should be reported immediately, especially to pay attention to whether there are any faith propagations apart from the Temple of Light faction and the great god of nature. The earth elf Gruta has died, but he must return to the embrace of the god of nature. Alexis, go and bring back Gruta's body and, on behalf of the god of nature, allow the murderer to return to nature as well. Yes, my king. A dark voice echoed, but the responder was nowhere to be seen. As all the members of the Elven clan dispersed, King Peters approached the sacred tree of nature, kneeling down. I say, first the necromancer intrudes into the elf forest, now the Temple of Light faction proposes such demands. Will the brief peace we exchanged for close to 1,000 years be shattered again? The leaves of the sacred tree of nature rustled, but it did not answer Peters. May my God bless your loyal followers, so that the Elven clan can preserve this last dwelling place. Peters made a deep bow to the sacred tree of nature, then turned his haunted gaze towards the distance, frowning deeply. As Kate stepped out of the elf forest, she looked back for a moment almost simultaneously. Soon, light will vanquish darkness, and the elf forest will be no exception. After speaking, he pointed his staff, and a hexagram formation appeared at his feet, causing him to vanish without a trace. Returning to the desert where Chu was located, after a month of arrival, besides those beasts at the bottom of the food chain and a few magical beasts, Chu had not seen any sizable races, let alone human tribes. This made Chu somewhat irritated. If he couldn't establish contact with an intelligent race, relying on himself alone meant he wouldn't know when the next upgrade would come. As the area of the lake gradually expanded, Chu's field of vision also widened, yet he still could not see where the end of this desert lay. Chu felt a bit disappointed. One morning, Chu idly teased the phantom spike skill tree, which now had an intelligence level comparable to that of an 11 or 12-year-old human child. Chu even took the liberty of naming it Ming, aligning it with his surname Chu. This was because its soul-absorbing ability reminded him somewhat of the mythological king of hell from Earth in his former life. Suddenly, the sound of hooves appeared in Chu's perception, as if thousands of horses were galloping towards this direction. Could it be a human army? This was indeed good news. When the target appeared in Chu's line of sight, it nearly dropped Chu's jaw, if he had one. What army could this be? It was a swarm of large scorpions. Each of these scorpions was about the size of half a horse, and they certainly resembled a raging army. The few scorpions currently present were especially large, slightly purplish, with their tails tipped with barbed stingers emitting a dark glow. Before long, the scorpion clan arrived at the edge of the lake, and the leading scorpion boss turned back. All the scorpions stopped in perfect unison. The scorpion boss gestured with his claws towards a few scorpion soldiers behind him, signaling them to go drink water. After a few scorpion soldiers had safely finished drinking from the lake and returned to formation, the scorpion boss commanded all the scorpion soldiers to proceed in teams to drink water. Chapter 7: The Scorpions and Lizards Clash. Shu benefits. Shu held his position. In his perception, this scorpion boss was only level 3, and the few behind it were only level 2. As for the other scorpion soldiers, they were all just level 1. However, it's somewhat unbelievable that they could form such a disciplined scorpion clan. It's worth noting that the magical beasts Shu had previously hunted also included several at the mortal tier level 3, but none of them possessed such high intelligence. Shu planned to observe the next move of these scorpions. If he could devour them all in one go, these thousands of scorpions could yield a lot of energy points. After all the scorpion soldiers had finished drinking, the scorpion boss finally stepped forward. Just as it dipped its head into the lake, Shu was still contemplating whether he should make a move. Suddenly, a change occurred. From a distance, a loud noise echoed, and the scale was even larger than that of the Scorpion clan. It's the Lizard clan. The foremost figure was surprisingly also exuding a level 3 aura. Moreover, the Lizard clan had surrounded the Scorpion clan, blocking them by the lake. Could it be that there's going to be a racial battle? If that's really the case, Shu could sit back and reap the benefits. After being surrounded by the Lizard clan, the Scorpion army panicked momentarily. The Scorpion boss, unable to drink water, immediately waved its front claws to command the troops to stand ready. While the Lizard clan pressed in, the Scorpion clan was forced to retreat again and again, with many scorpions already half submerged in the water. The two sides appeared tense, but Shu keenly noticed that neither the Scorpion boss nor the Lizard boss had any intention of attacking. Instead, the magical beast troops, which were originally under strict command, began to show signs of losing control when faced with an opponent. Shu watched as both sides fell into a stalemate and felt a stirring in his heart. Since you're not making a move, let me lend you a hand. With a swoosh, a water arrow shot out from the lake, piercing through 2 or 3 scorpion soldiers before dissipating. The already disadvantaged scorpion army was startled by the commotion behind them and immediately fell into chaos, rushing wildly towards the edge of the lake. And the surrounding Lizard clan tightly encircled them. This impact triggered a full-blown battle between the two races. Both the Scorpion boss and Lizard boss were taken aback and frantically issued commands to control the situation, but it was to no avail. Already engaged in battle, both sides were left with only their fighting instincts and could hardly obey their leaders' orders. To stop their subordinates, the two leaders even resorted to extreme measures. Watching the increasingly frantic Scorpion clan and Lizard clan, Shu was somewhat surprised. It seems that these two races have a deep-seated grudge against each other. Looking again at the Scorpion boss and Lizard boss, who still hesitated to act, Shu found the situation somewhat intriguing. Even with such a profound hatred, their leaders seemed to be straining to hold back, almost unwilling to strike unless. Shu could only think of one reason that kept them from attacking: a more powerful entity was preventing them from engaging in war. What kind of entity can intimidate such tremendous races? Shu felt a sense of urgency. The abnormality of the lake would eventually be discovered, but Shu hoped it wouldn't be now, as he wasn't strong enough yet. Although being in the lake made him difficult to kill, he knew that there were many powerful magics in this world, some of which could even incinerate the heavens and boil the oceans. Seeing that the impending battle was unavoidable, both the Scorpion boss and Lizard boss still showed no intention of making a move, instead walking toward the lake together. Just now, they had both witnessed a water arrow suddenly shooting from the lake, startling the Scorpion soldiers and sparking the battle. The two beasts closely observed the area by the lake, but found nothing. The Lizard boss shouted in anger, and a burst of green venom sprayed out. As the venom hit the lake's surface, it quickly spread out, causing the fish and shrimp that came into contact to float to the top, belly up. Shu remained unmoved. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Finally, the Scorpion boss could no longer hold back. Its tailless poisonous stinger glowed red and transformed into dozens of darts, striking into the water. But aside from creating splashes, there was still no other reaction. Both beasts were puzzled. They did not detect any special aura in the lake, and their probing attacks yielded no results. The Scorpion boss glanced at the Lizard boss, signaling him to enter the lake and take a look. After all, lizards are amphibious, while scorpions are strictly terrestrial. The Lizard boss roared angrily at the Scorpion boss twice before cautiously entering the water, diving into the lake's depths. What a great opportunity! Shu made a decisive move, causing 4 water ropes to form directly in the water, their power greatly amplified. The lizard didn't stand a chance to resist the water belonged to Chu. Its limbs were firmly bound by Chu, leaving only its tail weakly thrashing in the water. Chu controlled the flow of water in the lake, striding to negate the waves stirred up by the lizard boss's struggles. Simultaneously using the aqua dart skill, the lizard boss was effortlessly pierced by water arrows, losing its breath. Chu manipulated the water flow, enveloping the lizard boss and preventing its blood from staining the lake red. On the shore, the scorpion boss became increasingly anxious seeing that the lizard boss hadn't returned for a long time. Suddenly, it realized it could no longer sense the lizard boss's aura, and its heart raced with fear as it turned to flee. Chu was not going to let it escape. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The same 4 water ropes ensnared the scorpion boss from behind, dragging it straight into the water like wrapping dumplings. In the water, the scorpion boss's combat effectiveness decreased significantly. The poisonous stinger of its tail was useless against Chu's aquatic form. As expected, it too had its head taken by Chu's aqua dart skill. Thus, both the most powerful scorpion boss and lizard boss were hunted down by Chu, while the fierce battle on shore had already caused half the casualties among the 2 races. Chapter 8, Crisis. A strange gecko. Chu controlled the lake water, swirling it back to ensnare the scorpions and lizards still fighting on the shore, then surged forth waves, killing them all in the water. Those monsters had exhausted their strength during the battle soon. Body after body floated to the surface, painting the lake red with blood, while severed limbs and tails littered the shore, creating a bloody scene. Chu first refined all the corpses in the water, letting their blood and souls be devoured by the phantom spike skill tree. From the memories Chu currently obtained, it was clear that the arrival of both races to the lake was no simple matter. In the memories of the lizard and scorpion boss, Chu simultaneously saw a person, a fairy who, despite hiding in the dark, was betrayed by their wings and pointed ears. This elven clan commanded both races to carefully scout the desert and report any abnormalities. But why was the elven clan investigating this wasteland? Chu didn't think it was just for Grandy. If it were merely for Grandy, it wouldn't require such extensive probing of the entire desert's strange occurrences. Chu sensed something amiss, an unprecedented sense of crisis weighing down on him. Am I really going to have another confrontation with the elven clan so soon? Looks like I need to prepare early. With nearly 2,000 corpses in the water, plus the previously hunted scorpion boss and lizard boss, Chu had earned nearly 20,000 energy points this time. I've struck it rich. War is indeed the best way to profit. Chu couldn't help but gaze at the 3,000 to 4,000 corpses still on the shore. Happiness came too quickly and left him feeling a bit dizzy. But Chu managed to rein in his inner desires and didn't continue devouring the corpses on shore. Looking at the system panel, which showed his energy points finally breaking into 5 figures, Chu was even happier than he had been in his past life when he first received a 5-figure salary. After a moment of consideration, Chu decided to go for a significant upgrade first. System, I want to level up to level 5 and also upgrade the healing rain skill, aqua snare skill, and aqua dart skill to level 5. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new skill. Water aura skill can exert pressure equivalent to the power of a lake. Each use consumes 500 energy points. He looked at the system panel again. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, LV5. Energy points 5,000. Skills, Healing Rain skill LV5, Aqua Snare skill LV5, Aqua Dart skill LV5, Water Aura skill LV1. With a total of over 20,000 energy points, suddenly only 5,000 were left, while the next upgrade required 30,000 energy points. Indeed, money is earned quickly but spent even quicker. Energy points are the same. However, Chu had a terrifying suspicion in his heart. If it were true, no matter how many energy points he had, they would be spent, and it wouldn't be enough. Since the Scorpion race and Lizard clan received orders from the elves, there must be other races under the same command as well. This wasteland was likely under the control of the Elven clan, and a confrontation with them was inevitable. The Scorpion boss and Lizard boss had come to the lake occupied by Chu because they sensed something unusual, and it was just unfortunate that they ended up stumbling into it. Fortunately, they had not yet reported back when Chu dealt with them, giving Chu some time to react and prepare, preventing him from being too passive. As Chu was racking his brain to figure out how to break the current situation, news of the Phantom Spike skill tree leveling up also reached him, and he eagerly called for Ming. When Chu looked, he was astonished. The trunk that was originally only 3 to 4 meters high had now grown to over 10 meters, truly a big tree, with roots entangled deeply in the soil beneath. Now, the entire tree was growing in Chu's lake, and thankfully, Ming no longer needed to absorb large amounts of lake water, or else Chu would really wonder if he could afford to keep it. Upon checking Ming's status through the system, he found that it had actually reached mortal tier level 5. Although there were no significant changes in skills, recalling the last time he dealt with Kuruza's soul, it was likely that the upgraded Phantom Spike skill tree would be even more terrifying. "Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat the food on the shore." The food Ming referred to was naturally the corpses on the shore, but now was not the right time to enjoy them. The reason Chu was keeping them was because they were useful. Since the Scorpion clan and Lizard clan were being controlled by someone behind the scenes, if these two tribes disappeared, it would naturally attract someone to investigate, and eventually, they would come to Chu. Chu might as well keep these corpses, creating the appearance of a battle between the two factions. When passers-by see the situation and notice that the Scorpion boss and Lizard boss are missing, they will surely wonder if they fled with the remaining magical beasts. This way, as long as Chu hides well, the entities behind it won't pay too much attention to the lake itself. Moreover, these corpses are free food for other carnivorous creatures, and it's believed they would attract quite a few magical beasts, giving Chu a considerable amount of energy points. A profound sense of crisis weighed on Chu. With no magical beasts to capture, he planned his future development strategy while practicing the only 3 offensive skills he had, as well as training with Ming to enhance their combat coordination. Chu discovered that when he used the Healing Rain skill, the power of his 3 skills could be significantly enhanced. Moreover, his new Water Aura skill paired with Ming's Phantom Spike skill produced exceptional effects. During his free time, Chu would observe the plants and animals growing in the lake. Nurtured by the mana water in the lake, the creatures within grew remarkably fast. Watching the swimming fish and shrimp, Chu wondered if he should cultivate some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "Oh, what's that?" In Chu's perception, a peculiar small creature appeared on the shore. It resembled a gecko but had black wings on its back, reminiscent of the dragons in foreign movies from his past life. Though the head was indeed a bit small. In the few months since arriving in this world, the various creatures Chu had seen were much larger than those in his previous life. Even the scorpion from a few days ago could grow to the size of a horse, while this gecko was truly no different from the ones from his previous life. At this moment, the gecko was preparing to burrow into a scorpion's head. The bodies of these scorpions were all covered in hard shells, making it no easy feat to burrow inside. However, this gecko didn't seem to struggle at all with a swipe of its claws. It created a small hole and quickly drilled in, emerging moments later, looking very satisfied. Then it lifted its head, cautiously glancing around, before delightfully targeting another lizard's body, its little eyes brimming with spirit. This scene greatly piqued Chu's interest. He quietly cast the aqua snare skill, a water rope extended across the ground towards the gecko. When the gecko emerged from the lizard's head, Chu's water rope was already waiting for it, tightly binding its small body. The gecko immediately twisted, its sharp claws frantically clawing at the water rope. This time, however, it was miscalculated since water has no fixed shape. No matter how sharp its little claws were, how could they break through? As Chu was feeling playful and wanted to tease this strange gecko, the little gecko suddenly vanished. Chu was shocked. Under full perception, he discovered it had unexpectedly hidden inside a dead scorpion. How did it escape? How did it get into the corpse? Chu felt a bit bewildered. The water rope in the air still maintained its binding shape, proving that the gecko hadn't broken free by brute force. Interesting, let's see how many times you can run away. Unbelieving, Chu condensed 4 or 5 water ropes again, simultaneously launching them towards the little gecko. Even hiding inside the scorpion's corpse wouldn't help. Indeed, the captured little gecko disappeared once more, but just as it reappeared not far away, Chu sensed it, awaiting it was another water rope. After 4 consecutive attempts, Chu finally realized how the little gecko managed to escape. Every time it was entangled by Chu's water ropes, its small wings behind would flutter, and its body would whoosh to another location. This should be some kind of spatial talent ability, but it seems that with the current abilities of the little gecko, it can't achieve a long-distance blink skill, which is why it appears nearby each time. Moreover, it also seems unable to control the direction. Chu watched as a little gecko crashed into a phantom spike skill tree trunk, already calculating in his mind. Chapter 9: The Enslavement of the Mysterious Demon Dragon Gecko. This amazing little gecko, very human-like, touched its head with its dual claws and looked at the big tree in front of it, then swish, swish, swish it climbed up. Before it could reach the top of the tree, black spikes that were growing on the trunk suddenly struck towards it. With a grab of its front claws, the little gecko surprisingly broke the otherwise unstoppable phantom spike skill. The phantom spike skill tree trembled with rage, and several more phantom spike skills shot toward the gecko from all directions. Before the gecko could move, Chu also took action. Water aura skill pressure. Giant waves rolled in the lake, and it seemed as if the entire lake was about to tip over. A powerful pressure bore down on the gecko. It felt an invisible force from all directions, making it difficult to move its claws or even flap the wings behind it this time. At this moment, phantom spike skill arrived but stopped right in front of the gecko, barely about to pierce its skin. The gecko moved its front claws with great difficulty, making a gesture of surrender. Seeing its high intelligence, and knowing that spatial abilities are usually incredibly strong, Chu decided he wanted to capture it. At this moment, the system also issued a sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing a demon dragon gecko with dragon bloodline and spatial abilities, having great potential. Would you like to enslave it? Choose to enslave. There was nothing to think about. A magical beast like this was naturally worth capturing as a fighter. Enslavement successful, reward for the host, 2,000 energy points. Creature, demon dragon gecko. Owner, Chu. Level, mortal tier 4. Skills, blink skill, regeneration passive, dragon claw skill. Reminder, the demon dragon is inherently violent. The host should be cautious after the demon dragon gecko fully awakens to avoid betrayal. After seeing the system's reminder, Chu knew he hadn't made the wrong choice. Capturing such a creature with great potential would certainly bring significant rewards. As for betrayal, as long as he could always suppress the demon dragon gecko with his strength, there would be no reason for it to betray him. Seeing that enslavement was successful, Chu removed the pressure from the water aura skill, allowing the very reluctant phantom spike skill tree to withdraw its eager phantom spike skills. The demon dragon gecko wagged its tail playfully, swam a few laps in the lake, then conveyed to Chu a desire to go ashore for a meal. Chu naturally could not agree. He still had use for those things. Moreover, if he allowed the new arrival, the demon dragon gecko, to feast while not letting the phantom spike skill tree eat, the already angry phantom spike skill tree would surely explode in rage. Seeing that Chu did not agree, the demon dragon gecko did not dare to resist, flapping its wings to slowly fly onto a branch of the phantom spike skill tree. It seemed like it wanted to settle there. How could the phantom spike skill tree agree? It kept shaking its branches, and the two caused quite a commotion. Chu was also quite helpless. Both magical beasts had not very high intelligence, so he could only let them mess around, enforcing strict rules not to use heavy hands. More than a week passed, and the corpses on the shore were nearly dried out by the scorching sun. During this time, Chu also dared not use the healing rain skill, fearing that someone would notice something unusual. The phantom spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko still played around all day, but their relationship had already improved considerably. Moreover, the demon dragon gecko was inherently skilled at hiding, and when it hid amidst the branches and leaves of the phantom spike skill tree, even Chu had to exert effort to find it. To outsiders, this was just an ordinary lake with a common phantom spike skill tree that usually grows in deserts. From time to time, some magical beasts from the desert were attracted by the scent of the corpses, coming to steal food. There was almost no need for Chu to take action. Just the phantom spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko would swiftly kill them at the first opportunity, and through their combined efforts, they were increasingly in sync. The bodies of these beasts are certainly not being wasted by Chu. True to form, their blood and souls are devoured by the phantom spike skill tree, while the demon dragon gecko crawls in to absorb the mana crystal loot and brain flesh, finally dragging the corpses into the lake to be refined by Chu for energy points. A small family of 3 lives a cozy life in the desert, but one sunny afternoon, they are interrupted by an unexpected guest. The newcomer is dressed just like the individuals Chu saw in the memories of the scorpion boss and lizard boss, but Chu can be certain it's not the same person. The sun is directly overhead, and the sand and rocks in the distance are glowing red, yet he walks barefoot, wrapped in a long black robe, with a black mask covering his face. The man in the black robe wields a long staff topped with a green gem. He looked around the lakeshore filled with corpses and personally crouched down to examine one of the bodies. Chu felt a wave of anxiety. That body was precisely the one from which the demon dragon gecko had stolen the mana crystal loot and brain flesh. Chu was unable to see the expression of the man in the black robe, but it was likely not a pleasant one. He stood up, and 2 drops of blood materialized in his hand. With his other hand, he lightly tapped the staff, beginning to chant softly. The 2 drops of blood flew into the green gem at the tip of the staff, and suddenly, the gem emitted a beam of light that shot towards the lake. As the green light entered the lake, it immediately disappeared. The black-robed wizard was momentarily stunned, then walked closer, circling the lake. Chu felt a surge of tension. He commanded the phantom spike skill tree and demon dragon gecko to hide their presence with all their might, not daring to let themselves be discovered, while he himself also refrained from making any waves, fearing their strange behavior might attract attention. This wasn't due to Chu's cowardice in his perception. This black-robed wizard possessed transcendent tier level 8 power, and with Chu's system ability along with the phantom spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko, he couldn't guarantee he could definitely keep him here, and there was a risk he might even be completely exposed. But should he accidentally let the wizard escape, or convey any information, it could attract even more terrifying presences. Until Chu's own strength had reached the mana lake stage, he had to be cautious. Right now, he was just an ordinary lake. Physical attacks might not be able to destroy him, but powerful fire spells could still potentially evaporate him. Once he reached the mana lake stage, not only would Chu's size increase, but he would also be rich in mana, making it much harder to eliminate him. Additionally, he could open up tributaries. Chu could take action through these tributaries while the main body of the lake simply waited to grow stronger. Fortunately, the black-robed wizard examined the area carefully, even scrutinizing the phantom spike skill tree for a long time and releasing his soul to sense for anything unusual, yet he discovered nothing amiss and continued to search in the direction indicated by the green light. When the black-robed wizard vanished from Chu's perception, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The phantom spike skill tree and demon dragon gecko were also anxious to ask Chu if they could start enjoying the feast they had been waiting for. After receiving Chu's permission, the phantom spike skill tree and demon dragon gecko moved at the same time. Fortunately, there were still thousands of corpses on the shore, so there was no fear of a fight breaking out. After they finished feasting, Chu unleashed a wave that sucked everything back into the lake to be devoured. This time, due to the fact that these were all mortal tier level 1 and 2 beasts, the harvest wasn't as great as before, but there were still over 10,000 energy points to be accounted for. Adding in the accumulated points from before, Chu's energy points now exceeded 18,000, plenty to last him for a while, but to level up, he still had to keep working hard. Chapter 10: The Desert Tribes Seeking Shelter. Having narrowly escaped the black-robed wizard's search, the lakeshore returned to its previous calm after the bodies on the shore were devoured. The beasts nearby seem to have gotten used to the periodic battles. Fortunately, these do not concern them, and this strange lake has lost interest in them. In a way, Chu's devouring of the beasts also provided a safe haven for them. Hence, quite a number of ordinary beasts leisurely linger at the edge of the lake, living their lives with ease. This vast desert is adjacent to the elven forest and is much larger than the forest, yet no one knows how it was formed. Fortunately, the elves never easily venture out of the forest, nor do they like the desert environment, which has allowed Chu to expand quickly without being discovered. Carrying tens of thousands of energy points, Chu immediately decided to use the healing rain skill 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, to rapidly increase his size. Once upgraded to LV5, the healing rain skill creates clouds swirling above the entire lake, with raindrops the size of a palm falling. If it were to pour onto the desert, even some weaker creatures could easily drown or be crushed to death. This has led to Chu's visible growth in size every day. Although this increased visibility carries the risk of being discovered, the lake's size is fundamental to Chu. As long as the area is large enough and the water volume sufficient, his vitality will be stronger and the effectiveness of his skills will improve. Such a peculiar sight finally caught the attention of a nearby intelligent race. That day, while Chu was reigning, he was noticed by a passing member of the Wasteland tribe, who quietly retreated instead of approaching Chu. Shu also noticed this person, but since they were cloaked in beast fur and wore bone ornaments on their heads, combined with the distance, he mistook them for a mere monster. In fact, this was no wild beast. The Wasteland tribe is not considered human but is akin to a race of beastmen, albeit different from them. Beastmen are physically robust and prominent, often dominating the northern grasslands as a powerful race. In contrast, the Wasteland tribe is small and has a somewhat elven appearance, yet without wings or the formidable magical and archery talents of the elven clan. They live in this barren desert in the west. One day, after Chu had just finished raining, gazing at the still turbulent vast lake surface, he was suddenly filled with playfulness, creating massive waves on the surface and splashing beautiful droplets. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 people appeared within Chu's awareness. He quickly stopped his play, pretending the lake was tranquil once more. These 7 or 8 individuals were dressed strangely, all draped in animal hides. The leader held a staff, while 2 others behind him carried a bow and arrows and a beast's head. The rest carried the corpses of mortal Tier 1 magical beasts. Though they seemed nearby, Chu's perception range was quite far, so it took these individuals quite some time to reach the lake's edge. They threw the magical beast corpses into the water and then all knelt down. The elder among them shouted, "Lake God, I am the high priest of the Wasteland tribe, and those behind me are the bravest young warriors of our tribe. We know, great Lake God, that you are immensely powerful, and we implore your protection. These magical beasts are our sacrifice to you. Please accept them." Shu was taken aback that he was being perceived as the Lake God, and these people were seeking his protection. Should I just kill them all to prevent them from leaking information? Once that thought crossed his mind, Shu immediately dismissed it. In his perception, apart from the elder in front who was mortal tier 2, the 2 young men behind him were mortal tier 1, while the rest hadn't even entered mortal tier. According to the elder's words, this was already the tribe's strongest combat power. To hunt those magical beasts, it would require the full strength of the tribe. If he killed these people, others in the tribe might leak information. Seeing that Chu didn't respond, the Wasteland tribe's high priest became a bit anxious. Given the current condition of the Wasteland tribe, if this mysterious lake god refused to protect them, they would likely face annihilation soon. Lake God, if you have any requests, as long as they are within our tribe's capability, we will certainly fulfill them. Although our tribe is small, we have nearly 3,000 members, and while we are not strong, we possess a unique skill. We of the Wasteland tribe can communicate with magical beasts. Just a few days ago, a member of the Elven clan came to us to ask that we collect information on magical beasts and report it back to them. Upon hearing this, Shu's mind stirred, and the lake's surface surged again. The high priest noticed the lake finally reacting and became flustered, yet he felt exhilaration inside. Please do not be angry, Lake God. Though we of the Wasteland tribe are weak in this desert, we are well informed. We have learned that the Elven clan is currently investigating all unusual phenomena in the desert, and I have already obtained some information regarding you, Lake God, though I haven't reported it yet. Clever and bold. This was Chu's assessment of the high priest. Having reached such a point, Chu realized that if he continued to hide, sooner or later someone stronger would come probing, and it would be better to actively seek solutions. Use the water aura skill. Though Chu intended to engage with the Wasteland tribe, he did not overlook the veiled threat in the high priest's earlier words. If he didn't assert some dominance, the priest might not hold him in high regard. The high priest and his companions suddenly saw the once placid lake seemingly suspended in the air, with an entire lake's worth of water pouring down towards them. Their bodies were caught in a powerful force, unable to move. Whether it was the high priest or the other Wasteland tribe members, they were all on the ground without a shred of resistance, with some even despairingly closing their eyes, waiting for death. Just as the lake was about to envelop them, it suddenly vanished completely. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves lying on the ground, drenched in sweat, while the lake remained nearby, only slightly rippling. As the crowd sat in astonishment, a commanding voice resonated directly in their minds. How many intelligent races like you exist in this wasteland? Seeing that Chu was finally willing to communicate with them, the high priest's face lit up with joy as he respectfully replied. The only talking race like us is the Wasteland tribe. However, it is said that deeper within the wasteland, there are even more powerful transcendent tier magical beasts, whose wisdom is no different from that of ordinary humanoid beings, and they can speak if they wish to. Chu's mind eased slightly. Dealing with magical beasts was manageable, but humanoid creatures tended to be much more cunning. After pondering for a moment, Chu continued to ask, "Tell me about the origins of your wasteland tribe." Chapter 11, The Deal with the Wasteland Tribe. After hearing the high priest of the wasteland tribe's account, Chu gained a certain understanding of the tribe, which turned out to be quite surprising. It turned out that the wasteland tribe was actually a branch of the elven clan, specifically responsible for taming magical beasts within the elven clan. However, their ancestors committed a grave mistake, angering the nature god of the elven clan, who stripped them of their elven bloodline and banished them to this wasteland to fend for themselves. Having lost the protection of the elven clan and their elven bloodline, the wasteland people found it extremely difficult to cultivate, barely scraping by in this vast desert for thousands of years. The elven clan forbade them from calling themselves the elven clan, so they were dubbed the wasteland tribe. This time, the elven clan sought them out because they needed something from them. Otherwise, the elven clan members, who usually despised them, wouldn't have come looking for them. However, the task handed to them this time was akin to adding insult to injury for the already suffering wasteland tribe. Chu had long anticipated that the elven clan might be conducting large-scale exploration across the entire wasteland, and now, combined with what the wasteland people had said, he was even more certain. This exploration might not necessarily be aimed at him, yet it significantly impacted him. Whether or not he was the elven clan's target, his presence would surely be reported as an achievement to the elven clan by the creatures in the wasteland. Except for this intelligent yet disliked wasteland tribe that even harbored hatred towards the elven clan. Currently, the wasteland tribe couldn't really offer Chu anything, but their ability to communicate with lower-tier magical beasts made them incredibly well-informed in the wasteland. Moreover, all the intelligence in the wasteland was gathered amongst the wasteland tribe. As long as they tweaked the information a bit, Chu could appear openly in the elven clan's territory without being discovered. After all, those proud elven clan members wouldn't frequently come to this barren wasteland. Please let me, the lake god, accept the allegiance of the wasteland tribe. I promise you, we will sincerely worship and praise you. Chu controlled the flow of water, forming the shape of a unicorn from earth in his past life on the lake's surface, and spoke. I can bless you, but I don't need your worship. You are not allowed to call me the lake god. You shall refer to me as Chu Lake from now on. Without fully understanding what faith or divinity truly represented, Chu dared not engage further, otherwise, he might not even know how he died. Do not tell anyone about my existence. From now on, you will come personally at the end of each month to report all the information you have gathered. The high priest of the wasteland tribe eagerly agreed, looking at Chu with hopeful eyes. Chu understood all too well that they were waiting for him to reveal a miracle and confer them benefits. Chu contemplated that he was only a mortal tier himself, not even able to compare to the magical beasts deep within the desert. His only truly extraordinary aspect was being the lake. Therefore, what he could offer them as a miracle was probably nothing more than the mana-rich water. Thus, Chu withdrew a portion of the lake water, refining it into the purest mana water, transforming it into spheres of water that enveloped all 8 wasteland tribe members. The group felt a wave of refreshing energy throughout their limbs, accompanied by a rumbling sensation. Although these people were not magical beasts and could not directly absorb mana to enhance their cultivation, the mana was still beneficial for their bodies, helping clear toxins and waste, boosting metabolism, and awakening cellular vitality. As the mana in the spheres gradually thinned out, under Chu's control, the water bubbles burst, revealing the wasteland people inside. The eldest high priest, who was the most skilled, seemed to gain the most benefits. His previously hunched frame was now much straighter, and his complexion looked significantly healthier. The high priest spread his arms wide, elemental energy surged in, and he surprisingly leveled up. The 2 young men behind him experienced the same, while the others, although not immediately leveling up, clearly also received significant boosts. Moreover, they were still quite young, and after the refinement of the mana water, their future cultivation would also be smoother, and their bodies would become stronger. After briefly sensing his own state, the high priest was overwhelmed with joy and fell to the ground, causing the others to forget their excitement and hastily lower their heads, exclaiming, "Praise the great Chu God, we are your most faithful followers." Chu felt a mysterious power enter his body, but it quickly dispersed into the universe. Beep, host level too low, unable to store belief power, please level up as soon as possible. Beep, detected that the host has loyal followers, system loyalty detection function activated. Beep, detected that the host's followers have other beliefs, do you want to destroy these beliefs immediately? Chu certainly did not want the wild tribe to have other beliefs, as that would imply disloyalty. Confirmed destruction. Destruction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new skill blessing, usable once a month and does not consume energy points. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Chu, displaying the loyalty levels of the wild tribe's high priest and several others. Identity, wild tribe high priest. Belief, Chu. Loyalty level, 80. The loyalty levels of the other members were not as high as that of the high priest, but were still over 70. Clearly, the more one believed in Chu, the higher their loyalty level. Although Chu could not yet absorb belief power, it did not prevent him from being others' belief. The wild tribe's high priest and others suddenly felt a void in their minds, as if something was missing, but they didn't pay much attention, assuming it was Chu's trick. Alright, you may leave. I hope when you come back next month, you can bring all the important news about this desert. If you perform well, I won't be stingy with rewards. By Chu God's command, we will definitely do our utmost. However, my wild tribe loses quite a few excellent descendants every month. I hope Chu God will allow me to bring some young tribespeople here next time to live alongside you. The high priest cautiously glanced at Chu and, seeing he made no move, continued speaking. This way, I can ensure our bloodline continues. Moreover, if Chu God has any matters to attend to, they can assist you. Chu thought to himself, since he had promised to protect them, this small request was nothing to him. Can. Chu's voice echoed in the high priest's mind. Chu has now connected with the system, allowing him to directly communicate with loyal followers who have a loyalty level of 80 or higher, regardless of distance. Seeing Chu disperse into the Qilin form formed from water, the others respectfully departed. Chapter 12, The Mysterious Woman from the Sky. As Chu received the devout faith of the high priests of the wilderness tribe, far away in the central part of the continent, in a secret underground chamber of the Temple of Light faction, a figure clad in a red robe, radiating an aura of terror, was muttering to a map. How could it suddenly disappear? The faith map can't be wrong. The direction seems to be the eastern desert, close to the elven forest. Could the elven clan be up to something? No, the 1,000-year faith competition is about to begin. I must ensure absolute security. All faiths on this divine and demonic continent must be under control, and no exceptions are allowed. The man in the red robe inscribed something directly onto a scroll using spiritual energy, then waved his hand and the scroll flew away, vanishing from sight. Although the eastern desert has always been in the hands of the elven clan, I can no longer stand by. Darkness cannot exist on this continent, only eternal light. At that moment, the man in the red robe resembled a fervent believer, kneeling before the map. And what the map displayed was the distribution of all known faiths on the divine and demonic continent. Aside from the light faith, there was a patch of dark light occupying the corners of the map, while a vast area of white light spread across the entire continent. After the wilderness tribe left, Chu began his daily training, mastering his skills and controlling his own body. Now, without using skills, Chu could kill mortal tier level 3 and 4 monsters just by using the lake water. Coupled with his proficient use of skills, killing mortal tier level 6 and 7 monsters was just as easy. With the help of the Phantom Spike skill tree and the Demon Dragon Gecko, he could even attempt to challenge Transcendent tier. The sky was still pouring down rain summoned by the Healing Rain skill, and Chu formed a humanoid shape out of water, wielding a water sword. The last time he materialized himself as a Qilin using water to meet the wilderness tribe, he didn't want to reveal his actual form. There must be other means in this world capable of reading memories, and if they were also able to do so, the wilderness tribe would see him as merely a water Qilin, mistaking him for a monster playing tricks. On the other hand, he was also just curious and wanted to practice his control over water. Today, he wanted to see if he could simultaneously manifest multiple forms from water and control them all at once. Initially, Chu could form 3 or 4 creatures of the same shape but couldn't control them to perform different actions simultaneously. After more than half a month's repeated practice, he could barely manage to control 10 humanoid water figures to perform some complex movements. However, this was quite mentally exhausting, making it somewhat counterproductive. However, Chu tried simulating the aqua dart skill, directly forming water arrows from water. Although the attack power couldn't compare to the system's skills, the sheer number was enormous, capable of exceeding 10,000 at once, making it quite practical for large-scale battles. Chu practiced tirelessly every day, gaining more profound control over this body, and it could be said that now, as long as it wasn't a force that could vaporize the entire lake instantaneously, physical blows could hardly cause any harm to Chu. And with every strike, Chu possessed the power of 10,000 pounds. Even with the frail body of a magician, not even a transcendent tier could withstand it. Failed again. Chu attempted to control the water figures to walk ashore, away from the lake, but could only maintain them for several hundred meters away before they collapsed. After numerous attempts, even though Chu, as a lake being, couldn't feel physical fatigue, he still sensed a bit of mental weariness. Boom! The water figures collapsed again, turning into a puddle on the shore. Chu's mind was filled with the mocking voices of the phantom spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko. The tree and beast were now getting along quite well, having seen Chu failing continuously over the past few days. They couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the air, and a white object fell from it. Boom! It was the sound of a heavy object hitting the water. Chu didn't even have time to react. When he controlled the water flow to lift the object that had fallen into the water, he discovered it was a person. Sensing a trace of breath from the individual, Chu hurriedly brought her to the shore. It was a woman, with a graceful figure, especially once soaked. Her curves stood out even more. However, with Chu's current form as a lake being, it was like a eunuch entering a brothel. This beautiful woman appeared to be quite young, her features exceptionally delicate, and her eyes sparkled with what seemed like starlight, exuding immense mystery. What shocked Chu even more was that he couldn't accurately sense her strength, whereas he could clearly perceive the previous 8th level transcendent mage. In Chu's perception, this woman was sometimes an ordinary person and at other times a transcendent tier, occasionally revealing a mysterious and formidable power that made Chu feel an immense threat. Who is this woman who fell from the sky, and how can she pose a threat to me? Should I just eliminate her? I'm sure the system will reward me with plenty of energy points. Chu was now so captivated by energy points that he immediately thought of energy points whenever he encountered anything. Lost in thought, Chu conjured up a water figure and walked toward the woman on the shore. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, the previously listless woman suddenly moved, her eyes fixated on Chu's lake body. Chu immediately halted his footsteps. He had a feeling that if he took one more step, this woman would undoubtedly strike with a thunderous blow. Terrifying, dangerous. For a moment, Chu felt caught in a dilemma. At that moment, the woman spoke. "Help me." The originally angry gaze revealed a hint of pity. Though he felt sympathy, after all, he wasn't an animal that thought with its lower half, and besides, he didn't have one. Seeing that Chu wasn't moved, a stone suddenly appeared in front of the woman. Just as Chu was curious about what it was, the system provided a prompt. Ding, detected a void stone, can create storage space, host is advised to obtain it with all effort. Void stone? Storage space? Though he wasn't entirely sure what it was, he could guess based on the name, and since the system recommended it, it must be something special. Just as Chu had thoughts of killing for treasure, the void stone suddenly vanished. At this point, Chu realized that the woman intended to use the stone as leverage for him to save her. "If you want me to save you, fine, first give me the void stone." Seeing the woman with her eyes tightly closed and showing no reaction, Chu thought she was refusing. "I know your background is extraordinary, but if you won't give me the item first, how can I trust you won't go back on your word?" Seeing the woman still unresponsive, Chu wondered if she might be dead. After carefully sensing, he found she still had a breath left, and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 13, The First Blessing, Disrespected. Chu's condensed water form turned directly into a stream, pulling the unconscious woman on land into the water. Once in the water, everything about the woman was within Chu's perception. This feeling was truly indescribable. Chu noticed that the woman wore a simple yet exquisite necklace with a pure white pearl, which still emitted a faint glow even submerged in the lake's water, providing a sense of comfort even to Chu. This must be a treasure. This woman, despite her severe injuries, still clings to life, probably relying on this item. System, is there a way to detect what this item is? With Chu's knowledge, he naturally couldn't recognize it even in all the memories of the beasts and humans he had devoured. He had never seen this thing. I wonder where the void stone went. Chu, through the water's immersion, searched the woman all over but couldn't find it. Chu suspected it might have been stored in a storage space, but this woman only had this pearl-like item on her, which Chu didn't recognize, and the system didn't assist either. If Chu wanted to obtain the treasure, unless he killed the woman and directly refined her, but this woman had a mysterious background, and Chu guessed she might be from some powerful faction, possibly carrying something that could pinpoint her location, so he didn't dare gamble on whether the system could handle it. Forget it, I'll save her first, then take the item and let her go. Chu used his most practiced healing method, which involved using mana water to activate the cellular potential of living beings, re-implementing his old trick of wrapping the mysterious woman in a ball of mana-rich water. Unexpectedly, Chu's mana water had no effect at all, completely unable to enter the woman's body, being blocked by some mysterious force. Now, Chu was troubled. He had mastered the system for only a short time and hadn't learned much from it, and his only self-discovered healing method was proving useless. Could it be that I should try the new skill I just got? Chu recalled that when he gained the belief of the wild tribe, the system rewarded him with a new skill called Blessing, which could only be used once a month, and he hadn't used it yet this month. He just didn't know if this skill was effective on all living beings or only on his loyal followers. Anyway, he might as well try it out. If it worked, she had a great fate, and if it didn't, he'd have to refine her. Use Blessing skill. A soft white light suddenly appeared, bathing the mysterious woman's body. This time, the mysterious force did not stop it. Under the gentle light, the woman's tightly furrowed brow began to relax, and the painful expression on her face lessened, indicating that it was indeed effective. Ding, since the target is not the host's believer, the blessing effect is halved. As expected, this blessing was specifically set for believers, but fortunately, it still had some effect on others. Chu once again carefully sensed the woman's condition and found indeed some improvement. Her breathing was much steadier, so he placed her on the shore while still wrapping her in mana. Falling from the sky? Does that mean she has mastered certain spatial laws or used some powerful treasure? From the memories he had devoured, only gods could grasp such laws. Though this woman was mysterious, she certainly wasn't a deity. It was more likely she used some treasure in a hurry to escape after encountering a strong enemy. Never mind, I'll wait for her to wake up and complete the transaction, then let her leave quickly. Now, Chu was preparing to fully focus on improving himself to face the upcoming elven clan issues. As for this woman, while he had saved her life, it was merely a transaction, and he didn't expect her to offer anything in return. She was even being hunted, so being able to avoid involving himself was already something to be grateful for. Days passed, and the woman was in a state of alternating consciousness and coma. Annoyingly, every time Chu tried to take advantage of her awakening to ask for the treasure, she would immediately faint again, making Chu seriously suspect she was trying to avoid paying up. It wasn't until the 5th day that while Chu was practicing how to command the army of water beasts to attack and defend, the mysterious woman woke up. She didn't say anything but quietly lay on the ground, watching Chu fail repeatedly and start over. It's already rare for a small lake to have a spirit, and this lake spirit's wisdom is surprisingly high, which is even more exceptional. The woman glanced at the tremble-inducing eerie thorn tree and the demon dragon gecko, which was touching its belly, in the lake. Although these two beings are a bit weak in their essence, they are both mutated species, which make them quite rare around here. It's truly strange how such a place could give birth to so many bizarre things. The woman felt even more puzzled, but it was merely curiosity. In this vast world, the unknown far exceeds the known. If she tried to understand everything, she'd likely have died clueless long ago. Hey, your talent isn't bad, but you're just too foolish. If you can't even control the water flow within yourself with precision, how could you expect to control the summoned beasts to perform more complex actions? You're really aiming too high. Unable to watch any longer, the woman mocked. Chu remained unmoved under his control. Dozens of water beasts were crashing and biting against each other as if they were alive. What a slap in the face. The woman flushed slightly, muttering in a low voice. I underestimated you. Turns out you could achieve this level. Stop talking nonsense. I saved you, not asking for your gratitude, but you should first hand over the void stone we agreed upon. You actually know it's the void stone? You wouldn't be some pet kept by a deity, would you? The void stone exists only in the endless void. Even she obtained such a small piece by chance. That small piece has already attracted the attention of many powerful factions. When she was already severely injured, she encountered assailants seeking to steal it, which forced her to tear through space and land in Chu's lake. What pet? Hand over the item quickly, or even though I saved you, I could still kill you. Ignoring everything else, Chu was solely focused on getting the void stone to hand over to the system and unlock storage space. Seeing Chu completely ignore her question, the woman felt somewhat annoyed. With a flick of her spiritual power, the void stone appeared in front of her, yet it vanished in an instant. The item is right here, but I'm not going to give it to you willingly. You won't be able to get it. Don't worry, since I promised, I won't go back on my word. I just haven't healed yet, so once I'm better, I'll give it to you. This is also to prevent you from taking the item and then refusing to acknowledge it. In fact, Chu initially wanted to get the item first, and whether to kill her or drive her away would be up to him. This mysterious woman, though seemingly young, was very cautious and absolutely would not agree to hand him the item early. Seeing Chu with no reaction, the woman proactively spoke again. My name is Chu Li. What about you? I can't just call you Lake. My name is Chu. Don't disturb me unless necessary. Chapter 14, The Sword of Frozen Ice, Chu Li's Surprise. Chu Li watched as Chu dismissed all the water beings and started practicing the aqua dart skill, feeling a surge of annoyance. Just a lake, and he's got quite the temper. However, she soon found herself captivated by the immense power of Chu's aqua dart skill. Chu was using the skill granted by the system, which was much more powerful than his own condensed water arrows. Chu had been constantly researching the differences between his own water arrows and the system's skill. The LV5 aqua dart skill can no longer be called an arrow after being shot out. It can explode upon hitting obstacles, causing massive damage. Additionally, while Chu needed to spend a certain amount of time to condense a water arrow, the system's skill was instantaneous, leaving no time for defense, which is the biggest difference between the two. Chu previously noticed that whether it was mages or elves, they all needed some preparation before launching an attack, and some spells even required a considerable chanting time. Chu's skill completely omits this process. With your mortal tier strength, how are you able to cast magic skills instantaneously? Even if your essence is water, this shouldn't be possible. Chu Li was also curious and couldn't help but ask. But Chu ignored her, remaining lost in his own world. Have you mastered the rules of water? Impossible. There isn't a single person in this world who can master the rules. Rules? Chu's heart stirred. Could the skills activated by the system utilize the rules of water? Though I don't know how you did it, I suspect you have your own secrets. Just be careful, your world is not a kind place. If those people find out that you've come into contact with the rules, even if you are 10 times stronger than now, you will still be done for. Chu keenly caught the main point of what Shelley was saying and asked. Your world? Could it be that you are not from this world? Did you come from another realm? Shelley realized she had misspoken and decided to say no more. Seeing this, Chu knew that asking further would yield no more information. He merely thought about how remarkable the background of this woman was, but he hadn't expected that she had actually come from another world. Based on his past experience of reading novels, such people often bring trouble wherever they go. Significant events follow. It would be best for him to have less contact with her. The power of the rules was indeed somewhat distant from Chu, but he believed that if he could continually train to gain better control over water, he could achieve significant improvement. Under the pressure of the elven clan, Chu worked tirelessly, and since he didn't need to eat or drink, he completely lost track of time. In the blink of an eye, Shelley had been lying on the shore of Chu's lake for an entire week. During this week, Shelley did not move, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chu, but she refused to disclose even the slightest hint about her origin. In terms of cultivation, Shelley was indeed extraordinary, coming from another realm. Although she was not skilled in water magic herself, she could point out many of Chu's shortcomings from a higher perspective and provide some extremely useful advice.
It's still too early for you to condense water into a human form.
Wait until you reach the holy tier when you can separate your soul from your body, and then you can try to condense a water avatar. I've seen a holy tier magician create an avatar using millennia-old ice, splitting the soul upon it in the end. That avatar was even more troublesome than the original.
Ice? Why didn't I think of that? If my water arrow were to turn into an ice arrow, wouldn't that greatly enhance its power?
In fact, condensing water into ice is not a difficult idea to come to, but Chu had been too focused on his identity as a lake, overly fixated on mastering water, and thus forgot that ice is simply another form of water.
Although after Shelley's reminder, he finally realized this most direct and practical method, how to condense water into ice was still a question. However, as a lake, Chu was confident he could find a method to turn the lake's water into ice. Once again, lost in dedicated practice, Shelley originally thought that though Chu had extraordinary talent, his comprehension was too low. She never expected that he could derive a new attack method from her offhand comment. What worried Shelley even more was Chu's persistent spirit.
Starting from only being able to condense a small piece of ice, to later forming an entire arrow, and then suddenly dozens or even hundreds of them, the scene that unfolded in the desert was remarkable.
The once calm lake surface suddenly saw a large area of water shooting up into the sky, rapidly condensing into water arrows. As these water arrows shot towards the shore, they quickly turned into ice arrows. With a series of whoosh, 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 the ground was left in disarray, with numerous craters, and the ice arrows still embedded in the ground, having neither shattered nor reverted to water. Chu felt a surge of excitement.
After practicing hard for 3 days, he finally achieved this technique, and its power increased by more than threefold compared to before.
Shelley's eyes gleamed with surprise. She had merely mentioned condensing water into ice offhand, but it sounded straightforward in reality. It involved some profound manipulation of water elements.
She had never seen any mortal tier being capable of such a feat.
Ding! Detected that the host has independently understood the condensation of water into ice ahead of time, rewarding the host with 3,000 energy points and prematurely unlocking the skill, Ice Cage.
Chu looked at the system panel.
Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, LV5.
Energy points, 28,000.
Skills, Healing Rain skill LV5, Aqua Snare skill LV5, Aqua Dart skill LV5, Blessing Strength depends on host level and follower loyalty, Ice Cage LV1. This was truly a stroke of luck for Chu. He never expected that by comprehending a new attack method, the system would also provide a reward. It seemed that the system was quite flexible. Hunting was not the only way to obtain energy points. Achieving certain accomplishments could also yield rewards. A thought flickered in Chu's mind. Use skill, Ice Cage. Suddenly, a cage made of solid ice enveloped Shelley. Today, he wanted to see whether this Shelley was truly healed or if she had some ulterior motives and was still pretending to be sick. In less than 10 seconds, Chu's ice cage suddenly went bang and shattered into pieces. Shelley expressed her disdain. Your ice cage is quite good. Even a 3rd to 4th tier extraordinary being would be trapped for a while. But for me, it is hardly worth mentioning. Though she spoke like this, Shelley was actually more surprised inside. The reason she had broken this ice cage so quickly was actually for the sake of her reputation. Using a magic scroll empowered by 8th tier strength, she spent nearly 10 seconds doing so. This meant that the cage could trap an 8th tier being for 10 seconds, which was plenty of time for many actions. Could it be that he not only mastered the art of turning ice into water but also directly grasped the rules of ice? That's impossible. There was no aura of any rule power at all. Chapter 15, Mutation, the Beast Tide. After witnessing Chu's progress every day for so many days, Shelley found herself increasingly interested in him. She had a premonition that, barring any unexpected events, Chu could at least grow to holy tier. As for divine tier, that was utterly impossible in this world. Chu conjured a water spirit and walked toward Shelley. Now that your injuries have healed, hurry up and give me what you have, then get out. Shelley didn't want to leave yet, as she knew nothing about this world, and the fact that she was undisturbed here made it a perfect place for her to recover. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to show off, pretending to be trapped, Shelley lamented.
Just as Chu was about to demand that Shelley hand over her treasures, he sensed a small group approaching at a very slow pace. Chu quickly dispersed the water spirit, pulling Shelley into the lake, using ice to create a cage and hiding it at the bottom of the water. Before Shelley could react, she subconsciously didn't resist and was pulled into the lake. "What are you trying to do? If you don't let me out soon, I'll take action myself." "Shut up, someone's coming. If you don't want to be discovered, just stay quiet." Shelley curled her lips, thinking. "Seriously, you managed to notice me from so far away?" Just as she was about to argue, she suddenly sensed a group of people rushing towards the lake. Although it was called rushing, they were actually moving quite slowly. After a while of waiting, that group finally reached the edge of the lake, panting heavily. Chu looked and noticed that they resembled the people from the wild tribe he had seen last time. The two leading ones were the same young men who had stood behind the high priest last time, accompanied by more than 20 others, all very young, with the smallest appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest no more than 14 or 15. The two leaders knelt at the edge of the lake, with one of them saying, "Honorable Lord Chu, I am Tyren of the Wild Tribe, and this is Gordon. The High Priest has sent us to pay our respects to you. Didn't you say it would be at the end of the month? Why did you come before the time?" Reporting to the great Lord Chu, "We did not come early, there are only 2 days left until the month ends." Chu was taken aback, realizing that he had been so focused on his training that he miscalculated the days. Although Shelley couldn't hear Chu speaking directly through his soul, she could hear Tyren's words and started to mock again. "Oh my god, are you crazy? A mere small lake dares to claim itself as a deity. If any real deity learns of this, with just a thought, they could obliterate you." Chu naturally knew he was far from deserving the title of a deity, but these wild tribesmen had already declared him the lake god, and there was nothing he could do about it. Chu even thought that the high priest deliberately promoted him as a deity. Only in this way could they instill confidence in the tribe members and give them the courage to secretly betray the elven clan and serve him. "Alright, I understand. What news do you bring this time? You don't need to tell me why the high priest didn't come personally, just think it in your heart, and I'll hear your voice." Initially, Tyren thought Chu hadn't spoken for a long time because he was angry, so he lowered his head in fear. But upon finally hearing Chu's voice, he let out a huge sigh of relief. "Reporting to Lord Chu, we have brought significant news this time. The Elven clan has personally sent a high-ranking individual, who has found several transcendent tier magical beasts deep in the desert. They have instructed our tribe to spread the news to all magical beasts, preparing to organize a beast tide to cleanse the desert." Chu was startled. He had often read about beast tides in novels in his past life. These were usually large-scale uprisings of magical beasts, making individuals feel minuscule against the overwhelming tide, with all obstacles crushed like withering grass. "The High Priest is being watched by a powerful member of the Elven clan and can't make a move, so he asked me to inform you. At the same time, he sent me with the tribe's most gifted descendants, hoping that the benevolent Lord Chu can show mercy to your people and protect us." Chu glanced at the youths Tyren brought. Although they were still young, many of them were still panting from the long run, yet none had fallen down, which spoke volumes about their robust health. "I understand the matter." Chu controlled the water flow to mark out an area on the lakeside, then continued. "You go arrange for your tribe members to stay in the area I've marked. Don't stray too far from the lake, and don't disturb me unless necessary. Then you can come back and explain the situation of the beast tide in detail." Tyren nodded repeatedly, then turned and led his tribesmen to the vast flatland Chu had designated. Although there were still many wild beasts here, for the wild tribe, who had long lived in the desert, as long as they weren't magical beasts, ordinary wild animals were the best food source. One boy, although young, didn't seem afraid of Chu, and with the restraint of both him and Tyren, everything was quite orderly. After Tyren briefly instructed Gordon, he returned to continue reporting to Chu in detail about the situation of the beast tide. According to the High Priest's estimate, the beast tide would likely erupt in the next few days, and this would lead to a beast tide encompassing the entire desert, unavoidable for anyone. "What do you think? You should hurry up and give me the things, and then you should leave this desert as soon as possible." Chu informed Shelley about the beast tide that Talon reported and earnestly suggested.
Clearing the wasteland completely using the beast tide is indeed a barbaric yet effective method. However, I don't think much of the beast tide, but since you want that treasure so badly, I'll give it to you. I'd rather not have you asking me about it all day long and driving me crazy. A faint glimmer appeared, and in Shelley's hand was a stone about half the size of a fist, looking no different from an ordinary stone, yet with a subtle aura of mystery emanating from it. Chu immediately immersed the stone in the water flow and promptly instructed the system to absorb it, to prevent Shelley from changing her mind. Seeing Chu's anxious demeanor, Shelley couldn't help but hold him in contempt internally. Country bumpkin. Nonetheless, she was quite curious about what Chu wanted with the void stone. Although it's a treasure, it isn't something everyone can make use of. Ding, detection of host having obtained the void stone. Should the system space be constructed immediately? Construct immediately. After a thunderous mechanical roar, Chu felt the system panel shaking, finally stabilizing after several minutes. From Shelley's perspective, Chu seemed like a raging sea inside the lake while the outside remained calm and tranquil. She even sensed a hint of spatial turbulence. Even though it was just a few faint traces, she was already injured while crossing space and was merely suppressing it forcefully. Now, tempted by the external spatial turbulence, the injury within her was becoming harder to contain. Shelley forcibly used her means to fly out of Chu's lake and landed on the ground, fainting again. Chapter 16, System Space, Shelley's Speculation. At this moment, Chu was entirely unaware of Shelley's predicament as he immersively felt the changes occurring in his body, the mysterious and inexplicable auras instilling in him both fear and an unexplainable desire. This was the power of space, one of the most mysterious forces, known for its destructive capacity. However, under the control of the system, it transformed into docility and was built into an invisible yet substantively real space, much like constructing a house. Nevertheless, this space remained highly unstable, swaying intermittently, with stray hints of spatial power occasionally veering off, forming turbulence. It was just such a flicker of spatial power that previously injured Shelley. Finally, the system placed the void stone in the center of the room, and all the spatial power seemed to be firmly adhered to something, making it hard to escape, gradually stabilizing this space. Congratulations to the host for establishing a separate space, and a reward of 10,000 energy points. Reminder, this space can currently only store inanimate objects. Living beings need to consume energy points to survive within it. In the memories obtained from Chu, most people on this continent do not possess treasures with independent spaces. However, some wealthy cultivators generally use storage scrolls, which have limited usage. High-level storage scrolls can only be used around 10 times, and they absolutely cannot store living creatures. During this period, through his exchanges with Shelley, Chu speculated and learned that besides this demon continent, there is a higher-level world outside. In that world, there are treasures that have permanent storage space, such as the bead on Shelley's chest, which is very likely a storage artifact. However, the consensus in the cultivation community is that storage spaces cannot hold living beings, whether it be magic scrolls or other treasures. Although his own system space also cannot store living beings, it can temporarily store them by consuming energy points. This already contradicts the consensus of this world and is an incredible function. Once the space stabilized, Chu relentlessly kept pouring water into the system space and then taking it out again. At the same time, he experimented with a small fish in the water by throwing it into the system space. As a result, the system immediately began to deduct his energy points, consuming over 1,000 energy points in just a few minutes. What a blood loss, my energy points! Watching the fish that was released swim around in confusion for a bit, then quickly recover and happily chase its fish friends, Chu truly felt heartbroken. However, he now has more than 30,000 energy points, enough for an upgrade. Just as Chu was preparing to upgrade, he noticed Shelley lying on the shore. What is this? What's going on? Why is she unconscious on the shore? Chu expanded his perception and found that there were no magical beasts nearby in the distance. The barbarian tribesmen were still setting traps to prepare for hunting a wild ox. Could it be that I did this? Chu remembered that after obtaining the void stone, he eagerly opted to build the system space, fully captivated by the transformative capacity of the system. Moreover, the power of the space greatly influenced Chu's perceptions, so he had not noticed when Shelley was injured and fainted on the shore. Forget it,
This isn't her first time being unconscious. It seems she is not in life-threatening danger. Perfect opportunity, while she is still asleep, I'll level up. With that thought, Chu proceeded to upgrade. But commotion during his upgrade was considerable, and if Shelley were to see it, it would be hard to explain. System, I want to upgrade. Upgrade successful, congratulations host for reaching level 6 lake. It has been more than 2 months since the last upgrade. This speed is quite fast for cultivators in this world, not to mention that it took Chu less than half a year to rise from level 1 to level 6. However, Chu is still unsatisfied, as such upgrades are too passive, making it difficult for him to actively seek out energy points for leveling up. In this upgrade, Chu's physique has expanded once again, and his perception range has grown even further. He can vaguely sense distant roars of countless magical beasts that must be the beast tide orchestrated by the elven clan. Perhaps I could make a fortune by taking advantage of the beast tide? This terrifying and dangerous thought, once it entered Chu's mind, became difficult to dispel. The beast tide is naturally a great opportunity for large-scale hunting of magical beasts, but doing so would expose him directly under the watchful eyes of the elven clan. Fortune favors the bold with careful planning. As long as I can take down the mastermind behind the beast tide sent by the elven clan, they won't easily realize my existence. But how should I deal with those tribal people? At that time, it would be impossible for him to attend to them. Maintaining their survival in the system space would consume an immeasurable amount of energy points, which would be a loss for Chu. If absolutely necessary, I can only abandon them. I hope the elven clan can spare them for the sake of the fact that they are also under their command. This isn't due to Chu's cruelty, but rather the difficulty of being distracted to care for so many weak tribesmen amidst the fierce beast tide, and besides, he doesn't actually have any feelings for these tribal people. System, activate the healing rain skill. After 3 consecutive days of the healing rain skill, torrential rain has spread across the lakes and the surrounding shores. Those tribal people knelt by the riverbank, fervently praising Chu. Bathing under such manna is extremely beneficial for their bodies, and their loyalty towards Chu has significantly increased. Shelley has just woken up and is now staring at Chu with fury. What are you doing? You actually caused a spatial disruption that nearly killed me. This incident is indeed Chu's mistake, and he can only keep apologizing. What happened to increase the area of your water domain so much while I was unconscious? Shelley looked in astonishment at the vast lake before her. During the 3 days you were unconscious, it rained heavily, which increased my area. Though this explanation is rather weak, Shelley had no choice but to believe it. She glanced skeptically at the water barrier around her, clearly created by Chu to prevent her from getting wet in the rain. Could it really just be because of the rain? And how do I explain the previous spatial disruption and the ice rule? Could it be that this lake is actually the incarnation of some big shot? Shelley was somewhat startled by her own speculation, but there really isn't a better way to explain everything she has recently seen. What Chu doesn't know is that his recent displays have started making Shelley suspect he is the incarnation of some super powerful being. The continent of gods and demons is indeed deep. It seems I need to be more cautious. Chu looked at the vigilant Shelley, feeling quite puzzled. Chapter 17, Shelley leaves, preparations before the beast tide arrives. Although Shelley no longer pursued Chu's mistakes that led to her being gravely injured again, her current strength was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. It would be a considerable challenge for her to face the beast tide. Did you say the beast tide might arrive here tonight? Shelley asked with a frown. Based on my perception, that's indeed the case, and there are likely tens of thousands of magical beasts, possibly even some transcendent tier magical beasts among them. So what do you plan to do? This prime spot that Chu has will be discovered by the magical beasts after the beast tide. Those transcendent tier magical beasts might settle down here. After all, Chu's mana-rich lake water is the most appealing to magical beasts. Chu was silent for a while, then asked seriously. I know you have an extraordinary background, but this time, you also can't stand alone during the beast tide. How about we team up? Team up? I'm just an ordinary person now, with at most mortal tier power. What use is it to team up with you? Shelley spread her hands and continued. Actually, you don't need to worry too much as long as you keep hiding your spiritual nature. Even transcendent tier magical beasts won't be able to detect you. At most, They might use you for a bath, treating you as a large mana supply lake. Shu formed a water golem, approached Shelley, and gazed deeply into her eyes. I'm not joking with you, you should understand, there's only half a day left until the beast tide arrives. If you're not willing to team up with me, then I'll have to ask you to leave. Shelley looked at Shu with a pitiful expression, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if on the verge of crying. Shu was somewhat at a loss for words. I'm just a lake, and this move won't work on me. Only then did Shelley realize, cursing herself for being so foolish. She couldn't even understand why she always treated Chu as if he were a human. Perhaps it was because Chu acted so much like a person, completely unlike the tree spirit or the river spirit she had encountered before. Fine, since you don't want me to stay here, I'll leave now, hoping that we one team meet again. Given Shelley's current situation, staying would actually have been the best choice. But just the thought of Chu's mysteriousness and potentially being some high-power figure made her feel a bit scared. It's better to keep my distance from him. This kind of power struggle is not something a small fry like me can get involved in. Without saying much, Shelley took out a magical scroll, transforming it into a magic carpet that flew off into the distance. Chu watched her retreating figure, feeling a wave of envy in his heart. When will I be able to fly like that, so freely? After a brief moment of lamentation, Chu quickly snapped back to reality, focusing on preparing for the impending beast tide. If Shelley could have stayed, her knowledge and various mystical treasures would have made things much easier. However, it was clear that Shelley was unwilling to cooperate with him. But this is better. Shelley is too mysterious, and I have many secrets that aren't suitable to reveal in front of her. Chu first summoned Gordon and the other tribesmen, using a blessing for this month upon them. Bathed in soft white light, Gordon and the others seemed to return to their childhood, wrapped in their mother's embrace, feeling indescribably comfortable. When the few of them woke up, Gordon and Tyren discovered that they had unexpectedly advanced to mortal tier level 3, while others who had never practiced before also attained mortal tier level 1. More than 20 of them hurriedly knelt down, genuinely praising Chu. Chu's system panel showed that the loyalty of these individuals was rapidly increasing, with each one exceeding 80. Alright, the blessing I have given you is for you to help me with something, Tyren said excitedly. It's our honor to do things for Lord Chu. Please instruct us, and we will do everything we can to fulfill your wishes. Chu looked at these young tribesmen with satisfaction. Thanks to the mana infusion and this blessing, their physical qualities had improved significantly. Even though the tribesmen, like the elven clan, released magic through controlling elemental powers, this advancement could greatly enhance their bodies. What Chu needed them to do was dig deep holes around the lake. Time was tight, so he could only instruct them to dig on one side of the lake and fill the bottoms of the holes with a certain amount of lake water. After assigning the task to Gordon and the others, Chu began assigning tasks to the Phantom Spike skill tree and the Demon Dragon Gecko. In recent days, Chu had been busy practicing skills and Han Ti paid much attention to the Phantom Spike skill tree and the Demon Dragon Gecko. The two were quite happy to have some free time, spending their days troubling the beasts by the shore. Chu first requested that the Phantom Spike skill tree extract a portion of the Phantom Spike skill. This would slightly damage the Phantom Spike skill tree, but at this point, there was no time to worry. After everything settled, the Phantom Spike skill tree would receive ample blood and souls, more than enough to compensate for its losses. This task was handed over to the Demon Dragon Gecko, whose claws were incredibly sharp, allowing him to directly chop it off the Phantom Spike skill tree, much faster than the careful method of pulling them out one by one. The Demon Dragon Gecko was quite happy to do this, grinning as he climbed onto the trunk of the Phantom Spike skill tree, startling it into shaking. Fortunately, the Phantom Spike skill tree and Chu shared a symbiotic relationship and would never betray him. It also understood the importance of this task. Once successful, it could advance significantly, even skipping several steps. These were the only means Chu had left, and thinking of acquiring more was impossible. In the remaining time, Chu closely monitored the movements from afar. At the same time, Chu occasionally provided Gordon and the others with a mana infusion to ensure they maintained enough energy to work. By the time the sun set and night was approaching, half of the deep hole on the eastern side of the lake had been dug. But this was unavoidable. After all, many of these tribesmen were still children, and there were only a little over 20 of them. Chu had requested that these pits be 10 meters deep. A typical magical beast falling in would take some time to climb out. Although it was a bit short, it was still better than nothing. Chu instructed Gordon to take the tribesmen to hide on the western side of the lake. Magical beasts wouldn't approach there for the time being. However, Chu certainly couldn't intercept all the magical beasts, so whether they lived or died depended on their own fortunes. The roars of beasts grew closer, and even Gordon and the others could hear them, fearful and pale-faced, looking towards the lake, praying that Chu could protect them. Chu heard their prayers through the system, but what they didn't know was that Chu himself was also powerless after all. He wasn't a true deity. Chapter 18, Unexpected, The Onslaught of Beasts. Chu felt that the time was nearly up. At most, half an hour more, and the beast-tide army would arrive near the lake. He took the Phantom Spike skill he had unfastened from the Phantom Spike skill tree and implanted it into the ground a bit farther away, as this area was still some distance from the lake, forming the first line of defense. He also crystallized the water left by Gordon and others' deep pit into ice spikes, then covered the surface with a thin layer of ice and added some soil. Those already frenzied magical beasts would definitely not be able to discover this. This constituted the second line of defense. However, these two lines of defense could only create some chaos for the magical beasts. The key still depended on him. As Shelley said, he could have hidden away without being noticed, but this would only make him the target of a group of extraordinary magical beasts, a source of mana for them, and he would eventually be exposed. Chu, who possessed the system, was destined for greatness. The key issue was that his power was insufficient to fully showcase his extraordinary abilities. As preparations were all set, waiting for the beast-tide to arrive, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared in the distance. Why is she back again? It was Shelley returning, sitting on a flying carpet with an anxious look on her face. Upon seeing the water person conjured by Chu, Shelley jumped off the flying carpet and shouted at Chu. I agreed to join forces with you to deal with the beast-tide. Chu asked with some amusement. Oh? Didn't you leave? Why are you rushing back? Shelley had long anticipated that her panicked return would certainly be mocked by Chu, but this wasn't the time to care about such matters. Don't start laughing at me yet. This time the beast-tide didn't start from the east but erupted simultaneously from all directions. As I was flying south, just as I was about to fly out of the desert, I encountered a large group of fire crows, which forced me to return. It didn't start erupting from the east? Chu had previously only sensed the sounds of the beast-tide coming from the east and thought that this time it was advancing from east to west, not realizing that the elven clan had actually sent people to the other three directions, likely to prevent anyone from escaping early. But with this, the different beast-tides would encounter one another, and even if there were transcendent tier magical beasts controlling them, it could still lead to a fight. After all, magical beasts are unruly, and once the beast-tide erupts, they become bloodlust, passive and feral. Even transcendent tier magical beasts appear somewhat inadequate within the entire beast-tide. The elven clan is truly ruthless. They don't care about the lives of these magical beasts at all. Since things had already happened, Chu could only agree to cooperate with Shelley. After all, having one more person meant more power. Although the beast-tide erupted simultaneously, their speeds varied, so Chu would first face the one coming from the east. This side was also closest to the elven clan, and the elven clan's powerful warriors were likely in this wave of beast-tide. I need weapons that can cause large-scale damage or things that can disrupt the formation of the beast-tide. Do you have any? Since they chose to cooperate, Chu was direct and asked for items without hesitation. Shelley thought for a moment and then pulled out several scrolls. This is the Wind Blade Scroll. Once activated, it can unleash hundreds of wind blades, inflicting certain damage on magical beasts below the transcendent level. This is the Meteor Fire Rain Scroll. Once activated, it will rain down hundreds of fireballs from the sky, also causing some damage to magical beasts below the transcendent level. This is the Soul Storm Scroll. Once activated, it will create a soul hurricane, causing the magical beast's weak souls to experience momentary chaos. Chu stared at the powerful scrolls Shelley pulled out, somewhat dumbfounded. Chu even felt that she didn't need to return. He could charge through the beast-tide by himself. Since you have such a powerful magic scroll, you shouldn't need to run back here, right? Shelley rolled her eyes. Do you think I want to come back? These scrolls of mine only work against mortal tier creatures. They can't cope with transcendent tier beasts. And besides, I'm facing a swarm of fire ravens, the most troublesome flying beasts out there. Chu gave a non-committal nod, clearly skeptical of Shelley's words. But there was no time to dwell on it now because the beast wave had already arrived. In Chu's perception, a black tide larger than the lake surged towards him, with a portion of it racing forward. A significant part was blocked by Chu's lake, but there was no time to turn, they could only continue rushing straight ahead. When the beast wave reached the area where Chu had laid down his phantom spike skill, some of the beasts stepped onto the phantom spike skill and immediately fell to the ground in pain. Once the phantom spike skill from the phantom spike skill tree stabbed into a creature, it would not only automatically siphon blood but also devour souls, and the intense pain was unbearable for ordinary beings. Before the beasts that had collapsed could get back up, they were trampled into a mush by those behind them. The beasts quickly charged to the second line of defense set up by Chu. With a thud-thud, many beasts blocked the deep pits that had been dug long ago. Some were instantly pierced to death by ice spikes, while others with thicker hides couldn't die and were unable to climb up. A group of beasts that followed tried to stop, but those behind were still rushing forward, creating chaos within their ranks. Many beasts were trampled to death, but compared to the massive number in the tide, this was inconsequential. Some beasts had already dashed into the water. Chu assessed the situation and began to form water arrows. Just as the deep pit was about to be filled with beasts, he made his move. Countless water arrows flew out, freezing in mid-air as they shot towards the beasts about to cross the second line of defense. Though the power of the ice arrows wasn't significant, most beasts in the wave were only first or second tier low-level creatures, so the ice arrows still had considerable lethality. A large number of beasts fell under the barrage of the ice arrows, but their fallen bodies also paved the way for the beasts behind, allowing even more to rush forward. They smelled the blood of their kind and had already gone feral. Shelley was hiding in Chu's lake, but Chu had no energy left to look after her. She cast a water concealment spell to hide underwater. "Shelley, it's time to act." Chu's calm voice rang out. He had to deal with the beasts that had already entered the lake. If not handled immediately, if those beasts reached the opposite shore, all the tribespeople would perish. Shelley flew out of the lake, hovering in mid-air. As she unfurled a scroll, hundreds of wind blades appeared, hindering the advance of the beasts. The numerous casualties caused some beasts to lose their frenzy, replaced by a glimmer of fear in their eyes. The awakened beasts wanted to retreat because ahead was certain death, but more beasts continued to charge forward in a frenzied manner. Chu quickly dealt with several beasts in the lake. These beasts were easier to kill in the water, but with a scale of tens of thousands, no matter how hard Chu tried, only a small portion could be taken down. Chapter 19, The Great Battle, Ruthless Shelley. The beasts did not stop their charge. Shelley launched scrolls like they were worthless, far exceeding what she had previously displayed. But since the beast line was too long and only Chu and Shelley were there to stop them, Chu abandoned the idea of completely halting this wave when he saw the scale of the beast tide and instead adopted an attitude of killing as many as he could. However, the first issue to tackle was the transcendent tier beasts hidden in the tide. Only they possessed significant intelligence and were most likely to expose Chu. Chu expanded his senses, trying to locate the hidden transcendent beasts, but these beasts were too cunning. Even if Chu spotted a few, he couldn't cross a sea of low-level beasts directly to strike them down. Only by creating chaos among the beasts can we force the transcendent ones to show themselves. Chu had an idea. "Shelley, use the soul storm." Shelley responded affirmatively and tore open the scroll. An invisible hurricane whirled past the beasts caught in the wind, howled in pain, and a large group of beasts fell into chaos. "Phantom Spike Skill Tree, it's your turn to act." At Chu's command, the Phantom Spike Tree also activated Phantom Spike and Bloodlust. While the Phantom Spike Skill Tree's skill wasn't an area of effect attack, it targeted several large beasts. The Soul Devour passive drove the beasts into madness, while the Bloodlust passive caused them to bleed profusely. Suddenly, over a dozen giant beasts began attacking those around them, and the attacked beasts retaliated. The chaos within the swarm was violently ignited, spreading like an infection throughout the beast tide. "I don't believe those transcendent beasts can withstand this kind of situation." Chu, watching the greatly slowed beasts, confidently concentrated on sensing the whereabouts of the transcendent beasts. Finally, after a three-headed hellhound killed a few crazed low-level beasts nearby, all three heads simultaneously howled towards the sky, stunning a large group of beasts around them, gradually bringing them back to their senses. Seeing this, Chu immediately took action, directly using the aqua snare skill and aqua dart skill. The three-headed hellhound was momentarily caught off guard, tangled up in its limbs, and one of its heads was smashed. Its remaining two heads swung wildly, spewing out dark gas, and Chu's water ropes were instantly corroded and evaporated. However, Chu didn't plan to kill it just like that. Almost the moment the water ropes were released, another 7 or 8 water arrows reached the front of the hellhound. Although this three-headed hellhound was formidable, possessing extraordinary 4th-level strength, it couldn't withstand the instant cast skills brought by the system. After barely dodging 1 or 2 water arrows, it had no time to escape the remaining ones and could only take them head-on. Both heads shot out black flames, blocking Chu's ice arrows for 3 or 4 seconds, but the sheer number of water arrows overwhelmed them, and its entire body was ultimately blown apart. Although it had killed an extraordinary beast, Chu did not relax because he sensed that there was not just one extraordinary beast in the tide of beasts. He could feel at least 5 more extraordinary beasts. These 5 beasts had already gathered together while Chu was fighting the hellhound, quietly approaching Shelly. Since Chu was fighting in his lake form, they didn't realize where he was, so they planned to take out Shelly first, the woman who caused mass casualties every time she pulled out a scroll. It seemed that Shelly was unaware of the lurking extraordinary beasts. She was nearly surrounded by low-level beasts. With her severely injured body and the recent battle consuming much of her energy when using scrolls, being so close to so many beasts meant that even if she used a scroll, she couldn't eliminate them all at once. Chu had no choice but to save her since he would need her assistance later. Fortunately, she was at the center of Chu's lake. Although the beasts could cross water, they were all terrestrial beasts and not very amphibious, so Shelly could still barely dodge them. Seeing the dire situation, Chu had to use the skill he had just mastered to condense water into ice, directly freezing half the lake centered around Shelly. Those beasts, their expressions fierce as they charged towards Shelly, were instantly turned into ice blocks. Shelly stood in the only remaining water, nervously patting her chest. However, since there were still hundreds of beasts, Chu couldn't freeze them all. He could only temporarily delay their movements to allow Shelly to escape. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the ice surface, and some beasts were about to break through and emerge from the ice. Not good! Chu exclaimed in shock as he sensed that the few extraordinary beasts that had originally been stealthily closing in had chosen this moment to charge out, taking advantage of the frozen lake surface for a speed boost. Ice Prison. Chu quickly cast 3 ice prisons in succession. Fortunately, this was a skill granted by the system, with no casting delay, just enough to block all 5 rushing beasts. However, the ice prisons were already teetering under the impact of the 5 extraordinary beasts. Chu sensed that the innermost layer had already been shattered. Looking at the still and shocked Shelly, Chu shouted, "Hurry up and hide underwater." Only then did Shelly regain her senses, but she did not heed Chu's suggestion to hide at the bottom of the water. While that might allow for a temporary escape, transcendent tier beasts could already ignore the effects of water. They could find her even underwater. Staying at the bottom would hinder her movements, and many scrolls couldn't be used. "Human, I will tear you apart, and that cunning creature hiding in the water, I will feed you to my sons for dinner." A coarse voice emanated from the prison, and this was the first time Chu had heard a beast speak human words. But there was no time for curiosity. Chu anxiously looked at Shelly while reactivating several ice prisons, only to find that the beast inside was clearly preparing some powerful skill, emitting strong energy points fluctuations. At this moment, Shelly held a large sword in her hand, the sword nearly bigger than she was, concealing her entire figure. This couldn't possibly be a shield, could it? As Chu gathered ice arrows to deal with the low-level beasts that had broken free and were charging at Shelly, he internally scoffed. After taking out the large sword, Shelly began reciting an incantation, and the blade emitted a bright white light, illuminating the night as if it were day. If she had swapped the large sword for a staff, she would have resembled a saint from the Temple of Light faction. With a loud bang, a tremendous sound erupted from the prison. The 7 or 8 ice prisons set up by Chu were crushed in an instant, and 5 figures burst out of them, quickly pouncing towards Shelly. Just as Chu intended to intervene and block for Shelly again, he saw her stop her recitation and shout solemnly, "Holy Sword Judgment!"
An even larger explosion resounded, silencing even the beast's incessant roars. Even Chu felt a stab of pain without a physical body. He surprisingly experienced pain. When he looked at the lake's surface again, there was no trace of any beasts, just a mass of flesh floating on the water. Chapter 20, Danger. The Elven clan appears. Is it really this brutal? Chu was a bit dumbfounded. After glancing at the weak and listless Shelley, Chu felt a chill. This woman actually possessed such powerful offensive capability, and what was even more terrifying was that this kind of attack could also harm him. However, this was not the time to be shocked. With 5 transcendent tier beasts dead, the chaotic tide of beasts surged wildly, no longer moving in a single direction, but scattered in all directions. Everywhere he looked, there were the figures of beasts. Given Shelley's current state, it was hard for her to take action again. Chu had no choice but to hide her at the bottom of the lake while he started a massacre, hoping to kill as many beasts as possible. The Phantom Spike skill tree and the Demon Dragon Gecko didn't need to be instructed by Chu, they had already started to cooperate seamlessly. The unusual attacking method of the Phantom Spike skill tree, combined with the sharp claws of the Demon Dragon Gecko, allowed them to excel within the swarm of beasts, practically swimming through it. A flurry of ice arrows shot out, taking down groups of beasts, but the speed was still too slow. Many beasts had already reached the opposite shore, and the entire lake surface was filled with them. Chu originally intended to stir the waters to possibly drown many beasts, but considering that Shelley was still at the bottom of the lake, he realized that he couldn't risk her safety by doing so. Although Chu was not particularly benevolent or righteous, Shelley was his partner, and he couldn't just turn his back and disregard his teammate's life. "Ah, Lord Chu, save me!" Chu heard the cries for help from the ragged tribe on the opposite shore. Many beasts had spotted them and launched an attack. With only a little over 20 people, how could they stand a chance against these beasts? Continuous screams and pleas for help echoed, and as their god, Chu became their last hope before death. "Lord Chu, please protect the people of the ragged tribe. I'll fight for you." This was Gordon's voice. Chu remembered him, a shy young man. Reminder to host: your followers are dying rapidly. If all your followers die, your skill, blessing, will be reclaimed. Damn, the skills given can actually be taken back. This was something that Chu hadn't anticipated. Chu's current followers consisted only of these few ragged tribespeople who had seen him, plus the high priest who had lost contact for a long time. This meant that if these people all died, and if the high priest also unexpectedly died outside, then his blessing skill would be taken back. Skills granted by the system are extremely valuable, and Chu absolutely did not want to lose them. In desperation, Chu could only temporarily move the ragged tribespeople to the bottom of the lake, while also needing to create a barrier to ensure they wouldn't drown. The ragged tribespeople suddenly felt a powerful force pulling them into the lake bottom. Initially shocked, they soon realized they were safe at the bottom of the lake, and slowly came to understand that this was Chu's method, greatly boosting their loyalty to him, which instantly soared to over 90. However, this slowed Chu's rate of killing beasts significantly, which was not good news for him. After this, I must think about how to establish a water base at the bottom of the lake. Although the remaining beasts were numerous, they hardly posed any threat to Chu. They were just a means to send him energy points. However, Chu didn't dare let his guard down, because what he really needed to be cautious about was the Elven clan behind him, and that person had yet to reveal themselves. Chu wasn't afraid of him coming, he was more afraid of him not coming. With so many beasts dying here, the Elven clan would definitely notice. If that person came to investigate, it would be fine, but he was worried that they would report back to the real big shots in the Elven clan, which would put Chu in extreme danger. Looking at the seemingly endless tide of beasts in the distance, Chu was pondering how long it would take for the Elven clan to receive the news and arrive. He had to finish everything before they got here, otherwise, if the lake became overrun with beasts, his strength would be greatly affected. I never expected such an existence in the desolate, boundless wasteland. A black figure suddenly appeared on the shore of the lake, and even Chu hadn't sensed when they appeared. Chu was startled but quickly calmed himself. The transcendent level 8 mage hadn't been able to detect him. Perhaps this mysterious person would also be unable to perceive his existence. Not coming out? Once I level this lake for you, let's see if you don't come out. A powerful aura emanated from the black figure, and the large black robe covering them exploded. Chu looked closer and saw that it was a woman. However, though this woman was petite, she was covered in well-defined muscles, resembling a warrior of the orc race. Looking again at her bizarre green skin and pointed ears, this was actually from the elven clan. Yet the elven clan in Chu's impression were all graceful and beautiful. This woman was not easy to describe. "My name is Alexis, sent by the Elf King to take revenge for Grandy." She turned out to be sent by the Elf King specifically for revenge, but didn't know how she found her way here. Perhaps it had something to do with the yellow light that flew away after Grandy was killed. In Grandy's memory, there was no trace of this woman, but there was a remarkably terrifying organization in the hearts of all the elven clans, referred to as the Black Forest, which only obeys the orders of the Elf King. The Black Forest is not publicly acknowledged within the elven clan. The identities of all its members are unknown to outsiders. It is an existence that is both feared and loathed. Chu was rather skeptical about what Alexis said. Could this extraordinary level 8 elven clan really fill an entire lake? However, she was soon left stunned. With her bare arms, Alexis pulled out a massive axe from her back, and a surge of yellow light flowed from the axe. Bit by bit, she carved out a deep trench leading directly to the lake. The water from the lake spilled out along the trench, flowing chaotically into the desert. Alexis didn't stop. She changed direction and continued to dig. At this rate, sooner or later, Chu's little bit of water would be completely drained. Chu thought she might fill it with earth, or perhaps use some fire spell to dry it up, but never did she expect this violent outflow. No more waiting. If this continued, the water in the lake would all flow into the endless desert and she would inevitably perish. Now the water was already gushing out, and Chu could feel her strength flowing away. Ice prison. 3 icy cages appeared in succession, trapping Alexis within. Immediately after, Chu condensed countless ice arrows. As Alexis broke free from the cage, the ice arrows surged towards her. Chapter 21, All methods deployed, victory achieved at last. Alexis, with her axe wielded, burst out without even having the chance to look for Chu's whereabouts, only to be engulfed by ice arrows once again. With a contemptuous expression, she spun her axe quickly, emitting yellow light that blocked all the ice arrows outside, while letting out a piercing shriek. The sound was extremely penetrating. Chu was alright, but the people from the wasteland hiding underwater had already fainted. Even Shelley, who was exhausted and desperately trying to recover, showed a pained expression. Seeing that the ice arrows posed no threat to Alexis, there were still many magical beasts in the water that had not crossed the river. These beasts in the water greatly diminished Chu's control over it. These magical beasts instinctively avoided Alexis and did not attack her. However, that's not surprising since the elven clan could manipulate the beast tide. They naturally had special methods to control magical beasts. Noticing that Chu had ceased her attack, Alexis knew that Chu would not easily come out. Thus, she swung her axe again, carving out another deep trench, and the water level in Chu's lake visibly dropped. This can't go on. I must resolve this quickly. Chu decided to use all her methods to quickly deal with this madwoman Alexis. Otherwise, once the elven clan behind the beast tide found this place, she would be in serious trouble. However, to take that leap, she could no longer tend to the people underwater. After a moment's thought, Chu decided that even if it revealed her secret, she had to resolve the immediate difficulties first. Shelley felt an unstoppable force pushing her to a mysterious place, surrounded by darkness, without any walls, yet her spiritual power could not extend out. This was, of course, Chu's system space. Chu tossed all the unconscious wasteland people in without paying them any further attention. The system space wants to store living beings, consuming a large amount of energy points every moment. Today, this battle has already consumed quite a few energy points. It's simply not sustainable. Ice prison. 4 cages have imprisoned Alexis. Humph, using the same old tricks, let's see how long you can hide. Alexis doesn't even try to hide. After all, this so-called cage can be broken with just a few axe strikes. As for Chu, he never intended to trap her with the ice cage. It was just a way to buy him a little time. Using skill Aqua Snare skill. Use skill Aqua Dart skill. Using skill Ice Cage. Use the Water Aura skill. Ming, Phantom Spike skill. In an instant, all of Chu's skills were unleashed. Just as Alexis broke free from the cage, she realized her feet were tangled. As she struggled to free herself from the water ropes,
dozens of ice arrows flew at her. When she broke through the ice arrows, she was once again enveloped by the cage. She had already broken through several layers of the ice cage. Although it wasn't difficult for her, it still took quite a toll on her stamina. Once again breaking through the cage, Alexis was filled with rage. As a member of the Black Forest, it was the first time she had been so tormented during a mission. Before she could even vent her frustration, she was stunned by Chu's overwhelming water aura skill. At that moment, she finally realized that she was not facing a creature skilled in water magic hiding at the bottom of the lake, but the vast lake itself. Taking advantage of Alexis being stunned by the water aura skill, the Phantom Spike skill tree unleashed its attack. In the previous Beast Tide, the Phantom Spike skill tree had slaughtered countless foes, absorbing a substantial amount of blood and souls, teetering on the edge of a breakthrough, and filled with power. In an instant, a dozen Phantom Spike skill spikes surged towards Alexis, who paid no mind to the tiny thorns of the Phantom Spike skill tree. With her robust physique, those spikes might not even penetrate her body. However, Chu had already anticipated everything. A flicker of ghostly light flashed by. Alexis suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. It turned out that the demon dragon gecko had stealthily concealed itself nearby among the corpses of the beasts on Chu's orders. In the split second when the Phantom Spike skill tree struck, it activated its innate skill, Blink skill, appearing behind Alexis and clawed at her back with its indomitable claws. Under normal circumstances, such wounds wouldn't matter much, but the next moment, the Phantom Spike skill tree's Phantom Spike skill all struck those wounds, beginning to frantically drain blood and souls. Alexis felt the blood rapidly draining from her body, and her soul was tormented by the pulling pain. In a panic, she threw aside her axe and pulled out a bow and 3 arrows from a scroll. This bow was significantly larger than what the ordinary elven clan used. Driven mad, she strung the bow and aimed an arrow at the core of the Phantom Spike skill tree. Chu was alarmed and wrapped the Phantom Spike skill tree in an ice cage while used the lake's water as a barrier. Just after Chu finished this, Alexis's arrow was shot out, piercing the lake water ahead like it was paper, shattering the ice cage behind it. With a loud bang, the arrow hit the trunk of the Phantom Spike skill tree. Chu heard the soul of the Phantom Spike skill tree let out a painful scream, quickly sensing its state and discovering that it was only heavily injured, its exposed trunk cracking inch by inch, and the over 10-meter high tree fell with a loud crash. Chu saw Alexis draw her bow again. His heart skipped a beat. I must not let her shoot a second arrow. System, immediately refine the corpses of beasts in the lake. Use the water aura skill and aqua dart skill. Ice arrow technique. While refining the beast carcasses in the lake, Chu continuously launched various skills to interfere with Alexis, making sure she couldn't shoot that arrow. Ding, refinement successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 energy points. Upgrade immediately. Ding, upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Dragon Water Ascension. Upgrade Ice Cage and Aqua Dart skill and Dragon Water Ascension to LV7. A series of orderly commands issued. While Chu had to split his attention to restrain Alexis, he absolutely could not let her shoot this arrow, or the Phantom Spike skill tree would be doomed. Beep, not enough energy points. 100,000 energy points were still not enough. Chu controlled the water flow, pulling countless nearby corpses into the lake. Then keep refining. Ding, refinement successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50,000 energy points. Ding, upgrade successful. Finally, it succeeded. Ice Cage. A cold emanating cage descended from the sky, noticeably sturdier than the previous one. Indeed, Alexis was trapped inside, and with a series of thuds, she couldn't break free immediately. Use skill Aqua Dart skill. Use skill Dragon Water Ascension. A water dragon leaped from the lake, letting out a thunderous dragon roar, charging towards Alexis. Alexis barely managed to use an arrow to break open the cage, only to be met by these 2 attacks. Her reflexes were not slow. She quickly strung her bow and released her last arrow, which shot down the water arrow, but with a significant reduction in power. Before she could let out a scream, she was swallowed by Chu's newly acquired skill Dragon Water Ascension. Everything fell silent. The previously rampaging beasts had long hidden far away during the battle between Chu and Alexis, leaving only a field of corpses. Chapter 22, Post-Battle Cleanup. treated like an important figure. After this grand battle, Chu truly showed all his means. He only felt a wave of exhaustion afterward. Looking at the Phantom Spike skill tree's mutilated body, he still forced himself to use a healing rain skill, then allowed the Phantom Spike skill tree to absorb mana to heal itself. The corpses in the water have all been refined, including those 5 transcendent tier monsters, yielding some special materials. Chu didn't have time to check the situation at the time, so he just refined everything in one go. Although the system space is still consuming a huge amount of energy points, taking advantage of their absence, especially Shelly's, Chu plans to refine all the corpses on the shore as well, to avoid any complications that might arise in front of Shelly. Controlling the water flow to sweep all the corpses on the shore into the lake, the demon dragon gecko has already reached saturation after absorbing the brain marrow of these monsters in the previous battle, but it seems that the Phantom Spike skill tree's body is like a bottomless pit, especially when it comes to its desire for souls, which has never been satiated. Chu will refine them first and then provide the pure souls for the Phantom Spike skill tree to absorb. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 120,000 energy points. Although there are many more corpses on the shore than in the lake, since most of them are low-tier monsters, the energy points gained aren't significantly higher. It takes a surprising 80,000 energy points to go from level 7 to level 8, and I'm still 40,000 energy points short of level 9. Chu didn't expect that the required energy points for leveling up would increase exponentially later on. If he reaches the Mana Lake stage, it might increase by hundreds of thousands, and at that point, no matter how many monsters there are, it might not be enough for him to hunt. Chu still plans to hold off on leveling up for now. He just leveled up and acquired a skill, and now leveling up again might not unlock any new skills from the system. Therefore, merely increasing his level wound T significantly enhance his power, and it would be better to wait until he gathers enough energy points to level up twice in a row. It's time to release Shelly and the others. With a thought, Chu released Shelly and the remaining dozen or so members of the wild tribe. He brought them directly to the shore. The members of the wild tribe are still unconscious. Alexis's sonic attack targeting the soul is not something to take lightly, coupled with the tiny fluctuations from the system space, it's something they couldn't withstand. They will likely remain unconscious for another 3 or 4 days before waking up. The axe and bow that Alexis used in the fight have been stored in the system space by Chu. These 2 weapons, especially the bow and arrows that Alexis took out later, are incredibly powerful. Although Chu has no use for them, he can reward them to future followers. While in the system space, Shelly's soul power was blocked, so she had no idea what was happening outside. Suddenly released from the system space, she felt dizzy. After she wakes up, she looks around. It's surprisingly quiet, with only distant roars of monsters echoing, indicating that the beast tide has passed. How is this possible? How did he defeat Alexis? And why have all the monster corpses disappeared? Shelly gazes blankly at the lake, her heart filled with complex emotions. As for the previous space, she can certainly confirm that it was built by Chu after he obtained her void stone, but how could he possibly master such methods, and that space can store living beings? Everything is too unusual, it's simply beyond comprehension. Shelly was very curious about it all. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to. With such means, he surely isn't just an ordinary lake ghost. He must be part of a scheme by some ancient monster in this land of gods and demons, perhaps even a direct avatar of a creature. Shelly felt a wave of fear. She had to leave this place immediately. She would rather confront that troublesome Firecrow group than stay beside this ancient monster. Even more infuriating was that the old monster had pretended to be ignorant in front of her, and she had been foolish enough to believe him. "My lord, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Shelly kept her demeanor very humble, afraid of provoking Chu. Chu was surprised to hear the proud Shelly address her as my lord. Upon reflection, she understood that Shelly must have mistaken her for some notable figure, likely due to the extraordinary abilities she recently displayed. But that's fine too. This woman has many tricks up her sleeve, and it would be better to take advantage of her in this way. "Thank you for your help before, girl. For now, there's nothing I need from you. But don't rush to leave, there will be a good show to watch soon." With a single sentence from Chu, Shelly was left unable to voice her intention to leave. Alexis was merely sent by the Elven King to take revenge on Grandy, and the true master of the Beast Tide had yet to appear. Chu still needed to prepare for the next battle. By keeping Shelley here, she remained in the open while Chu worked from the shadows. At that time, she could simply sit back and watch Shelley clash with the Elven clan, while she intervened from the shadows, ensuring they would be left behind. Chu also wanted to use this opportunity to tie Shelley to her. Shelley knew too many secrets, while killing her to silence her would be overkill. She could not let her go too easily. Ancient monster, sick pervert, must drag me down with him. Shelley silently cursed in her heart but dared not resist. She could only hope that the approaching Elven clan wouldn't be too strong, so they could defeat them smoothly, and then Chu would let her go. Naturally, Shelley seized the moment to recover from her serious injuries. During this time, Chu filled in the lake shore that Alexis had excavated, and then checked the condition of the Phantom Spike skill tree and the Demon Dragon Gecko. The Phantom Spike skill tree had recovered significantly after absorbing Chu's mana. Later, having devoured a large amount of souls, it had fallen into a deep sleep, and it must surely make great progress when it awoke. The Demon Dragon Gecko, although gifted, was not as formidable as the Phantom Spike skill tree that grew alongside Chu. After absorbing a large amount of brain matter, it felt as if it had reached its limit and was continuously running along the shore. Chu found it somewhat amusing and ensnared it with an aqua snare skill, tossing it into the lake and directing a stream of mana-infused water to cleanse the Demon Dragon Gecko's body. Beast cultivation fundamentally relied on the world's mana, and this mana-rich water entering the Demon Dragon Gecko's body constantly flushed out impurities, continuing to enhance its physique. Before long, the Demon Dragon Gecko suddenly dashed out, joyfully fluttering in the air and waving its tiny claws. Chu sensed it and confirmed it had leveled up, even advancing 2 levels all at once, directly catching up to her. After the upgrade, the size of the Demon Dragon Gecko hadn't changed at all, which made Chu slightly doubt its Demon Dragon title. However, it was clearly much faster now. Even without using the blink skill, it moved so swiftly that only after images could be seen. Enough, don't show off. Go play somewhere else. Chu scolded playfully, sending the Demon Dragon Gecko off to play in another area on the shore. Chapter 23, Visitors from the Elven Clan, Negotiation. The lake's surface was calm, and the night was tranquil. In the distance, the ever-diminishing beast tide could occasionally be heard with roars. After this beast tide, this desert would become even more desolate, with nothing left except for the remnants of the magical beasts. How long had it been since Chu arrived in this world? 6 months, or perhaps 7? Chu couldn't remember. A long-standing loneliness mixed with occasional tense battles. Chu was eager to leave this desert and see the outside world, to explore the splendid and vibrant realm beyond. On the second day, as dawn broke, the Demon Dragon Gecko rested on a broken tree branch floating on the lake, clinging to the Phantom Spike skill tree, while Shelley sat cross-legged on the shore to meditate. The mysterious gem hanging around her neck emitted a faint glow, appearing extraordinary. They have finally arrived. About 700 to 800 meters from the lake, 7 members of the Elven clan were heading this way. They were very cautious and stopped over 500 meters away from the lake, quickly spreading out to approach the lake from different directions. At this moment, Shelley also opened her eyes, watching the swiftly and silently approaching enemies. With only 100 meters left to the lake, they had all noticed Shelley. 5 of them came closer while the other 2 stayed behind. Damn it, so many people, and they are all from the transcendent tier of the Elven clan. The Elven clan is most known to outsiders for their speed and archery skills. Once these people discovered Shelley, they did not approach any closer. At a distance of 100 meters, they could quickly close in or retreat using Elven clan speed for them, with bows as their main weapon. That distance was just a matter of reaching out. Who are you? Lucas asked. He was the captain of this elf squad. Last night, he had discovered that the monsters approaching from this direction had suffered heavy casualties, and several extraordinary beasts had gone missing, so he hurried over. The Elven clan placed great importance on this desert cleansing operation, with 7 members of the Transcendent tier assigned to each squad, overseen by 2 legendary tier experts. I am a sorceress, just in hiding here to practice, Shelley said lightly. Lucas naturally would not believe such nonsense. Although there were no corpses of monsters around, the lingering bloody scent in the air still had not dissipated. I never expected that within the territory of the Elven clan, there would be such a powerful sorceress.
Our king invites you to visit the elven forest. Lucas pondered.
Since Shelley was able to inflict such substantial damage on the monsters, with 6 extraordinary beasts unable to escape, it was enough to prove her strength, so he was still quite polite in his words.
No need for that.
I prefer a bit of solitude. Please decline the Elven King's goodwill for me.
If that's the case, we can only take offense. Lucas knew this matter was serious.
Even if Shelley was strong, they, the 7 of them, had to resolve it. Shelley was also ready for battle. Before she got injured, she wouldn't have thought much of these people, but now she was indeed in a position where the tiger fell low and was bullied by the dogs. Shelley had to deal with the attacks of 5 or even 7 people by herself, so she had to be extremely alert. However, she also believed that Chew in the water wouldn't just stand by. She first chanted a spell and cast a shield on herself, then took out 2 scrolls, and immediately tore one.
Flash spell.
A dazzling light caused Lucas and the others to instinctively close their eyes. They felt something was wrong, and without aiming, they shot their arrows.
Wind spell.
A whirlwind suddenly stirred up, deflecting the arrows shot by Lucas and his companions. The 5 of them quickly changed their positions, using the advantage of the elves' ability to fly to surround Shelley completely. As a sorceress, Shelley was an adept at this kind of one-against-many fights, and with the Elven clan's speed, they kept changing positions, while regularly shooting arrows imbued with green light, forcing Shelley into quite a predicament. Fortunately, Shelley had rich battle experience. She cast a wind speed spell on herself and added several layers of protection, barely managing to hold on for a while. However, the shield on her was already on the verge of collapse under the Elven clan's attacks. Looking at Shelley's pale face, one could tell that if this stalemate continued, defeat would only be a matter of time. Use water magic. Chew's voice echoed deep within Shelley's soul. Shelley remained impassive and responded with an hymn in her heart. She dodged a flying arrow shot by Lucas, withstood 2 more arrows coming from the sky with her shield, and began chanting magic.
Water melody.
A series of tinkling sounds came, growing louder, gradually transforming into the sound of roaring waves, as a large body of water surged from Chew's lake, heading towards Lucas. Just as Lucas and his companions were about to fly into the sky to evade, countless ice arrows suddenly emerged from the water, covering a vast area. Despite Lucas and the others desperately dodging, many of them were still struck by the ice arrows.
But that wasn't the end.
Several water ropes surged from the waves towards the group. Lucas reacted quickly and dodged it, but the others were completely caught off guard and were pulled toward the lake. Lucas then realized that someone was sneak attacking them from the lake. He quickly fired several arrows in succession, while the remaining 2 who were on guard from a distance rushed over to help their companions cut the water ropes, but it was all in vain. Watching several elves about to be dragged into the water, once in the water, there would be no saving them.
Wait. I have something to say.
Chew disregarded everything and first dragged the Elven clan into the water, then let Shelley ask what they had to say. Lucas sensed that the breaths of several elves were still there, albeit weak, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
What do you want to say? Our master also wants to invite you to the water for a visit.
Lucas glanced at the lake, thinking, this woman is already powerful enough, and there's actually a master hiding in the water. Could it also be a legendary tier being? My lord has been in hiding in the lake. We originally shouldn't have disturbed you, but recently the Elven King has ordered us to quickly clean out the desert, so we resorted to this strategy. If we have disturbed you, please forgive us.
Do you think that because you mentioned the Elven King our master will spare you?
Shelley sarcastically replied. I don't mean to offend, I just believe that my lord does not wish to create more enemies. My king's purpose is simply to prevent unexpected events from occurring in the desert. If you, my lord, are willing to register with my Elven clan and maintain communication with us, my Elven clan also loves peace. This situation was unexpected for Chew, as the Elven clan was apparently trying to win him over, and he was puzzled by their motives.
Chapter 24, The Secret of the War of Faith.
I suppose killing you all directly would be much safer. Chew spoke directly to Karuz. Karuz shivered at the voice of the spirit. My lord, we are indeed as weak as ants in your hands, but we still have 2 legendary tier leaders above us. I fear they may come here through the locating scroll, and it would not be good if they clashed with you, my lord. Are you threatening me? Chu's tone turned cold. I would not dare. It is just that my elven clan loves friends and truly does not wish to be enemies with a strong one like you. Karuz lowered his posture, but his face showed no signs of panic. Chu was still uncertain how could the elven clan's attitude change so suddenly. Even if they were cautious of his strength, a legendary tier figure would only be considered a master to the elven clan, not warranting such a lowly attitude. Beside him, Shelley noticed Chu's prolonged silence, seemingly understanding something, and prompted. My lord, the elven clan has always been known for advocating peace among all races. Why don't we talk with them? Perhaps we could become friends. Upon hearing Shelley's words, Chu decisively released the several elven clan members trapped in the water. The two individuals beside Karuz helped each of them up, and Karuz deeply bowed and said, Thank you for your mercy, my lord. I apologize for our earlier recklessness. Speak, what do you really want? Karuz hesitated for a moment and smiled as he said, This matter, I do not have the qualifications to discuss with you, my lord. Please allow me to notify Chief Blake, who is in charge of this matter, to come and talk to you. Chu thought it over. Killing them or sparing them would both result in the two legendary tier entities finding this place, and neither he nor Shelley could deal with a legendary tier powerhouse. It would be better to mislead them and pretend to be a legendary tier hermit, to see what the elven clan actually wanted. Alright then, you can send a message for him to come and talk now. Karuz took out a sound transmission scroll, reported the situation here, and the scroll automatically burned up. Chu no longer interacted with Karuz and the others, but Shelley engaged them in conversation, seizing the chance to gather some information about this continent. Indeed, as expected of the continent of gods and demons, it is quite chaotic. Shelley learned that there are all sorts of beliefs on this continent, forming various different powers, and that ethnicity is not the greatest factor in dividing power. Though the Temple of Light faction, which worships the god of light, is the largest force on this continent, other factions such as the Elven clan, which worships the god of nature, the Death Cult faction, which worships the god of death, the Beastmen who worship the beast god, and the Goblins who worship the god of wine, all possess considerable power but are currently in a dormant state. As the two were chatting, a green light flashed across the sky, and then a figure appeared on the shore of the lake. This was also an elf, but with a slender build and a beautiful face, undeniably striking. Chu also formed a water person, emerging from the lake. This must be the hidden master that Karuz spoke of. I am Blake, greetings to you. Blake elegantly bowed to Chu and unexpectedly turned to smile flirtatiously at Shelley. Chu also returned the bow and said, I am Chu, please forgive my physical inconvenience, I can only meet you this way. Blake smiled and waved his hand, signaling it was fine, but thought, what inconvenience? This water person is remarkably lifelike, even the expressions and actions are vivid, it is clearly showing off strength. Our king has always been very willing to have friendly relations with beings in the desert. Many extraordinary magical beasts in this desert have received my king's favor, but I did not expect there would be such a strong one like you here. I have also heard about the great name of the Elven clan for a long time. Today is the first time I see a real Elven clan, and indeed, as the legends say, you are extraordinarily beautiful. Chu thought, those two dead Elven clan members don't count. After a round of commercial flattery, Blake finally spoke of his purpose. Actually, it is like this. Not long from now, this continent may undergo a chaotic upheaval that will affect the entire continent. My Elven clan has always loved peace, and we do not want the eastern continent to fall into chaos as well. Therefore, we desire to reach a consensus with a strong individual like you to jointly maintain the hard-won peace and tranquility of this continent. I wonder what kind of consensus you speak of, and how may I be of assistance? It's quite simple. It's about regularly communicating with the Elven clan, and being able to help when they need it. Of course, we won't ask you to help for free, we will pay you according to the difficulty of the task at hand. Chu listened and pretended to think. In fact, what Blake said was indeed worth his serious consideration. It's certainly not wise to have a fallout with the Elven clan right now, especially since he doesn't have the ability to confront the entire race. However, having killed Grandy and Alexis of the Elven clan, they will eventually find out, and by then, he will definitely have to face the elven clan again. Forget it, let us just avoid trouble for now. Shu prepared to keep up appearances with the elven clan, quietly growing stronger. Perhaps by the time he really fell out with them, his true level would have reached legend, and he wouldn't have to worry about the elven clan's methods anymore. After discussing some specific details with Blake, Shu agreed to his suggestion. Blake left a sound transmission scroll and instructed Karuz to be in charge of contact with Chu. While it's said to be responsible for contact, it also serves as a form of indirect supervision. Shu could guess that for a while, he would surely face various investigations, both open and covert, from the elven clan. However, he wasn't worried about this. Having crossed over, he had never left this land since arriving, and no matter how the elven clan investigated, they definitely couldn't uncover his origins. After Blake and Karuz left, Shu looked at Shelley and asked, "Did you just think of something?" Shelley nodded and respectfully replied, "Lord, you may not know this, but in places like the divine and demonic continent, there is a faith struggle every 1,000 years that lasts about 100 years. Whoever wins will hold the preaching rights for the next 1,000 years, while other faiths can only spread within designated areas. I suspect the 1,000-year mark is approaching. The nature god will definitely participate in this struggle, which is why the elven clan is clearing this wasteland to remove pawns planted by other forces and to attract powerful individuals like you." A faith struggle? Aren't they afraid I'm sent by another force? Or that I might not believe in the nature god but in another deity? Shu was quite puzzled about this. Chapter 25, Starting to Arrange the Future. Upon hearing Chu's question, Shelley felt a bit doubtful about her previous judgment. After all, such matters surrounding the faith struggle are like an open secret among those above the legendary tier. Why didn't Chu know about it? Yet she still dared not ask further and patiently explained. Whenever you officially join a force, you need to gain the approval of its faith's deity. If you hold another faith, the deity can absolutely sense it. Chu suddenly understood. No wonder the elven clan seemed so at ease with him. It was simply because they didn't need him to exert effort for now. When they really require him to participate in some major matters, they would force him to go through testing. For them, a being suspected of being legendary tier was still not a significant concern. So, are there truly no beings in this world without faith? As someone who has received a higher education, Shu did not believe in gods. Of course, there are some, but they are very few. Not having faith means not receiving the protection of a deity, making practicing much more difficult and even survival becoming a problem. Shelley looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Shu suddenly recalled that he had not seen Shelley have any faith she could use light magic, as well as wind and water magic, making it hard to tell whom she worshipped. Could it be that Shelley is the non-believer she mentioned? Shu held this doubt but felt it inappropriate to ask directly. Everyone has their secrets, and prying would only invite resentment. "My lord, can I leave now? I am severely injured and still not healed. After fighting several times forcefully, my condition worsens. If I don't get treated soon, I fear I will have difficulty healing," Shelley asked cautiously and pitifully. Shu fell silent for a moment, sensing Shelley's condition, and found out that she was indeed in a very bad state. "All right, she's helped me a lot, I should repay her a bit." Shu's blessing had already fully cooled down. While it wasn't the best effect for Shelley, it was still better than nothing. Using skill, blessing. A soft white light shone on Shelley. At first, she wanted to dodge, but at the moment she was illuminated by the white light, she instead felt a sense of warmth and familiarity and stepped forward willingly. The last time, she had passively received the blessing while unconscious, but this time, she felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, so warm and comforting. The fatigue in her body and spirit gradually faded, and some of her minor injuries were slowly healing. After about 15 minutes, the blessing ended and the white light disappeared, and Shelley even felt a little reluctant. "For now, I can only help you to this extent. You should go, we'll meet again if it's meant to be." Looking at the lake, Shelley felt a mix of emotions within her, unconsciously recalling the scene from their first meeting and the battles they had fought side by side over the past few days. After bowing, Shelley turned to leave, yet a special feeling began to grow in her heart. She felt as though this place was becoming her homeland. It wasn't until she walked quite a distance that Shelley broke free from the emotion of leaving her homeland, feeling a pang of resentment towards Chu for nearly deceiving her with his cunning. Unbeknownst to Chu, his good intentions were met with a scolding. With this matter temporarily settled, it was time for him to reflect on himself and plan the next steps. Originally, he intended to eliminate the elven clan members behind the beast tide and earn enough energy points to level up twice to LV9. However, plans change, and this path was no longer viable. This time he also learned of the secret behind the faith war in the demon and god continent. It would surely be a bloody storm, so he needed to prepare early. Having one's own power would make things much more convenient. Given Chu's current identity at the lake, it was challenging to accomplish many tasks. If he developed secretly, the progress would be too slow. However, this desert was already sparsely populated. The largest magical beasts had been controlled by the elven clan, and the wild tribes were under their surveillance, with only a dozen or so of them remaining, all of whom were quite weak. Chu spent a whole day analyzing his surroundings, the challenges he would face, and potential development strategies. Finally, he started to form an outline. The area of this demon and god continent was extremely vast, leaving little chance for someone as weak as him to catch the eye of those big shots. At most, he might be noticed by someone like Blake, but they would not be able to find his true self. So, his urgent priority now was to develop a small force with some scale to act as his representative to interact with external powers, enlisting those lesser-known or struggling small races to serve him and earn the energy points needed for his upgrades. So where do I start to break the ice? The wild tribe should have been the best choice, but currently, they were tasked by the elven clan to manage the beast tide and were under their watch. It was uncertain how many would survive after this beast tide. By this calculation, it seemed that the only other races he could currently approach were the ordinary beasts. Although wild beasts and magical beasts both belong to the beast category, they actually belong to two different races. Magical beasts are born with bloodlines that allow them to absorb mana for cultivation, while wild beasts typically have thin bloodlines and cannot absorb mana. Only a very few wild beasts can activate their bloodlines by chance and learn to absorb mana, gradually growing into magical beasts. This beast wave had a significant impact on the wild beasts. However, fortunately, their main target was not them. With many wild beasts remaining, some clever ones managed to survive. By the lake, several of them had already gathered, drawn by the rich mana, which was even more alluring to them than delicious food. Chu intended to give it a try to see if he could help those wild beasts activate their bloodlines. If successful, it would mean he had a powerful weapon, enough to build a major force in a very short time. This would not only enhance the strength of his followers but also allow him to focus on training those magical beasts with strong innate talents. Ordinary magical beasts could be devoured once they gained some strength, quickly earning him energy points. However, before the experiment, they had to choose first. He summoned the wild tribe people. Gordon had died, and the leader of these dozen or so people was Tyren. Chu instructed Tyren to find some powerful and intelligent beasts near the lake. Although the beast tide had not ended, following the orders from the elven clan, the area within 1,000 meters around the lake was still quite safe. Because of this, many beasts had gathered here. Capturing beasts was a common affair for the wild tribe, especially since these dozen or so individuals had already reached mortal tier, so mere beasts were not a problem at all. In just half a day's time, these dozen or so individuals had captured dozens of carefully selected beasts. Chapter 26, It Worked. The beginning of the ambitious. Looking at the wild horses, bison, and elk in front of him, Chu felt a bit troubled. In the presence of Tyren, who was at mortal tier level 4, these beasts were already jittery. Could these really be trained into magical beasts? Chu felt uncertain. Just try for a week. If there are no results at all, we'll have to change methods. Chu transported the mana-rich water he had refined into a pit previously dug on the shore and instructed Tyren to drive the beasts in. In fact, there was no need to drive them. The moment these beasts saw the mana pit, they displayed deep desires in their eyes, and they rushed eagerly into the water pit. While observing the condition of these dozens of beasts, Chu continuously replaced the mana. After an afternoon, half of the beasts could no longer absorb any mana as they had reached saturation, and Chu drove them out. By nighttime, only a wild horse and an elk remained, still able to passively absorb mana. Out of more than 20 beasts, only 2 were able to complete the first step of the mana refinement process, making it even more difficult for them to learn how to absorb mana on their own. However, since they had taken the first step, it was impossible to give up halfway. By midnight, all the beasts that could actively absorb mana had reached a saturation state. Thus, Chu had Tyren and the others make the beasts run quickly by the edge of the lake to expend their physical strength. They ran until dawn, and these beasts collapsed exhausted by the shore. At this time, Chu had prepared mana water for them to enter. This continued for a month. During this period, 10 of the beasts stopped showing any progress halfway through, forcing Chu to give up on them. Although the remaining 10 beasts had their mana absorption decrease each day, at least they were not stagnant. After a full month, even the last wild horse that had persisted could no longer absorb mana, prompting Chu to halt this brutal training. Throughout this time, these beasts had a love-hate relationship with Tyren and the others. The attraction of mana was extremely powerful, but Tyren and the others chased them every night, leading to great fatigue. It was this intense training that kept them in a state of extreme exhaustion after being stimulated by mana. Only then could they actively absorb it. Otherwise, if left in mana water on their own, the amount of mana that could enter their bodies would be minimal. The current 10 beasts had already far surpassed ordinary beasts, especially the wild horse and elk, which were just a step away from becoming magical beasts. They just needed to activate their bloodlines and learn to absorb mana from the world. But this final step was something Chu could not help with. They had to rely on themselves. However, Chu had one last trick up his sleeve, a final bit of help he could offer using a blessing once a month. Chu called Tyren and the others, the wild tribe people who had recently been helping Chu train the beasts, working hard in the process, but they were training elemental abilities, so the mana water was no longer able to assist them. The blessing skill had no limitation on the number of people, so this time, he called everyone together for a large-scale blessing. The dozen or so beasts and several wild tribe people stood together. During this time, the wild tribe people had become quite familiar with these beasts, and they quietly awaited the blessing. Suddenly, a white light radiated from the lake and fell upon the beasts and the wild tribe people. The wild tribe people, being loyal followers of Chu, naturally received the most benefits, many of them experiencing significant boosts in power, with some even breaking through. Tyren had reached mortal tier level 5, even more formidable than the high priest. From Tyren and the others, waves of faith power emerged, but this faith power was once again blocked by the system. Their loyalty had nearly reached its maximum level now. If Chu commanded them to die, they would execute it without hesitation. As for the beasts, although they had yet to gain wisdom, they naturally would not have faith in Chu. However, because of their low levels, they still received considerable benefits from Chu's blessing. Leading the way was that wild horse, which let out a roar towards the sky and uncontrollably dashed along the lakeshore. To everyone's surprise, flames burst out from its 4 hooves. The wild horse galloped faster and faster, and the flames on its hooves burned increasingly fiercely. Chu sensed something was amiss and quickly summoned 4 mana orbs to attach to the wild horse's limbs. It turns out the Mustang has awakened its bloodline, but its body can't handle it. If it weren't for Chu's timely intervention, its limbs might have been burned to a crisp. Now, with mana's support, although the red flames are still burning, they have been controlled by the Mustang. It won't be long before the first magical beast cultivated by Chu appears. Looking at the flames on its limbs, it should be the red flame galloping horse, quite useful indeed. Ding, congratulations to the host for cultivating a magical beast, rewarding 1000 energy points. There's even a reward of energy points. This is truly an unexpected joy that makes Chu feel a bit excited. After this success, future cultivation will be on a large scale. If tens of thousands of magical beasts can be cultivated, that would be a few million energy points. Chu suddenly felt as if he had a gold mine, and he experienced a sense of about to become rich overnight. Before long, the elk also awakened its bloodline, and its large antlers glowed green. This time, Chu's help wasn't needed, as the elk quickly grasped this green light. It should be the wood spirit deer, which has a certain group healing effect, making it a good choice for a support role. As time passed, more and more beasts awakened their bloodlines. However, not all beasts succeeded.
A lion awakened a very domineering bloodline, and even Chu's mana couldn't help it endure, ultimately dying during the awakening process. In the end, out of the 16 blessed beasts, 7 failed to awaken, 4 died, and 3 were left disabled, with only 9 successfully awakening. Awakening the bloodline successfully does not necessarily mean evolving into a magical beast, but it is undoubtedly the most dangerous step. These beasts have been nourished by Chu's mana, greatly enhancing their physical capabilities, and yet the success rate is still less than half, so naturally, those who successfully awaken are even fewer. After nurturing them with mana for 2 or 3 days, these successfully awakened beasts finally stabilized. The next step is to provide them with a mana-rich environment, allowing them to gradually learn to absorb and use mana. Looking at these 9 quasi-magical beasts, Chu felt a sense of pride and hope for the future. The number of ordinary beasts in this world far exceeds that of magical beasts, which means he can have a continuous supply of troop reinforcements, sufficient to establish a massive power. Chu believes he isn't the first to think of using mana to train and cultivate magical beasts, but those major powers have never done this. One reason is that the number of magical beasts on this continent is considerable, making it much faster for them to directly cultivate magical beasts. Secondly, this method requires a massive amount of mana if one wishes to cultivate ordinary beasts into magical beasts on a large scale, making it less efficient than directly cultivating magical beasts, which incurs even lower costs. Chapter 27, Rapid Expansion of Scale. Only Chu could attempt this. Firstly, he lacked access to a large source of magical beast resources, and secondly, he possessed a nearly limitless supply of mana that allows him to try this method of stacking ordinary beasts into magical beasts. Moreover, Chu's next step is to evolve into a lake of mana, at which point he will possess even more colossal mana resources. With the experience from the first attempt, Chu expanded the scale the second time, having Talon and others find 100 beasts all at once, digging several dozen pools, and starting the previous training. At the same time, Chu was also slowly training Talon and others. These remaining 10 or so were originally the most exceptional talents among the savage tribe, and after Chu's blessing, they became even more outstanding. However, since the savage tribe has been declining for several hundred years, their foundation is insufficient, so they have not been able to achieve the remarkable cultivation levels of talents from other major clans. Now, Chu possesses the memories of several transcendent tier mages, which include their cultivation experiences and knowledge that he can extract at any time. After organizing these insights, Chu directly conveyed them to Talon and others through his soul, especially the cultivation experiences of Grandy and Alexis, whose shared lineage and background made this knowledge immensely valuable. Chu even gave Talon Alexis's bow, although it lacked special arrows. When paired with Talon's own ordinary arrows, it could greatly enhance its combat capabilities. Despite the insights from the previous training plan, only about 20 beasts ultimately awakened successfully this time. Moreover, as time passed, these beasts were carefully selected by Talon and others, so the chances of success for the remaining ones were even slimmer. However, Chu did not mind, as the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and those magical beasts that had already awakened could also increase the awakening chances of their offspring through the next breeding. The first batch to awaken, especially the red flame-chasing windhorse and the wood spirit deer, successfully became mortal tier magical beasts, and with Chu's infinite supply of mana, they were about to enter mortal tier level 2. Chu discovered that the magical beasts that successfully awakened with his help naturally felt a closeness to him. Even the water beings he conjured recognized him and actively approached. Chu entrusted these magical beasts to Talon for management, as the innate ability of the savage tribe is to communicate with magical beasts, and they also understand how to converse with them. Chu had Talon accompany them to bring their tribe over. 2 days later, Talon returned to the lake's edge with the red flame-chasing windhorse and wood spirit deer, followed by a massive herd of wild horses and deer. The next day, Chu employed the same tactics, having more than a dozen savage tribe members simultaneously reach out to lead the already awakened magical beasts back to their tribes at the lake. Chu designated a specific area for each tribe, forbidding them from fighting amongst themselves. These wild beasts may not necessarily be the strongest, but there are already successful precedents. Bringing them over first allows them to drink from the lake's water daily, gradually improving their constitution. Meanwhile, Chu's cultivation tasks continued, but he no longer needed to oversee them. He only had to provide a certain amount of mana each day, leaving the rest to Talon to manage. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully cultivating a magical beast.
rewarded with 1000 energy points. Such system notifications have been received several times since that red flame chasing Windhorse successfully advanced to a magical beast. The sound is music to his ears. Then he looked at his system panel. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake. Level, LV7. Energy points, 175,000. Skills, Healing Rain skill LV6, Aqua Snare skill LV6, Aqua Dart skill LV7, Ice Cage LV7, Blessing on cooldown. Finally, I can level up. Chu eagerly stirred up several waves. System, I want to level up twice consecutively. Ding, level up successful. Suddenly, the lake's surface stirred violently, and Talon, who had received Chu's cue, instructed the magical beasts to organize the ordinary beasts to retreat. This time, the area of the Chu Lake directly reached tens of thousands of square meters, stretching as far as the eye could see. Such a large lake meant that with each of Chu's strikes, it wielded the power of water extending 100,000 meters around. Even transcendent beings would find it extremely difficult to withstand. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 9 Lake, unlocking skill Awakening. Awakening can help living beings awaken the hidden bloodlines within them, and it can only be used once a month. Chu was overjoyed. This system was indeed very user-friendly, providing exactly what he needed urgently. With this skill, the progress and success rate of cultivating magical beasts would be greatly accelerated. Chu could already envision that one day in the future, when he raised his arm and called out, hundreds of thousands of magical beasts that were once just ordinary wild animals would roar in response. That scene would eclipse even this beast tide. The challenge was how to cultivate magical beasts on a large scale without being discovered by the elven clan and other forces, which required Chu to carefully plan. Looking at the lake before him, Tyren and the others were filled with admiration for Chu. In their hearts, Chu was a deity capable of anything. As Tyren and the others knelt on the ground in reverent worship of Chu, the magical beasts behind them, though they did not understand the significance, also awkwardly lay prostrate on the ground. An even greater force of faith gathered around Chu and dissipated in the universe. At that moment, in another part of the desert, a kindly-looking middle-aged man was treating the injuries of a magical tiger. Though this magical tiger was of transcendent tier, it behaved as docile as a lamb in this person's hands, its giant mouth, larger than a human head, wide open as the man extracted a bone that was stuck in its mouth. Suddenly, a compass-like object on this person flashed, and the middle-aged man revealed a joyous expression as he stood up, ready to leave. However, the magical tiger nuzzled against the man's leg reluctantly. Without looking back, the middle-aged man casually waved his right hand, and a blade of light appeared, severing the tiger's head, which then fell to the side. The direction he was heading was precisely where Chu's lake was located. Chapter 28, Bloodline Awakening, The Noble Desert People. After Chu unlocked the Bloodline Awakening skill in the system, he immediately called for Tyren and the others. The previously immature young boy had matured considerably after a few months of training. In particular, Tyren, originally the backbone of the desert tribe, had gradually become capable of standing on his own after leaving the high priest. Moreover, Gordon's death had made him even more taciturn. Lord God Chu, did you call us for any instructions? Tyren's faith in Chu had already reached 100% now. All he wanted was to serve Chu diligently while also protecting the remaining desert tribesmen. First, please talk about the results of cultivating magical beasts during this time. Speaking of magical beasts, Tyren's face instantly lit up. All these magical beasts were ones he had personally participated in cultivating, and he felt a strong bond with them, treating them as if they were his own children. Report to Lord Chu, in the past 2 months, we have cultivated a total of 56 magical beasts, including 2 Mortal Tier 3 beasts, 18 Mortal Tier 2 beasts, and 30 Mortal Tier 1 beasts. Beasts of this tier are not particularly useful to Chu, but every beginning is difficult, and now that Chu has the awakening skill, the next cultivation is likely to see a multiplication in numbers. For now, halt the cultivation of magical beasts. There is something I need you all to complete together. Lord God Chu, please speak. We will definitely fulfill your orders, Tyren and the desert tribesmen said piously. I know that you desert people were originally responsible for the cultivation and training of magical beasts within the elven clan. I wonder how much of that skill remains with you now.
Tyran hesitated upon hearing this question, glanced back at his tribesmen, and then said, "We have been away from the elven clan for too long." According to the elders, many skills were originally preserved by the elven clan. What we brought out were mostly lessons taught by our predecessors, but later generations have failed to live up to expectations. Our strength is too weak, and we haven't mastered all the skills. Now, not much remains. If we can't do anything, that would make things difficult. I have no experience in training magical beasts either, Chu frowned to himself. Yet he remained hopeful, wanting to see what the desert people could really achieve. Can you train magical beasts for cooperative combat and such? Tyran scratched the back of his head, shaking his head as he replied. We only know some simple nurturing. We haven't had the opportunity to train for combat in a long time, so we haven't learned those skills. Chu's heart sank. If there weren't specialized trainers, then no matter how many magical beasts he cultivated, they would just be a disorganized mass, making it hard to form a strong combat force. Seeing Chu remain silent for a long time, Tyran cautiously said, Lord God Chu, if you really need someone to train magical beasts, perhaps I can return to the desert tribe's headquarters to take a look. There should still be some elders who possess those skills. It's just that back then they were not needed and thus did not teach us. Chu thought for a moment this possibility did indeed exist. Unfortunately, he had lost contact with the high priest, and now he could only send Tyran back to check. Alright, ride the red flame swift windhorse, leave early and return early, and be sure to pay attention to your safety. If you encounter any dangers you can't handle on the way, just silently chant my name 3 times in your heart. Whether the main camp of the wild tribe can even be preserved is a question. Given the scale of this beast tide, Chu does not believe that the people of the elven clan would specifically protect the wild tribe members. To them, the wild tribe is merely a tool. Therefore, Tyrone's trip this time is indeed risky, but the training method for magical beasts is very important to Chu, so he has no choice but to let Tyrone take the risk to go back once. However, before going back, there is still one more thing to do. You all sit down on the ground and divide yourselves for a bit. I have something to bestow upon you. Upon hearing this, Tyrone and the others hurriedly spaced themselves apart and sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking that Chu was going to bless them once more. Use skill, awaken. This time, however, it was completely different from a blessing. It was no longer a gentle white light, but instead a blood-red radiance that, after penetrating their bodies, felt like flames igniting from within, spreading throughout their entire being. Sit still and be patient, it will bring you immense benefits. Chu's voice echoed in their ears like the best calming agent. Although everyone appeared to be in pain, not a single person stood up or shouted. They were all doing their best to endure. This pain lasted for an hour, and the fur coats that everyone wore were soaked with sweat, as if they had just been pulled out of a lake. However, everyone noticed that their bodies were undergoing a tremendous transformation, growing a pair of wings behind them. But unlike the delicate and pure white wings of the elven clan, these wings had a color reminiscent of the gravel in the desert. Is this elven bloodline? Have we actually turned back into elven clan? But why do we seem somewhat different from the elven clan? Different is better. We are not elven clan, we are the wild tribe that believes in Lord Chu. The members of the wild tribe discussed in excitement and surprise, while only Tyrone quickly knelt by the lake, bowing towards Chu. Alright, get used to your current state, and then Tyrone, you can set off. The rest stay here for now, and manage those magical beasts, don't let them fight. Yes, Lord Chu. Tyrone and the others joyfully departed, and some of the less mature ones had already begun experimenting with their new wings. Chu looked at the departing wild tribe members, feeling somewhat puzzled. I wonder why these wild tribe people were banished to this desert all those years ago, and even had their bloodlines stripped away. It's worth noting that not everyone in the elven clan can possess wings. Those who awaken their bloodline and gain wings are all descendants of royalty, holding a very high status within the elven clan. Just like Grandy, who had wings, while Alexis did not. However, these wild tribe members, deemed inferior in the eyes of the elven clan, were able to grow wings after awakening their bloodline, albeit in different colors and forms, which is enough to prove their noble lineage. The matter of magical beasts awakening their bloodlines needs to wait until Tyrone returns before it can proceed on a large scale.
So for now, Chu found himself having some free time and suddenly noticed the demon dragon gecko hopping around on the phantom spike skill tree. I wonder what would happen if I used an awakening on the little gecko. But Chu surmised that the demon dragon gecko was likely very unlikely to undergo a second awakening given its current form. The phantom spike skill tree had just awakened half a month ago and had indeed advanced to mortal tier level 8. Fortunately, this time it was finally constrained by Chu, allowing him to establish a bit of the Master's authority. However, this time it did not use Chu's mana to rapidly grow its trunk. Instead, it focused on developing its root system underground. It must have realized that the taller the tree was above ground, the larger a target it presented, making it easier to destroy. Chapter 29: The Arrogance of the Temple of Light Faction. Regarding the growth of the phantom spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko, Chu never interfered much since he really knows nothing about the training of magical beasts and plants. Moreover, both are mutated species, and if he were to recklessly interfere, it might backfire. It's better to let them decide for themselves. Chu only focuses on providing assistance whenever possible, along with giving some of his own advice at critical moments. Looking at the thriving scene on both sides of the lake, he felt that since arriving in this world, he had finally taken steps back onto the right track. After Tyrone brings back the method for training magical beasts, the next step will be to secretly carry out large-scale breeding and training of these beasts. Additionally, the food source for so many magical beasts is also an issue, which will inevitably lead to some conflict with other magical beasts under the Elven clan, so he needs to find a way to divert Elven clan's attention away from himself. When Chu has nothing to do, he enjoys watching the fish swimming in the water, the aquatic plants on the shore, and the magical beasts on the banks while following the ripples stirred up by the gentle breeze. This is a world rich in biodiversity, or at least it seems that way. However, how could these beings at the bottom possibly know that they are merely slaves, harvested for beliefs by the gods, one after another, contending fiercely amongst them? Just as Chu was emptying his mind and pondering a question, he sensed that an unwelcome guest had arrived today. He remained calm and unhurried. Those who could be sensed in advance were generally unaware of his presence. The newcomer, clad in a red robe and holding a strange compass, was quite surprised to see such a large expanse of lake. He looked around as if searching for something, and then, following the compass's direction, approached the wasteland tribe who were playing with the magical beasts. "Young man, what is your name?" The man in red spoke with a special kind of warmth, which made even beings who had never met him feel an inexplicable sense of closeness. "My name is Connie." "Uncle, is there something you need?" Connie asked while riding on the back of a magical beast. The man in red smiled gently and asked, "I want to find your master. Can you tell me where he is?" Connie shook his head. This was something Tyren had strictly instructed: no matter who inquired about the god of Chu, not a hint of information should be revealed. Although Connie was quite young, he wasn't naive. He held a deep respect for Chu and was very cautious about anything related to him. Seeing that this child, no more than 13 or 14, was unwilling to tell him, the man in red patted Connie's head and asked another person. The result was the same. After asking 3 or 4 people, none would answer any questions regarding Chu. This behavior from the man in red finally alerted all the wasteland tribespeople. Although they subconsciously believed this man in red was good, they started to build defenses and were even less willing to speak with him. The man in red's expression became somewhat stiff. Still smiling, he rubbed his hands and murmured to Connie, who had asked the first question, "Since none of you are willing to speak, I'll have to come and see for myself." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright white light erupted from his body. Connie, bathed in this light, felt his eyes become hazy and jumped down from the back of the magical beast to walk towards the man in red. Others sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted to stop him, but they couldn't even get within the range of the encompassing light, only able to fret from the outside while the magical beasts roared. Chu heard many of the wasteland tribespeople's silent prayers. In truth, he was observing everything. At this point, he was sure that this man in red was here for him. He initially intended to observe this man from the shadows to find out what he wanted. However, he did not expect that the man would try to directly attack Connie, seemingly wanting to use some magic to search through his soul's memories. At this moment, Chu had to take action, otherwise, letting the man in red learn too many secrets would make things even harder to deal with. A loud bang resonated in Connie's mind, and he instantly awoke from his daze. Looking at the smile of the man in red before him, he suddenly felt a wave of dread and quickly started to run backwards. The man in red was expelled from Connie's soul world and, seeing Connie attempting to escape, a light blade instantly struck towards him. Just as the light blade was about to cleave Connie in two, Chu's water arrow collided with it and destroyed it. The man in red looked at the water elemental conjured by Chu, his smile widening. "You finally appeared, you little mouse hiding in the shadows." Chu was unbothered by the red-robed man's provocation. He was merely curious about how this person had found him. "Who are you, and what do you want?" The man in red leisurely walked towards Chu and replied with a smile. "It's fine to tell you, I am a member of the judgment team from the Temple of Light faction, and my name is Christy. You have been spreading the belief of the evil gods without permission. Today, in the name of the God of Light, I will carry out your judgment and sentence you to death. I will also forcibly convert other believers." Although Christy was smiling, the way he perceived himself as an arbiter and the words that came from his mouth sent chills down one's spine. "I wonder, what do you mean by forced belief conversion? Naturally, those who can change will change, those who cannot will simply vanish under the light." Glancing at the compass in his hand, Christy continued with keen interest. "I'm quite curious about how you, or the god behind you, temporarily blocked the power of faith. Although I found this place using the faith compass, I cannot perceive any trace of belief. Could it be that your god has already died?" Chu looked at the compass in his hand. It resembled something used by geomancers from his past life, and he had not expected that such an item in this world could have the incredible function of locating the essence of beliefs. "That's because there are no gods here, nor any so-called faith. You've probably come to the wrong place." "Impossible. This is the order of the chief judge, and the faith compass will not make mistakes. If it did, then it's just your misfortune. Under the light, no darkness is allowed to exist. Prepare to accept the judgment of light for your dark beliefs." As soon as Christy finished speaking the last word, a scroll appeared in his hand, which he tore apart. A holy sword of light emerged. The water elemental condensed by Chu made no effort to struggle and was killed by the holy sword. Watching the puddle of water on the ground, Christy's smile disappeared. Suddenly, thousands of ice arrows shot up from the lake, making one's scalp tingle. Seeing these ice arrows, Christy immediately thought something was wrong. He quickly tried to distance himself to escape but found himself shaken by an immense pressure. When that pressure dissipated, his limbs were entangled by 4 water ropes. The usually calm and smiling face of Christy was finally filled with terror. He began to chant hurriedly, and a light circle gradually formed in front of him. But Chu would not give him the time to recite slowly. Thousands of ice arrows shot toward him in an instant, and the layer of protective barrier that wasn't fully prepared barely held for a moment before it shattered. When the noise finally ceased, Christy was already wounded and battered, her body completely destroyed. Chapter 30, Byron's Plea for Help. Christy's body was devoured, but being at the extraordinary level 8, the system rewarded 1,000 energy points, which were merely an appetizer for Chu. Her soul and brain matter were also given to the Phantom Spike skill tree and Demon Dragon Gecko. Through the memories absorbed, Chu learned a great deal about the Temple of Light faction, especially regarding this Divine Judgment Squad, which was specifically established to deal with heretical beliefs. Christy was just one of its members. He also understood why Christy was able to find him. It was due to a compass made by the Temple of Light faction that could detect the power of belief between heaven and earth, capable of sensing the presence of belief power within a certain range. The belief power generated when those savage tribes bowed and praised him was felt by Christy's compass. Fortunately, Chua's system can shield against belief power, so Christy only obtained a vague location. After more than 2 months, she finally located the lake. However, this posed a tricky problem. With the belief war imminent, the original inhabitants of this continent would certainly monitor other beliefs closely to expand their advantages. Aside from powerful deities like those behind the Elven clan, who cannot act overtly, they naturally focus all efforts on eliminating a deity faith as rootless as Chu. Although Christy has died this time, there is no guarantee that when the power of belief arises next time, it won't be detected by the people of the Temple of Light faction. For now, Chu can only try to restrain the savage tribes, forbidding them from bowing to and praising him to minimize the generation of belief power, though this also hampers increasing the loyalty of his followers. He must grow quickly, at least to the level of the Elven clan, to be able to confront the Temple of Light faction head-on. Given the current conditions, Chu can only cautiously develop and respond flexibly, as he has no means to escape.
Tyren has been gone for a week. I wonder how he's doing.
Tyren's loyalty is at 100%, and Chu can observe directly through the system what he sees, but this also consumes energy points. Now, the situation on Tyren's end is quite crucial for Chu as it relates to his next strategic arrangements. Thus, Chu consumed some energy points to check on how Tyren was faring. Chu's mind briefly wavered, almost as if he had two bodies, one feeling the situation at the lake and the other seeing through Tyren's eyes, experiencing his thoughts. The base of the savage tribe is situated in a concealed valley, with lookout towers and hidden sentry posts built on the surrounding higher terrain. Simple houses have been constructed in the valley for the savage tribes to inhabit. However, when Tyren entered the valley and found the lookout tower empty, calling out in the agreed-upon secretive manner with no response, he realized something must have gone wrong. He hurriedly sprinted into the valley, hearing a chorus of shouts within. His eyes were met with bloodstains everywhere, many houses collapsed, and there were savage tribesmen disfigured and torn apart on the ground. In the valley, several savage tribesmen were hiding while being pursued by a few cunning hellhounds. Chu had encountered hellhounds soon after arriving in this world. They were the first beast he hunted. This is an extremely evil and cunning creature that treats the wild folks as playthings, chasing them throughout the valley and occasionally biting off the head of one of the fleeing wild tribe members with one of its heads.
Chu sensed the anger brewing in Tyren's heart.
However, there were 5 hellhounds in total, all at mortal tier levels 7 and 8. After undergoing a bloodline awakening, Tyren himself had barely reached mortal tier level 6. It seemed this battle would be quite perilous. Tyren did not hesitate, but he also did not act impulsively. Instead, he took down the bow and arrows from his back. The bow was given to him by Chu, and the arrows were crafted from the bones of other magical beasts. He hid behind a building, quietly taking aim at a hellhound that had revealed its fierce teeth and was about to bite down on a fallen child of the Wilderness clan. It was not until the scent of the hellhound reached the child's nose that Tyren made his move. The arrow flew like a shooting star before the hellhound had a chance to react. It was struck through the skull. It turned its other head to locate the enemy that had ambushed it, and just as it turned halfway, another arrow suddenly struck. With 2 heads pierced by arrows, the hellhound, which had been chasing after the Wilderness clan members with arrogance, fell into a pool of blood. The other hellhounds heard the commotion and immediately looked over.
Shocked to find their companion dead, they frantically searched for Tyren's position. Tyren had already changed his hiding spot after firing the second arrow and confirming the hellhound was dead.
The hellhounds outside had lost all interest in chasing and were fully focused on searching for Tyren's whereabouts.
As one hellhound passed by the house where Tyren was hiding, it struck out, collapsing half of the building.
Debris rained down on Tyren, nearly burying him, but he remained completely still, waiting until the hellhound moved past before he suddenly fired his arrow. The arrow pierced through both heads of the hellhound, which did not die immediately but charged toward Tyren's hiding spot. Though it fell before it could reach him, the remaining 3 hellhounds had located Tyren's position and came rushing towards him.
At this moment, Tyren had no time to hide any longer.
He jumped out from the house and flapped his wings to soar into the sky. Utilizing his aerial advantage, Tyren shot 3 arrows in quick succession, killing another hellhound. However, he was too late to dodge and was hit simultaneously by the attacks of the other 2 hellhounds, causing him to plummet. As he fell to the ground, Tyren found himself too weak to make another move, only able to silently call out to Chu. Chu had actually been waiting for his call. When he saw that Tyren was finally unable to hold on any longer, he utilized the divine descent that only true believers with 100% loyalty could access. Tyren felt a wave of relief wash over his soul, and his body began to move without his control. It was as if he were an observer watching himself stand up, and with a wave of his hand, several ice arrows appeared out of nowhere, pinning the 2 hellhounds to the ground. Handle things here quickly, and bring the remaining Wilderness clan members over.
Chu issued a simple order and then returned control of his body to Tyren.
Chapter 31, Returning with the Beast Training Method. The Wilderness clan suffered heavy casualties in this calamity, and whether Tyren could find the legacy of beast training remained uncertain. Chu had no intention of watching any longer. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Turning his attention back to the lake, he first summoned all the remaining Wilderness Clan members, assigning them to scout the terrain in various parts of the desert and create a map, paying special attention to treacherous and hidden areas. Since Chu aimed to build his own influence, the first priority was to avoid the eyes and ears of the Elven clan. The environment of this desert was inherently unsuitable for the Elven clan to survive in, and its vast area meant there were still many places unknown to them. It was precisely for this reason that the Elven clan planned a beast tide to clear the area instead of dealing with it themselves. There were places even they could not approach, such as the demon cave deep in the desert, which housed rebellious magical beasts with formidable strength. Additionally, in the southern Whirlpool Desert, many underground races thrived, making it impossible for the Elven clan to discover them all. However, all of this was within the expectations of the Elven clan. The only existence they needed to guard against was someone like Chu, who appeared out of nowhere. After 3 or 4 days, Tyran finally returned, accompanied by more than 200 remaining members of the Wilderness clan, moving towards the lake with rudimentary equipment, their faces showing a mixture of relief and sadness. Although the Wilderness clan was not large, they originally numbered over 1,000. Some had died in this beast tide, while others had been called away by the Elven clan and never returned. Now, after suffering from the attacks of several hellhounds, only a little over 200 remained. Tyran led the Wilderness clan members to kneel by the lakeside, preparing to praise Chu together, but Chu quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Alright, from now on, you are not to kneel in praise. Just recite it silently in your hearts, and I will be able to feel it. As soon as it's spoken, it will be perceived by heaven and earth, and this realm is controlled by the God of Light. I certainly do not want to face the tribunal of the Temple of Light faction any sooner." The members of the Wilderness clan brought by Tyran believed that Chu was unwilling to accept them since he forbade them from kneeling in praise, causing a moment of panic among them. However, Tyran understood that bringing back the remaining members of the Wilderness clan was precisely Chu's intention, so Chu would naturally not refuse them. He turned back and gave a stern look to his clansmen. Now he was the strongest in the clan. Along the way, many had witnessed him easily slaying magical beasts. Moreover, after awakening his bloodline, he emanated a natural authority in the eyes of these ordinary wild tribesmen. What he said now carried more weight than the previous high priest. "Lord Chu, I have brought back what you requested." Tyler turned back, supporting an old man as he stepped forward to speak. Chu's perception swept over the old man, discovering that his bodily functions had severely declined. He gathered a sphere of mana to nourish his body. The old man felt an unprecedented comfort in his body. Even the disability in his right leg from years of hunting had improved significantly, and he stood taller, feeling much stronger. He shook off Tyler's supportive hand, knelt down, and still recalled Chu's request, constantly praising Lord Chu in his heart. "Alright, go ahead and speak." Chu had no interest in hearing these meaningless praises. The old man glanced at Tyler and slowly said, "In response to your lordship, my name is Bradley. I am currently the clan's designated master responsible for teaching some hunting techniques. The training methods for battling magical beasts you seek were taught to me by my father during his spare time, and there are also several magic scrolls passed down through generations, though I've never used them and don't know what they contain. Knowing some is certainly better than knowing nothing at all," Chu thought. Chu looked at the 3 to 5 scrolls the old man had taken out. With a sweep of his soul power, he could easily read the contents. These scrolls were specifically designed to store information, but they had a limit on the number of times they could be read. The few scrolls left had only one reading left, and the past wild tribesmen had already read them, finding them of little use to the wild tribes. Thus, they had been passed down with few readers since. The first scroll described the history of the Elven clan, which gave Chu some insight into the potentially future enemy, the Elven clan. But this was not what Chu needed most right now. He turned to the second scroll, which talked about some magical legends, but that seemed of little significance. After opening 4 scrolls in a row without finding what Chu wanted, he finally discovered a treasure in the last scroll. The 5th scroll contained records of how magical beasts were nurtured and trained for battle when the wild tribes were still among the Elven clan. It also documented several powerful battle formations for magical beasts. Very well, these scrolls are quite useful. I will pass on the methods for training magical beasts to you and Tyler, and you two will be responsible for teaching others. I require all wild tribesmen to learn how to train magical beasts. You will have greater tasks to undertake afterward. Chu transmitted the methods for nurturing and training magical beasts to Bradley and Tyler, urging them to promptly prepare for their dissemination. In the future, the scale of magical beasts would be at least thousands, and with only a few hundred wild tribesmen responsible for nurturing, training, and combat, manpower would barely suffice. On the night Tyler and the others returned, Chu's team sent to survey the terrain and draw maps gradually returned as well. With their strength, they couldn't travel too far within the 10,000 meters surrounding the lake. They discovered 4 to 5 relatively concealed spots suitable for use as a base. However, some areas were already occupied by powerful groups of magical beasts, and if they wanted to claim them, a fight would be unavoidable. Early the next morning, which was also the first day of a new month, Chu gathered everyone together to prepare to restart the magical beast nurturing plan. First, based on Bradley's suggestion, they chose the offensive wild leopard and the defensive rhinoceros. These two were relatively common in the desert and could be easily found. Additionally, after awakening their bloodlines, wild leopards had the potential to evolve into flame leopards, which were fast and had strong attacks, while wild buffalo could evolve into armored rhinos, boasting strong defenses and decent offensive capabilities. They decided to pair these with the red cloud-chasing wind horses, known for long-distance running, which would be used to deliver messages and serve as mounts. Additionally, the wood spirit deer had excellent group healing abilities, serving as a logistics unit. Thus, having confirmed the 4 groups, a relatively complete magical beast army could begin preparation. In the future, Chu also aimed to cultivate an aerial unit, but it was challenging to find large-scale flocks of birds within a 10,000-mile radius. Chapter 32: Establishment of the Sandy Marsh Army. By the vast lake, today stood a mass of wild beasts. Under the intimidation of several hundred magical beasts, these wild animals were silent, devoid of any noise. Chu stirred up waves in the lake, surrounding these beasts in spheres of mana, rapidly enhancing their physiques. This mana nourishment lasted for 3 days, and when all the beasts reached their peak state, Chu made his move. Use skill, Awaken. Rays of red light penetrated the bodies of the beasts, causing them to undergo miraculous transformations. A leopard's size gradually increased, and its originally black fur began turning red, with faint flames emerging as it breathed. A rhinoceros's entire body started emitting black light, producing a sound akin to steel when it rubbed against its kind. Wild horses and deer were also awakening their bloodlines. Including the wild tribesmen who had never awakened before, they too participated in the bloodline awakening. Seeing that the bloodline awakening was at a critical moment, Chu did not hesitate to activate the skill for the second time. Use skill, Blessing. Soft white light radiated upon all the creatures along the shore, instantly awakening the bloodlines of some beasts, while members of the wilderness tribe sprouted 2 pairs of wings successfully. The awakening process lasted for more than 5 time periods, after which all the creatures completed their awakening. Despite Chu's assistance, not all of the over 5,000 beasts involved in the awakening were successful ultimately, only a little over 3,000 succeeded. Not long after, Tyran reported back to Chu after checking the status of all creatures that participated in the awakening. Reporting to Lord Chu, a total of 5,000 beasts participated in the awakening, with 4,000 successfully awakening in the end. Among them, there are 800 flame leopards, and 200 unexpectedly awakened the shadow leopard bloodline, 1,200 iron armored rhinoceroses, 1,000 red flame galloping horses, and 800 wood spirit deer. This result was still satisfactory for Chu. Although the number of flame leopards was a bit low, the shadow leopards were an unexpected gain and could be used as a surprise strike. So, how did the awakening go for your wild tribe? The wild tribe had 220 participants, with 200 success in awakening, but only 40 of them possessed royal bloodlines. This surprised Chu, as he originally thought all the wild tribe members would awaken royal bloodlines. It turns out that only a few had them, while many only possessed ordinary elven clan bloodlines. You take the wild tribe and properly restrain all the magical beasts. Once they adapt, follow the original plan and head to the designated locations to begin training. Chu selected 4 locations close to the lakes from those suitable spots he surveyed earlier, serving as secret training bases, allowing these wild tribe members to practice first. With specialized training methods and considering these magical beasts are only at mortal tier 1, even though the wild tribe is small in number, they should be manageable. Moreover, the magical beasts that were granted bloodline awakening and blessings by Chu are highly loyal to him and pose no threat of rebellion. To provide practical training for these magical beasts, Chu specifically required that each month, the 4 teams must bring back at least 1,000 corpses of other magical beasts, or else they would lose their blessing eligibility for that month. With such reward and punishment measures in place, each team trained with all their might. Although it was tiring, the monthly mana water bath and blessing were enough to offset the fatigue of the past month. After cultivating these magical beasts, Chu struck it rich, accumulating 4 million energy points in the system. He hurriedly leveled himself up to LV10, planning to push directly to the Mana Lake stage, only to find that the process wasn't that simple. It turns out that advancing to the Mana Lake stage requires more than just having enough energy points. Chu himself needs to refine the water from the lake into pure mana water. Only then can he upgrade to the Mana Lake stage. What the heck? With so much water, how long will it take me to refine it all? Feeling overwhelmed by what was once his pride, the surface area of the water, now he just wanted to cry. But he easily guessed the system's reasoning for this requirement. The process of refining the mana also represents a way for him to better understand his own body. After such refinement, Chu would truly be mastering himself. Only then could he proceed to the next step of opening up tributaries. Previously, Chu had nothing to do except level up by beating monsters, but now he was busy every day. Even though he spent every day refining mana, the decline in the lake's water level was minimal. This will take at least several months, Chu sighed while working. He could wait a few months after all, training magical beasts also requires time. During this time, he upgraded all his skills to the maximum level. When he got tired of refining mana, he began studying how to combine these skills, and he surprisingly developed several new combos, increasing their power compared to before. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and this world had slipped into winter. The winter desert didn't snow, but the winds were strong and exceptionally cold. The 4 magical beasts he dispatched for training successfully completed the tasks assigned by Chu over the past 2 months. Although there was some attrition among the magical beasts, it is better to have a few elite troops than many. 1,000 elite warriors have significantly more combat power than 2,000 magical beasts in a herd. The corpses of the magical beasts they brought back were first enjoyed by the Phantom Spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko before being thrown into the lake for Chu to devour. In these 2 months, with the 8,000 magical beast corpses, the cultivation of the Phantom Spike skill tree and the demon dragon gecko rose steadily. Now, the Phantom Spike skill tree has caught up to Chu's level at mortal tier level 10, while the demon dragon gecko follows closely at mortal tier level 9. Originally, there were 4,000 magical beasts, but now more than 3,000 remain. With Chu's unlimited supply of mana and the blessings added, the lowest is now at mortal tier 2, and the highest has reached mortal tier 5. Among the 200 wild tribe members, Tyran is at mortal tier 7, while others are between levels 4 and 5. This is largely because the desert environment is unsuitable for them to cultivate elemental powers, and the mana provided by Chu isn't very helpful to them. Instead, it's almost a miracle cure for the magical beasts. However, the methods used by the wild tribe to train their magical beasts are special, and there is also suppression from Chu. These magical beasts are obedient and would never dare to disobey orders. From today onwards, all magical beasts will gather together to start training and form the Sand-Shifting Army. You must perfect a battle formation within a month, and we will assess your results next month. After completing this month's blessings, Chu announced to all the members of the wild tribe and the magical beasts simultaneously. The establishment of the Sand-Shifting Army also signifies that Chu has taken the first step towards establishing his own power. Chapter 33, The First Expedition, Total Annihilation. After another month of hard work, Chu's lake had noticeably shrunk to the naked eye. To outsiders, this appeared to be a normal occurrence during the winter drought. When Tyrone returned with the impressive Sand Clan, Chu was somewhat shocked. These are over 3,000 magical beasts, not just 3,000 people. To be trained to this level is undeniably impressive. Especially when compared to the magical beasts from the previous beast tide, Chu felt that Tyrone and these members of the wild tribe are exceptionally capable and that he would need to increase his investment in them moving forward.
Treat me as your enemy, demonstrate your battle formation for me to see.
Chu intended to personally test the power of this magical beast battle formation. He conjured hundreds of ice arrows, each possessing the power of mortal tier level 5, and shot them towards the magical beast army. Under a series of commands, the iron-armored rhino stepped forward to block at the front of the formation, while the wood spirit deer provided healing spells, enduring the blow. The ice arrows struck the iron-armored rhino's armor like hide, producing a ping-ping-pong-pong sound, with all the ice arrows breaking against its armor. Even when a few ice arrows accidentally struck unprotected areas, they quickly healed under the wood spirit deer's treatment. Chu was fairly satisfied, but he wanted to increase the pressure to see the true power of this battle formation. He conjured thousands of ice arrows again, while countless water vines surged from the lake towards the sand-shifting army. What followed was Tyrone calmly commanding the iron-armored rhino to remain at the forefront while the infernal leopard spat flames, and the crimson flame galloping horse dashed through the ranks to help other magical beasts fend off the oncoming water vines. This round of attacks was still easily intercepted by the sand-shifting army, which meant that this army of over 3,000 magical beasts could at least withstand thousands of mortal tier level 5 attacks. Of course, this was just a simple test. The true chaos of the battlefield is much more variable, and to see how their actual combat power measures up, they would still need to see performance in real battles.
Chu had already chosen their opponent.
During the earlier reconnaissance of the area surrounding the lake within a 10,000-mile radius, there was a very perilous gorge occupied by a group of two-headed serpents, with about 2,000 snakes in total. Their strength was quite close to that of the sand-shifting army, but the Serpent King, being a mortal tier level 9 magical beast, was considerably tricky. To the west of the lake, there is a gorge occupied by two-headed serpents. Tyrone, take your men to seize that gorge, and from now on, it will serve as your base. Chu assigned this task to Tyrone, who immediately led the sand beast army towards the canyon where the two-headed snakes were located. Concerned about any unforeseen issues, Chu also sent along the demon dragon gecko, just in case any accidents occurred, so that the demon dragon gecko could lend a hand. The demon dragon gecko hadn't been in action for a long time, so when it finally received a task from Chu, it was ecstatic and jumped with joy. Now, its size has grown significantly, resembling a little more of a demon dragon, but its personality still remains like that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and in comparison to the phantom spike skill tree, it really was quite lacking. Currently, the Phantom Spike skill tree not only matched Chu in cultivation but also exhibited intelligence comparable to that of a normal adult. However, it had recently been preoccupied with figuring out how to upgrade its Phantom Spike skill, which is why it had rarely appeared. Over there, Tyrone, leading more than 3,000 magical beasts, embarked on his first expedition. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the canyon, he didn't rush ahead but instead sent 3 shadow leopards to scout the situation. This showcases the uniqueness of the wild tribe people. They can communicate simply with magical beasts, allowing the beasts to act as scouts. After a while, the shadow leopards returned with news that all the two-headed snakes were resting in the canyon. Only then did Tyrone order the sand beast army to move forward at full speed. Although the two-headed snakes are magical beasts that no longer hibernate like ordinary snakes in winter, they are often reluctant to move much during the winter. At this moment, they were lying on the rocks in the canyon, basking in the fleeting warmth of the sun. Suddenly, the two-headed snake king seemed to sense something, reared up, and emitted a hissing sound. The other two-headed snakes heard this and also rose to their feet, drifting towards the dark corners of the canyon. When Tyrone and his troops entered the mouth of the canyon, most of the two-headed snakes had already hidden in the shadows, with only a few following their king, standing upright and fiercely staring at the unexpected guests. Tylan said little and immediately ordered an attack. The sand soldiers formed a serpentine formation and charged into the canyon. Along the way, two-headed snakes continuously emerged from the banks, either rushing out or spitting venomous poison, but all were intercepted by the armored rhinos, with the venom being burned away by the flames of the fire leopard. Before long, the team reached the front of the two-headed snake king. In anger, the snake king lunged at Tylan, but Tylan did not engage it head-on. The originally serpentine formation instantly transformed into a circular one. No matter how the two-headed snake king lunged and spat poison on the outskirts, many of the sand soldiers' magical beasts stopped its attacks, and more two-headed snakes charged from both sides of the canyon, unable to break through the circular formation of the sand soldiers. Tylan was in the center of the formation, already with bow drawn, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the Snake King. That opportunity soon appeared. The Snake King, frustrated at being kept at bay, finally grew furious, opening its massive jaws, aiming to swallow an armored rhino whole. However, the armored rhino was far too large. Though it was indeed swallowed, it hampered the Snake King's agility. At the right moment, Tylan unleashed a flurry of arrows that struck the Snake King right in the eyes. This was the Snake King's most vulnerable spot. As it was hit, the Snake King thrashed painfully in the canyon, injuring several of its own two-headed snakes in the process. Tylan then commanded the sand soldiers to reorganize their formation, splitting off into smaller teams to actively hunt down the two-headed snakes. The already frantic and unseen Snake King was easily pierced through the heart with an arrow from Tylan, collapsing onto a large stone in the canyon. Demon Dragon Gecko followed along the way, initially eager to show its prowess against the fierce two-headed snake, but after witnessing how Tylan toyed with it, it looked at Tylan with a changed expression, filled with disdain. Half an hour later, the canyon fell silent. Tylan ordered a portion of the sand soldiers to guard the canyon, while the others brought the corpses of the two-headed snakes back to the lake. In just a day's time, Tylan returned with some sand soldiers and over 2,000 two-headed snake corpses back to the lake. After throwing all the magical beast corpses into the water, Tylan led his team back to the canyon to set up a new camp and make further arrangements. Now, only 4 or 5 remaining tribesmen and a few fire-wind steeds stayed at the lake, mainly for delivering commands from Chu. All other magical beasts and tribesmen had moved to the canyon, which would be their main base for quite some time. Demon Dragon Gecko returned with Tylan but felt somewhat discontented since it did not get a chance to participate. Ever since the Phantom Spike skill tree leveled up, it had not been the same playmate it used to be, and now it found itself without a partner. Seeing it like this, Chu understood that Demon Dragon Gecko was inherently playful and could not be too restricted, so he allowed it to move freely within a 10,000-meter radius around the lake. This radius of 10 kilometers was a training ground for Chu's sand soldiers, and having been scouted by the tribesmen several times, it was relatively safe. Although Chu didn't witness the first expedition, the sand soldiers' easy defeat of the two-headed snake clan proved their strength was quite solid. The next step was to expand their ranks further and nurture elite warriors. Chapter 34, Rapid Expansion, The Astonishing Discovery of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree. Under Chu's guidance, the lake's shore resembled a magical beast production line, with a steady flow of magical beasts sent over each day, awakened by Chu's bloodline, before being sent to Tylan in the canyon for training. Reporting to Lord God Chu, the valley where the Hellhound clan has been stationed, 3,000 meters to the west of the lake, has been taken by our forces. Reporting to Lord God Chu, the Sand Wolf clan located 4,000 meters to the east of the lake has been completely annihilated, and its occupied dunes are now under our control. Reporting to Lord God Chu, the Horned Lizard clan 2,000 meters to the north of the lake has been eradicated, but we have not taken over the mud pit they occupied as it is unsuitable for our forces to inhabit. Tribesmen riding fire-wind steeds continuously came to report all sorts of news to Chu, mostly delivering good tidings about Tylan leading the sand soldiers. With the original canyon gradually becoming insufficient, Chu instructed Tylan to capture several other strategic and hidden locations, while the original canyon would be specifically used for training new recruits. Report to Lord God Chu, we have successfully awakened 30,000 magical beasts so far. Should we continue cultivating? Now clad in sturdy armor, Tylan carried a bow and arrows on his back and a spear made of beast bones in his hand, giving off a rather imposing aura. However, this somewhat primitive appearance was unavoidable, as the tribesmen were few, living long-term in the desert, almost indistinct from magical beasts. In Chu's memory, the major cities of this continent were quite prosperous, and the Dwarven clan, known for weapon crafting, produced armors far grander and more imposing than that on Tylan. Is there already so many? In that case, let us slow down a bit for now and only select the more unique beasts for awakening. Let us hold off on the others for the time being. Chu felt that the current scale was about right since the maximum capacity here within 10,000 miles was just 30,000 heads. Beyond that, not only would the resources consumed daily be enormous, but the tribesmen would also be stretched too thin. Moreover, Chu must also be wary of the Elven clan. After all, this desert is still under their surveillance. that Lucas might still be stationed at the outskirts of the desert, and the area where Chuas could see him arrive at any moment. Although Chu has given strict orders for Tyran to manage these beasts and maintain concealment, if their numbers are too great, it's impossible not to be noticed. During this time, train another 10,000 elite soldiers from the 30,000 beasts to form a separate unit, ensuring complete secrecy. No one must know the location of your camp. Chu thought for a moment and felt it was still somewhat insecure. Recently, the commotion caused by the sand troops had been quite large, and it was possible that some extraordinary beasts had detected something. If the elven clan discovered it, the other 20,000 beasts could be abandoned at any time, but the 10,000 elite soldiers newly chosen by Tyran were his only fortune. Yes, Lord Chu, I will certainly train you 10,000 elite soldiers as soon as possible. Tyran has always heeded Chu's words. Even so, at the end of each month, the sight of 30,000 beasts gradually flocking to the lakeside to receive blessings from Chu is quite spectacular, and what is most astonishing is that the discipline among them is comparable to that of a human army. Under Chu's monthly blessings and mana nourishment, both the desert dwellers and beasts are growing rapidly. Even Tyran has reached mortal tier level 8, and among the beasts, some have reached mortal tier level 7. However, since these beasts evolved from ordinary animals, their potential is relatively limited, and they may find it difficult to reach transcendent tier throughout their lives. Chu is also tirelessly refining the lake water. The lake's area has already shrunk by nearly half, and it will soon be completely refined. By then, when Chu advances to the Mana Lake stage, it is bound to be a monumental event. Master, I've discovered something strange you need to come and see. This is the voice of the Phantom Spike skill tree. Their symbiotic relationship allows it to communicate directly with Chu through the soul. Chu was indeed somewhat surprised. The Phantom Spike skill tree is now striving to root itself deep underground every day. It's said that only by rooting deeper can its foundation be more stable. Even if the trunk above is destroyed in the future, it would not die as long as its roots remain. Could there be some treasure buried underground? Following the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree, Chu's perception extended downwards, and about several dozen meters underground, he saw the forefront of the Phantom Spike skill tree's root system. Is it here? Chu was somewhat puzzled. He didn't feel anything unusual here. The roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree seemed to shake their heads. Not here, it's further down. I'm afraid there might be something unexpected down there, so I retreated first. So the Phantom Spike skill tree led Chu to continue deeper, going down several hundred meters underground, where Chu finally sensed something special. In front of the Phantom Spike skill tree, there is a layer of soil that hasn't been penetrated yet, but Chu can clearly feel that this layer of soil is not very thick, and he can also hear roaring sounds coming from the opposite side. Could there be an entire race hidden underground? Chu was quite astonished. After all, just several hundred meters beneath his lake, there are actually other creatures living, and he didn't even know about it. It seems to be the case, and the space inside is probably quite large. I've encountered this situation in several places of the root system, but I didn't dare to breach this layer of soil. The Phantom Spike skill tree's current actions are extraordinarily cautious, completely contrary to the extremely evil evaluation given by the system at the beginning. This layer of soil indeed cannot be directly pierced. After all, one does not know what the situation inside is. If it were pierced and the creatures inside flooded out, it might affect Chu's lake or even directly damage the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree, which could be fatal. Chu thought for a moment this is indeed a tricky situation, and he didn't dare to act rashly. In the end, Chu decided to let the Phantom Spike skill tree pierce a small hole first, then control the water flow to investigate the situation. After all, the appearance of water flow underground is quite normal. Even if there are intelligent beings below, they wouldn't suspect that there are people on the surface watching them. Following Chu's plan, the Phantom Spike skill tree carefully made a tiny hole and then immediately withdrew. Chu controlled the lake's water to flow down along the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree, being extra careful as it approached the small hole, trying to control the flow rate. Finally, Chu's water flow passed through the small hole, entering a brand new world. It's really amazing. I can't believe a place like this is so close to me and I didn't notice it. The nearby Phantom Spike skill tree heard Chu's exclamation and was very curious but couldn't dash in with him, itching with curiosity. Chapter 35, The Underground World, The Abandoned Race. As Chu controlled the water flow out of the small hole made by the phantom spike skill tree, what was revealed in his perception was a world beneath the earth. This world was vast, far exceeding Chu's current perception, at least several thousand meters deep, with a dark river winding away into the distance. Along the banks of the dark river were jagged rocks and some stalactites. The dark river occasionally splashed with sounds, indicating that some animals had entered the water, and soon after came the sounds of biting. It seemed that various creatures also lived in the dark river. At the top of the underground world, there were many bats hanging around, densely packed, with red eyes that made one's scalp tingle. The stream controlled by Chu flowed down along the rocks until it entered the dark river, and he felt a sudden dizziness, losing his perception. Not one to be easily discouraged, Chu increased the water flow's injection. After several attempts, he finally managed to maintain his perception in the dark river. The dark river was very deep and the flow was swift. Following the current, he could sense that the creatures at the bottom of the water seemed to be richer than those on the shore, and most of the creatures here were quiet. However, during feeding, it was a fierce scene, often resulting in one's own kind turning against each other. Chu specifically explored downwards, finding that the deeper he went, the faster his perception in the dark river decreased, and he even sensed the aura of a transcendent tier magical beast. In the end, Chu retrieved his perception, ceasing the inflow of water into the dark river and instead directing it towards the shore, following the rugged bank for about several hours before hearing human voices. Could there be humans surviving underground? Chu quickly flowed over secretly and discovered that these were not humans, but rather 7 or 8 peculiar-looking beings. These 7 or 8 beings had only one eye, a horn on their heads, and the lower half of their bodies was similar to humans, but their skin was the color of rock. The one-eyed beings were riding on the backs of rock monsters, confronting a strange fish in the water. The one-eyed beings had in their hands lines like fishing lines, which were tightly secured to the strange fish. However, the strange fish was incredibly strong, and the 7 or 8 one-eyed beings were unable to pull it ashore. Furthermore, the strange fish emitted a strange, piercing sound from its mouth, causing the one-eyed beings to pull even harder, appearing very anxious. Suddenly, one of the rock monsters the one-eyed beings were sitting on fell over, and the strange fish pulled fiercely, dragging the fallen one-eyed being into the water. Fortunately, another nearby one-eyed being reacted quickly and grabbed his leg, almost keeping his body from being dragged away. "Stanley, hold on!" The one-eyed creature holding on to his leg shouted. Originally, the encounter between the mutated fish and the one-eyed creature had been evenly matched, but with one less person, the mutated fish gained the upper hand. If the 7 did not let go soon, everyone might be pulled into the water, yet none of the 7 would relent. "Mackie, why don't we give up?" One of the one-eyed creatures spoke up. "Give up? If we missed this opportunity, how would we explain it to the entire clan upon our return? Do you really want to watch the whole clan starve to death?" If this stalemate continued, in less than 5 minutes, these 7 people would meet their doom at the belly of a fish. Chu sensed the situation and discovered that these people were all merely mortal tier level 1, with the leader only at mortal tier level 2. However, the rock monsters beneath them were all at mortal tier level 2, while the mutated fish in the water was a mortal tier level 5 beast. How dare these people target it? These people are not low in intelligence, just lacking in strength. But they can control rock monsters of a higher level than themselves, indicating they have some skills that might be useful to me. Chu increased the flow of water, as all his powers resided in the water. Just when these individuals were about to be pulled into the water, at the critical moment, Chu utilized the aqua dart skill. A water arrow suddenly pierced the body of the mutated fish, instantly killing it. The great pull from the water ceased, and the few one-eyed creatures on the shore narrowly escaped with their lives. The others breathed sighs of relief, only Mackie remained calm, commanding the others to quickly haul the mutated fish ashore, then seriously assessing their surroundings. Seeing Mackie's demeanor, the others realized the oddity surrounding the sudden death of the mutated fish. Whoever could kill that fish with a single blow must be a formidable being, and perhaps they too would not escape death. Chu looked at them and couldn't help but lament the plight of these weak races, whose lives were beyond their own control, forced to wander daily in fear between life and death. "No need to look, it was I who saved you, poor souls." Chu's voice echoed in the minds of all the one-eyed creatures, making them look around in shock.
Hearing this voice, Mackie promptly flipped off the rock monster and knelt down.
The other members, though confused by the situation, quickly followed suit and knelt.
I don't know who the Great One is that helped us. You have saved our entire Earth Spirit clan. Please allow me to represent the Earth Spirit clan in expressing our sincerest gratitude. Mackie earnestly knelt on the ground, speaking with sincere respect.
Yet, deep down, he felt uneasy, unsure whether this great being assisting them had good intentions or was scheming.
Earth Spirit clan? How long have you lived here, and how many of your kin remain?
Respected one, according to clan records, we have lived here for nearly 1,000 years and there are more than 10,000 of us remaining.
Mackie could not hide anything in front of such a powerful being and had to report truthfully. Take me to your clan's lands.
Don't worry, I mean no harm. Perhaps I can help you.
Tell me about the situation in this underground world along the way. Are you not from the underground world, Great One?
Mackie was somewhat shocked.
Chu was also taken aback. Have you truly never seen anyone from the outside world?
Mackie was even more convinced that Chu did not belong to this world.
His tone grew excited as he said, Never, Great One.
Since birth, the elders of our clan have told us about a world outside filled with sunlight, trees, and rain, yet we can never escape, and no one can come in, for our god has died. All the gods of this world have perished, and we are an abandoned race. As Mackie spoke, his voice grew increasingly somber, and all the others bowed their heads in understanding. They had all heard this tale and longed for the outside world, yet they understood that it only existed in fantasy, and due to their lack of experience, even the fantasy felt out of reach.
Chapter 36, War Criminals, Chu's Uniqueness.
Following along behind Mackie and the others, Chu also controlled the water flow to ensure a constant supply of water, preventing any mishaps. From the information supplemented by Mackie and the others, Chu learned about the Earth Spirit clan's basic situation and the distribution of nearby forces.
The Earth Spirit clan was banished to this world about 1,000 years ago after they lost faith in the Earth Spirit god. Since then, they have never been able to leave.
Not only that, but they cannot cultivate. Only those with better innate talent can automatically possess mortal tier strength upon reaching adulthood. Fortunately, after centuries of effort, their ancestors found the nearby rock monster clan with lower intelligence. The two weak clans began a strange symbiotic relationship, relying on each other to survive in this dark, sunless underground world.
Due to the underground world lacking sunlight, many plants could not survive, and instead, many poisonous plants thrived.
Thus, the vast majority of races in the underground world primarily relied on a carnivorous diet, leading to frequent battles between races and exacerbated hatred.
Apart from the intelligent races, there were also many magical beasts.
These beasts could quickly adapt to the underground environment, making them incredibly strong, forcing the majority of intelligent races to shrink back into very small territories and hunt cautiously, resulting in daily casualties among those who ventured out to hunt. As they were talking, Meiji and his group arrived at the location of the tribe's land. They reached a very small gap beneath a rock cave, where Meiji and others had to bend down to enter, while the rock creatures could not get in at all. They lived in the cave above. Through the rocky crevice, there was a fairly spacious depression that led into a deep valley, but with nearly 10,000 tribe members living there, it still felt quite cramped. However, Chu could understand that the outer rocky crevice could block most large creatures, and only in this way could the Earth Spirit tribe have a relatively safe living environment.
Chief, we're back.
This time we've brought back a giant toothfish, and a certain adult said he wanted to come and take a look. Amidst the crowd, Meiji walked up to a middle-aged man, directing everyone to place the giant toothfish on the ground before stepping forward to speak. The middle-aged man glanced at the fish on the ground, appearing somewhat surprised, and when he saw the wounds that clearly couldn't have been inflicted by Meiji and the others, he quickly asked,
Adult? Where is he? Hurry up and invite him over.
Without waiting for Meiji to introduce, Chu's voice resonated directly in the chief's mind. Dear chief, please forgive my boldness, I am simply curious about this place. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, the chief was startled and looked at Meiji, who was also looking at the chief, clearly aware that the chief had heard Chu's voice, yet he could not explain this miraculous phenomenon. He could only point to the water flow that had been following him, suggesting that it might be Chu. The chief looked at the gentle stream with a confused expression. He had never heard of a race whose body was just a stream. You need not be curious, this stream is merely part of my body, my true form is much larger than this. Although the chief was still a bit bewildered, he dared not ask more questions and instead nodded respectfully. I arrived in your tribe merely by chance, encountering Meiji and the others along the way. You can call me Lord Chu now. Please tell me about the origin of this underground world. Upon hearing that Chu's title included the word Lord, the chief was already a bit suspicious if this adult was perhaps a divine being. When he heard him inquire about the origin of this world, he became even more convinced that this adult might truly be some god from the outside world. Only a divine being could enter the underground world from outside. Reporting to Lord Chu, no one knows when this world came into existence, but our tribe has been here for nearly 1,000 years. However, we are not the earliest tribe in this world. It's said that some tribes have been here for almost 10,000 years already. A legend has been circulating among our intelligent races, claiming that we are all war criminals, and our deities died in battle during the war, which is why we were exiled here, unable to leave, nor able to cultivate, destined to fade away in nature as punishment for our initiation of the war. Chu was greatly astonished. This underground world turned out to be a prison. What kind of war was it, that even deities could perish? What kind of beings had such strong energy points to banish so many races to this underground world? The Earth Spirit Tribe Chief said that no one from this world could leave and no one could enter, so why was he able to come and go freely? Once again withdrawing his perception from the underground world, with a gentle stream serving as a medium, Chu could indeed control his entrance and exit at any time. After confirming that there were no unusual presences at the entrance, Chu let the Phantom Spike skill tree, which had been waiting somewhat bored at the side, have a try. The Phantom Spike skill tree carefully placed a root into the air defense hole it had made, and everything went smoothly. However, when its root system had just fully entered the underground world, the Phantom Spike skill tree felt a mysterious force rapidly eroding its root along the root system. The Phantom Spike skill tree had no ability to resist at all and could only panic and abandon that segment, severing it off. The Phantom Spike skill tree felt no pain at all, which astonished it. What is going on, Master? The moment my root system entered the underground world, a mysterious force started eroding me, and I had to cut off my root. There is such a thing. Chu himself did not encounter any abnormalities. It was truly strange. Chu could only attribute it to his own system. However, this also confirmed that what the Earth Spirit Tribe Chief said was true: creatures from outside could not enter, nor could those inside leave. But I am an exception. I can enter and exit freely. If I were to create a dark river in the underground, would the creatures inside the dark river be able to enter and exit freely as well? I think the Master's idea is quite reasonable, but we can't rush into it now. It's better to develop slowly and figure out the situation of this underground world first. Chu nodded. What the Phantom Spike skill tree said was indeed right. After all, the underground world had a complex situation. If he did manage to establish a route for free entry and exit, he would definitely be the first to be affected, and he had to ensure that he could maximize his benefits before trying to establish this passage. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit Tribe Chief was still recounting the origin of this underground world that he knew about, as well as the development of their Earth Spirit Tribe over the past 1,000 years, along with the current situation of the nearby territory they controlled. Chu felt reassured, knowing that at least the creatures nearby were not very strong. The only uncertainty was that Dark River. No one knew how powerful the creatures inside it might be. Chapter 37, I Am Your New God. The leader of the Earth Spirit Tribe dutifully invited Chu to their sacred place of worship. Although their deity had long since died, this location remained the most sacred spot for the entire tribe. Traditionally, only the upper echelons of the Earth Spirit Tribe were permitted to enter, yet now they were respectfully inviting Chu, an outsider, into their midst. The scene was rather comical. Chu sensed his surroundings. The statue of the Earth Spirit deity was that of a cyclops, massive in size, wielding a giant axe, with yellow rays emanating from its single eye. However, the statue now appeared lifeless, clearly due to the fact that the deity had passed away. May I ask, Lord Chu, are you from another world? The leader of the Earth Spirit Tribe seemed a bit reserved, as the being before him had the power to easily determine the fate of over 10,000 of their kind. Yes, I did come from outside, but I've already tried and can confirm that apart from me, no other creatures can enter or exit. Upon hearing this, the leader showed no signs of disappointment. Evidently, after millennia, he had long since lost hope of leaving this world.
So, then, Lord Chu, you truly are a deity?
Chu observed the hopeful expression on the leader's face and understood what the leader was thinking. It was simple: the old gods had died, and in this land devoid of deities, if they could find a new god who could freely enter and exit this world, it would provide a foundation for their existence, and they might even grow strong enough to dominate their territory. However, this was precisely what Chu was thinking. He intended to use the Earth Spirit tribe to help him navigate this complex and mysterious underground world. He didn't believe that such a vast underground world could go completely unnoticed by the outside Temple of Light faction or elven clans. They surely had their own means of surveillance or could find a way to enter.
Yes, I can say that I am a deity.
In a certain sense, possessing a system did make Chu quite similar to a deity. Upon hearing Chu's affirmative response, the leader's face broke into a look of surprise. He quickly pulled over a tribe member who was still stunned by the news of Chu being a deity and knelt on the ground, bowing to the stream that Chu had brought. Although Chu was unsure if the belief power generated in this underground world would be detected by the Temple of Light faction, he was not inclined to take that risk, so he quickly stopped the leader.
Wait, don't rush to praise me. I understand your thoughts very well. It's not impossible for me to grant you my protection, but you must comply with my demands.
The leader urgently replied. As long as it allows our Earth Spirit tribe to continue, we will comply with whatever Lord Chu commands. Chu was quite satisfied with this attitude. Although he played a small trick by making their survival a prerequisite, it still showed that their nature was not bad.
First demand: you can only praise me in your hearts, and you are not to perform any rituals nor erect any statues in my honor.
Understood, we will remember that.
Second demand: I will enhance your power, but you must fight for me in this underground world.
Understood, we will remember that. Third demand: my existence must be kept strictly confidential. You are not allowed to tell any outsiders, or I will immediately abandon you. Understood, we will fully comply with Lord Chu's requirements.
Meeting these three requirements would basically guarantee that he would remain hidden and undetected.
Then today, inform your people of these three requirements and gather all tribe members tomorrow. After issuing his orders, Chu temporarily withdrew his perception from the underground world. Back on the surface, Chu instructed the Phantom Spike skill tree to halt its descent for now. After all, no one knew how vast the underground world was or how many entrances existed. At least the Phantom Spike skill tree had already identified 3 or 4 suspicious locations. However, Chu suspected that not every spot that was dug down would lead to an entrance of the underground world. If it were so, the underground world would not remain a secret, and he wouldn't have had no recollection of it from the memories he had devoured in the past. Perhaps the body of water he resided in was, in fact, an entrance to the underground world, or it could be that his arrival had disrupted the rules between the surface and the underground worlds, creating vulnerabilities that produced so many entrances beneath his lake. Regardless of the situation, Chu knew that he could not act recklessly until he understood it better, especially since the Phantom Spike skill tree had suffered a setback before. Although the loss was minor, the strange sensation still left a significant shadow in his heart.
The Phantom Spike skill tree could not dig deeper, it could only continue to root itself farther away.
Although its body was submerged in the lake, its roots did not extend in the direction of the lake but rather towards the land. Chu continued to concentrate mana for a day and night, and the next day he increased the flow of water being injected into the underground world, forming a small lake within the territory of the Earth Spirit tribe.
All the Earth Spirits are standing densely around this small lake.
The giant toothfish brought back by McGee and the others the day before has also been pulled up. This is now their best food, prepared for today to be offered to Chu.
I, the god Chu, from today on, am your new god.
My requirements have already been discussed with your chieftain. Since you worship me as a god, I will also bring you what you desire: food, territory, and power. I will provide you with all of these. Chu's voice resonated deeply within the souls of every Earth Spirit present. Bound by Chu's requirements, no one knelt down, but instead quietly praised Chu's greatness in their hearts. Today, I bestow blessings upon you, hoping you will gain power. Use skill, blessing. White light enveloped the Earth Spirits, and as they bathed in this gentle glow, they forgot their hunger, forgot their pain, and forgot that they were in the endless darkness of the underground world. A surge of power blossomed from their hearts and quickly spread throughout their bodies, each earth spirit glowing with a yellow light, a unique symbol of the earth spirit's soil defense, marking their entry into mortal tier 1. In this underground world where one cannot cultivate, only the exceptionally talented earth spirits can naturally enter mortal tier upon adulthood, and often find it difficult to advance further for their entire lives. Yet under Chu's blessings, they finally all gained power, even though this power was weak and not as strong as the magical beasts cultivated by Chu on the surface. It was just the beginning. Power is the right to survive. Praise the great God Chu, with my life, I shall be a shield for God Chu. Every earth spirit silently said this in their hearts. Chapter 38, The War in the Underground World. Chu listened to the earth spirit's praises and oaths in his heart, and a different feeling surged within him. If the system did not currently prevent him from absorbing faith power, Chu believed that just the loyal faith of these 10,000 earth spirits would be enough to double his strength. These earth spirits have lived in dire circumstances for too long now, with Chu appearing as a savior and bestowing upon them powerful strength. Their loyalty to Chu has reached over 80%. Chu summoned the chieftain in the temple and also called for the 7 people who brought Chu to the earth spirits that day. Through their performance while fishing that day, Chu found that even though their individual strength was not strong, they were very good at teamwork, making them promising materials. I am gathering you today to assign you a task. Now every member of the earth spirits is at least mortal tier 1, enough to conquer the surrounding area, so McGee will lead, with the other 6 assisting, to quickly organize an army. Move in the direction of my body and conquer all the nearby races. Chu did not want to waste any time and decided to launch the campaign immediately. To Lord Chu, with the current strength of my earth spirit clan, there are indeed no rivals in this vicinity, but the depth of the dark river is unclear, and it may be difficult for us to enter it. The clan leader hesitated and said, a hint of worry flashing across his face, fearing that the first task assigned by Chu would be impossible for his clansmen to fulfill. You don't need to worry about the dark river for now, just keep a close watch. First, clear out the other tribes along the shore. Those who are willing to submit should be spared, the others should be wiped out. I want to see results in a month. Yes, we will not disappoint Lord Chu's expectations. Mike and the others responded in unison. After not hearing Chu's voice for a long time, estimating that Chu had already left, the clan leader and Mike discussed for most of the day before finalizing the detailed invasion plan. First, they called all the adult males in the clan, with the older ones responsible for guarding the clanland. The remaining youth, about 3,000 men, formed an army, with Mike as the general and 6 others assisting him. After secretly training for 7 days in the clan's territory, they finally set off from their land. However, Mike's army's first stop was not a hostile force but the friendly Rockfolk clan. After negotiating with the leader of the Rockfolk, he agreed to the request to assign a Rockfolk member as a partner to each Earth Spirit warrior. In fact, the Rockfolk and the Earth Spirit clan originally had a symbiotic relationship, with the Rockfolk sending members to the Earth Spirit clan each year to become partners. Now, seeing the Earth Spirit clan's formidable force, even the Rockfolk, despite their low intelligence, understood they had to cooperate fully. With the full support of the Rockfolk, Mike's army reached 6,000. To cultivate camaraderie among the warriors and foster cooperation between Earth Spirit soldiers and Rockfolk, he decided to first target a weak adversary. The tribe he chose was the Ratmen, who had human limbs and rat heads, and they held grudges. The Ratmen were numerous, but their overall strength was not impressive, making them ideal for military training. When Mike's 6,000 soldiers arrived at the Ratmen's territory, the Ratmen had long been on high alert. The leading Ratman clearly recognized Mike and loudly asked, "Mike, have you come to bring us food from the Earth Spirit clan?" The Ratman warriors behind him laughed, patting their bellies and chirping. However, Mike ignored the provocation entirely, and each Earth Spirit warrior behind him looked at the Ratmen, their single eye radiating anger. In the past, the Ratmen often ambushed Earth Spirit warriors when they were out hunting alone due to their numbers, considering them as food. Now it was finally time for the Earth Spirits to take their revenge. All troops, listen up. Charge and leave no one alive. Mike led the charge. Now a level 3 mortal tier warrior, he was undoubtedly a powerful figure in this region. In just a moment, the Ratman's general was beheaded, and the panicked Ratman warriors fled in disarray. the Earth Spirit warriors chased on the backs of the rock folk. When the Ratmen had nowhere to retreat, they showed their fierceness and turned around to fight back against the Earth Spirits. However, the Earth Spirits were all at the mortal tier now, and with the rock folk as their allies, they were not afraid of the Ratmen. In fact, due to their shorter stature, the Ratmen had a hard time even approaching the Earth Spirits, let alone counterattacking. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, as the Earth Spirit clan shattered the Ratmen's defenses and pushed into their stronghold, killing all the remaining clan members, and returned with the Ratmen's treasures and valuable food supplies. In this battle, the Earth Spirits suffered just over 100 casualties while slaughtering nearly 10,000 Ratmen, many of whom fled into the Dark River. The Earth Spirits did not dare pursue but allowed them to fend for themselves with their current strength. The remaining Ratmen would not be able to stir up much trouble. After a brief rest of 3 days, Mike took the Earth Spirit clan out again. This time they targeted the Ironhide Monster clan, a magical beast race that lacked the intelligence of humans but had greater strength. Their tough iron skin would be difficult to deal with, but if the Earth Spirits could secure a victory here, they could use the iron from the Ironhide monsters to make armor, which would greatly benefit future campaigns. This battle was quite challenging. Although the casualties were still around 200, the Earth Spirit warriors were very fatigued due to the Ironhide monsters' overwhelming defense. The Earth Spirits had to wear down their opponents to breach their defenses. However, after this battle, the clan leader mobilized everyone to strip the iron from the Ironhide monsters and forge it into armor. After donning the armor, the combat capabilities of the Earth Spirit warriors were further enhanced. With just 3 days left until the 1-month deadline, Mike finally returned with the tired remnants of 5,000 Earth Spirit warriors and the rockfolk to their land. This campaign had stretched from the Earth Spirit clan's territory to the spot where Chu broke open the entrance to the underground world. Along the way, they encountered 8 races, of which only the Stone Throwers and the Dark Demon clan were willing to submit. The others, due to fierce resistance, were completely wiped out by Mike and his unstoppable Earth Spirit army. However, along this road, many Earth Spirit warriors had also fallen. From 3,000 at the start of their expedition, fewer than 2,000 remained. Yet, they did not regret nor resent Chu's orders. Because in the past month, they enjoyed ample food and acquired vast territory, providing a much safer and stable environment for future generations. And all of this was brought by Chu, who gave them a new lease on life. Chapter 39, Shelley's Unexpected Appearance. The situation in the underground world was quite promising, and Chu had gradually formed a small stream in that realm. However, this stream was still very small compared to the Dark River. Just as Chu was immersed in the quietly flowing stream, trying to perceive the mysteries of the underground world, a grand escape was playing out near the outskirts of the elf forest. A woman was riding on a flying carpet ahead, while several strong members of the elven clan were hot on her heels. This woman was actually Shelley, who had left Chu a long time ago. For some reason, she was now appearing in the eastern elf forest, although she was supposed to be heading west, and clearly, she had angered the elves. Daring to steal our elven clan's sacred artifact, once I catch you, you'll become my target practice. A man from the elven clan shouted furiously. As the guardian of the sacred artifact, he bore an undeniable responsibility for its loss. If he couldn't retrieve it, he would face severe punishment from his clan and wouldn't have the face to confront the elf king. Shelley was also quite angry. This group of elves had been chasing her for 2 days and nights and wouldn't give up. If this continued, they would surely catch up to her. It seems I have no choice but to take the risk and head into that desert. The thought of encountering someone like Chu in the desert made her hesitate. She truly didn't want to come into contact with him again. Being near him always left her feeling manipulated and used. She pulled out 3 scrolls from a storage pearl hanging around her neck without looking and tossed them behind her. The few elven clan members behind her were startled and quickly flew higher to evade Shelley's scrolls. Throughout this journey, they had suffered greatly from Shelley's endless scrolls and had almost been severely injured several times. However, when the scrolls exploded, a thick cloud of smoke filled the surroundings, obscuring their vision and interfering with their soul detection. When the elven clan rushed through the smoke, they discovered that Shelley's figure was already gone. How could this happen? How could she just disappear like that? Looking around, it's all flat ground. She absolutely couldn't have moved that quickly. She must have used some method to hide. Let's split up to find her, and whoever finds her must notify the others immediately. We absolutely cannot let her escape, otherwise, I'll have to kill myself in front of my king to atone for my failure. I suspect she may return here. I'll wait here for a while to ensure she's not coming before looking elsewhere." Several members of the elven clan chose a direction and rushed off, while one remained in place, vigilantly sensing the surroundings. After a long time, when he became somewhat impatient, Shelley appeared pale from her previous position. It turned out that when Shelley used the thick smoke to obscure the vision and detection of several members, she utilized a secret method that temporarily made her invisible by harnessing intense sunlight. However, the longer this method was maintained, the greater the damage to her body. Shelley didn't expect these elves to be so cunning, with one even waiting for her at the original spot. Unable to sustain the secret method any longer, she had no choice but to reveal herself to fight. "I must eliminate him before he sends a message, otherwise I won't be able to leave." Shelley now had a breath of extraordinary level 9, while the elven clan member across from her was at extraordinary level 8, and his companions were also level 8, with one other at level 9 as well. "So you were really hiding here, managing to conceal yourself right under our noses." The elven clan member looked at the suddenly appearing Shelley with a mix of surprise and anger. Shelley scoffed coldly, and without waiting for the elven clan man to act, she threw out a scroll. Tremor Lightning. Lightning magic is the hardest type of magic to master and possesses the strongest destructive power. The elven clan members' faces changed. They didn't even have time to open the communication scroll in their hands and hurriedly dodged to the side with all their might, while also tearing open several scrolls to cast shields over themselves. However, the speed of the lightning was so fast that the elven clan man ultimately couldn't evade it, was struck by the magic, and instantly had his shield shattered. A bolt of lightning struck him, sending his body flying back as he coughed up blood. However, the man's reaction was swift. Before Shelley could launch another attack, he quickly fired several arrows, forcing Shelley to dodge repeatedly while he rapidly distanced himself, opened a scroll, and sent the message. Bad news. Shelley saw the man open the scroll and send the message, realizing her time was running out. Wings of the wind. In an instant, Shelley appeared right behind the man. The man was about to fly into the sky to create more distance when Shelley used magic again. Seal of chains. The elven clan man felt his body firmly shackled by several invisible ropes and was completely unable to move. He attempted to summon the elemental powers between heaven and earth but found his connection with the elements cut off. Now, he was like a pig to be slaughtered. Aurora Holy Sword. A gigantic sword descended from the sky, slaying the elven clan man without question, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Shelley's face turned even paler. She could barely stand, threw out her flying carpet, and quickly flew deep into the desert. When several elven clan warriors arrived at the place where Shelley had just fought, they only found a pool of blood on the ground and a longbow belonging to an elven clan man. "Damn it, she actually killed Lirfu, we must avenge him. Immediately notify Lord Blake, ask him to help seal off the entire desert. We have a lot of magical beasts in the desert, she definitely won't be able to escape." Meanwhile, Shelley was wobbling in the direction of Lake Chu. When she passed through a canyon, she could no longer hold on and fainted. This scene was just seen by an elder from the wilderness tribe who had just taken recruits from the Sand military out for training outside the canyon. This person had seen Shelley fighting against the beast tied with Chu by the lake, so he hurriedly took Shelley to meet Tyren. Tyren knew that Shelley was not an ordinary person and had a deep relationship with Chu, so he personally took Shelley and several guards to the lake. On the way, Shelley intermittently regained consciousness several times, realizing she was being hurried along by Tyren. She had a faint impression of Tyren and knew these wilderness people were followers of Chu. "It seems I have no choice but to see Chu this time. I've always encountered him when I've been gravely injured. I hope I'm not just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again." Thinking of this, Shelley forced a bitter smile and then fell back into unconsciousness. Chapter 40, The Stone of Life, The Strange Actions of the Elven Clan. When Tyren appeared with the unconscious Shelley in Chu's perception, Chu was genuinely surprised. He never expected to see Shelley again, and once more, she was gravely injured and brought over by Tyren. Lord God Chu, this woman was found unconscious outside the canyon guarded by the Sand military. My clansmen discovered her. I remember she fought alongside you against the beast tide before, so I brought her here.
You did well. You may go back now. This woman will remain on the shore.
Yes, my lord.
Tyran ordered people to prepare a blanket made of beast fur, laid it on the ground, and then placed Shelley on it. Chu checked Shelley's condition. It was much better than last time, just overly fatigued and drained of energy.
A few days of rest should be enough for her to recover. Chu did not pay too much attention and continued to immerse himself in the underworld, planning to ask about the situation once Shelley woke up. It wasn't until the third day that Shelley finally woke up completely. In between, she had been conscious a few times but hadn't thought of what to do, so she simply continued to sleep. However, 3 days was long enough. If it went on any longer, Chu would surely grow impatient, and the elven clan would soon find their way here.
Are you awake?
Chu asked playfully. Shelley felt a bit embarrassed. Both times she had met Chu, she had been injured, and last time she had insisted on leaving Chu, only to have to return.
I'm sorry, my lord, for disturbing you once again. What happened this time?
Shelley hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. It turned out that last time, Shelley was initially heading west, wanting to reach a city with a dense human population, but while in a large city, she heard that Elven clan had a treasure called the Stone of Life. It was said that this Stone of Life could give anyone who was not completely dead a chance to revive, essentially giving them a second life. Therefore, the Stone of Life had always been one of the most important treasures of the Elven clan, but this time it was unclear how it got leaked out and was being talked about everywhere in the human cities. My master was gravely injured trying to save me and has been preserved by secret techniques for years to maintain a thread of life, Shelley said with a hint of melancholy.
So you went to the Elven clan to steal the Life Stone?
Chu was a bit surprised. Could it be that Shelley had become this strong? Well, I did have that thought and knew my chances of success were slim, but I had to try. However, the elf stone wasn't stolen by me. Someone deliberately gave it to me. Shelley also looked puzzled, clearly not understanding why someone would give her such a magical treasure as the Life Stone in the first place.
Someone gave it to you? What do you mean?
At first, I was lurking on the outskirts of the elf forest. One night, I secretly snuck into the elf forest, enduring many hardships to find the Elf King's palace. Just as I was about to enter and steal the gem, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. I was overpowered and captured by them. When I woke up, I was outside the elf forest with a green gem in my arms.
So that was the Life Stone? Could it be that there's a traitor within the Elven clan? But why would they hand such a treasure to you?
Shelley shook her head and said.
I was just as confused.
When I woke up and saw the Life Stone, Elven clan members quickly began hunting me down. I had no choice but to flee in this direction. Chu thought carefully but felt at a loss, not understanding what the Elven clan was plotting. Logically speaking, a race like the Elven clan, even if they had treasures, shouldn't let the whole continent know about it, and they shouldn't end up being stolen internally and then handed to a stranger like Shelley. Additionally, in Chu's perception, Shelley was at least a level 9 talent. Although she was strong, she wouldn't be able to explore the Elf King's palace unnoticed by the Elven clan. They shouldn't have let her escape. Chu smelled a strong scent of conspiracy, but he didn't know who this conspiracy was aimed at.
Was it a self-directed performance by the Elven clan, or was someone plotting against them? What does he want?
Chu felt someone approaching quickly. It was Black, who had approached him earlier.
A legendary tier powerhouse from the Elven clan is coming. Do not resist, and I will hide you.
After saying that, Chu placed Shelley into the system space. Soon, Black arrived at the edge of the lake and called out loudly towards the water.
Brother Chu, are you there?
Black has something to discuss. Please come out and meet me. Chu conjured a water figure and slowly walked to the shore, smiling at Black and saying,
Brother Black, long time no see. What winds have blown you here?
Seeing that Chu refused to reveal his true appearance, Black felt a bit displeased, but after noticing that the water figure Chu conjured was even more lively and vibrant than last time, his evaluation of Chu's abilities automatically rose. Brother Chu, I'm here this time because there is indeed something I would like to ask for your help with.
Oh?
If it's something from Brother Black, as long as I can help, I'll do my utmost.
But what could possibly compel a powerful legendary tier figure from the elven clan to seek assistance? Chu knew it was definitely related to the life stone, but he still pretended to ask. It's really complicated. It's a disgrace for my elven clan that I cannot speak of openly. A few days ago, while our king and the experts were away, someone sneaked into the elf king's palace and stole a treasure. When our king returned, he was furious and ordered a full pursuit. However, the thief is very cunning and has managed to escape several times, ultimately fleeing into this barren desert. There's such a thing happening? That thief is truly despicable to dare to steal from the elven clan. Brother Black, rest assured, as soon as I discover the whereabouts of this person, I will immediately inform you. Chu feigned a furious expression and generously patted Black's shoulder, saying. Black felt a heavy thud on his shoulder from Chu's water figure and secretly cursed Chu for being so strong while acting all grateful. With your words, I feel relieved. If Brother Chu can provide any information, our elven clan will certainly reward you greatly. Well, I won't take up more of your time. I'll be on my way now. Hey, Brother Black, you've come all this way. We should have a good chat. Why rush off so soon? Black had already flown into the sky, waving his hand, and his voice drifted from afar. Thanks for your kindness, Brother Chu, but I have to notify a few more brothers. I'll be sure to come back for a good chat next time. Chu watched Black's retreating figure, and the water figure showed a faint smile. Interesting, they're actually going all out to search for a thief in the desert. Chapter 41, Shelley's Trust. Chu advances to Mana Lake stage. After confirming that Black had left, Chu released Shelley and told her about Black's intention. Shelley was also very puzzled about this. If they do this, won't the entire continent know that someone has stolen their life stone? So, it seems that for a while to come, this desolate land is going to get lively. The allure of the life stone is something even the elven clan will find hard to deter everyone on the continent from, right? But this was not what surprised Chu the most. What puzzled him was that Blake had clearly seen Shelley last time, knew about her relationship with him, and this time, many from the elven clan had also seen Shelley's true identity, so Blake must know that Shelley was the thief. Doesn't that mean the elven clan had already suspected him, or perhaps even confirmed that the life stone was in his possession? In that case, the elven clan is still vigorously hunting for Shelley and even came to ask for his help. The elven clan is toying with everyone, and they've made me the meat on the chopping block. Chu muttered to himself, and with this realization, he could explain all of the elven clan's various behaviors. He even suspected that it was the elven king himself who handed the life stone to Shelley. The reason the elven clan acted this way could be that some entity coveted the life stone, and they wanted to send it out first in this manner before secretly taking it back. Chu even speculated that the entity demanding the life stone was the Temple of Light faction, as only they had the strength to pressure the elven clan into using such roundabout methods to avoid direct confrontation. After telling Shelley all of his guesses, she was completely shocked. Don't tell me you didn't think about the trouble you'd bring me when you first went to the elven forest to steal the life stone. Chu's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Shelley's actions were undoubtedly careless of Chu's situation. This time, her actions would lead to significant trouble for Chu, forcing him to confront the major issue of the elven clan shortly. Shelley knelt on the ground, apologizing to Chu. I'm sorry, my lord. I know this may cause you troubles, but this is the only chance to save my master, and I have to try. That's not a justification for how you have wronged me. Tell me, how do you plan to atone? Shelley trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground. Indeed, this was her fault, but she had no choice. Shelley is willing to be at your service, my lord. Even if you want my life, I'm willing, but I plead with you to allow me to bring the life stone to my master first. Such a childish and ridiculous thought. By the time you rescue your master, I'll probably have been destroyed by the elven clan. Besides, what use do I have for your life? Shelley dared not speak, simply lowering her head in silence. How about this, you serve me for 20 years, and I will let you go. Of course, to prevent you from escaping, you need to temporarily hand over the life stone to me. Shelley's background was mysterious, and her strength and talent were considerable. Now, Chu had too few capable people under him, making Shelley a decent choice. Moreover, given that she had caused him such significant trouble, having her serve him for 20 years could be considered compensation for the loss.
Shelley's face was conflicted. Sacrificing her freedom to serve a mysterious entity that could be an old monster in disguise was something she intended to refuse. However, it was true that she had brought significant trouble to Chu, and her life was now in someone else's hands. I cannot die, I must live for my master. It's only 30 years. After 30 years, I can save my master. I promise you, please honor your word, my lord. Let me go after 30 years and return the life stone to me. Shelley could only choose to trust Chu, otherwise, he might very well devour her right now. Alright, don't worry, now hand over the life stone. Since Shelley had prepared herself mentally, she decisively took out a green gem and threw it to Chu. As soon as the gem fell into the lake, the system immediately sent out a prompt. Ding, life stone detected. The host has two choices. Choose refining, and the system space will permanently store living beings. Choose embedding, and the system space will store living beings for 3 days. Choose refining. Chu would not be talking about trust, since the elven clan had already deemed Shelley as one of their own and believed the lifestone was in his hands. He simply decided to refine it, turning all of the elven clan's assumptions into reality. Ding, refining successful, system space capacity increases, capable of permanently storing living beings. Chu felt the size of the system space. It was now around 100 square meters, but there were no energy points, so he couldn't cultivate in it. Outside, Shelley was unaware that as soon as Chu got the life stone, he refined it. If she knew, she would probably fight desperately. Looked at Shelley still kneeling by the lake. For now, Chu didn't need her, so it was better to have her follow Tyren to familiarize herself with his forces. Chu called over a member of the Savage clan and asked him to take Shelley to the valley to find Tyren. He also requested Tyren to ramp up the training of the beasts recently, and to hide well, as a major battle might happen soon. In fact, Chu had already figured out how to deal with the Elven clan. After all, from the very beginning, he had been preparing the Elven clan as a hypothetical enemy. The process of refining mana had actually been completed a few days ago. It was just that matters in the underground world had delayed him for a while. He hadn't had the chance to level up until now, and the timing was just right for an upgrade. System, I want to upgrade to Mana Lake stage. Beep, upgrading, please wait patiently. The lake that previously shrank by half looked calm on the surface, but in fact, a magical transformation was taking place. The mana from the surroundings was pouring in, continuously being refined into the water. The water, which was already rich in mana, now brimmed with even more. However, from the outside, none of this seemed unusual. To outsiders, it still appeared to be an ordinary lake, perhaps even less spectacular than the famous lakes in the Central Plains. Yet, the moment Chu concentrated, this lake could instantly fill with mana, becoming a true lake of mana. After the upgrade to Mana Lake stage, the lake gained an excellent layer of concealment. As long as Chu desired, this lake could transform into any shape he wished. This was also due to Chu's continuous refining of the lake water over the past few months, which allowed him to gain a deep understanding of the structure of the water, enabling him to achieve the current effortless transformation. In addition, the area of the lake had also returned to its original size, but the concentration of mana had not weakened at all. The fish and shrimp in the water sensed this change. Some small creatures even fainted due to the overwhelming mana, while others, with sturdier physiques, were quietly undergoing some transformation. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed in the sky, and torrential rain fell, pouring into the lake and turning into mana. Creatures along the shore were caught in a frenzy of growth. Beep, congratulations on successfully upgrading, host. Chapter 42, Opening the First Tributary, Wangchuan River. Chu happily looked at his system panel. Host, Chu. Identity, Lake of Mana. Level, LV1. Energy points, 2 million. Skills, Healing Rain skill LV10 can be upgraded to Raging Storm, Aqua Snare skill LV10 can be upgraded to Water Binding, Aqua Dart skill LV10 can be upgraded to Ice Arrow, Water Dragon Ascend LV10 can be upgraded to Water Dragon Roar, Ice Cage LV10 can be upgraded to Ice Shackles, Blessing usable twice a month, Awakening usable twice a month. Finally upgraded to the Mana Lake stage. First, let me upgrade all my skills. System, upgrade all skills to the current highest level. After spending over 500,000 energy points again, all skills were upgraded successfully. The power of the upgraded skills underwent a dramatic transformation, and Chu felt he had reached the legendary tier level. However, this wasn't the most crucial part. The most important thing was that Chu could now open his first tributary, finally freed from this desert. Moreover, after opening the tributary, Chu no longer had to worry about the lake being discovered. He could easily redirect enemy attention to the tributary, making the main lake that much safer. Chu had already decided where to open the first tributary. When the underground world was discovered, he made the decision to create a hidden river underground. The underground world is a place that has not yet come under the gaze of most, with enormous development potential. Chu could quietly develop his forces here and, when the time is right, shift them to the surface. According to the system's description, each tributary opened would possess a type of elemental power. So, what elemental power should this underground hidden river choose? Should I choose the earth element? After all, Mikey's Earth Spirit clan and Rock Monster clan both use earth elemental power. However, this did not align with Chu's plans. Although the Earth Spirit clan is currently a vital ally for Chu, that's only temporary. Chu planned to create special and powerful rivers, and an earth elemental river seemed too ordinary. Besides, the earth element somewhat conflicts with water. Let us create a dark elemental river, flowing through the entire underground of this continent, becoming the Wangchuan River of this demon realm. The Wangchuan River, in the world of my past life, is the legendary river of the underworld. In this world, Chu aims to turn the legend into reality. In the underground world, Mikey has led troops to conquer and control a considerable stretch of riverbank. Chu doesn't want to touch that hidden river just yet. System, I want to open a tributary, Wangchuan River, a dark elemental river. Beep, tributary opened successfully, area of 1000 meters, extending will require energy points. Chu controlled the flow of water himself, running parallel to the original hidden river, forming a dark elemental river. The total length of the river is 1000 meters, matching the area that Mikey had previously conquered. The water of this river is as black as ink, and unlike the lake, this tributary boldly radiates dark power, as if afraid nobody would notice it. Chu had already informed Mikey and others in advance, so at this moment, all the earth spirits and the tribes that submitted to them were on the underground rocks, witnessing this miracle. A river appeared out of nowhere in this underground world, and few knew that its source was just above them, connected to the lake they longed for through an inconspicuous hole. Chu looked at the system, and sure enough, a new entry labeled tributary appeared on the system information panel. Tributary, Wangchuan River. Length, 1000 meters. Attribute, dark element only suitable for dark creatures. Skill, perdition creatures submerged in the Wangchuan River will turn into skeleton warriors, obeying the host's commands. This skill is pretty overpowered if used well. One can quickly have an army akin to a war machine, completely loyal to oneself. As the scale of the battles in the underground world increases, I will definitely need more warriors, but most of the races here are unruly and hard to tame, often leading to their extermination. Now that I have this skill, I can completely turn my enemies into my own army, while also reducing casualties among my own people. While the likes of Meiji knelt on the ground, gazing at the serene river, a sense of awe involuntarily surged within them, as if a giant beast lurked beneath the water, ready to swallow them whole. Meiji, throw a few of the prisoners captured in previous battles into the river. Chu's voice echoed in Meiji's mind. Although Meiji didn't understand the reason, he quickly issued the command, and soon a few people brought over two massive magical beasts. Meiji rarely kept prisoners during battles because it was troublesome, requiring him to provide food and supplies. Killing them outright was much easier. Only these huge magical beasts, which could be raised as food, would Meiji choose to keep and take back to the clan lands. He didn't expect them to come in handy at this moment. Following Chu's command, Meiji tossed the two magical beasts into the river, not even causing much of a splash as they sank to the river bottom. After a while, the two magical beasts surfaced, but they were merely skeletons. Chu could clearly sense that as long as he gave the command, these two skeletons would obey without resistance. Jump into the river, Chu ordered. Sure enough, the two skeletons once again jumped into the river, appearing quite comfortable as they floated. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring two skeleton warriors, reward, 500 energy points. Chu then controlled them to walk out,
standing aside as they silently stayed next to him, showing no trace of their previous ferocity. Seeing this, Meiji and the others were greatly astonished, believing that this must be a miracle performed by Chu, increasing their trust in him. Chu looked at the river, which was not particularly grand, and a surge of ambition gradually welled up within him. Chapter 43: Awakening the Army of 100,000 Magical Beasts. The River of Forgetfulness has been successfully opened up. The next step is to earn energy points while extending the river's length and expanding the influence of the underground world along the river. However, there is still a troublesome matter at hand. This desert is about to become lively due to Shelley's theft of the Life Stone, and the Elven clan will definitely come to settle accounts, so I need to prepare early. Chu planned to take advantage of the chaos in the vast desert to massively expand the army of magical beasts, allowing his forces to cover the entire desert. This way, regardless of any movements in the desert, including those of the Elven clan, they would not escape his gaze. Currently, the Elven clan has withdrawn most of their patrollers wandering in the desert, gathering them at the edge. They appear to be tense, preventing outsiders from entering to steal the Life Stone. However, given the vastness of the desert, how could they effectively block it? Clearly, the Elven clan is merely putting on a show of being tight on the outside while loose on the inside. Sure enough, in the past few days, reports have continuously come in from the raiders, saying that they discovered traces of external cultivators near the valleys they occupy. Most of those currently entering the desert are mercenaries who happen to be hunting nearby or on the edge of the desert themselves. True large forces will not rush in at first. They have long prepared for the situation like a mantis stalking a cicada. Chu decided to take advantage of the fact that no large forces have entered yet, and that the Elven clan has relaxed their internal patrols, to begin large-scale breeding of magical beasts. After 2 or 3 months, he called all the raiders together once again, with Shelley also following closely behind Tyrone. During this time, as she followed Tyrone, Shelley was utterly shocked by how Chu could help the beasts awaken their bloodlines and cultivate magical beasts. Even in her world, no one had ever done this. Of course, this was because her world had nearly no ordinary beasts. They were all at least magical beast level. However, this method still defied common sense, leaving Shelley feeling extremely anxious about Chu's plans and deeply regretting her reckless involvement in such a terrifying scheme. I'm gathering you all today because there is a new task for you. Now, this vast desert is about to fall into turmoil, and to protect our home, we need to become stronger. Now, all of you immediately take your magical beasts and gather every beast you can find around the lakeside. You have 1 week to gather at least over 100,000 beasts. Tyrone and the others responded in unison. Yes, Master Chu, we guarantee to complete the task. They then dispersed, leaving only Shelley, who stayed behind to hear Chu's directive. What do you think of this situation? Hearing Chu ask for her thoughts suddenly made Shelley a bit flustered. How could she dare to say much about Chu's actions? You can speak freely. Chu noticed Shelley's apprehension. Master Chu's actions naturally have your reasoning, but I think this large-scale breeding of magical beasts might consume too much mana, becoming counterproductive. Moreover, such a large scale will definitely attract the attention of the Elven clan in advance. Not only that, but those entering from outside, seeing such commotion, are likely to flock in as well. What Shelley said was all true. 100,000 beasts appeared out of nowhere. The Elven clan, no matter how relaxed, would definitely notice, but even if they did, they couldn't act immediately, as that would reveal to others that the life gem was here with Chu. At the same time, the Elven clan wouldn't be overly concerned, as 100,000 low-level beasts are insignificant in the face of absolute power. At least they can't inflict much damage against the legendary tier strong. By the time they destroyed Chu, such tactics would belong to them. As for the people outside rushing in, that was intentionally orchestrated by Chu. He was even worried that they wouldn't dare to come. Although Shelley is clever, she misjudged Chu's methods, leaving her unable to guess what he was thinking. Why don't you just stay here for a while? Shelley nodded faintly. Keeping Shelley here was to inform the Elven clan that Chu had not slipped away quietly, so the Elven clan wouldn't recklessly rush to ruin their own plans. A week later, a massive herd of beasts was being driven by the sand soldiers, completely surrounding Chu's lake. Under the intimidation of the many magical beasts outside, these ordinary beasts were behaving properly, albeit a bit anxiously standing in place. Lacking intelligence,
they could only feel a pressure, and a sense of fear arose from deep within. Lord Chu, all the beasts are gathered, a total of 150,000 heads. Good, you take the sand soldiers and watch the perimeter. No creature is allowed to approach within a kilometer of this area. Yes, Lord Chu. With the sand soldiers on guard, even if the elven clan noticed something unusual, they wouldn't be able to get close enough to observe how Chu created the magical beasts. This time, Chu did not use mana to refine them batch by batch. He had found a much quicker method. Use skill, storm. The originally sunny sky suddenly filled with colorful clouds, gradually parting to allow heavy rain to pour down, drenching the many beasts. These beasts basked comfortably under the rain, which contained the same mana as in Chu's lake, fully achieving the effect of mana refinement. Under the continuous mana, the physical condition of these beasts was rapidly improving, and as night fell, they were all in high spirits. That's enough, it's time to start. Use skill, awakening. A beam of red light shone down on the bodies of the 150,000 beasts. These beasts erupted with a surge of power from their blood, burning as they pushed themselves to become stronger. Use skill, blessing. Another beam of white light spread over all the beasts, greatly relieving the pain caused by the burning blood. Various glows emanated from the bodies of the beasts, with some bursting forth with immense momentum, while others were burned to ashes. This phenomenon lasted until midnight, with the awakening of the 150,000 beasts finally completed. Among them, 100,000 succeeded in awakening, while the rest fell along the path. Chu released another wave of mana to relieve the fatigue and injuries of these successfully awakened magical beasts. By the next morning, Chu summoned Talon and the others back to begin counting the status of the magical beasts. And those beasts that failed to awaken were engulfed by Chu and swallowed into the lake. This awakening netted Chu over 10 million energy points, enough for him to extend the flow of the River of Forgetfulness by 10,000 meters. Chapter 44, Special Bloodline, the Sand Soldiers spreading across the desert. Out of 100,000 magical beasts, only over 200 of the Arid tribe members took nearly half a day to barely finish counting before reporting to Chu. Report to Lord Chu, a total of 105,000 magical beasts have successfully awakened. Most of them are of ordinary magical beast bloodlines, but we have discovered some relatively special magical beast bloodlines. Please take a look, my lord. Oh. Bring them up for me to see. Previously, he had awakened tens of thousands of magical beasts, but they were all quite common ordinary magical beast bloodlines, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Could this time be different due to the wider range and greater number, finally leading to a surprise? Awakening bloodlines is like a lottery. If one magical beast out of 10,000 awakens a rare bloodline, it's like hitting the jackpot. When Talon and the others brought up the magical beasts with rare bloodlines, they immediately caught Chu's eye. There were a total of 5 magical beasts with rare bloodlines among them. Chu remembered 4. 2 were giant sides, awakened from the desert scorpion bloodline, with their pincers transformed into 2 sides. The other 2 were horned dragons, from the dragon clan, sporting a single horn on their heads and possessing immense strength. These 4 magical beasts had already reached the second tier upon awakening, holding great potential for future growth. As for the other one, even Chu did not recognize it. Chu glanced at Shelley beside him. This woman came from a vast world and had seen many things, so she should be able to recognize it. Shelley felt Chu's gaze and furrowed her brow as she looked at the other magical beast in front of her and hesitantly said, "This other magical beast is indeed very rare. I've only seen pictures and some travel logs. It should be a blood-eyed jackal, extremely bloodlust, passive, always acting alone. Its strength is terrifying once it reaches adulthood. However, you have to be cautious. This type of beast is very cunning and prone to betray its master in our world. No one has ever dared to rear it." Chu nodded upon hearing this. With the system in place, even a rock could be transformed into a loyal follower. As long as he is strong enough, Chu dares to take it in. He ordered Talon to take the other magical beasts for proper training and kept only these 5 mutated magical beasts, intending to train them personally. Or rather, to give the bored demon dragon gecko something to do. The demon dragon gecko is currently stuck at level 10 of the mortal tier and cannot advance any further. Furthermore, it's worried that the Phantom Spike skill tree is inching closer to it, fearing that if the skill tree breaks through first, it will be ignored even more in the future. Thus, it seeks a breakthrough but struggles to find a good way, which has left it feeling gloomy lately. After tossing the 5 magical beasts to the demon dragon gecko, the little creature finally regained its mischievous nature. Throughout, the Phantom Spike's skill tree had always been more mature and stronger, making it the lowest in rank. Now it's finally its turn to be the boss. Soon, it led its new group of little brothers into the distant wilderness, though it's unclear what they were up to. After a week of intensive training for the 100,000 magical beasts under Tyron, Shu immediately ordered the clan members to disperse and head to various areas of the desert to lie in wait. This is called breaking down the whole into parts. Gathering 100,000 magical beasts is quite a number, but breaking them into over 200 groups makes them less conspicuous. Even the elven clan would struggle to distinguish which belonged to Chu and which were native to the desert. Besides, with the clan members there to communicate with each other, the over 200 troops of magical beasts can support one another, ensuring their strong foothold in the desert without any issues. At this moment, Chu held a map in his heart. In the vast realm of gods and demons, a small corner in the east featured a dense forest known as the Elven Forest, bordered by a desert stretching across the entire eastern region. His sand army was distributed throughout this desert. As long as he gave a single command, 100,000 troops could rush to the lakes from all sides. This would also enable them to closely monitor every corner of the desert for Chu, while quietly developing and growing. One day, the Elven clan would abruptly discover that this desert, which they considered a transitional zone bordering the outside world, was no longer under their control. Many mercenaries have also noticed that the magical beasts in this desert seem different from those they hunted before. These beasts are more organized, cooperative, and surprisingly capable of coexisting peacefully with different species. Thus, many foolish mercenaries with inadequate strength met their doom in this desert. The layout on the ground is nearly complete, just waiting for the various forces to finally enter the desert, allowing his plan to unfold entirely. In the underworld, Shu once again spent 1,000,000 energy points to extend the River of Forgetfulness by 1,000 meters. He found that the deeper he went, the more he sensed the unfathomable depth of the dark river, as if it had no end. Following the River of Forgetfulness, he also sensed the power dynamics within this 1,000-meter range. There were hardly any particularly troublesome races, allowing Meiji to continue his conquests without issue. Meiji is now the chief of the Earth Spirit clan, with the former chief having retired to enjoy life in the clan's domain. Once Meiji gathered all the troops, he waited by the River of Forgetfulness for Chu's arrival. The pitch-black river flows quietly, devoid of any vitality. When Meiji and the others looked at the River of Forgetfulness, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This is a river that represents death. Only dark creatures can survive within it. For Meiji and the others, entering it would mean abandoning their lives, unless they were willing to become lifeless skeletons. Chu left a mana lake for them in the Earth Spirit clan's territory that truly belongs to them. After each battle, all the warriors must enter it to rejuvenate. I have ensured that within a kilometer ahead, there are no strong enemies. The next move is up to you. Those who do not submit along the banks of the River of Forgetfulness shall face ruthless slaughter. Use the enemy's corpses to make a sacrifice to my river. So far, Chu has not encountered any dark creatures. He suspects that there are definitely many dark beings in such an environment, but since he is still on the periphery of the underworld, he hasn't met any yet. However, luckily the River of Forgetfulness sinking skill allows him to create skeleton warriors from the enemy's corpses, which can replenish some of his strength. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for the expedition to expand the territory for Lord Chu. Target, 1 kilometer along the River of Forgetfulness. Meiji shouted loudly while waving his spear. Following his orders, waves of warriors began to mobilize and swiftly advanced along the river. Chapter 45, The Demon Dragon Gecko Causes Trouble, an Egg. With Meiji leading the warriors in the underworld, completely sweeping through this kilometer of territory is just a matter of time. Chu no longer pays much attention and instead senses significant movements happening on the surface. In the distance, the demon dragon gecko was seen galloping on the back of the fiery red windhorse, accompanied by 5 newly recruited little brothers, while behind them a portion of the sand army stationed around the lake faced off against a swath of fire clouds in the sky. These fire clouds were from the southern fire crows, the most troublesome race that initially forced Shelly back. This group holds deep grudges. Once offended, the entire clan will mobilize, entangling their enemies without relent and going particularly berserk. It's unclear how the demon dragon gecko provoked them, leaving it to flee for its life.
If it hadn't been discovered by the nearby sand soldiers, the demon dragon gecko would have been caught long ago. Now, under the protection of the sand soldiers, the 6 of them managed to escape on the backs of the flame-riding horses to the lake's vicinity. However, since the sand soldiers were all ground-based beasts, they posed little threat to the flying flames. With a sharp cry from the leading flame crow, all the flames suddenly accelerated, flying over the heads of the sand soldiers, who were unable to hit many of the flame crows with their attacks. The demon dragon gecko looked back in shock and cried out. Shu had already seen this scene but didn't rush to intervene. The demon dragon gecko was being too mischievous, and it wouldn't be a bad idea for it to face some hardship. Although the flame-riding horses were fast, they couldn't match the speed of the flame crows flying overhead, especially since the leading few were top-tier mortal level, far faster than the flame-riding horses, which were only mortal level 5. Before long, the 6 demon dragon geckos were caught up, and several flames were sprayed down by the flame crows as they opened their beaks. The demon dragon gecko flapped its wings behind it to evade, but the flame-riding horse beneath it was turned to ashes. Only then did Chu notice that the demon dragon gecko was holding a golden egg. Seeing the egg in its arms, the flame crows in the sky became even angrier and all began to cry out. The demon dragon gecko ran with the golden giant egg, moving just as fast as the flames above, and it even intentionally avoided the 5 other beasts, like the triceratops. This little guy is surprisingly loyal, huh? Chu chuckled to himself. The phantom spike skill tree chimed in. Although it's a bit mischievous, it has good potential and its intelligence is higher than ordinary beasts, even surpassing those with rare bloodlines. The demon dragon gecko was flying quickly, but its endurance couldn't keep up with the flame crows, and soon its speed began to slow down, finally being catch up by the flame crows again. Seeing that it couldn't shake off the pursuit of these flame crows even after 2 attempts, the demon dragon gecko felt angry and directly dropped the golden giant egg. The flame crows in the sky rushed to catch it, and at that moment, the demon dragon gecko shook its wings and appeared right over one of the flame crows, a dark glow emanating from its claws. With a single swipe, the flame crow's head fell off. The other 3 flame crows turned to spray flames at the demon dragon gecko, with one catching the giant egg and stopping to the side. Under the siege of the 3 flame crows, the demon dragon gecko found itself a bit overwhelmed. Although the 3 flame crows were only mortal level 9 to 10, the demon dragon gecko was strong, but the usage of its blink skill had many restrictions and was extremely exhausting, especially since it had to maintain its flight, making it even harder to achieve a decisive blow. In the fierce attack from the flame crows, the demon dragon gecko found itself in a precarious situation. Although it managed to injure a flame crow with the blink skill, it also suffered significant injuries itself. This time, the demon dragon gecko faced losses. If it were on land, with its ability to fly and use the blink skill, those 3 flame crows would not be its match. Unfortunately, in the sky, these limitations became even more pronounced. Falling to the disadvantage, with injuries stacking up, the demon dragon gecko's ferocity was ignited. It no longer evaded but instead began to trade injuries for injuries, with blood rain falling from the sky, both from the flame crows and the demon dragon gecko. However, the problem was that the army of flame crows following behind had caught up, while the sand soldiers were still unable to match that speed and couldn't provide much help to the demon dragon gecko. Fighting should be a bit fairer, right? Chu summoned a wave of water to envelop the demon dragon gecko and several flame crows. The larger army of flame crows outside continuously assaulted this layer of water cover, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not enter. The flame crows inside and the demon dragon gecko noticed the change in environment. The flame crows became anxious, desperately trying to take down the demon dragon gecko quickly, while the demon dragon gecko realized it was Chu's intervention and began to calm down. As the situation shifted, the flame crow's repeated assaults failed to take down the demon dragon gecko, and instead, the energy of the flame crows was becoming overly exhausted, making their wings flap much slower. Taking advantage of the moment when a flame crow became exhausted after spitting fire, the demon dragon gecko used the blink skill to get behind it, unleashing its dual claws, killing it. The remaining 2 fire crows were so shocked by this scene that they began to try to flee, but how could they break Chu's water barrier? Instead, it was the demon dragon gecko that seized the opportunity and killed them both. A giant golden egg fell from the sky, and the demon dragon gecko hurried forward to catch it, but due to exhaustion, it fell along with the egg.
The water barrier that had originally blocked the fire crows transformed into a giant hand, grabbing both the demon dragon gecko and the golden egg and bringing them back to the lake. The fire crows outside saw the golden egg being taken away and wanted to continue the chase, but they were all wiped out by thousands of ice arrows coming their way. It was as if a rain of crimson fell from the sky. Chu looked at the demon dragon gecko dancing on the trunk of the phantom spike skill tree and couldn't help but feel speechless. I have no idea how it managed to steal this golden egg, only to nearly be cooked afterwards. However, this golden egg is quite special. Chu can feel the intense life fluctuation emanating from it. Surely, the life inside is about to be born. Chu pondered for a moment and decided to place the golden egg in the lake. It would be beneficial for the life inside. Since it was stolen from the fire crows, it might well hatch into a flying beast. Alright, I know you're strong. You've had enough fun this time, it's time to train properly. The phantom spike skill tree is about to reach the transcendent level. Chu warned the demon dragon gecko with his spirit. The demon dragon gecko stomped hard on the phantom spike skill tree beneath its feet, indicating that it, too, would soon break through. After this life and death battle, the demon dragon gecko has significantly activated its potential. Chu believes that within a week, it should be able to break through to the transcendent tier. At that time, the demon dragon gecko will truly showcase its strength. Chapter 46, Stealing Eggs Again, the Transcendent Fire Crow. Looking at the sacred-looking golden egg at the bottom of the lake, Chu suddenly thought that his sand-sinking army is very good at land combat but lacks flying magical beasts. When the sand-sinking army went to stop the fire crow's pursuit, it exposed issues with both its air combat and defensive capabilities. Perhaps it's time to develop a flying magical beast force that belongs to me. But the problem lies in the fact that bird-like magical beasts are scarce in the desert. Even ordinary birds are rarely seen, so acquiring a large number of flying magical beasts is a tricky problem. However, seeing the egg that the demon dragon gecko brought back sparked an idea in Chu's mind. The fire crows in the south can be said to be one of the few bird-like magical beast groups in this desert. While directly capturing fire crows is somewhat unrealistic, it is currently their breeding season, so sending magical beasts to steal eggs and bringing them back to hatch could work. With a whole lake of mana at my disposal, it might be even more effective than the fire crows hatching them themselves. With this idea in mind, Chu quickly called for Shelly. Tyran had already stationed a sand-sinking army at the closest position to the elven forest to keep an eye on movements there, so the only strong ally that Chu could rely on was Shelly. My lord, you called for me? Shelly hurried to the lakeside upon hearing Chu's summons. Yes, I have a task for you today. I want to develop a flying magical beast force, and the southern fire crows are the best choice. I want to send you to steal fire crow eggs. Shelly was a bit surprised at Chu's words. Steal fire crow eggs? But my lord, it's hard for just me to steal many eggs. Don't worry, I will send you 500 shadow leopards to accompany you, plus another 1,000 crimson flame wind horses for transportation. You need to steal as many eggs as possible in the shortest time. If discovered, return quickly. After hearing Chu's plan, although Shelly felt there was still some hesitation, she had no reason to refuse and could only agree. Also, the demon dragon gecko will accompany you. I believe it can lure quite a few fire crows away from their nests, so seize the opportunity. Shelly was taken aback, not expecting Chu to be willing to use the demon dragon gecko as bait. The demon dragon gecko had just stolen the golden egg from the fire crows, and they were almost attacking in waves to hunt it down. If it went again this time, it might get hunted once more. Shelly glanced at the demon dragon gecko, only to find it was not resisting at all. After all, it had just defeated 3 or 4 fire crows' attacks not long ago and was quite pleased with itself. Letting it go again, it was naturally eager to take revenge and flaunt its might. After the shadow leopards and crimson flame wind horses gathered, Shelly led the demon dragon gecko with great pomp towards the fire crow's nest. Before approaching the fire crow's nest, Shelly had quietly occupied a valley with the shadow leopard and the fire flame racing horse, leaving the fire flame racing horse behind, while the other shadow leopards and Shelly stealthily moved close to the nest where the fire crows were located, with the great demon dragon gecko boldly flying into the air. The fire crow's nest was built on a rugged cliff, but there were no tall mountains in the desert, so this cliff was not particularly steep. Crows were constantly flying in and out of the cliff. It was the egg-laying season, and the fire crows were busily searching for food for the brooding female crows in the nest. In a blink, the demon dragon gecko swiftly dismembered a fire crow that had flown closely past it. The other nearby fire crows squawked in panic, causing the entire cliff to erupt in chaos, filled with the sounds of the fire crows. More fire crows continued to attack the demon dragon gecko, which dodged skillfully, evading the flames directed at it. The entire fire crow nest was gradually blown up by the demon dragon gecko, and almost all the fire crows flew out, densely filling the entire sky. When the demon dragon gecko saw this situation, it was even more intense than when it stole the eggs that day. It quickly used several blink skills in succession, vanishing from the fire crow's sight, only to reappear on a distant sand dune. A flock of fire crows spotted its silhouette and chased after it. The demon dragon gecko flew desperately forward, with some nearby sand soldiers providing cover, while also launching some ranged attacks at the sky to delay the fire crow's advance. This way, the demon dragon gecko narrowly avoided being surrounded by the swarm of fire crows. At this moment, Shelley saw that the time had come and led the shadow leopard directly into the fire crow nest. Before entering the nest, Shelley took out a bottle of powder, waved her right hand, and a whirlwind swept the powder into the fire crow nest. After waiting for a few minutes, she then made her move with the shadow leopard. Shelley headed straight for the largest nest on the cliff, where the few remaining fire crows looked drunken and had no strength to stop her. Meanwhile, the female crows that were hatching flame eggs were at the edge of the nest, glaring fiercely at Shelley but did not pounce. Shelley was relatively familiar with this kind of magical beast, knowing that each spring, the fire crow tribe would select the best batch of fire crow eggs to be guarded by the strongest members of the tribe, waiting for them to hatch. The other ordinary eggs would be incubated by common fire crows. This largest nest, without a doubt, was the most likely place for hatching high-quality fire crow eggs in the entire fire crow tribe. When Shelley rushed into the nest, a ball of intensely burning flames came at her. Shelley scoffed, and a light shield flared up, blocking the fireball from getting through. That wasn't the end. Several more large fireballs flew at her, instantly raising the air temperature by dozens of degrees. Shelley was already prepared. Blades of wind slashed through the fireballs, sending them flying back, and with the wind's momentum, the flames burned even more fiercely. Damn humans, what do you want from my fire crow tribe? I never expected there to be a transcendent tier magical beast. Shelley thought that the strongest of this fire crow tribe would only be mortal tier, but she hadn't anticipated the presence of a transcendent magical beast. Now she was quite curious about how the demon dragon gecko managed to steal that golden egg and escape logically. If that transcendent magical beast had intervened, the demon dragon gecko would have had no chance to flee. Shelley added a few more layers of shields for herself before stepping in. Although with her extraordinary 9th level strength she had no fear of a fire crow magical beast that only appeared to be at the extraordinary 3 or 4 level, it was still best to be cautious. Once she entered the nest, she finally understood why this transcendent magical beast had not personally pursued the demon dragon gecko. It turned out that beneath this transcendent magical beast, there lay a similarly golden giant egg. And this fire crow was continuously supplying its mana to this egg. So this egg cannot stop receiving mana, otherwise something unusual will happen. Shelley said with a malicious smile, looking at the transcendent fire crow. Chapter 47, The Change of the Giant Egg, 3,000 Crow-Killing Army. You despicable humans, even if I were to destroy this egg today, I will turn you to ashes. The transcendent fire crow king revealed a gaze of hatred, evidently driven almost mad by the previous theft of an egg by the demon dragon gecko. Now, with the arrival of such a powerful human, it had completely fallen into madness. It stood up, flew into the sky, and charged out without caring about the golden giant egg. Seeing this, Shelley immediately took out her flying carpet, sat on it, and flew out, while instructing the shadow leopard to quickly take all the dense fire crow eggs and that golden giant egg to chew. Although these shadow leopards weren't very smart, they could still understand simple commands. They each grabbed a few eggs in their mouths and turned to run out. As soon as Shelley flew out of the nest, she saw the fire crow king rushing toward her at high speed. Although Shelley could fly thanks to her flying carpet, when it came to aerial combat ability, she was still inferior to the transcendent tier fire crows. However, Shelley was after all at the extraordinary 9th level, so she didn't need to dodge anything in mid-air. Faced with the Fire Crow King's attack, she simply set up a basic light shield that firmly kept it at bay, allowing the frenzied Fire Crow King to attack without being able to quickly break through. Shelley estimated that once the swarm of fire crows couldn't catch the demon dragon gecko, they would also return, so she aimed for a quick resolution. Dealing with one Fire Crow King was simple, but dealing with several thousand mortal tier fire crows would be much more difficult. If she got surrounded in such a place, even she would probably get burned to a crisp. Earth's protective wall. A yellow light surged up, enclosing Shelley securely within it. The Fire Crow King also stopped its blind assault, spreading its massive mouth wide, yet refraining from spitting out flames, presumably brewing something powerful. A red cloud quickly formed in the beak of the Fire Crow with a flap of its wings. The red cloud floated towards Shelley. Light evasion. Shelley's body transformed into a beam of light, instantly disappearing from its original spot, then reappearing to the side of the Fire Crow. Although the speed was not as terrifying as the blink skill of the demon dragon gecko, it still left the Fire Crow completely unable to react. Wind spell, Wind Blade Extreme Kill. Blade after blade of wind formed a whirlwind, enveloping the Fire Crow. The Fire Crow emitted a tragic cry, followed by a shower of blood-stained feathers, and just like that, the transcendent tier Fire Crow King was killed. The Shadow Leopard's short-range sprinting speed was fast. Shortly after Shelley killed the Fire Crow King, the Shadow Leopard had already delivered the first batch of Fire Crow eggs to the Flame Chaser horse, then came to assist Shelley. Shelley commanded the Shadow Leopards to sweep through the Fire Crow's nest again before they all left together. To avoid encountering the pursuers, the Fire Crows returning with the demon dragon gecko, Shelley deliberately took a detour from the original route, making a circle. When they returned to the lake, they waited for a while until the demon dragon gecko came back, looking quite disheveled. However, this time it was not being pursued by the Fire Crows. It seemed that the demon dragon gecko had become more cunning, somehow managing to shake off the pursuit. As soon as it saw Chu's lake, it jumped right in and joyfully started swimming. The mana-rich lake water could quickly heal its fire wounds. "My lord, we have brought back a total of 3,000 Fire Crow eggs, all of the highest quality. Additionally, we have also brought back a golden giant egg that looks exactly like the previous one." Shelley took out the golden giant egg, but after just a short time, the life fluctuations within the egg had already weakened significantly, likely due to the lack of a continuous input of mana. Shelley informed Chu about the special situation of this giant egg. Chu sensed it and found that the life force contained within the egg was already extremely weak, nearly reaching the brink of death. Although there was plenty of mana in Chu's lake, the fragile life within this egg could no longer withstand the infusion of mana. In contrast, the egg brought back by the demon dragon gecko was steadily absorbing the immense mana from the bottom of the lake, and the life fluctuations emanating from it were growing stronger, as if it was on the verge of hatching. "Master, since this egg is about to die anyway, why not place it in the river of forgetfulness in the underground world and irrigate it with dark energy points? It might yield surprising results." The Phantom Spike skill tree spoke up, and Chu felt a stirring in his heart. The River of Forgetfulness has the ability to cultivate skeleton warriors and other undead creatures. Only dark creatures can survive in it, and since this giant egg was on the verge of death, teetering on the edge of life and death, it was uncertain what peculiar occurrence might happen if it were placed in the River of Forgetfulness. "At worst, I still have a normal golden giant egg that can be used to hatch a flying magical beast." Thinking this, Chu directly placed the golden giant egg into the system space, and then cast it into the River of Forgetfulness. The two worlds were originally sealed by powerful rules, but Chu's lake was not a product of this world, so it did not fall under these rule constraints. He placed the giant egg at the bottom of the River of Forgetfulness, and the life fluctuations of the golden giant egg quickly disappeared. "It can't be dead already, can it?" However, this was also within Chu's expectations. Any non-dark creatures that entered the River of Forgetfulness could only meet their end by having their life stripped away. But Chu could distinctly feel that the golden giant egg had not completely lost its vitality, rather, it seemed to be nurturing some new life. The entire golden shell of the giant egg began to show a faint trace of black patterns. "Forget it, I'll leave it here for now and see what it turns into later." Back in the surface world, Chu threw the 3,000 Fire Crow eggs that Shelley had stolen with the Shadow Leopard into the lake, and then quickly infused them with mana. In just over an hour, these Fire Crow eggs began to show signs of hatching. At that point, Chu took them out and placed them on the shore. Just before the fire crows inside were about to break free from their shells, Chu simultaneously activated his skills. Activating skill, Awakening. Use blessing skill. Amidst the red and white light, the sound of cracking shells echoed continuously. One little fire crow after another finally broke out of their shells. After Chu's awakening and blessing, these little fire crows had greater potential and a higher bloodline density compared to their parents. After slightly adjusting to their wings, some fire crows were able to take to the sky, albeit slowly and unsteadily, but this was the innate gift of birds. Finally, we have an army of flying magical beasts. Once they grow up, the scene of 3,000 fire crows soaring in unison will surely be spectacular. Don't you think these 3,000 fire crows should have a name? Shelley asked. They should. 3,000 worlds, all crows slain, 100,000 miles, the sun obscured. Let's call them the Crow Slaughter Army. Chapter 48, Phantom Spike Skill Tree Advances to Transcendent. Looking at the chattering little fire crows, Chu felt a bit of a headache. When 3,000 fire crows started making noise together, it truly was an unpleasant experience. Moreover, these fire crows obviously could not live in the water, nor were they suitable on the shore. There were no proper cliffs nearby, so finding them a suitable home became a problem. Where should I put them? Chu looked at Shelley, seeking her opinion. My lord, fire crows are more suited to live in dry areas, preferably on fire-affiliated trees or rocks. Chu nodded. Such places were indeed the most suitable. The problem was there wasn't a suitable place within a kilometer of the lake. Just as Chu was planning to arrange these little fire crows around the lake for easier mana provision, the Phantom Spike Skill Tree suddenly spoke up. Master, I am about to break through to Transcendent. Chu was not surprised to hear this. In fact, the Phantom Spike Skill Tree could have broken through to Transcendent tier shortly after he upgraded to the Mana Lake stage. It had just wanted to continue expanding its root system, which is why it hadn't made the breakthrough. Do you need any assistance from me? Chu actually knew in his heart that the Phantom Spike Skill Tree's breakthrough was a natural progression and did not require him to do anything extra. Sure enough, the Phantom Spike Skill Tree replied. No need, Master, it's quite easy. If this was heard by the demon dragon Gecko, he would surely be upset for a long time. If the ones stuck at the peak of mortal tier heard this, they would likely be infuriated. However, for Chu and the Phantom Spike Skill Tree, breaking through to Transcendent was indeed a very easy matter. Chu felt a tremor beneath the ground and quickly instructed Shelley to take the flock of fire crows away from the lake. Even the demon dragon Gecko hurriedly jumped down from the trunk of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree and ran to the shore to watch from a distance. The trunk of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree had only seen minimal growth since Alexis's destruction last time, and the Phantom Spike Skill Tree itself had stopped growing. This time, the trunk could be seen continuously rising, reaching a height of several dozen meters. At the same time, from the banks of the lake, little saplings were breaking through the soil and continuously growing taller, forming a small dense forest. Chu perceived carefully and noticed that each tree grew exactly the same, even their auras were identical. Chu instantly understood the Phantom Spike Skill Tree's intention. It wanted to grow a forest of Phantom Spike Skill Trees right on the shore, making it difficult for enemies to spot its true self. Moreover, the trees on the shore were all grown from its roots, like the hands of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree, which could provide a broader attack range and means. Given time, once the roots of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree spread throughout the lake, the entire lake would be surrounded by a forest of Phantom Spike Skill Trees. Outsiders wishing to enter the Phantom Spike Skill Forest to reach Chu would need the tree's permission, thus providing a barrier for Chu and preventing a clear view like before. A stretch of Phantom Spike Skill Forest nearly several hundred meters long formed at an astonishing speed in front of everyone without waiting for Chu's command. The little fire crows had already flapped their tiny wings and flown up to the branches. The fiery red fire crows landing on the holy black Phantom Spike Skill Trees looked like flowers blooming on an iron tree. Master, with this, won't the fire crows have a place to roost? This time, the Phantom Spike Skill Tree did not communicate through soul power but instead spoke directly, audible not only to Chu but also to Demon Dragon Gecko and Shelley. So, what's different about being extraordinary? I feel my soul power has strengthened significantly, and I can control more Phantom Spike skills. Additionally, I have gained a soul attack skill, which I call soul execution. Oh! Soul execution, a skill that directly attacks souls, is quite powerful. It seems your strength has indeed increased quite a bit. Chu was not particularly surprised that the Phantom Spike skill tree could comprehend such a skill, as its greatest characteristic was to consume souls, making it normal for it to focus its attack methods on the realm of souls. Chu smiled and looked at Demon Dragon Gecko, who was standing far away with Shelly, looking quite displeased. Chu controlled a stream of water and rolled Demon Dragon Gecko over. If that's the case, maybe I should awaken your bloodline again. Having seen other magical beasts awaken their bloodlines, Demon Dragon Gecko instinctively shook its head, knowing it must be quite painful. However, upon recalling that the Phantom Spike skill tree had already become extraordinary, while it was still mortal tier, it nodded. Chu laughed and tossed it into the lake. Before it could struggle to get up, he immediately used the awakening skill. Instantly, Demon Dragon Gecko shuddered, its wings flapped violently behind it as it soared into the sky, its limbs and wings changing, its entire body appearing as if it had been boiled, radiating redness. Master, aren't you going to bestow a blessing on it? Chu shook his head. If it overcomes this by itself, the effects will be more pronounced. If I bestow a blessing, although it will help it awaken its bloodline more easily, the effect won't be as good. After all, it has a mutated bloodline, and whether it's the bloodline of a magical dragon or a gecko is uncertain. Demon Dragon Gecko has both the bloodlines of a magical dragon and a gecko. Comparatively, the magical dragon bloodline is undoubtedly more dominant, and regardless of how strong the gecko bloodline may awaken, it will still fall short compared to the magical dragon. If I intervene rashly, it may force it to choose the gecko bloodline during its awakening. Although it will easily advance to extraordinary, its bloodline power would be significantly weaker, at least twofold. Demon Dragon Gecko, feeling uncomfortable, alternated between flying to the ground, dipping into the water, and swirling in the sky, appearing quite terrifying as if it were about to explode. However, Chu is constantly and fully aware of the changes within his body, which is currently quite stable and poses no life-threatening danger. This painful state persisted for more than half an hour, and the Demon Dragon Gecko roared skyward, emanating an aura of dominance that frightened the nearby magical beasts, including the 3,000 fire crows, who trembled in fear. It opened its mouth, unleashing a massive flame toward the sky, and then with a flap of its wings, its body appeared several hundred meters away. In Chu's perception, the Demon Dragon Gecko was already giving off the aura of a transcendent tier being, and at that moment, it was showing off its abilities. It seems like it has gained a fire-breathing skill, and the distance and speed of the blink skill have also increased. Its size has also grown significantly at first glance. It's quite intimidating. Chu and the Phantom Spike skill tree watched the Demon Dragon Gecko flaunt its might, while discussing its features. Chapter 49, The Dark Race Beneath the Ground. The Demon Dragon Gecko showed off for a long time in front of the Phantom Spike skill tree and Chu, and after receiving encouragement from Chu, it happily ran off to flaunt its power in front of its 5 little brothers. The 5 monsters followed the Demon Dragon Gecko all day long, and they were no longer as timid as before. They had gained some courage and often engaged in mischief alongside the Demon Dragon Gecko. However, Chu was not concerned with these matters. He only needed to provide sufficient resources. He really didn't have the energy to handle everything personally. Meanwhile, external forces were probably planning to sneak into the desert to look for gems, and in the underground world, Meiji's conquests were also facing difficulties. In the underground world, it was a bloody battlefield. Meiji looked at the enemy across from him with a pale face. This was definitely the first time he encountered such a tricky problem since following Chu. It turned out that after Chu requested him to quickly conquer the lands of the Forgotten River's 1,000-mile territory, Meiji had been fighting day and night against various enemies. As Chu had predicted, Meiji's Earth Spirit army was almost invincible in this territory. However, after he completely eliminated the other races within the Forgotten River area, he encountered a troublesome race. This race was something he had never heard of in his many years living in the underground world, and he could guarantee that no one in the entire Earth Spirit race had seen them. There were only a dozen or so of them, their bodies as dry as a piece of dead wood, with only their eyes glowing with a strange blue light. They suddenly appeared after Meiji dealt with the last resisting race, then began chanting a spell, and he saw spirits rising from the corpses lying on the ground. Under the control of those people, these spirits rushed towards Meiji and his companions. Although they no longer had bodies, they could still attack with substantial force, and the Earth Spirit warriors found it impossible to strike back. "What race are you? What do you mean by blocking us?" Meiji shouted angrily, inquiring for answers while desperately calling out to Chu in his mind. Although these spirits could not cause significant harm to the Earth Spirit warriors at the moment, the Earth Spirits were completely unable to do anything against them. "You've crossed the line, you must die," the leader on the opposing side said flatly, as if stating something completely ordinary. Meiji narrowed his single eye. Although the enemy could control the spirits, the Earth Spirits had a unique innate skill that allowed them to gather all their blood and soul into their single eye, shooting out a divine light to attack the opponent, which could even harm spirits. However, using this move would naturally result in the user's soul being dispersed. "If worse comes to worst, we'll fight. We cannot easily give up the territory that Master Chu has fought for." With firm resolve, Meiji prepared to charge into battle with his subordinates. At that moment, Chu's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't act impulsively, let me take a look." Chu's voice sounded like heavenly music to Meiji, and he was somewhat moved, responding with a hum. Amidst the astonished gazes of the dozen people on the opposite side, the forgotten river, which had been slowly flowing beside them, suddenly roiled, and from it emerged a figure formed from the river's water. This was Chu. He strode towards that group, equally surprised. With a gaunt body and eyes emitting blue light, plus the ability to control the souls of the dead, this was none other than the lich from the memories of the dark sorcerer he had devoured, who had vanished from this continent for 1,000 years. Liches are depicted as extremely evil and powerful beings in various texts. They use forbidden magic to make their souls nearly immortal, and thus their bodies are often extremely frail. However, these bodies are simply vessels for their souls. Even if the bodies are destroyed, they can easily find new ones. "So it's a lich. This is the first time I've seen one today." Hearing Chu speak with curiosity yet no hint of fear, the dozen people opposite were also quite surprised. Liches, due to their powerful souls and near immortal lifespans, often have a keen interest in studying various things, especially magic. Thus, their magic is incredibly powerful even in this underground world devoid of elemental power. After 1,000 years of research, they have created formidable techniques that enable them to dominate this realm. So they think that since Chu can recognize them, he should be feeling fear. "Since you know our identity, you might as well take your own life to spare us the trouble. Fighting with these small creatures is truly dull." It's important to note that liches cannot reproduce to have offspring, so these liches have likely been trapped in this underground world for at least 1,000 years, having survived to the present. Compared to them, the Earth Spirits are hardly small creatures. The water being conjured by Chu curled up its lips, breaking into a charmingly sinister smile. He turned his gaze towards the souls controlled by the liches and waved his hand, sending a torrent of water crashing down. The souls instantly reacted like lime meeting water, disintegrating in pain as they cried out on the ground. Before long, the hundreds of souls had dissipated into the air. What a joke! Playing with souls in front of Chu's river of forgetfulness, which in a past life was a river on the path to the underworld, having buried countless souls, may not seem bizarre in this world yet. However, these newly formed souls are simply not enough. What kind of technique is this? The expressionless faces of the dozen or so people finally showed a slight change, but their skin was so dry that this movement appeared truly terrifying. "I've heard that liches can be immortal, is that true?" Chu did not answer but instead inquired with a hint of amusement. "Humph, although I don't know how you dispersed those souls, we have been alive for almost 1,000 years at least. I can't say we are immortal, but it isn't easy for us to die either." "Oh? If it were in the outside world, it might indeed be hard, but if it's here, I doubt it'll be that difficult." As Chu spoke, a rope suddenly appeared in the river of forgetfulness behind him, binding one of the liches on the opposite side. Using the water from the river of forgetfulness for water binding not only restricts the body but also locks the soul within. Although these liches are experts in magic, they are hindered by the fact that this world has no elemental power to utilize magic. Moreover, Chu's water binding is approaching the laws of nature, instantly arriving. How could these liches evade it? The bound lich could only feel his soul tightly entangled by a rope, unable to separate from his body. "You, who on earth are you to possess such abilities?" The lich leader, noticing the condition of his bound subordinate, was inexplicably horrified. "I'm not some major figure, and I am not from this world." Chu's statement shocked the liches into speechlessness. Chapter 50, Subduing the Liches. If you were to ask any intelligent being in this underground world about the place they most wished to visit in their lifetime, 90% of them would harbor beautiful imaginings of the outside world. And if you were to ask which race yearns the most to reach the outside, the liches would definitely be among them. This is because they are most obsessed with magic, yet in this world, magic is entirely useless. Furthermore, there is an even more important reason. "You say you come from the outside world?" the lich leader asked with great excitement. Chu glanced at him indifferently. "I don't like repeating what has already been said." The lich leader slightly calmed his emotional excitement. "Impossible, people from the outside world cannot possibly enter the wound to allow anyone to come in here either." "They? Who imprisoned you here?" "Imprisoned? Humph, who could possibly imprison us?" "We were merely deceived by those despicable small-minded beings." "The ones you speak of wouldn't happen to be from the Temple of Light faction, would they?" Chu, upon mentioning the Temple of Light faction, sensed the liches across from him on the brink of exploding, and he conjectured that he was probably right. "Given your tone, you shouldn't be associated with the Temple of Light faction, but I am curious if you aren't from that group. How do you know of our existence and manage to enter this underground world?" In fact, Chu's knowledge of the liches was also coincidental. It just so happened that the dark sorcerer whose soul he devoured after a mutual injury had acquired a kind of wicked forbidden technique that allowed one to become a being similar to a lich, with immortal and indestructible souls. "Your existence is not much of a secret, and entering the underground world is not difficult for me. I can not only come in but also go out freely." Upon hearing this from Chu, the eyes of these liches burst forth with even stronger light, the blue glow illuminating the earth spirits behind Chu, who were showing signs of confusion. "Hoof!" With a cold shout, Chu roused the earth spirits from their stupor, then instructed Mikey. "You take them back first, I'll handle things here. Remember, don't let the word slip." Having received Chu's orders, Mikey turned and led the warriors in retreat. He was unconcerned about Chu's safety in his mind. Chu was a deity, and though the liches appeared very mysterious, they could not possibly be his match. "I won't beat around the bush with you. After all, you've all lived for 1,000 years and are old monsters. I understand you were probably very strong in the past, but in this underground world, you're only slightly stronger than those Earth Spirit clan members. I plan to unify this underground world. Help me, and within 10 years, I'll take you out of here. What do you think?" The liches across from Chu glared angrily at him, this arrogant person of unknown origin, who wanted them, these great liches, to serve as his subordinates. The lich leader looked coldly at Chu. "You want to subdue us? What reason do we have to believe you can take us out?" Hearing this, Chu knew he had a chance. These liches wanted to escape this world even more than the Earth Spirit clan. Once powerful sorcerers were now trapped in such a dark and sunless underground world, having lost their magic, only able to barely survive. They had truly experienced the beauty of the outside world, felt the thrill that power brings, a sensation they recalled every day for thousands of years, lest they forget their enemies and their own identities in such a filthy environment. Whether you believe it or not, this is your only chance. It's actually quite simple to take care of you. As Chu spoke, the river of forgetfulness behind him suddenly surged toward the liches in an upside-down torrent. The liches felt that it was not a river but a world crashing down on them. They couldn't even run, only standing there in fear. Suddenly, the pressure vanished, the black river regained its calm, and the river of forgetfulness behind Chu flowed silently. "All right, I'll take a gamble. I'll help you for 10 years, and then you'll take us out." The other liches were somewhat reluctant, but the lich leader immediately spoke sternly. "What I say only represents myself. We have been friends for 1,000 years, and I won't force you. Just don't say 10 years, even 100 years means nothing to us. If there's even the slightest chance, I will never give up." Those who can become lich leaders are naturally not ordinary individuals, and this decisiveness is rare. In reality, becoming a lich requires not only exceptional talent but also a ruthless nature. Not every sorcerer is willing to give up their physical body to do so as to relinquish all pleasure associated with the flesh. After listening to their leader, the liches exchanged glances for a moment and ultimately knelt down together.
We are willing to obey the leader's arrangements. However, the lich leader also knelt down and said to Chu,
My lord, I, Bartlett, am willing to lead the lich clan to submit to you. As long as you can take us out, we will obey your commands for the next 10 years. Chu nodded in satisfaction.
Okay, Bartlett, you all get up. I don't have such strict rules here. Is your lich clan left with only these dozen or so people?
In response to your lordship, the lich clan still has over 100 members, but we are the strongest among them.
The others are not much stronger than the Earth Spirit clan Esmaki.
Hearing this, Chu was even more impressed by the liches. With over 100 members, the weakest one is on par with Maki.
Even having lost elemental power, they still possess such strength. Truly worthy of being ancient creatures.
So were you all here for some specific reason? Realistically, dealing with Maki shouldn't require all the strongest forces of the Lich clan to be mobilized, so there must be something more important happening. Their encounter with Maki was merely coincidental. Yes, my lord, we didn't originally come for the Earth Spirit clan, but because 2 of our clan members died nearby, their souls were lost, so we specifically came to investigate. Being able to kill a being as unique as a lich and annihilate their very souls is indeed a matter of life and death for them, so it's understandable for their strongest forces to gather.
To completely kill a lich, the opponent must be quite formidable. Were you able to uncover anything? Bartlett thought for a moment and said,
We've found some clues, but the situation is complicated, and it might have something to do with you, my lord.
Oh? It has to do with me? Quickly, tell me what is going on. Chapter 51, The Kingdom of the Underground World.
From Bartlett's explanation, Chu began to understand what was happening. It turned out that after several days of thorough searching, Bartlett and the others hadn't discovered any clues or found the bodies of their clan members. Later, they found Chua's strange river of forgetfulness and followed the river downstream, only to find traces left by 2 clan members on the riverbank.
They left a message on the riverbank using soul force before dying. Rest in peace. Rest in peace? What does that mean?
Bartlett said solemnly. Rest in peace is a kingdom in this underground world. It is the only major power in the underground world. Now it was Chua's turn to be astonished.
There is actually such a kingdom in the underground world? Isn't that the Temple of Light faction behind it?
In such an environment as the underground world, those who live there are all people who have been banished, just as the leader of the Earth Spirit clan said, they are criminals. Chu knew that at least someone from the Temple of Light faction must be paying attention to this place. To have such a powerful force as a kingdom, saying that it didn't have the shadow of the Temple of Light faction behind it would be unbelievable. It's hard to tell whether the Temple of Light faction directly sent people to establish such a kingdom or if they recruited those from the original underground world. In Chu's view, the Temple of Light faction must have recruited a certain tribe in order to build such a force that could quietly monitor the entire underground world.
You truly are wise, my lord.
The Empire of Rest is indeed backed by the Temple of Light faction, but they have never admitted it.
Then why did they kill your clansmen? Bartlett gave a bitter laugh. Chu suddenly understood.
The liches led by Bartlett were ancient beings, existing for thousands of years, and could be considered some of the oldest entities in the entire underground world.
Even within this underground realm, their power was considerable.
The Empire of Rest must have tried to recruit the liches but failed, which is why they resorted to threats. Of course, it's also possible that the Temple of Light faction wants to control the liches, as the liches' advancements in magic are something that the Temple of Light faction is very eager to obtain. Our lich clan has been avoiding the Empire of Rest. They never dared to press too hard before, but now, for some unknown reason, they have suddenly attacked. Chu said with a somewhat grim expression. Perhaps it's because of the impending struggle for faith. Eightright nodded, confirming that this must be the reason. My lord, if you wish to unify the entire underground world, the Empire of Rest is your only obstacle. With the Earth Spirit tribe's forces combined with our liches, if it's just a battle against the Empire of Rest, the odds are about 50-50.
However, they also have the backing of the Temple of Light faction, which means we might not stand a chance.
Chu smiled and said.
Although the Empire of Rest has the Temple of Light faction behind it, you also have me on your side.
By the way, tell me what kind of entity the Empire of Rest is, specifically which race? Through Atrite's explanation, Chu finally understood that the Empire of Rest was actually composed of a skeleton legion.
However, since skeletons belong to dark creatures, they should naturally be enemies of the Temple of Light faction. It is indeed strange that this skeleton lord would accept the Temple of Light faction's subjugation. Chu felt that there seemed to be an invisible net behind this situation. Although this net was not aimed directly at him, he would inevitably encounter it in the end. Whether it's a dead fish or a broken net, Chu was ready to make a gamble. He had Atrite return to their tribe to gather all the Lich clanspeople and bring them to the Earth Spirit tribe's territory to reside. From that point on, the Earth Spirit's army added over 100 powerful mages.
However, the Lich tribe would not be mobilized by Mikey but would only carry out tasks assigned by Chu.
Thus, Mikey remained the commander of the Earth Spirit tribe and the additional warriors from other tribes, and in case of emergencies, he could seek assistance from the Liches, but he could not mobilize the Lich clan.
System, I want to extend the length of the River of Oblivion by 2,000 meters.
Chu spent more energy points to extend the River of Oblivion by 2,000 meters. This was also to take advantage of the river's concealment to establish an advantage and gather intelligence before a proper contact with the Empire of Rest. During this period, he used the corpses obtained from Mikey's conquests to throw into the River of Oblivion, ultimately producing over 1,000 skeleton soldiers. Unexpectedly, the Empire of Rest also consisted of skeleton soldiers, which was quite convenient. Chu secretly hid 1,000 skeleton soldiers in the River of Oblivion and sent them into the territory of the Empire of Rest, waiting to infiltrate the inner ranks of the Empire, just waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. Although these skeleton soldiers had low intelligence and could only follow basic commands, this made them go unnoticed among the low-level skeleton soldiers within the Empire of Rest. Therefore, when a skeleton army suddenly appeared in the plains, not a single skeleton came to investigate. Until they accidentally encountered a transcendent tier skeleton in the wild, this extraordinary skeleton immediately incorporated Chu's skeleton soldiers into its own team and returned to the camp. Seeing this, Chu no longer cared. These skeletons would absolutely not rebel, he only needed to issue commands when he needed them. Right now, the urgent task was to consolidate the territory and forces already occupied, forming a more combat-effective army. Especially since the current enemies were also skeletons, these skeletons were extremely hard-bodied, fearless of death or pain, making them quite troublesome. If Mikey clashed with them head-on, the losses would be significant. However, Chu could create skeleton soldiers directly from the River of Oblivion, so he was relatively familiar with these skeleton warriors. He knew that the best way to kill these skeleton soldiers was to use soul attacks. However, the Earth Spirit warriors did not possess this type of attack, and although the Liches could, there were simply too few of them to engage in large-scale battles. Chu thought of a compromise to use the water from the River of Oblivion to create weapons. The water from his River of Oblivion has a strong lethal effect on souls, so it could be made into a one-time killing weapon for the Liches to try. Atrite carefully took some of the forgetting river water that had been refined by Chu. He still remembered how Chu had used the river water to eliminate soul entities for Liches, their souls were their essence. After a week of research by the Liches, they finally found a way to refine the forgetting river water into the weapons of the Earth Spirit clan. Thus, the underworld began a new round of tense weapon reprocessing. Although the Liches were not very skilled in this area and lacked elemental power, making their use of some methods inconvenient, the abundant river water provided by Chu allowed the processing speed to be quite decent.
Within a maximum of half a month, all the weapons for the Earth Spirit clan warriors could be completed. Chapter 52, The Gathering Storm in the Desert. On the edge of the desert, in a desolate ancient city. Leader, we can set off now.
A senior mercenary respectfully spoke.
Let us go.
A sturdy man revealed half of his chest, his shoulder adorned with a shining golden mercenary badge, signaling his noble status. In the vast organization of the mercenary guild that spans the continent, mercenaries primarily enhance their ranks through contributions. From lowest to highest,
The ranks are bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and orange light. Most mercenaries operate solo, but many also form various mercenary groups, classified by ranks into C, B, A, and S. This mercenary group consists of around 300 members, and since the leader is a golden mercenary, it means he is at least a legendary tier mercenary, thus making the group at least B rank, which qualifies them as a formidable force. Their direction of travel leads directly into the desert, and this isn't the only mercenary group doing the same. In addition to numerous various sized mercenary groups, there are many other forces that are either openly rushing into the desert or stealthily slipping in without wanting to be noticed. Deputy Leader, are we going in directly without greeting the Elven clan? Deputy Leader Bolton's face flickered with displeasure at this, but he quickly masked it. No need, the Elven clan must know we're coming. Hurry up, or those lowly races will snatch away what we want. After saying this, Bolton took the lead and rode out, with the others reluctantly following suit. As Bolton observed the two men beside him, he thought to himself, "Humph, knowing you two are the leader's devoted followers, how dare you question my decisions? I'll deal with you two eventually." Bolton is the deputy leader of the Temple of Light faction's paladin group, possessing legendary tier strength, yet he is merely one of 5 deputy leaders, and the most unpopular at that. Especially with these two powerful individuals beside him, who only take orders from the leader and occasionally question Bolton's commands, which has long annoyed him. I don't understand why, for such an important mission, the leader only allows me to lead the team while he himself has disappeared with the other 2 leaders. Bolton thought that this was an opportunity to prove himself. If he could help the Temple of Light faction acquire that treasure, it might just lead to his independent control over the paladin group. It seemed that various forces, both big and small, had synchronized their movements and were all entering the desert simultaneously over these last few days. Meanwhile, the Sand Guard, quietly stationed in every corner of the desert, had also received the news as countless members of the Desert Clan rode in on their fiery steeds to report to Chu. Chu had to set aside matters of the underworld for now to focus on the current troubles. Since these forces are all here to search for the Stone of Life, they won't give up until they find it, meaning they will eventually scour this lake area. Although Chu is not afraid, the Phantom Spike skill tree and the 3,000 fire crows are quite conspicuous, and it's possible that the widespread Sand Guard could be seen as prey and eliminated by mercenaries. Among those entering the desert, there are many legendary tier figures. While the Sand Guard is powerful, they are definitely not match for legendary tier experts. I have to think of a way to divert the attention of those forces. I can't let them get bored and wipe out my Sand Guard. Master, why don't we help them find the Stone of Life? The Phantom Spike skill tree suggested as it noticed Chu's troubled expression. After advancing to a transcendent state, the Phantom Spike skill tree's intelligence surged once more, now exhibiting superior wisdom. Before long, even Chu might not compare to it. Chu considered the suggestion from the Phantom Spike skill tree. If these people found the location of the Stone of Life, they wouldn't have to rummage through the desert aimlessly. Having used the actual Stone of Life, he couldn't just produce it again, but without the Stone of Life, how could he convince them? Chu thought of the liches, whose millennia of research had made them well versed in magic. He wondered if he could combine this with his ample mana to create a counterfeit similar to the Stone of Life. As long as he could fool some people, given that 3 men can make a tiger, even a fake could be deemed real, and regardless of truth, these individuals would not give up. The soul submerged into the forgetting river, and he summoned the lich leader, Bartlett. Bartlett, do you know about the life stone of the Elven clan? Bartlett thought for a moment and replied. I've heard of the life stone, but it's not from the Elven clan, it's from the Goblin tribe. Chu understood it might have been taken by the Elven clan for some reason, since the goblins are much weaker compared to the Elven clan. Do you have any way to forge a fake life stone? It just needs to look very similar. Bartlett scratched his head, even though he had been bald for quite some time. I need to go back and discuss it with my kin. Chu nodded. He believed that the lich should also find a way, since it only needed to appear similar. Sure enough, within half a day, the lich tribe had already come up with a specific plan. My lord, we have discussed a solution. However, the item we create will require a massive infusion of mana. The more mana it contains, the more it will resemble a life stone in perception. Mana is not a problem, just make it quickly, it will be useful to me soon. Once Chu confirmed that the lich could produce it, he immediately left the underground world. He summoned Shelley and called Tyrone back. Has there been any movement from the elven clan recently? Tyrone hadn't returned to the lake for quite a while, and seeing Chu again felt very familiar. Upon hearing Chu's inquiry, he respectfully replied. Reporting to Lord Chu, there hasn't been much big movement from the elven clan. However, not long ago, some humans went towards the elf forest. I do not know what they are up to. Humans who can directly enter the elf forest must belong to some major power, possibly related to this life stone as well. Moreover, Tyrone is still only mortal tier. If a strong member of the elven clan wants to remain undetected, it would be easy for them. Tyrone can only monitor whether the elven clan has any large-scale personnel movements. The reason I called you back is that I need you to train those fire ravens outside. Those fire ravens, nourished by the ample mana provided by Chu, grew especially quickly, and now they are nearly the size of adult fire ravens, making them very suitable for Tyrone to train and develop some combat capability. Chapter 53, Shelley's Mission, Luring Legendary Powerhouses. Handing over the training of the fire ravens to Tyrone, the Phantom Spike skill tree was also included, pondering how to coordinate with the fire ravens for attacks. Meanwhile, Chu continued to discuss another matter with Shelley. There are quite a few forces entering the desert this time, with several at the legendary tier. I need you to help me with something, but it is a bit risky. Please, my lord, I will do my best. Since Chu had already spoken, Shelley, being in a subordinate position, had no choice but to agree. I need you to lure a force to me. This force must not exceed 1,000 people in scale and must include a legendary tier powerhouse. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to send Shelley, who had just broken through to Transcendence level 10, to lure a force with a legendary tier powerhouse, but Chu had no one else available besides Shelley. Others simply couldn't accomplish this task. However, Chu believed that with Shelley's strength, just luring them should be somewhat feasible. Shelley nodded but felt a bit bitter. Luring a legendary tier powerhouse was extremely dangerous for her, and failure could mean she might not return. Don't worry, as long as you can lure him here, that's enough. You should know my methods for healing injuries. Additionally, I will give you something anyone who sees this item will definitely chase after you. As Chu spoke, a green bead floated out of the lake, identical in appearance to the life stone, but if one sensed carefully, the bead would reveal no energy points fluctuations, just an ordinary bead. Shelley was somewhat curious, wondering if just this bead could convince anyone that it was a life stone. However, Chu did not explain but instead infused the bead with a tremendous amount of mana, until it reached the limit the bead could bear, at which point the bead began to change. The originally dull bead glowed with a brilliant green, and faintly, one could see trees growing and rivers flowing on its surface. Shelley sensed a vibrant life force emanating from the bead. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would almost believe this was indeed the life stone. With this bead, Shelley can naturally lure a legendary powerhouse, but I don't understand the reason behind my lord's actions. Just go ahead and do it, you will soon understand the reason. Chu teased, choosing not to tell Shelley just yet. Shelley didn't dare to ask further. Taking the bead that Chu gave her, she set off for the distance. With the desert sand army spread throughout the desert, it wasn't too difficult for Shelley to find a suitable force. The challenge was how to preserve her own life and escape from the hands of a legendary tier powerhouse. At this time, in a secluded valley, the mercenary group that had appeared in the ancient city was here. Captain, how about we rest here tonight? The brothers have scouted ahead, and there's a group of magical beasts inside. They seem to be quite organized, but there aren't too many, only a little over 1,000. Plus, there are some exquisite wood spirit deers, so we can look forward to a nice dinner tonight. Captain Payan nodded in agreement, acknowledging his subordinate's suggestion. A group of 1,000 magical beasts isn't much of a challenge for a B-rank mercenary group like theirs. With the captain's approval, the mercenaries immediately perked up. They had been aimlessly searching outside all day, feeling worn out and eager to find a place to rest. Although these mercenaries didn't think much of the magical beasts, their entry into the valley was still orderly and organized. They didn't rush in all at once but formed a solid formation. The magical beasts inside had long noticed them. This was a group from the Chutsingsha army, with only 2 wilderness clan members responsible for leading them. Both of the wilderness clan members were at mortal tier level 6, while the 1,000 or so magical beasts were only at mortal tier levels 4 and 5. The mercenary group outside not only had legendary members but also plenty of transcendent ones, so the 2 wilderness clan members felt a sense of despair. All they could do was pray to Chu while organizing the beasts for a desperate fight. Chu naturally sensed the calls of the 2 wilderness clan members, but it wasn't convenient for him to appear just yet. He could only inform Shelley, who happened to be nearby, about the location of the valley. This mercenary group wasn't the best choice that Shelley would have picked, but there was no alternative. If she didn't act, she would just watch as the Tsingsha army was gruesomely slaughtered and turned into food. Shelley chose to follow Chu's orders, swapping out for the flying carpet and rapidly approaching the valley. By the time she arrived at the valley's outskirts, the slaughter within had already begun. Shelley didn't have time to go down and rescue anyone. Instead, she directly tossed an explosive scroll down to attract attention. Captain Payan had already noticed this woman, and he didn't stop her when she dropped the scroll. However, when he saw the green orb that Shelley pulled out, his eyes turned red, and his breath became heavy. That orb closely resembled the life gem that everyone talked about, and he could also feel the thick life force emanating from the orb. Seeing Payan's reaction, Shelley didn't even glance back, turning and running towards the lake. Payan immediately leaped up to chase after her. Follow closely, don't waste any time. Though the other mercenaries were reluctant to give up the prey they had already spotted, they all recognized that the orb in the woman's hand was likely the lifestone, so no one dared to delay. They could only abandon the magical beasts in the valley and turn to follow. Legendary tier practitioners could already fly through various means. The captain was a swordsman, but he didn't want to condense combat aura wings like other swordsmen. Instead, he jumped across the ground like a monkey, moving faster than flight with each leap. Shelley threw scrolls behind her as if they were free, while Payan simply waved his sword gently and blocked them all. The distance between them was quickly closing. In the chase, Shelley had forcibly increased her pace several times, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Payan was still closely pursuing her, cursing under his breath. It was puzzling that a mere transcendent tier woman was eluding a legendary tier powerhouse like himself for so long. He had no idea where she had gotten that many peculiar scrolls and secret techniques. While Payan was also curious as to why this woman would voluntarily reveal her lifestone, he was convinced that there was some kind of conspiracy behind it. However, in his view, a scheme set up by a transcendent was not something that could pose a danger to him. Suddenly, a patch of black silent forest appeared ahead, and Shelley dove in, disappearing from sight. Payan stopped outside the forest. He felt that Shelley was intentionally luring him here, but in his perception, the forest only harbored 3,000 fire crows, with nothing particularly powerful beyond that. However, to be safe, he decided to wait until the entire mercenary group had gathered before entering the forest. The forest wasn't large. Behind it was a massive lake. In his perception, Shelley was right by the edge of the lake, not taking the opportunity to escape. Chapter 54: The Annihilated Mercenary Group. Captain, should we send the brothers in to check first? The other members of the mercenary group finally arrived, each panting heavily. Payan pondered for a moment. Let us go in together. Everyone be cautious, there must be something hidden in there. Members of Payan's mercenary group entered the Phantom Spike Skill Forest first in their usual formation, with Payan following behind to support. The moment Shelley burst into the Phantom Spike Skill Forest, Chu gathered mana to heal her injuries and let her recover on the shore. The next steps would be left to the Fire Crows and the Phantom Spike Skill Trees. He wanted to see what level the Fire Crows had reached under Tyrant's training these past few days. With 3,000 Fire Crows, plus the Phantom Spike Skill Trees, Chu believed that as long as Payan didn't intervene, they should be able to take on the B-rank mercenary group. However, Chu couldn't afford to relax. He had to keep a close watch on Payan, or else this legendary tier powerhouse might ruin his painstakingly cultivated Fire Crows. As soon as the mercenaries reached the center of the Phantom Spike Skill Tree, Tyrone, who had long been lying in wait, began to organize an attack with the Fire Ravens. It was already anticipated by the mercenaries that the Fire Ravens would attack, so the first wave of fiery assaults was easily intercepted. However, these 3,000 Fire Ravens had been trained by Tyrone. Due to the tight schedule in the past few days, Tyrone had focused the training on one thing: how to continuously spray fire. Mana is abundant here, and the fire ravens can replenish their mana quickly, while the magic and fighting spirit that the mercenaries need must be drawn from the environment, which is far slower than the fire ravens. Tyrone intended to continue this way until the mercenaries were worn out. The mercenaries were also feeling frustrated. They initially believed that the fire raven's flame spraying was only temporary, expecting to soon have the opportunity to counterattack. They didn't realize that these were not the ordinary magical beasts they had encountered before, but rather were trained. The 3,000 fire ravens coordinated, and each attack had at least 500 or 600 fire ravens simultaneously launching fireballs. As a result, the 300 mercenary team members had no chance to counterattack. The mages in the middle of the group tried to find opportunities to strike at the fire ravens. However, the fire ravens were perched in the trees, and the trees themselves were peculiar, constantly shifting positions, making it impossible to attack these fire ravens. After holding this stalemate for half an hour, Pain grew impatient and ordered, "Pick up the pace, finish this quickly." He felt that he was being watched, so he was hesitant to act rashly and only wanted his subordinates to resolve the fire ravens swiftly. Upon hearing their leader's command, half of the mercenaries withdrew from their defense, while the remaining ones encouraged one another to hold on. Those who withdrew from defense joined the attack, momentarily interrupting the fire ravens' assault rhythm. Even though Tyrone encouraged them to maintain their focus, it became increasingly difficult to sustain the same level of attacking power as before. At this moment, the Phantom Spike skill tree launched its attack. From the trees in the forest, Phantom Spike skills flew out, attacking the mercenaries. The mercenaries were unaware of the attack intensity of these Phantom Spike skills, but they did not dare to let their guard down and sent a group of people to defend specifically. However, they still underestimated the Phantom Spike skill tree. The attacks of these Phantom Spike skills were extremely bizarre. Although they were intercepted, they still carried a soul attack in an instant. Dozens of people who came to intercept the Phantom Spike skill tree suffered heavy injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. More Phantom Spike skills flew toward the mercenaries outside. With such numbers and the fire ravens having already responded by increasing their firepower, the mercenaries found themselves once again being suppressed. At this moment, Pain had no choice but to take action. "Useless, you need me to personally deal with these pitiful creatures? It's truly embarrassing to have a legendary tier powerhouse take action against these mortal tier magical beasts." Pain swung his great sword, unleashing a blade of energy that flew toward the fire ravens in the trees with unmatched speed. However, something even faster appeared. A wall of water suddenly emerged from the forest, blocking Pain's sword energy and protecting all the fire ravens behind. "You finally showed up." Pain confirmed that this person was the mastermind who had lured him here. Although he still hadn't figured out where this person was hiding, he was determined to obtain the Stone of Life no matter what. Chu paid him no mind and didn't make a move, falling into a standstill. In the end, Pain couldn't wait any longer and proactively walked toward the back of the forest. The mercenaries behind him wanted to follow but were stopped by Pain. He guessed that anyone brave enough to lure him here had to be at least legendary tier. Against such a powerful opponent, having his subordinates follow would only hinder him. Ultimately, Pain reached the lake and saw Shelley, who was healing nearby. "Hand over the Stone of Life, and I can let you go." He concluded that Chu was hiding in the lake because this was the only place he couldn't ascertain the specific situation. Seeing that Chu remained unresponsive, he looked at Shelley and planned to force her to act against the person hiding behind. However, before he could make a move, he felt his limbs suddenly slow down, with ice blocks forming on them. His fighting spirit surged out, instantly shattering the ice blocks, and after moving his limbs, he charged toward Shelley. At that moment, a massive ice arrow shot up from the water toward him. He remained unafraid and swung his great sword with all his might. With a loud crash, the ice arrow shattered, but Pain's body was also sent flying back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although he shattered the ice arrow, he sustained some minor injuries himself. Before he could catch his breath, several water chains appeared again from the water, wrapping around him. This was Chu's water binding. Pain skillfully dodged the chains and continued charging toward Shelley. 2 ice arrows shot toward him again, and this time Pain didn't dare take it lightly, employing his sword skills. Gale Slash. A blade of energy condensed into a sword beam that struck at the ice arrows. This legendary tier is indeed tough to deal with. Shu thought. I must go all out and end this quickly. Water aura skill. A tremendous sense of pressure bore down on Pain, making him feel that the operation of his fighting spirit had slowed slightly. Ice arrow technique, water binding, ice shackles, let's all come together. 3 skills launched simultaneously towards Payan, who was in a state of chaos under the influence of the water aura skill. This was not the end, it was currently Chu's most powerful attack method. Water Dragon Roar. A water dragon surged from the lake, roaring as it charged towards Payan. Shocked, Payan activated all his internal fighting spirit in a desperate attempt to block it. However, Chu had more than just this one water dragon. He used his skills 3 times in succession, and since the system's skill usage had no delay, 3 water dragons almost arrived simultaneously. Payan barely managed to block one water dragon, but the other 2 struck his body in a flurry of horror, shattering him instantly. A legendary Tier B mercenary group leader died by an unremarkable lake, leaving no trace of his remains. Chapter 55, Stirring the Desert, 2 Life Stones. Chu pulled the shattered remains of Payan into the lake. A legendary tier powerhouse was still worth quite a few energy points. After absorbing Payan's memories, all his life experiences, including his cultivation methods and sword techniques, were now in Chu's mind. Then, Chu promptly transferred his soul to be consumed by the Phantom Spike skill tree. At the same time, he placed Payan's great sword into his storage space, along with several valuable items from Payan's storage scroll, though Chu didn't have time to inspect them all and just dumped everything into the system space. Outside, more than 300 mercenaries from Payan's team heard the sounds of fighting inside. Although they were confident in their leader, the sudden silence and lack of Payan's reappearance caused a stir of panic among them. The fiery crows that were watching hungrily also halted their attacks at Tyrone's command, both sides just staring at each other, neither making a move. Upon receiving Chu's order, Tyrone nodded, and the fiery crows finally sprang into action. The mercenary group saw the fire crows suddenly start moving and quickly went on full alert. As expected, the fire crows have launched a new wave of attacks, and their firepower is even stronger, causing great trouble for the mercenary group. However, they are no longer organized like before. Instead, their attacks come in bursts, and there are moments when their firepower falters. The vice captain of the mercenary group, puzzled, organized the defense and counterattack while pondering the reasons behind it. The fighting inside has stopped, but their own captain has not come out, nor has the enemy. It's highly likely that both sides have suffered heavy losses. Their own captain may have died, but the enemy has also lost the ability to fight. Why not take a gamble? Perhaps the stone of life could be mine. The vice captain's ambitions are rapidly inflating. Brothers, listen up. The captain has sent word he has dealt with the opponent inside and needs us to charge in quickly. The vice captain shouted loudly, pulling out several scrolls and throwing them. Upon hearing his shout, the others charged forward as if invigorated, also pulling out all kinds of treasured scrolls. In an instant, the pressure on the crow killers increased significantly, even leading some to retreat steadily, with many fire crows suffering injuries. At this moment, the Phantom Spike skill tree also attacked. His soul attacks were indeed hard to fend off, causing many mercenaries to fall victim after being struck at their souls. Their reactions slowed down, and they suffered splitting headaches, struggling to maintain their composure. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield shifted again, forcing the mercenary group back into a defensive position. The vice captain assessed the situation and realized that continuing the fight would only lead to being worn down and exhausted by these seemingly tireless fire crows. Thus, it's better to retreat quickly while they still have combat strength. Without hesitation, the vice captain issued the order. Everyone, retreat from here and wait for the captain outside. What? The captain is still inside. How can we leave on our own? That's right, didn't you just say the captain told us to charge in? Brothers, let us push harder. Rush in to help the captain seize the treasure, and we'll have gold and women in the future. The mercenaries still had great faith in their captain, so many opposed the vice captain's retreat order. Seeing this, the vice captain cursed under his breath. Damn it, if you want to die, just stay here. After speaking, the vice captain led his loyal followers to flee, while most people, trusting his earlier words, chose to charge in. After confirming that the vice captain and others had escaped, Chu couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. A volley of ice arrows shot over, killing all remaining mercenaries on the ground. After Demon Dragon Gecko and Phantom Spike skill tree had their feast, they devoured all the bodies by pulling them into the lake. My lord, did you intentionally let them go to lure more people here, just for the sake of the Sand Sun army? Shelley asked, puzzled. Although the Sand Sun army was important, they were just a group of magical beasts. Chu could easily cultivate them again as long as he retrieved the Desert Clan. The Sand Sun army is just a side note, it's actually because of you. Chu replied with a smile. Me? Shelley became even more confused. Chu replied, speechless. Isn't it because of that stone of life you brought? If I don't take care of it now, I'll be watched by the Elven clan forever, and it'll soon be my turn to be unlucky. In fact, Chu was secretly delighted the stone of life was of great significance to him. Although Shelley was curious about how Chu planned to deal with it, she dared not ask further. After all, he was an old monster whose identity was unknown. It was better to keep a low profile. Meanwhile, not far from the Phantom Spike Skill Forest, the recently escaped vice captain and his group were secretly observing the situation in the Phantom Spike Skill Forest. They waited for a long time without any movement. It seems they all died inside. The captain probably perished there too. The vice captain patted his chest and continued. Fortunately, I was smart and got you all out quickly, otherwise, you would have all died in there. The people around him forced smiles, secretly sneering at him, knowing it was just his cowardice. So what do we do now? A mercenary with a shifty eye frowned and asked. Now that the captain was dead, the group would naturally disperse, and they had returned to their helpless mercenary lives, having to follow this cowardly vice captain. The vice captain stroked his chin, revealing a cunning smile as he said, I have an idea, let us go make a profit. With that, he led everyone away. Thus, a group appeared in the desert, claiming to know the whereabouts of the Stone of Life and offering this information for a price of 10,000 gold coins. All the forces that came were wealthy, and 10,000 gold coins were easy for them to come by, allowing them to earn quite a bit of money. The captain really had a way. In just 2 days, we made over 100,000 gold coins, enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. The vice captain proudly patted the shoulder of the person next to him. Let us go to the next force. I heard the Holy Knight Order is over there. On a desolate hillside, members of the Holy Knight Order were resting, with a pool of blood and charred marks on the ground. They don't even consider their status. Filthy ants dare to ask me for money. Burton looked disdainfully at the ground, then lost interest. Since we have intel on the Stone of Life, whether it's true or false, we should still check it out. Sandy, the captain of the Vanguard team in the Knight Order, said. Just as Burton was considering whether to go, a knight who had gone to gather information suddenly rushed back. Vice Captain, we've heard news about the Stone of Life. Apparently, someone saw it near the Central Zone's Cave of Endless Demons. Huh? How can there be two completely different messages? Burton frowned. Both messages were very accurate, and he couldn't determine which was true. Vice Captain, it seems both messages have spread already. We should split into 2 groups and set off quickly, otherwise, someone else might get there first. Shandy, seeing Burton still hesitating, hurriedly suggested. Burton couldn't think of a better way at the moment, so he just nodded. Chapter 56, Blake's Arrangement. Lord Chu, my clan has heard news that everyone is talking about the Stone of Life. Some say it's in your possession, while others say it's in the Cave of Endless Demons in the Central Zone. Talon rushed over to tell Chu about the message from his clan. Chu didn't expect that someone had actually created a fake Stone of Life to lure people elsewhere. That's fine, it actually relieves my pressure. The Phantom Spike skill tree pondered for a moment and then said. I'm afraid the other message was released by the Elven clan. Chu thought the same. The Stone of Life had always been in the Elven clan's hands, so replicating it shouldn't be difficult for them. Moreover, many magical beasts in the entire desert were under their control, so disseminating this news would be easy. The Elven clan is clever, trying to deceive everyone into going to the Cave of Endless Demons, avoiding their own losses while causing trouble for those magical beasts that don't follow their orders. But they never expected that you would release the news about the Stone of Life being in your possession.
This will likely make them anxious. Chu chuckled. This was a twist of fate where the elven clan had inadvertently helped him out. Now, it would be interesting to see how the elven clan would handle this. Chu estimated that many strong outsiders would definitely come here. Knowing that the Stone of Life really existed, the elven clan would surely try to stop them. In the end, it would come down to whether the elven clan was more powerful or those outside forces. Regardless, the Stone of Life would ultimately not end up in his hands. On the outskirts of the elven clan, including Blake, hundreds of elven clan warriors wore serious expressions. Blake was listening to a report from an elven clan member when, suddenly, his previously confident demeanor changed drastically. "What did you say? The news about the Stone of Life being near the lake has leaked? Bastard!" He never expected that Chu would leak this news after acquiring the Stone of Life. Other legendary tier powerhouses also turned pale. This was completely different from their plan. "What should we do, Blake? Those people have rushed to the lake. We need to make a decision quickly, or else outsiders might really take it from us." "It's all your fault for coming up with such a terrible idea. If I had known, I should have listened to my initial instinct and seized it from that sneaky human hiding underground by the lake right from the start, preventing all this trouble," one of the other legendary tier elven clan members complained. Blake's gaze turned icy, and his handsome face revealed a menacing expression. This plan was approved by the Elven King personally. "If you have any objections, go and complain to my king. For now, you all have to listen to me." The complaining Elven clan member thought of the Elven King and didn't dare to say more, simply turning his face away. After surveying the area, Blake arranged. "The situation has developed to this point, so we can only adjust the plan. Carlo, take 100 clansmen to the Cave of Endless Demons and pretend to be attempting to steal the Stone of Life. We can't let them over there get suspicious." Carlo nodded and immediately left with 100 elven clan warriors. "Clarence, you go back to the clan immediately, report the situation to the king, and request to send several members from the dark forest to the desert to intercept those strong ones heading to the lake." When Clarence heard about the dark forest, a hint of fear crossed his face, but realizing the gravity of the matter, he still nodded. Remaining were 4 legendary tier powerhouses, including Blake, and over 200 elven clan warriors. Blake sighed and said, "The rest of us will head to the lake to prepare to seize the Stone of Life. Even if we perish, we must bring back the Stone of Life." The past few months had been desolate, occasionally hosting a few mercenaries, but most of the time, it was just magical beasts in the desolate sands. Today was exceptionally lively, as one could see people sprinting across the wilderness not far away, with mages or swordsmen flying in the sky. These people's destinies were merely two, either the Cave of Endless Demons in the central area or an unknown lake in the east. In everyone's hearts, there were only 4 words: the Stone of Life. Chu had long sent the 3,000 fire ravens that stayed in the Phantom Spike Skill Forest away first, and also stored Talon and Shelley in the system space. Talon felt fine, thinking his abilities were limitless, but Shelley was stunned. The place was completely different from the last time she entered, now filled with a hint of vitality. However, Shelley was unaware that the life stone she intended to use to save her master had actually created this miraculous space. A fierce battle is definitely about to break out here. The demon dragon gecko wasn't willing to enter the space initially, but Chu forced it by grabbing its head and throwing it in, along with the 5 little demon beasts following closely behind. Even the Phantom Spike Skill trees retracted their roots, giving up the surrounding Phantom Spike Skill forest, as it was of little loss to him. After this battle, he would feast well and then grow back anew. Even the visible parts of the Phantom Spike Skill tree had its vital essence retracted, leaving only the main roots hidden in Chu's lake. "Let them fight as they wish, we'll just hide and watch the show." Chu chatted casually with the Phantom Spike Skill trees while planning how to dispose of this fake life stone. Suddenly, Chu sensed a familiar aura. It turned out to be Blake, who arrived first. The suave Blake flew down from the sky directly to the lakeside, glanced around, but said nothing further. Instead, he struck up a conversation with Chu. "Hey there, brother Chu, how have you been lately?" "Thanks for your concern, Blake. I'm doing great. I saw you had a pretty maid last time. Why didn't I see her today?" "That maid couldn't handle my scolding. She ran off a long time ago." "Why, are you interested in her, Blake?"
Chu was stifling a laugh inside, curious how long it would take Blake to lose his composure. Sure enough, with urgent matters at hand, Blake could no longer afford to waste time with Chu and got straight to the point. Chu, I won't beat around the bush. The life stone should be with you. It's a treasure lost by our elven clan, picked up by your maid. I hope you can return it to us, and I assure you that our elven clan won't owe you anything. Oh, come on, Blake, that's not how it is. Didn't you come to me last time asking me to keep an eye out? I heard that thing is in the demon abyss. Have you mistaken the location? Seeing Chu's unyielding appearance, Blake felt a surge of anger, realizing that today wouldn't end amicably. Chapter 57, Watching the Tiger Fight from the Mountain. Brother Chu, there's no doubt the thing is with you. Hand it over now, and I can pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, who knows what will happen soon? Blake's tone turned harsh, clearly on the verge of exploding. Chu still had a helpless look, pointing toward the distance. Well, I fear it's out of my hands, as I've never seen this place so lively before. In the distance, dazzling lights trailed across the sky, rapidly arriving at the lake's shore. Oh, isn't that Blake from the Elven clan? What are you doing here? A bearded man spoke up to initiate some small talk. I advise you to leave early. This place isn't welcoming to outsiders. The big man chuckled a few times, not responding or leaving, but instead curiously watching the water figure coalescing from Chu. He was just a mercenary leader whose power couldn't compare to the Elven clan, but with so many factions present, this wasn't a place where the Elven clan could dominate everything. So he preferred to keep a low profile. Oh, Blake, it's been years, and you've become so brazen with your words. Have you forgotten how we chased you last time? Baden from the Paladin Order also arrived, arrogantly pointing at Blake and starting to mock him. Years ago during an operation, they had clashed. Baden had used his knights to outnumber Blake, leaving him in a terrible situation. Seeing more people gather and several familiar faces among them, including 4 or 5 of legendary tier, Blake realized that today, a fight was inevitable. What do you all want? The life stone belongs to my Elven clan, and you absolutely cannot take it away. You say that, but we in the Temple of Light faction have always been on good terms with your Elven clan. We are here to help you retrieve this treasure. However, our temple's priest needs to borrow it briefly. You know how it is, so just let me take it back this time, okay? Baden said with a smile, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. Blake's face turned ashen. The reason he knew the life stone was with Chu but hadn't taken action was to create the illusion that it had been lost. Little did he expect Chu would reveal the information first, causing him to lose out. Now he found himself in a dilemma. Currently, the Elven clan could no longer summon too many powerful forces, as every movement was under the watch of the Temple of Light faction. If he sent reinforcements, the Temple of Light faction would surely also send people, risking an outright bloody confrontation. A few people have been in a stalemate for a while. Although many others are still rushing this way, there are few legendary tier experts among them, mostly just extraordinary or even mortal tier cultivators. Blake guessed that it was the twisted ones sent by the Elven King from the Dark Forest. As long as Blake can hold them here and wait for their reinforcements, he would have a considerable chance of obtaining the Life Stone. This is a covert battle between the Temple of Light faction and the Elven clan. As long as the Elven clan can win, the Temple of Light faction will no longer mention borrowing the Life Stone, and the Elven clan can firmly assert that the Life Stone hasn't been recovered. But how could Chu allow Blake to continue dragging this out? If it doesn't get chaotic here, he won't have the opportunity to set his trap. He took out the replica Life Stone from the system space, and the moment he did, a vibrant green light burst forth, drawing everyone's attention. The waterman held the Life Stone in his hand and said, I stumbled upon this gem, yet I am weak and know I am not a match for anyone here. I don't deserve to possess this gem, so let it be claimed by whoever is capable. Everyone's attention had long been captured by the Life Stone, and after hearing his words, Bolton laughed heartily. What a good intent of letting the capable take it. At least you have some self-awareness. Blake, what do you say? Do you still intend to stop me? Blake shot a fierce glance at Chu, but was the first to charge toward him. Chu remained unfazed, staying in place with a smile on his face as he watched him.
"Blake, how dare you!" Roars of anger erupted from behind. The 7 or 8 legendary tier experts present, including the Elven clan, immediately began to fight. Bolton was quick as well, almost instantly arriving behind Blake, launching a fierce attack that forced Blake to turn around to respond. What a chaotic battle! Blake and Bolton were evenly matched, while the others fought against the Elven clan and the legendary tier of the Paladin Order. No one was idle, and everyone refused to let the other get close to Chu. Chu took a breather, standing aside, holding the lifestone and watching both sides, ready to choose a suitable person to throw the lifestone to. He looked at this group for a while, thinking they might collapse soon. Then he glanced at that group, feeling even more certain they wouldn't last long. Anyway, in Chu's plan, he at least could not let the Elven clan obtain it immediately. Ideally, it would go to the Temple of Light faction, but as it stood, the Temple of Light faction was the most aggressive, leaving Chu with no chance to hand it over. Seeing that the conflict was escalating, one person from the Elven clan had already been killed, and another mercenary leader had perished with him. Even Bolton and Blake were becoming increasingly ferocious, and the haunted forest not far away was being completely destroyed while Chu's lake was trembling. At that moment, Chu suddenly sensed a creature stealthily approaching and slipping into his lake from the opposite shore, while those still fighting remained oblivious. Chu looked and was amazed. It wasn't just one, but 5 or 6 people split into 2 groups. It seemed they were also unaware of each other's presence, quietly inching toward the waterman Chu had conjured from beneath the water. This made Chu even happier. He had feared no one would come, but now not only had people arrived, but he also had 2 groups. Furthermore, he suspected these groups were the backup for the Temple of Light faction and the Elven clan. Chu pretended not to notice the 2 groups below and continued to look seriously at those fighting on the shore. Finally, the underwater people took action, with the Elven clan making the first move. However, the instant they attacked, the Temple of Light faction realized there were others just like themselves, so without regard for hiding, they quickly took action. In the end, the Elven clan was a step quicker. An arrow-emitting green light shot toward Chu faster than he could react, while 2 figures lunged at him, and another stayed back to block the incoming Temple of Light faction. Those fighting near the shore were also taken by surprise, their hands instinctively halting. Blake knew very well that those few people were sent by the Elven clan's Elven king. Bolton, however, shouted, "Captain!" Chapter 58, made a move. Who is the fisherman? Chu looked at the arrows shooting towards him and the people lunging at him, but he was not the least bit flustered. A calm smile remained on his face. When the green arrow pierced through his chest, his body was shattered by the immense energy points. The dispersed water morphed into a hand that threw the lifestone toward the Paladin Order members following behind. The Paladin members, who had been blocked by the Elven clan of the Dark Forest, were anxious to get past the interceptors when they didn't expect Chu to throw the Elven stone over. The elves from the intercepting Knight Brigade sensed a cluster of energy points behind them and were about to turn around to look, only to find their bodies already severed by the knights in front of them. In his dying moments, he saw a green gem flying towards him, which was precisely the lifestone they were trying to seize this time. The Knight Brigade member who had severed his body had already passed by, grasping the gem in hand and swiftly flying towards the distance. Damn the Temple of Light faction, after them! The several elves from the Dark Forest quickly pursued, not even glancing at their fallen comrades. The legendary experts present were dumbfounded, and it wasn't until both factions had left that they realized what had happened and quickly prepared to chase after them. Now it was Bowden's turn to object. He commanded the members of the Knight Brigade to block everyone, refusing to let a single legendary tier escape. "Bowden, as a mere deputy leader, do you think you can stop us? If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Blake's face was filled with anger. His foolproof plan had completely failed, and the items had been snatched away by the people of the Temple of Light faction. This was absolutely unforgivable. Bowden glanced around and noticed that the rival side had far more legendary tier experts than his own. The leader of the Knight Brigade, along with a few deputy leaders, had already taken the lifestone and left him with just another 2 legendary tier allies, while the rest were only transcendent. 3 legendaries on his side, while Blake from the Elven clan had 4 legendary tier members, plus others from different factions. They totaled 7. He found it impossible to stop them. He was already ready to yield a path, since the credit had been taken by the leader anyway. Why should he stubbornly hold on here? "Don't be so angry, Blake. Look, the road is so wide, who can stop you? As he spoke, he signaled his subordinates to clear a path. No way, deputy leader, how can we let them pass? We must block them at all costs. The forefront captain, Sandy, stood up, and the other knights also drew their weapons, with their warhorses prepared to charge. Looks like you, as a deputy leader, really don't hold much power in the Knight Brigade. Blake mocked disdainfully. Bowden's expression darkened. While these people often defied him, they had the audacity to openly disobey his orders in front of his longtime rival, Blake. Humph, are you all going to rebel? Am I the leader or is Sandy the leader? Sandy remained silent, but the warhorse beneath him took a small step forward, snorting. The members of the Knight Brigade behind him also stepped forward slightly on their warhorses. Bowden laughed angrily. All right, you all have ambition now, then go ahead and attack. I won't interfere anymore. Bowden immediately turned around and headed off into the distance, leaving Sandy and the others composed and ready for an attack. Seeing this, Blake said no more and charged forward with the Elven clan. The Knight Brigade had strong collective combat capabilities, and their warhorses charged with tremendous force. The mercenaries impacted by the Knight Brigade mostly abandoned their armor and fled in panic, with even a legendary tier expert being killed by Sandy. However, the Elven clan could fly into the sky, so they weren't afraid of the Knight Brigade's charge, plus the remaining legendary tier experts of the Elven clan outnumbered those of the Knights. The Knight Brigade could barely hold on with their teamwork and the various scrolls, and losing was only a matter of time. Sandy, I see you are a man. I can spare your life, retreat now. Blake shouted loudly at Sandy. But what responded to him was Sandy's blade. Blake no longer tried to persuade him, taking a red arrow from behind. As Blake knocked the arrow, Sandy felt an immense threat. Everyone be alert, change formation, Light's Guardian. The members of the Knight Brigade instantly transformed from their original battle formation into a defensive formation like an iron barrel, emitting a white light from all the knights and warhorses that eventually fused together. This was the strongest defensive formation of the Knight Brigade, typically used only by the Holy Knights during frontal charges. The red arrow in Blake's hand finally gathered enough energy points. He released his hold, and the arrow flew, trailing a long fiery tail. Bang! The fiery arrow collided with the white light shield, and the members of other mercenaries and factions nearby were blown away by a huge wave of heat, with some unfortunate ones being directly injured and dying from the shockwave caused by the collision of energy points. When the dust settled, Blake appeared somewhat fatigued but showed not a hint of seriousness on his face. Meanwhile, the Knight Brigade was sprawled all over, with only a few still able to stay mounted. Eliminate them all, then follow up. After saying that, Blake first chased after the direction in which the Knight Brigade had fled. That last arrow had directly killed Sandy, and most other Knight Brigade members were heavily injured. The remaining Elven clan had the complete capability to wipe them out. Seeing this, the remaining legendary tier experts from other factions hurriedly followed, leaving behind some small fry who had lost their strength to chase and could only slowly lag behind. The three remaining legendary tier members remaining in place quickly started to take action. The remaining members of the Paladin Order were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter for them. With arrows flying, one by one, they were shot down. Three legendary tier experts then prepared to leave in pursuit of Blake. At that moment, something unusual occurred in the lake. The calm surface of the lake, which had originally gone unnoticed, suddenly erupted into towering waves. Having endured until now, after the troublesome enemies vanished, Shu finally took action. And with that action, he went for the kill. Use skill, water aura skill. After stunning the three with his aura, Shu unleashed skill after skill. Use skill, water bind. Use skill, water shackles. Use skill, ice arrow technique. Use skill, water dragon roar. These three legendary tier experts suddenly felt their bodies being pulled by a water rope. Just as they attempted to fly into the sky, they found their limbs, including their wings, starting to stiffen. Then they faced Chu's ice arrows and water dragon attacks, unable to react in time, and were instantly killed. This time, Chu's attack was so swift that it was like thunder striking without warning. There were no grand gestures, just a lethal strike from the get-go. Chapter 59, Level Up, Unveiling the Quicksand River. The remaining elves and mercenaries, who hadn't managed to leave, were stunned by this sudden turn of events.
Chu didn't wait for them to react. A barrage of ice arrows came flying, killing all the creatures left by the lake, leaving not even a warhorse alive. At the same time, he notified Tai Ren, instructing him to immediately mobilize the crow killers to kill all the elves and mercenaries within a kilometer radius around the lake. Once Tai Ren was released from the system space, he hurried straight to the location where the fire crow was hidden. Seeing Tai Ren leave, Chu also pulled all the corpses into the lake, devouring them completely. The Phantom Spike skill tree took the opportunity to enjoy a feast, soon ready to break through to the extraordinary second level. This time, Chu obtained around 500,000 energy points from the devouring, and combined with the ones gathered from raising magical beasts before, he has nearly 2 million energy points, which is enough for him to level up once. System, I want to upgrade to LV2. Taking advantage of the chaos in the desert, Chu should develop during the disorder, otherwise, he would be just waiting to be eliminated, and eventually face consequences. Beep, congratulations on successfully upgrading, host. I want to create a tributary, the Quicksand River. Chu visualized the Quicksand River in his mind. As the lake churned, a tributary suddenly opened up towards the north, quickly spreading far away. The river finally stopped flowing after reaching a length of 1,000 meters. Chu looked at his system panel. Host, Chu. Status, Mana Lake Stage. Level, LV2. Energy points, 1.5 million. Skills, Gale LV1, Water Binding LV1, Ice Arrow Technique LV1, Water Dragon Roar LV1, Ice Shackles LV1, Blessing can be used twice a month, Awakening can be used twice a month. Tributary 1, Wangchuan River Power of Darkness, has the skill Descent, currently 2,000 meters long. Tributary 2, Quicksand River Power of Earth, has the skill Sand Demon, currently 1,000 meters long. The Quicksand River was a river in Journey to the West in Chu's past life, stretching for 10,000 miles and 800 miles wide, with mud and sand flowing in, feathers couldn't float, and reed flowers settled to the bottom. The current Quicksand River is naturally far inferior to its past life, but fortunately, he still has the system to continuously evolve. Chu familiarized himself with the Quicksand River, and indeed, this river felt quite different from the Wangchuan River. Every time Chu immersed his soul in the Wangchuan River, he felt coldness and loneliness, while the Quicksand River was chaotic. The river flowed through the desert, appearing yellow, filled with quicksand, and unlike the tranquil Wangchuan River, the Quicksand River was tumultuous. As for the skill Sand Demon, Chu figured it out. He could summon a sand demon made of mud and sand from the water, and the power of the sand demon depends on Chu's strength. Now, with Chu being at extraordinary level 2, he could almost summon a legendary level sand demon. This skill is also quite overpowered, instantly granting Chu legendary tier combat power, and as long as the sand demon is in the Quicksand River, it is invincible even if it comes ashore. As long as it's in the desert, it could greatly enhance its own combat power. Looking at the only 1,000-meter-long Quicksand River, Chu felt it was a bit lacking, decisively spending another million energy points to extend the Quicksand River by 1,000 meters in width by several hundred meters. Now it finally looked somewhat like the Quicksand River. At the same time, Chu used Gale. The main body of the lake began to pour down heavy rain, and the tributary's water level also increased in sync with the lake's water level. So, Chu used Gale to induce rainfall, which in the long run could also increase the river's length. After the upgrade, Chu had 2 tributaries, one light and one dark, so he didn't have to worry about his lake body facing any fatal threats. From now on, Chu planned to temporarily shift his focus to the Quicksand River, thus making the Elven clan and other forces aware of him think that he had hidden in the waters of the Quicksand River. In the basin of the Quicksand River, Chu released Shelly, as well as the demon dragon gecko and 5 other magical beasts. The demon dragon gecko had long been restless in the system space, jumping up as soon as it emerged, only to suddenly realize the environment was completely different. What used to be a serene and beautiful lake has now turned into a murky long river. What is going on? Did we move? The demon dragon gecko had just recently advanced to a new level and wasn't very good at speaking human language, stumbling over its words. Chu just smiled and ignored it. The carefree demon dragon gecko quickly led its little brothers to acclimate to the new environment. Shelly was also taken aback when she came out, looking around the surroundings. She vaguely remembered that this was actually just over 1,000 meters from the lake, but in her memory, it was a desolate wasteland. When did a treacherous river appear here? Of course, Chu wouldn't explain any of this, it could only be attributed to Chu being the avatar of some ancient creature. From now on, we will temporarily settle here. You should also get familiar with the surroundings and find a place to build your own shelter. As far as the eye could see, there were only rolling hills, with not a blade of grass in sight, hardly a hint of green. Coupled with the rushing yellow river, it created a rather mournful atmosphere. Master, my roots haven't developed that far yet, it might take about a month or so to reach here. The main body of the phantom spike skill tree is still in the lake. Although it started developing its underground roots long ago, it hasn't reached even a kilometer. No need for that. You don't have to deliberately develop your roots along the quicksand river, because this won't be the last tributary, there will be more tributaries in the future. You can choose whichever tributary suits you best then. Regarding how the phantom spike skill tree should develop and evolve, Chu had no experience to offer, he could only provide a general direction and let the phantom spike skill tree choose for itself. Chu's ability to devour souls does not match any primal element, and so far it has shown no preference for any particular element. Even the mana, which is essential for both magical beasts and plant cultivation, merely accelerates the physical growth for the phantom spike skill tree. Since the phantom spike skill tree is a mutant, Shelley also didn't understand this situation well. The development can only depend on the phantom spike skill tree's own fortune. In contrast, the demon dragon gecko has been developing quite normally. Currently, it mainly needs to absorb mana, and once its dragon bloodline awakens again, it will be able to manipulate the power of dark elements, which fits well with the River of Forgetting. Chu plans to send the demon dragon gecko down to train properly after a while to prevent it from only playing around and bullying other magical beasts. Chapter 60, The Troublemaking Paladins. For now, they cannot return to the lake, so the Harbingers of Death also have no place to rest. The 3,000 firecrows can only be temporarily led by Tyren to the previously occupied canyon. Shelley built a temporary grass hut on a nearby hillside, which served as a dwelling, while Chu immersed his mind into the quicksand river to carefully experience its differences. However, simultaneously, whether it's the River of Forgetting or the main body, as soon as anything significant happens, he can sense it immediately and arrive in an instant. On the second day after the quicksand river was formed, a group of people came to the lake where Chu's main body is located. It was none other than Nichols, the leader of the Paladins, and several of his vice-commanders, who had previously stolen the forged lifestones. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the Paladins, Nichols, had a grim expression as he stared at the lake before him. Vice Commander Bolton stood behind Nichols, trembling with fear, not daring to lift his head. "Is this what you said, that they are waiting for us here?" Nichols turned to look at Bolton, his sharp gaze almost piercing through him. "Yes, I did instruct them to wait for you here before I left. They might have been unable to wait and went to look for you elsewhere," Bolton explained nervously. He never expected that Sandy would actually lead the Knights to desperately block Blake, and that they would be completely wiped out. Although this was just one squad of the Paladins, the loss was painful enough for them. More importantly, since Nichols took command of the Paladins, this was the first time they had suffered such a major loss, and the one to blame for all of this was this foolish vice-commander, Bolton. Nichols let out a sigh and slowly said, "Did you think I didn't know about your discord with Sandy? I thought you would know how to manage it. I thought you remembered our Knights regulations. I never expected this, simply never expected it." Upon hearing this, Bolton turned pale with fright and immediately knelt down. "Leader, I truly did not mean it. I did not expect Sandy would defy my orders. I was only trying to get there to help you. Please spare me, leader." A flash of blood appeared as Bolton's head fell into the lake. At a time like this, you still want to push the responsibility onto Sandy. It's a pity my good brother Sandy was harmed by such a petty person. Nichols murmured in sorrow as he turned his gaze toward the lake. "I'm curious to see who you really are, daring to play tricks on my paladin order." With that, Nicholas raised his long sword above his head, unleashing a dazzling light that even pushed back the torrential rain still falling from the sky. As the brightness peaked, Nicholas swung his sword, unleashing a ball of white light into the lake, causing a violent explosion at its center that sent water crashing up to 10 meters high. However, when the water fell back, aside from the rippling surface, there was no other disturbance. Nicholas, still unwilling to give up, plunged his sword into the ground and retrieved a staff, starting a lengthy incantation. After nearly several minutes, he finally completed the chant. A single eye appeared on his forehead. And the light emitted from that eye had the power to dispel all darkness in the world. As it shone in the water, the lake had no choice but to avoid this light, which pierced all the way to the bottom, revealing only sludge without discovering anything else. Nicholas, forcing through the repulsion he felt in his body, scanned the entire lake but found nothing unusual. It seems he has truly left, Nicholas said with great reluctance. After he had successfully driven off those crazed elven clan members and sacrificed a vice-captain, he found the lifestone to be fake. Burning with anger, he immediately led his people back to the lake. By the time he returned to the lake, there was nothing left, only the remnants of the battle-scarred phantom spike skill forest and the uneven ground. I remember there wasn't a river here before. Nicholas suddenly spotted the newly appeared river, recalling it clearly that it had not existed before. Move! Nicholas quickly led a few vice-captains along the river, soon finding the segment where Chu was located. In the desolate desert, Shelley's grass hut stood out conspicuously. Nicholas stood by the quicksand river, looking at Shelley's grass hut. Shelley had already seen him and his group of 4 or 5 legendary tier members, definitely not something she could handle, especially after almost being killed by luring just one legendary figure last time. Just as Shelley hesitated on whether to come out, a figure made entirely of shifting sand gradually took shape from the quicksand river. You finally come out, but you seem to have changed quite a bit. Nicholas felt that the strange being formed from the sand before him at least possessed a legendary tier level of power. Finally, you're here. So, aren't you going to thank me for giving you the Stone of Life? Upon hearing Chu's words, Nicholas surprisingly wore no anger on his face. You've got guts to dare to play me. Chu smiled and waved his hand, saying, Don't get me wrong, it's not me who's putting on a show. How could a weakling like me dare to mess with the leader of the Holy Knights under the Temple of Light faction? I'm only doing this out of necessity. Nicholas glanced at Chu, signaling him to go on. I know that your Temple of Light faction is looking for the Life Stone, but the Elven clan doesn't want to give it to you, so they intentionally created this farce, and I'm just their scapegoat. You should understand now, right? Chu left a blank for Nicholas to imagine. The whole situation was originally a trap set by the Elven clan, but unexpectedly, Chu jumped out of the trap, which in turn laid a trap for the Elven clan. Clearly, Nicholas believed what Chu said, but still asked, Why should I trust you? No matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you are an accomplice of the Elven clan, which makes you my enemy. As soon as he spoke the word person, Nicholas's body suddenly vanished from where he stood, then he slashed towards Chu's clone with his sword. Chu didn't move at all, allowing Nicholas to chop off his head. Nicholas was also startled by Chu's actions, but he still swung down the sword steadily. The sandy head of Chu fell to the ground and then, to Nicholas's surprise, it merged back into Chu's body, growing a new head from the neck. What? Before Nicholas could fully express his surprise, Chu had already launched the attack. Ice arrows shot towards Nicholas in a relentless attack, and without any skill, he charged forward, throwing punch after punch, forcing Nicholas into a position where he couldn't defend himself. Chapter 61, a major setback for the Elven clan. Nicholas and Chu engaged in a fierce battle by the quicksand river, but the grand leader of the Paladin Order, the legendary level 3 Nicholas, was completely overwhelmed by Chu. The sand demon summoned by Chu already possessed the strength of a level 2 legendary creature, and being by the quicksand river, ordinary damage was almost negligible for him. Moreover, although this sand demon lacked autonomous consciousness, it did possess a degree of combat awareness, and at that moment, the sand demon used its simplest fist to break through all methods. Nicholas felt incredibly frustrated. Clearly, he had excellent magic skills and powerful sword techniques, yet none of it was of any use. This sand demon was like a bone worm, preventing him from using any of his abilities. At times, ice arrows or water ropes shot out from the river, adding to his chaos, and he nearly got hit by the sand demon several times. The other deputy leaders noticed that Nicholas was at a disadvantage, so they all came forward to help him. For a moment, Chu was besieged by multiple attackers. The sand demon, due to its massive size, also took several heavy hits, but these injuries were quickly healed. Chu single-handedly faced the leader of the Holy Knights and several vice leaders, and was even subtly gaining the upper hand. If the Elven clan saw this, they would probably re-evaluate the risk posed by Chu. Seeing the situation reach a stalemate, Chu was actually quite relaxed. He simply wanted to adapt to controlling the sand demon, and now that he was nearly accustomed to it, it was time to get down to business. Suddenly, 2 water dragons burst out of the quicksand river, mixed with mud and roaring towards Nicholas. Both Nicholas and several vice commanders were taken aback, huddling together to prepare for the water dragons. However, the sand demon would not give them a chance to defend themselves, relentlessly striking the hard-earned protective shield they had conjured into a trembling state. Finally, the water dragon crashed into the protective shield, and Nicholas shouted, "Scatter!" The few quickly spread out, and the protective shield shattered with a deafening crash along with the torrent of water. However, there was still a water dragon relentlessly pursuing Nicholas. In a hurry, Nicholas reacted by bracing himself with his sword, but was knocked away by the impact of the water dragon. With a crack, Nicholas spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the long sword he had wielded for over 10 years shattered into several pieces. "Commander!" Several deputy leaders quickly surrounded, shielding Nicholas from harm, fearing that Chu would continue the attack. But Chu did not seize this opportunity to continue attacking. Instead, he smiled and watched Nicholas and the others. "What do you mean by this?" Nicholas's face still looked a bit pale. "Just taking that blow left him seriously injured. It's not very meaningful. I see that a few vice leaders of your Paladin Legion are quite devoted to you, unwilling to kill them, and I also don't want to be used by the Elven clan once again. Since you don't want to kill me, let us talk then." Nicholas pushed aside the crowd blocking his way and looked at the towering sand demon before him. "I'm sure you understand the intention of the Elven clan by now. It's nothing more than to use me, leaving you without a reason to borrow the Stone of Life. Moreover, they want to push me into a situation where we both suffer, and then they can reap the benefits. Do you believe that there are already powerful members of the Elven clan on their way here?" Chu looked at Nicholas very seriously and pointed to the path he had come from. Nicholas also turned back to take a glance and nodded thoughtfully. "Captain, we can't trust him. No matter what, he is our enemy." One of the vice captains, seeing Nicholas actually agreeing with Chu, couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Chu smiled. "My brother, haven't you heard the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I was previously under the control of the Elven clan, but now I have freed myself. How could I possibly oppose you again? Or do you truly want your commander to die here? Outrageous. If you're going to act, then do it." The several leaders, upon hearing Chu's last sentence, shouted in anger, while Chu merely gazed at Nicholas. Nicholas stopped his subordinates' angry curses and looked up at Chu, asking, "So what do you mean? In less than half an hour, the Elven clan will definitely send someone to look for me. At that time, we can together deal with anyone who comes, which means you won't have to worry about me being on the Elven clan side, and we can take our revenge as well. What do you think? With your abilities, I'm afraid that even if someone from the Elven clan comes, they can handle him without needing our help at all." Nicholas asked suspiciously. He didn't believe that Chu would be so kind. "Even so, if I killed the envoy from the Elven clan myself, they might send someone even stronger, and I would never find peace. But if we work together, borrowing the reputation of the Temple of Light faction, the Elven clan may not pursue the matter further." "Humph, you really know how to make plans." Nicholas snorted in displeasure, but secretly, he believed 7 parts of what Chu said. The Paladin Order serves as the weapon of the God of Light to clear all obstacles, and in their eyes, the Elven clan is one of the most stubborn obstacles. This time, the Elven clan even dared to ambush them and killed many of their brothers. Nicholas felt it was time to teach the Elven clan a lesson, otherwise, they would forget that this land belongs to the God of Light. "Alright, let us do it your way. Let the Elven clan suffer a bit before we settle the score with you." Chu nodded with a smile. Everything was as he expected. He believed that when members of the Elven clan came looking for revenge, they would be in for a big surprise. At this moment, Chu sensed that the Elven clan had already arrived on the other side of the lake, leading the way was Black. However, he seemed somewhat uneasy today, and the 4 people behind him were all dressed in black, with grim expressions. Some held the usual bows and arrows of the elven clan, while others wielded large swords commonly used by knights. Chu recognized that these 4 were members of the elven clan from the dark forest who had stolen the life stone that day. No wonder Black appeared a bit tense. "Black, is this the lake you spoke of? Are you trying to trick us?" The leading man glared, and Black turned pale with fear. "My lord, this is indeed the place, but that person might have anticipated our arrival and has hidden himself. You have 10 minutes. If you can't find him, you know the consequences." Black's face was drenched in sweat. Though he was also of legendary tier, he knew he was no match for these few individuals, especially since they answered directly to the Elf King. Even if they killed him, no one would advocate for him. Black cursed Chu's cunning in his heart. While circling above the lake, he suddenly spotted the appearing quicksand river. "Why is there suddenly such a big river here? Something must be off." So he flew back and led a few people along the river to start searching. Chapter 62, completely out of control. In the middle section of the quicksand river, by the roaring waters, Nicholas was recovering from his injuries surrounded by several vice leaders. "Here they come, let us see their acting skills," Shu reminded. Sure enough, in the distance, a shadow of a member of the elven clan could be seen flying quickly toward them. Shu immediately hid in the water, while several vice leaders and Nicholas sat by the riverbank, pretending to be gravely injured. Several members of the elven clan quickly spotted them, first cautiously observing from a distance in the sky. They confirmed that Chu was indeed missing, and there were traces of fierce battles on the ground, indicating that several leaders and vice leaders of the Temple of Light faction had also sustained injuries and were recuperating. This Chu is indeed impressive, being able to severely injure so many members of the Paladin Order by himself. This works to our advantage. Let us not waste time. Let us take them down and then go back to continue our training. Ignoring Black, several rushed forward, and seeing this, Black hurried to keep up. What a narrow road for enemies. Treshai, we meet again. Nicholas looked at Treshai of the Elven clan and put on a rather unsightly expression. I know you probably don't want to see me right now. Alright, let's talk, hand over the life stone. Treshai's expression darkened, ready to fight, clearly unwilling to exchange banter with Nicholas. Seeing Treshai like this only made Nicholas angrier. You Elven clan truly have your tricks, setting us up in the Temple of Light faction. I'll see what you can do to us today. After saying this, Nicholas and the seated vice leaders all stood up together and launched an attack on the Elven clan. The Elven clan, seeing this situation, thought Nicholas was unwilling to hand over the life stone, so they preemptively attacked. Thus, the two groups began to fight. The few legends from the Dark Forest had strength superior to the ordinary Elven clan and fought fiercely. Even the vice leaders of the Paladin Order were no match for them and fell back in defeat. Black was already a standout among the Elven clan, but he could only exert pressure from the sidelines, completely unable to participate in the battle. As the fight progressed, both sides became truly furious. These past couple of days, Treshai and others had been chasing Nicholas and even killed one of his vice leaders, instilling deep hatred towards the Elven clan. Furthermore, Treshai mistakenly believed that Nicholas and his people had stolen the Elven clan's life stone, thus regarding them as enemies. An Elven clan member, despite being struck by a vice leader's sword energy, shot out a long cherished arrow, ultimately losing one of his arms but managing to pierce the vice leader's chest with that arrow. The two's tragic end added fuel to this battle, causing everyone to unleash their ultimate techniques, and both Nicholas and Treshai sustained significant injuries. Aren't you going to make your move? Nicholas watched as his subordinates struggled more and more, unable to help but shout out. Treshai and the others were startled by this and carefully sensed the surroundings, yet they indeed found no trace of any creatures, except for Shelley, a transcendent tier observer watching everything from not far away. Chu sighed silently in his heart, originally wanting the two groups to fight more fiercely, but he didn't expect Nicholas to be unable to hold back. Amid the astonished expressions of Treshai and the others, Chu summoned a sand demon from the quicksand river, while Blake looked utterly incredulous. Why you are Chu? He firmly believed that Chu had already died at the hands of the Paladin Order, but was surprised to find that Chu was still alive and apparently allied with the Paladin Order. "Oh, so you've been lying to me all along, you already?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu took action. The Sand Demon rampaged towards Blake, who was only a legendary tier and couldn't match the Sand Demon with just 2 punches. It knocked him flying, bleeding. The Sand Demon then turned and rushed towards Treasure, prompting Chu to shout, "Let us attack together and finish this quickly." Chu joined Nicholas to take on Treasure. Although Treasure was powerful, Chu's Sand Demon was unafraid of pain, easily enduring regular attacks, and with tremendous strength, it fought evenly against Treasure. From a distance, Nicholas provided ranged attacks, pushing Treasure into a precarious situation. "If you don't use some of your best skills, your brothers won't hold on much longer." Chu noticed that Nicholas seemed to be holding back and called out with a smile. For Chu, it didn't matter if the fight lasted a whole day, but Nicholas's few vice-captains were already on the brink of collapse, barely hanging on. Nicholas cursed inwardly at his own slyness. He originally intended for Chu to expend some energy, maybe after dealing with the Elven clan, he could also take down Chu. But he didn't expect Chu to see through his plot and call him out. If he waited any longer, it would be like disregarding the lives of his subordinates. Nicholas's long sword had been destroyed in a prior battle, and he had been using a replacement. Now, he tossed the sword aside and took out a scroll. As a paladin, they rarely used scrolls. They preferred to trust the swords in their hands. Scrolls that they could cherish were certainly not ordinary items, generally only taken out in critical moments. "Hold him down for a moment," Nicholas shouted at Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu immediately commanded the Sand Demon to charge forward recklessly. Treasure realized Nicholas's and the sand creature's intentions and unleashed all her power, fearing that she would be entangled by Chu. However, even after losing an arm, the Sand Demon under Chu's control relentlessly approached Treasure, wrapping its remaining arm around her as it awaited the attack from the scroll that Nicholas had activated. A beam of white light emerged, not overly dramatic, not fast, but carrying a chilling power. As the white light reached Chu's body, the sand body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pile of sand and water on the ground, while Treasure, who was behind him, couldn't escape or defend in time and was consumed by the white light, as if ice and snow were melting under the sun. Treshy's death sent a chill down the spine of the remaining Elven clan members. That mysterious power was something no one could withstand. Furthermore, with one of their strongest fighters gone, if Nicholas turned his focus towards them, the Elven clan would likely face doom. Blake was the first to react, turning to flee, and the remaining Elven clan members were not fools. They quickly prepared to escape but were firmly entangled by several vice-captains, making it difficult to get away. The situation flipped suddenly after Nicholas joined the battle. He quickly coordinated with several vice-captains to eliminate the remaining Elven clan members, leaving only Blake far away. Chapter 63, Phantom Spike Skill Tree Evolution. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Niklaus looked at Chu, who was gradually reconstituting into human form. Chu did not deny it. "If I didn't, what if you turned against me? I, being a lone stranger, can't compare to your Paladin Order backed by a huge giant like the Temple of Light faction. Which faction are you really from? With your skills, could you be from some aquatic race?" Chu shook his head ambiguously, not wishing to discuss the matter further. "Alright, since this matter has been resolved, you all should be leaving. Otherwise, the one who just escaped might bring back reinforcements, then you won't be able to leave. Aren't you afraid the Elven clan will come back to settle the score with you?" Chu shook his head and said, "How do you know I won't leave here?" Niklaus nodded. After all, Chu wasn't rooted here and could leave at any time. However, he didn't expect that. In fact, the river and the lake were Chu's very body. Nicholas took one last look at Chu, then turned to leave with several vice-captains and the corpse of the fallen. "I hope next time we meet, we are enemies, not friends. I will make sure to personally kill you then." Chu chuckled but didn't respond. Instead, a stream of water swept the corpses on the shore into the river. "I just scored a free tens of thousands of energy points." The weapons carried by those Elven clan members, along with several storage scrolls, had plenty of good stuff. The Paladin Order was indeed wealthy. They didn't even glance at these items as they were leaving. Chu called Shelley over and handed her all the elven clan scrolls. She could keep what she could use, and the one she couldn't would go to the wasteland dwellers. During that fierce battle, Shelley could only watch from a distance. Fortunately, in the eyes of the legendary tier powerhouses, she was merely a minor character, so no one thought to attack her. Otherwise, anyone present could have easily overpowered her. Those were not the useless mercenary captains she had encountered before. Now that this disturbance had finally settled down, for quite some time to come, the Elven clan would think of themselves as part of the Temple of Light faction. Before daring to sever ties with the Temple of Light faction, they wouldn't lay a hand on themselves, and the Temple of Light faction would only be glad to see someone who held a grudge against the Elven clan deeply rooted in the endless wasteland. Thus, Chu was once again presented with an opportunity for some quiet development. The immediate priority was to check on the Phantom Spike skill tree. Previously, to minimize losses, the Phantom Spike skill tree made many sacrifices, and it was time to compensate it well this time.
Ming, how are you doing? Master, I feel like I'm about to break through again. So soon?
It's really bizarre. My companion creature levels up more easily than I do. I just barely leveled up, and now it's about to level up too, and it has no apparent reason to do so, especially since it has suffered significant losses in the last few days. This time I concentrated all my energy points into my main body, and it seems the returned energy points were too many.
I've been holding back from leveling up, but now I can finally do so.
Having never encountered this situation before, Chu thought for a moment, discussed it with the Phantom Spike skill tree, and speculated that it might be because the Phantom Spike skill tree had previously grown some roots above ground, resulting in a forest of Phantom Spike skill trees. Those trees must have autonomously absorbed a lot of energy points, leading to this upgrade of the Phantom Spike skill tree.
Then you can develop even larger forests in the future.
Over time, who knows, those trees might even develop consciousness on their own.
That would make you even more formidable.
Chu couldn't help but admire the various peculiarities of his companion creature. However, he was glad he had chosen to bond with it in the first place. No matter how bizarre the Phantom Spike skill tree might be, it would never betray him.
I think so too.
Maybe in the future, I can have a Phantom Spike skill army, which will definitely be on par with your Sand Commanders and Crow Killers, Master.
How much longer until you level up? It has already begun. After Phantom Spike skill tree spoke, a strong wave of energy points surged from the ground.
Then, from the center of the lake, the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree, which were originally curled up at the bottom of the lake, began to grow rapidly, shooting up from the water's surface without pause, stopping only when they reached over 40 meters high.
Chu, feeling somewhat speechless, remarked, "Why are you growing so tall this time?"
The Phantom Spike skill tree didn't answer Chu, as its body continued to undergo mutations. Having never seen the Phantom Spike skill tree bloom before, today was the first time for Chu to witness the flowering. The flower was a faint black, with 3 petals, and in the middle of each petal was a slender white needle-like structure.
Bizarre.
That was Chu's main feeling. The pale black petals were releasing a faint, smoky substance, while the long white needle appeared incredibly sacred.
What is going on?
After blooming, the enormous Phantom Spike skill tree only produced 4 or 5 flowers at the top, and no new petals began to form.
The Phantom Spike skill tree had stabilized at the second tier of extraordinary. Master, these flowers have a mesmerizing effect.
The needles inside can also be concealed within the fragrance of the flowers and penetrate the bodies of living beings.
Wow, can it be that sinister?
This skill of yours is quite powerful, very useful indeed. For Chu, having a companion creature that was stronger was always better, and such a skill that was suited for sneaky tactics was perfect for cooperating with Chu.
When the demon dragon gecko comes back, I'm afraid he'll be disheartened. He finally caught up with you, and now you've pulled away again.
It's just too playful, otherwise the speed of leveling up wouldn't be slower than mine. Chu nodded, unbothered by the tree and beast. Both of them were already at the top-notch speed. If he were to say this, it might be that even the Temple of Light faction wouldn't have many geniuses who could level up this quickly.
We've been relatively stable for quite a while now. Are you interested in checking out the underground world?
Chu felt that having the Phantom Spike skill tree root itself in the underground world should be beneficial.
Sure.
If the root system develops in the underground world, then there will truly be no one who can kill me. Even if the roots on the surface are destroyed, I can still grow back. The Phantom Spike skill tree was quite in favor of Chu's suggestion and even seemed a bit impatient. It was always very proactive about anything that could help preserve its life. Chapter 64, Improvement of Overall Strength. At the bottom of Mana Lake stage, the connection to the underground world. A newly grown root was stretching out tentatively, growing along the forgetting river until it firmly rooted itself at the riverbed. Then the roots began to grow upward, sprouting into a tree. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that this tree was identical to the outside Phantom Spike skill tree, a straight trunk, spikes growing on the trunk, and very textured leaves. The only difference was that this tree had no flowers. Looking even more closely, it became apparent that this tree emitted a subtle, unnoticed glow, making it appear mysterious and peculiar in the dark underground world. This was the Phantom Spike skill tree that had, while wrapped within Chu's river water, evaded the restrictions of both the surface world and the underground world, ultimately rooting itself and growing in the forgetting river. How does it feel? Chu asked, looking at the new appearance of the Phantom Spike skill tree. It's a very pleasant sensation. I feel more comfortable here than on the surface. The Phantom Spike skill tree itself is a mutant capable of devouring souls, and the forgetting river specializes in countering soul entities. Since both have a close connection to Chu, they can be considered root and branch. Then you should develop well here and watch the door for me. This is the passage between the two worlds. Although no creatures can enter or exit without Chu's permission, should someone discover it, it could lead to trouble. Having the Phantom Spike skill tree as a guard adds a layer of security. Sure, Master. Whether on the surface or underground, I'll still stand watch for you. The Phantom Spike skill tree said with a smile. This did remind Chu. The Phantom Spike skill tree forest on the surface still needs to continue developing. That group of fire crows doesn't have a place to live yet. You're treating me like a child laborer. The Phantom Spike skill tree protested loudly but still followed Chu back to the surface. With the pure mana supplied by Chu, restoring the former Phantom Spike skill tree forest wasn't too laborious. Chu sent a message to Tarun, asking him to bring the fire crows back. As a red cloud appeared in the distance, the new Phantom Spike skill tree forest had already grown. This time, the Phantom Spike skill tree even deliberately expanded the area of the Phantom Spike skill tree forest quite a bit, now covering more than 500 square meters. A group of fire crows quietly settled into the forest, making it impossible to tell from the outside that 3,000 fire crows were hidden inside. These fire crows, under Tarun's training, had become quite effective and could now follow orders. Moreover, Chu sensed that most of the fire crows had reached mortal tier levels 4 to 5, while Tarun had reached mortal tier level 10. It appeared that having Tarun train the beasts every day had a significant effect on his cultivation growth. The other members of the Wasteland tribe were also likely around mortal tier levels 7 and 8. This speed could compete with any elite disciple of a major power. It seems like it's time for a group advancement. Chu pondered. He didn't have many people under him. There were just over 200 from the Wasteland tribe, while he had about 100,000 beasts. However, most of the beasts had already consumed most of their foundation upon awakening their bloodlines, and there wouldn't likely be much future progress. Perhaps it was time to focus on enhancing high-end combat power and follow an elite route. When an ordinary mercenary group with 300 or 400 members can rival his 3,000 fire crows, not to mention the paladins and the elven clan warriors. As he progressed, the numerical advantage diminished. By legendary tier, even if 3,000 fire crows attacked together, they wouldn't be able to face a legendary level opponent. Everyone, immediately select 100 of the best beasts from your Sand Dune Legion and come to me together. Chu's voice resonated in the hearts of every member of the Wasteland tribe. Everyone immediately praised Chu in their hearts and then started to select the top 100 beasts from the army they led. By the 5th day, all the wild tribe and beasts had finally gathered. Out of 100,000 beasts, only 10,000 were chosen, assembled around Chu's lake. The 3,000 fire crows of the Phantom Spike skill stood atop the trees, waiting for Chu's command. Since all the sand soldiers had been dispatched, the once-monthly blessing had been cancelled, so this gathering was highly anticipated by both the wild tribe and the beasts. Half of the 200 wild tribe members had reached mortal tier level 7, while some who hadn't awakened their elven clan bloodline barely cultivated to mortal tier level 4, which was still unimaginable for them before. Some older members of the wild tribe, who were taken away by the elven clan along with the high priest, had not been heard from again. Even though the sand soldiers were spread across the desert, there was no news. Chu speculated that either they had all been silenced by the elven clan or had been taken to the elven forests. Now, his true foundation consisted of these 200 wild tribe members and 10,000 beasts, along with 3,000 fire crows. Shelley stood beside Tyran. Although she had seen many such scenes, she bore witness to how Chu developed step by step. When she first met Chu, it was not nearly this scale, but in just a year, Chu had amassed a foundation that could rival a mid-level power, showing incredible growth. As a group of beasts and wild tribe members looked on with anticipation, the familiar white light reappeared from the lake, enveloping everyone, including Shelley, in a warm glow. Amidst the harmonious white light, many people and beasts unknowingly broke through their current realms. Even Shelley felt that she had gained a deeper understanding toward advancing into legends. The 3,000 fire crows, having undergone bloodline awakening through Chu, gained the most benefit from this blessing, with bursts of flame emanating from them, painting the sky a fiery red. When the white light faded, the presence of the 10,000 beasts had noticeably increased. Chu planned to keep them by the lake for a month, allowing them to wash their bodies with mana daily, and then bestow another blessing at the month's end. This way, these beasts would at least improve 2 levels, with most reaching mortal tier level 7, making them an unstoppable force in this desert. Demon Dragon Gecko and its 5 little followers thoroughly enjoyed this blessing, especially the 5 little followers, who had extraordinary bloodlines themselves, spent their time running around with Demon Dragon Gecko. Although they hadn't practiced diligently, frequent battles had toughened their bodies, and after this blessing, they all rose to mortal tier level 6. Chu decided to temporarily strip Demon Dragon Gecko of its big brother status, insisting that these little ones should remain here to train diligently for a month, needing to reach at least mortal tier level 9 to 10. Chapter 65, Changes of the 2 Golden Eggs. Seeing that his little brothers had all grown stronger while he remained extraordinary level 1, Demon Dragon Gecko felt a bit anxious. Although stronger than his little brothers, he worried they might catch up to him. Still, he feigned dominance, patting each brother's head, and tried to make a quick escape. Chu bound him and his 5 little brothers together with a water rope and tossed them into the lake. For this month, you aren't allowed to go anywhere. Focus on improving your strength. Ignoring Demon Dragon Gecko's strong protests, Chu directly pressed them down into the lake, watching them struggle beneath the surface. He instructed Tyran and the wild tribe to take all the beasts to the nearby open area for proper training. For this month, Chu would continuously use fierce storms, providing a large-scale mana supply to these spirit beasts. Shelley was about to turn and leave now that things here were settled when an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly appeared in the lake. Chu sensed a powerful wave of energy points from the lake, so he stopped suppressing Demon Dragon Gecko and the others. They shot out of the lake like they had been startled, looking back at it in fear. Chu didn't have time to pay attention to their increasingly comical expressions, instead feeling a rush of excitement as he looked deeper into the lake. "Master, is the creature inside that egg about to come out?" Chu nodded. Ever since Demon Dragon Gecko stole that golden egg back, Chu had kept it in the lake without checking on it. The egg had been continuously absorbing mana and had suddenly stopped some time ago. If it weren't for the strong life wave still coming from inside, Chu would have thought the egg had died. He never expected that after so long, it would finally be coming out today. Chu guessed it might be related to the blessing he had just received. Even though he hadn't specifically paid any attention to this egg, any life connected to him had been blessed, so this egg might also have gained some benefits and was finally about to break its shell. I wonder what kind of creature it will be. It can't just be an ordinary fire crow, can it? Chu still felt somewhat nervous. It was just like a lottery, no one knew what would be inside. If it turned out to be an ordinary fire crow, even a stronger one wouldn't be of much use to Chu. The golden egg in the lake radiated a dazzling golden light, and one egg flew out of the lake, hovering in mid-air. Not far away, the 3,000 fire crows from the Phantom Spikeskill forest all flew over, circling endlessly around the golden egg. Even the 10,000 magical beasts that had already been taken away by Tyran knelt on the ground, making whimpering sounds under the shine of the golden light. It seems rather extraordinary.
To have such a spectacle before even being born is impressive. When Shelley saw the scene, she was also startled. In her impression, such a movement only occurred when a divine bird was born. When the golden light faded, the golden eggshell was covered in complex symbols. Crack! The eggshell opened a crack, and an incredibly holy aura radiated from it. The fire crows that had originally been flying around the golden egg all landed, retracting their heads and behaving very respectfully, even a bit fearfully. Then, the sky that had still been raining suddenly cleared up. A ball of fire fell directly from the sky, enveloping the golden giant egg and starting to burn fiercely. Wow, is it really this exaggerated? It's just like the heavenly tribulation described in legends, and now here comes the heavenly fire to burn it. For a moment, Chu couldn't sense what was happening in the flames. He could only wait. The flames burned for a full hour before a piece of dry wood fell from the sky, landing perfectly on the eggshell and then crashing to the ground. After this blow, the eggshell quickly became covered in cracks. A melodious bird chirp came from the golden egg, and everyone and the magical beasts felt a wave of refreshing energy, as if their souls had been purified. Then, the eggshell finally shattered completely, and the creature that had been awaited for so long finally crawled out. What kind of bird is that? Some feathers were golden yellow, while others were bright red. Its appearance was not much different from an ordinary firecrow, but anyone who saw it wouldn't associate it with a firecrow at all. Compared to it, firecrows were truly inferior. This is the phoenix. Oh my God! Shelley exclaimed, covering her mouth. Do you recognize this kind of bird? Shelley nodded and explained in a trembling voice. It looks very similar to the bird I've seen in the scriptures. It's called the phoenix, also known as the immortal bird, because this bird burns itself to ashes at the end of its life and then a new egg is born from the ashes, which hatches into a new immortal bird. So, there can only ever be one phoenix in the world. Chu looked at this bird, but a big question arose in his mind. The phoenix Shelley spoke of was strikingly similar to the golden crow from the legends of his previous life. After the immortal bird was born, it first circled around in the sky and then joyfully chirped above the lake, clearly recognizing Chu's aura. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained the recognition of the divine phoenix. Please choose whether to enslave it. Choose to enslave. This kind of divine object must not be let go of. Chu looked at the system panel again and found that another entry had appeared next to the phantom spike skill tree and demon dragon gecko. Creature, immortal bird. Owner, Chu. Level, extraordinary tier 1. Abilities, lifespan of 500 years, can be reborn, purifying sound, can dispel all soul confusing spells, world cleansing flame, highly destructive flame. The dry branch that had fallen from the sky was rapidly absorbing moisture and mana from the lake, causing its branches to grow quickly until it reached a height greater than that of the main body of the phantom spike skill tree before stopping. When Chu looked closer, he realized it was a palm tree. The immortal bird let out a long cry and flew toward the palm tree, starting to busy itself building a nest at the top. Shelley looked at the immortal bird with an expression filled with various emotions. Finally, she spoke. I don't know why you received such a divine object as the phoenix, but I must remind you, Master, that in any world and at any dimension, the phoenix is unique and something everyone wishes to compete for, especially the forces of light. For thousands of years, they have been searching for traces of the phoenix, so you must be cautious, Master. Chu actually didn't expect that the egg stolen by the demon dragon gecko from the firecrow's nest would have such a significant origin. He didn't know whether this egg was originally the phoenix's egg or if it only resulted from awakening his bloodline. However, Shelley's warning was indeed something to heed. If those gods or whatever really came to snatch it away, there would be no way to withstand it even with his system. This egg unexpectedly hatched such a powerful divine object. I wonder what will emerge from the egg in the river of forgetfulness. Chapter 66, Dark Griffin Beast. Just thinking about the golden egg that was thrown into the river of forgetfulness made Chu unable to hold back his desire to go take a look. The last time I went to check on that egg was several days ago. At that time, the golden egg in the lake had stopped absorbing mana. Chu was curious about how the one in the river of forgetfulness was doing, and when he went to look, he found that the once completely golden giant egg had turned black,
exactly the same color as the river water. After carefully examining it for a long while without noticing anything unusual, he decided not to pay it further attention. Today, the golden giant egg in the lake surprised Chu by hatching a divine bird. He had a feeling that the one in the river of forgetfulness was about to hatch as well. However, only the phantom spike skill tree and Chu can enter the underground world, so Shelley and the others are destined to miss out. Upon arriving in the underground world, Chu quickly checked the condition of the black giant egg. As expected, the egg was covered in cracks, but it lacked the impressive presence and grandeur of the golden egg. It was simply quietly breaking apart. "Master, why does it feel so ordinary?" The phantom spike skill tree had just witnessed the grand spectacle of the undead birds hatching outside, so it was a bit unaccustomed to this rather ordinary bird emerging from its shell. "I think so too, but at least it was nurtured in the river of forgetfulness, so it can't be worse than the fiery crow outside, no matter how ordinary it seems." The two of them waited silently for the black giant egg to hatch quietly. Each movement was very subtle, and the speed was consistent. They waited in boredom for more than 2 hours, until a monster finally emerged from inside. It's called a monster because it was truly difficult to praise. Its head resembled that of an eagle, yet its wings were short and it didn't even have feathers. When it extended its front claws, it looked like an eagle's talon, but once the eggshell completely shattered, it surprisingly had 2 more claws, which looked more like animal feet. "What is this? A chimera? Since when do birds have 4 legs?" Chu was dumbfounded, and the phantom spike skill tree was too. After the monster was born, it curiously looked around before flapping its wings and climbing ashore from the river of forgetfulness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained the recognition of the griffin beast. Would you like to choose to enslave it? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu started to have some doubts. Surely, the system wasn't mistaken? However, considering that the system had never made any mistakes before, he chose to trust its judgment. Choose to enslave. Thus, after the demon dragon gecko and the undead bird, Chu gained his 3rd enslaved beast. Creature, griffin beast. Owner, Chu. Level, Extraordinary Tier 1. Abilities, Dual Combat Capability, Land and Air, Long Distance Flight Capability, Soul Shatter, emits eagle screeches and lion roars that can impact souls, Eagle Dive attack from above at high speed. It hasn't faced an enemy yet, so it's hard to gauge whether the griffin beast is more powerful than the undead bird, but from a visual standpoint, the undead bird seems much stronger. Regardless of looks, it is now Chu's subordinate, and both were born extraordinary, placing even more pressure on the demon dragon gecko. "Master, I'm hungry." A tender voice of the griffin beast echoed in his mind. Chu looked over and saw it hopping on the shore. Chu didn't know what it wanted to eat, so he sent a message to Mikey, who was resting in the underground world, asking him to bring some magical beast corpses. Before long, Mikey arrived with a team, carrying a variety of magical beast corpses. Since he didn't know exactly what Chu needed, Mikey brought along one of every magical beast he had acquired recently. As soon as the corpses were placed on the riverbank, the griffin beast pounced on them fiercely, startling Mikey, who thought someone was attacking him. Habitually, he jabbed his spear, but only struck at an afterimage. "There's no need to panic, this is my pet." Upon hearing Chu's words, Mikey finally relaxed. If that attack had been directed at him, he might very well have lost his life. Chu watched as the griffin beast gulped down the food and felt a bit speechless. Despite just being born, it acted as if it hadn't eaten in years. The phantom spike skill tree found it amusing. It seemed like this little fellow was also quite mischievous, and the demon dragon gecko was probably in for a tough time. In no time at all, the griffin beast devoured the over 100 magical beasts that Mikey had brought, then contentedly strolled by the shore, looking like a well-fed general. "This little one will stay in the river of forgetfulness. Remember to feed it every so often." Chu instructed Meiji, planning to have the griffin temporarily reside in the river of forgetfulness. The griffin listened to Chu's words. The spirit flapped its wings twice towards Meiji, and then made a great effort to fly onto the trunk of the phantom spike skill tree, but it was in vain. With no other choice, it could only crawl from the water onto the phantom spike skill tree, resting among the branches. "Another lazy one." Chu laughed and scolded, then ordered Mage to return to continue training the troops, always ready for battle. Currently, the special weapons developed by the Lich have been equipped to the entire army, but the squad of skeleton soldiers sent by Chu has yet to detect any unusual movements from the resting empire. Acting rashly would be unwise, it's better to wait for the right opportunity. Leaving the underground world, Chu arrived at the lake on the surface, where 10,000 magical beasts were feasting on mana, while the phoenix was flying back and forth incessantly, appearing to prepare its nest. According to Shelley, the phoenix prefers fragrant trees, and in the desert, trees are scarce, let alone those that are fragrant. Moreover, going out so frequently makes it easy to be discovered, but Chu has no intention of stopping it because it's in the phoenix's nature. Trying to restrain it would only backfire and might even provoke the phoenix's rebellion. After all, Chu and the phoenix only have a relationship based on servitude, and there is a certain chance of betrayal. The phoenix is a particularly strong and unyielding bird, so Chu prefers to respect its personal wishes. Since its birth, the phoenix has yet to speak with Chu, completely unlike the griffin, which asked for food immediately upon birth. "Come here for a moment," Chu commanded the phoenix. The phoenix was just about to fly out to gather materials for its nest when it heard Chu's command and reluctantly flew over, circling above the lake. Seeing that Chu had not responded for a long time, it let out a clear call that sounded a bit like it was acting spoiled. "It's nothing, I just didn't get a good look at you before. Now I'm calling you over to take a good look." Upon hearing this, the phoenix immediately turned and flew away, ignoring Chu. "So aloof and proud," Chu said awkwardly. "But it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't betray me and follows orders, that's sufficient." Chapter 67, First Encounter with the Resting Empire. In the underground world, at the end of the River of Forgetfulness. Under a sky that had only a dim light, a large group of skeleton soldiers was marching in an orderly manner. Their direction happened to be opposite to the flow of the River of Forgetfulness, which meant they were invading Chu's territory. When they approached the River of Forgetfulness, Chu sensed it immediately and quickly informed Mage of the news. Receiving Chu's warning, Mage immediately led the Earth Spirit warriors to intercept. This was the territory Mage had carved out for Chu, and they absolutely could not allow other creatures to invade, otherwise, it would be a disrespect to Chu. As one of Chu's most loyal followers, Mage was very angry at this moment, and he intended to quench his anger with the enemy's blood. By the edge of the River of Forgetfulness, Mage's troops collided head-on with the invading skeleton soldiers. It seemed today that the spear in their hands wouldn't get to taste blood, because the enemy was this troublesome and disgusting bunch of skeleton soldiers. In the eyes of all flesh and blood creatures, skeletal undead are repulsive and can trigger a visceral discomfort. Without saying a word, Mage urged the rock monster beneath him to charge in, and the Earth Spirit warriors behind him, without the need for orders, automatically followed Mage into the attack. Their weapons had all been modified by the Lich, infused with the properties of the River of Forgetfulness, effective against the skeleton soldiers. Otherwise, using their old weapons, they would have to smash the skeleton's hard bones to prevent them from getting back up. The Lich had long studied creatures like skeleton soldiers. Essentially, a skeletal being houses a fragment of a not-so-intelligent soul that can only obey simple commands. However, as skeletons gradually become stronger, their souls also grow stronger and can begin to develop intelligence. Only at that point can skeleton soldiers be considered a true life form. In fact, the Lich possesses the ability to create skeleton soldiers, but the success rate is low, and the process is troublesome, sometimes not worth the effort, which is why they had only tried it before without large-scale production. Chu speculates that the monarch of the resting empire must be an intelligent skeleton, at least of legendary tier. Around a quarter of an hour later, the squad of skeleton soldiers was exterminated by the Earth Spirit warriors led by Mage. As per Chu's instructions, they threw all the skeletons into the River of Forgetfulness. Before long, the skeleton soldiers that had fallen and were unable to rise again stood up once more, but this time they no longer charged at Mage as they had before. Instead, they turned and walked back in the direction they came from. Any body thrown into the River of Forgetfulness has its soul merge into the river, so what flows in the River of Forgetfulness could be said to be fragments of souls. The sinking ability of the River of Forgetfulness is essentially to place these soul fragments into these bodies, turning them into new skeleton soldiers. Given enough soul fragments in the future, it won't be impossible to create undead warriors. Watching the skeleton soldiers walk away, Mage knew this was a masterpiece of the great god Chu, so he wasn't overly surprised.
He didn't immediately return to the tribe but stayed behind with the Earth Spirit warriors at the end of the River of Forgetfulness. It seems the underground world is about to fall into chaos as well. Based on the information Chu received from the River of Forgetfulness and what he saw from the skeleton warriors he had arranged to infiltrate the Anchi Empire, it was highly likely that the Anchi Empire was also going to carry out a substantial cleaning in the underground world. Perhaps the reason was the same as that of the Elven clan clearing the desert, all in preparation for the upcoming Faith War. Could it be that the passage between the underground world and the surface world will also open during the Faith War? The underground world could participate too? The Phantom Spike skill tree quickly grasped the core of the issue. If that is the case, it would actually be a good thing for us. If we could unify the underground world before the Faith War, then we would have an ace up our sleeve. No one would expect that the underground world is actually my turf too. Chu sensed this was an opportunity. The Anchi Empire's rule in the underground world wasn't solid, and there were still many powerful races like the Lich clan that defied its rule. Additionally, in that dark river, there were many strong and mysterious entities, possibly under the control of other factions. It might just turn into a free-for-all, and he could take advantage of the chaos. Chu understood that his foundation was weak and his understanding of this world was not as deep as those established powers. He could only grab what benefits he could during the turmoil. By the River of Forgetfulness, Mikey and the others had already engaged with the third wave of invading skeleton warriors. Patriarch, why do these skeleton warriors seem endless? This is the third wave already. Although our casualties are not severe, the brothers are quite exhausted. Can you ask Lord Chu to let us borrow some skeleton warriors that come out of the river to help us? After hearing his kin's words, Mikey looked around. In the 3 battles, more than 100 had died or been wounded. This loss was still bearable. However, every time the skeleton warriors that arrived were fearless and reckless, meaning that the Earth Spirit clan warriors had to fight desperately each time. If this continued, their stamina would really be unsustainable. No, Lord Chu has his own plans. Even if our entire army gets wiped out, we must defend Lord Chu's territory. Mikey shook his head again, saying in his heart, Lord Chu's orders were more important than his own life. Chu had witnessed Mikey's performance. It was just a chance encounter back then when he saved their lives. Afterwards, Chu harbored the intention of using their clan to establish himself in this underground world. During this time, Mikey and the Earth Spirit warriors he led had been quite loyal. This time, Mikey still tossed the corpses of the skeleton warriors into the river, and soon another group of skeleton warriors emerged. However, this group did not leave but stayed where they were. These skeleton warriors will stay here temporarily to help you. Chu's voice echoed in the hearts of every Earth Spirit warrior. So it turns out that whatever we say, Lord Chu can sense it. The young warrior who had made the suggestion earlier wore a surprised expression, secretly relieved that he hadn't said anything bad. But Chu did not care what these warriors were thinking. He was calculating what the next step should be. Currently, the Anchi Empire's cleaning operation could only be described as just a start. The previous 3 waves of skeleton warriors were merely randomly dispatched for a sweep, lacking any organization. However, with 3 consecutive waves yielding no returns, it was likely to attract the higher-ups of the Anchi Empire's attention. The next wave would probably be much larger, and that would be a real battle for Mikey and the others. Chapter 68, The Person Behind the Anchi Empire. As expected, once Mikey and the other Earth Spirit warriors repelled the Anchi Empire's third wave of skeleton warriors, a period of calm ensued. They waited for 2 days without seeing a single skeleton appear. Until the 3rd day, a massive army of skeletons arrived, led by a skeleton general riding a skeletal warhorse and wielding a spear. You, enemies, shall die. This skeleton general could actually speak, although it was just a few words. With that level of ability, he was at least transcendent tier. Indeed, it is I. This territory does not belong to you, disgusting skeletons. Since you're dead, you should lie down while let me help you continue to lie down. Mikey gazed coldly at the skeleton general across from him. He sensed that this skeleton was very strong, possibly even more formidable than himself, but he felt no fear because the battlefield was on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness, under Lord Chu's watch. Kill! The skeleton general pointed his spear, and the skeletons behind him charged forward. He himself followed suit on his warhorse.
Mikey also led the Earth Spirit people to launch an attack, and the two armies of differing beliefs clashed. This army of skeletons numbered nearly 10,000, while the Earth Spirit warriors boasted around 6 to 7,000. This was not a very spacious ground and was nearly filled with people. Some who fell were trampled by others. Additionally, many skeletons were pushed into the river of forgetfulness or the dark river. Regardless of which river they fell into, they never re-emerged, which naturally caused both the Earth Spirit warriors and the skeleton warriors to instinctively move further away from both rivers. This battle could be said to be the toughest one for the Earth Spirit warriors since they began following Chu. They were outnumbered and only closely matched in levels. Chu had actually been nearby all along, watching this battle unfold. He could have intervened directly, but he chose not to. He was waiting to see if there were more people behind the skeleton warriors. Fortunately, the warriors of the Earth Spirit tribe have all received Chu's blessings, and the rock monsters are assisting as well, with weapons specifically designed to deal with skeletons. In such a chaotic battle, they still hold the advantage. The number of skeletons is quickly decreasing, and it seems the Earth Spirit tribe is about to claim victory in this war. As for the battle between Mikey and the skeleton general possesses a certain level of intelligence, which means he is more cunning, but he also lacks the reckless bravery of ordinary skeletons. So before Mikey, who is only at mortal tier level 10, they are essentially matched evenly, with neither being able to gain an upper hand. So there really is a hidden mastermind? Chu noticed that behind the skeleton army, a human suddenly appeared. Dressed in a pure white robe, he looked completely out of place in this dark underground world, especially with the radiant glow emanating from his palm, which was extremely conspicuous. However, the Earth Spirit tribe members present did not notice him at all, as if they were subconsciously ignoring him. But Chu spotted him the moment he appeared and has been closely watching his every move. The white-robed mage looked indifferently at the battle before him, displaying a look of disdain on his face. Dirty creatures, it would be better if they all died. The staff in his hand emitted an increasingly dazzling light, catching the attention of even the fighting skeletons and Earth Spirit tribe members, who all involuntarily paused. You will die. A dry voice issued from the skeleton general's mouth. Mikey's heart tightened upon hearing this, but he remained calm. Even though the enemy had a powerful ally, his own god was beside him. There was nothing to fear. Don't care if I live or die, you go die first. Mikey recklessly continued his assault on the skeleton general. Let the god of light end the darkness, aurora purification. A strong burst of light erupted from the top of the staff, visibly causing the trees beneath the white-robed mage to ignite and melt. The intense heat spread rapidly towards Mikey. Mikey felt a formidable threat and wanted to retreat with his people. No need to panic. Chu's voice came through like a calming injection for Mikey. The white light spread to the skeleton warriors, causing their bodies to melt away as well. Why? The skeleton general pointed at the white-robed mage and asked. But the white-robed mage didn't even spare him a glance. Although the skeleton warriors were enemies, they would soon become Chu's warriors. If they were melted down like this by the white-robed mage, even his immense power wouldn't be able to revive them from the river of forgetfulness. Thus, Chu decided he could no longer hold back. It was time to strike. Ice spikes shot out from the river of forgetfulness, rapidly aimed at the white-robed mage. Just when the white-robed mage noticed and wanted to evade, he found his body's movements becoming sluggish. This was Chu's ice shackles. But the expression on the white-robed mage's face did not show much panic. He slowly directed his staff towards the flying ice arrows, and in the white light, the ice arrows gradually melted. A contemptuous smile appeared on the white-robed mage's face. In such a minor place, it was already surprising to him that someone could use magic. However, as a legendary tier mage of the Temple of Light faction, these petty tactics were simply no match for him. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face, and his body collapsed. It turned out that while he was using holy light to dissolve the ice arrows, Chu had stealthily employed water binding, and 2 water ropes snuck around behind him, binding his legs. With a simple pull, it brought him crashing to the ground. Before he could react, a great pulling force from the water ropes dragged the white-robed mage unresistingly into the river of forgetfulness. The river of forgetfulness is filled with dark elements, which even Earth Spirit tribe members cannot survive in, let alone a white-robed mage who believes in light. Upon entering the river of forgetfulness, the white-robed mage sank to the bottom, like a stone dropped into deep water. Mikey clearly understood that after a while, this white-robed mage would crawl back out, but by then, he wouldn't be as glamorous and would have become the dirty skeleton he so despised. The white-robed mage was swiftly dealt with, and Chu did not want to make the Earth Spirit Tribe warriors toil anymore. He directly took away a batch of ice arrows, which even included the skeleton general with whom Mikey was exchanging blows, who hadn't even gotten a word out before he was taken away. Batch after batch of bones were pushed into the river of forgetfulness, leaving only a few hundred corpses of rock monsters and Earth Spirit Tribe members. In fact, these corpses could also be thrown into the river and transformed into skeleton soldiers, but Chu chose not to do so. Turning his own people into mindless skeleton soldiers, while a form of rebirth, would mean they were no longer the individuals they once were. This method of not sparing even his own when they died somewhat goes against Chu's original intentions and could easily dishearten his subordinates. The white-robed mage from just now, after Chu absorbed his memories, gained quite a bit of understanding of the relationship between the resting empire and the Temple of Light faction. Chapter 69, All-Out War, various sides begin to join in. It turns out there is indeed a passage in the Temple of Light faction that leads to the underground world, but this passage has many restrictions, allowing only one person to pass through each year. Although people have been sent in continuously for thousands of years, the numbers remained very limited. Moreover, since there are none of the elemental resources, mana, or fighting energy needed for cultivation here, those who enter are essentially unable to progress in their cultivation. Over time, they cannot extend their lifespan and can only die inside. So, in nearly 1,000 years, very few people have actually entered here. The Temple of Light faction only sends someone down to check the situation once every 10 years, and those who are sent to the underworld are often either people whose cultivation can no longer progress or those who have made some mistakes and are exiled here. According to the memories of the white-robed mage, there should be no more than 20 people from the Temple of Light faction in this underworld, and only 3 to 5 of them are of legendary tier. This time they were actually divided into 4 groups, each responsible for one direction. The white-robed mage happened to be in charge of the Chu direction, and unfortunately ended up being drawn closer to the river of forgetfulness. This was also because the War of Faith was approaching. The high priest of the Temple of Light faction was worried that something might go wrong in the underworld, so they sent down an extremely powerful saintess, preparing to unify the underworld completely. This time, no forces that do not submit to the Empire of Rest are allowed to exist. As for that saintess, the white-robed mage knows very little. They only know that she is a very powerful existence, and ever since she came down, he has never encountered her, only speaking a few times with the skeletal lord of the Empire of Rest. It seems that the visitors are not here with good intentions. Our great battle with the Empire of Rest is about to be advanced. Originally, Chu planned to wait quietly for the right moment, but now that an extremely powerful saintess had come down from the outside world to the Empire of Rest, her methods would probably be much more radical. If they wait any longer, it seems likely that other forces in the underworld will be wiped out by the Empire of Rest. Thinking of this, Chu quickly notified Meiji, asking him to summon all the troops he could mobilize. This time, Chu intends to personally lead the expedition. At the same time, back in the surface world, by the lakeside of Chu, tens of thousands of magical beasts gathered once again. This is the second blessing this month, as well as the last opportunity for a collective advancement this month. Whether ordinary magical beasts or wild tribes, including Shelly and demon dragon gecko, all were eagerly waiting in silence. In the underground world, by the river of forgetfulness, Meiji led the Earth Spirit Clan warriors riding stone monsters, along with warriors from other conquered races, totaling more than 20,000, all quietly waiting for Chu. On both the surface and underground, all of Chu's subjects were waiting for their god to grant them blessings. The familiar and warm white light enveloped each person, eliminating all their fatigue, and the power surging from their hearts advanced their realms. Due to the lack of energy points necessary for cultivation, the blessing from Chu was actually their only chance for advancement. Meanwhile, the warriors of the surface world, with sufficient energy points, will advance even faster with Chu's blessing. After this large-scale blessing, the strength of 10,000 magical beasts on the surface reached at least mortal tier level 8, while the warriors led by Meiji in the underground world mostly reached mortal tier level 6. If they ever get the chance to come to the surface, their growth and strength would surely be even faster. After completing the blessings, the magical beasts on the shore were sent back by Tyler, scattered across various places in the desert. At the same time, Chu instructed him to bring back magical beasts of mortal tier level 5 or below from the sinking army. Magical beasts currently below mortal tier level 5 have essentially lost all chances for further progress. Rather than leaving them out there, it's better to let Chu devour them, turning them into energy points that can create more magical beasts. The warriors of the underground world also fully absorbed the blessings this time, greatly enhancing their overall strength, and even Meiji finally broke through to mortal tier, achieving a remarkable level. The Lich tribe that went to join Chu was equally shocked by the abilities that only gods should have. They had originally intended only to escape, but after witnessing the various miracles created by Chu, some couldn't help but feel worried, knowing that those who trade with gods often meet a tragic end. However, a significant number of them started to trust Chu, and during this blessing, they also gained considerable benefits, with their strength, which hadn't improved for a millennium, surprisingly showing some growth. Warriors, I have received news that the Empire of Rest is going to conduct a large-scale cleanup of the underworld. All races that do not submit to them will be exterminated. Naturally, we cannot become slaves to those skeletons, so I will lead you in resistance. This time, it's not just about defending our territory, but also about survival, for the continuation of our race. Therefore, we have no way back. For freedom, for survival, let us destroy the Empire of Rest. For freedom, for survival, destroy the Empire of Rest. Tens of thousands of warriors began shouting under Meiji's leadership. The great army's morale was high, making it a perfect time to march. Just as Chu was about to give the command to set off. "Wait!" someone shouted loudly. Amid the gazes of everyone, various factions approached from afar, some resembling humans but with green skin, while others looked entirely different but spoke human language. Chu swept his gaze and counted about a dozen factions, amounting to several thousand people. "Who are you? Are you trying to obstruct my army?" Meiji stepped forward to block them and asked. "General Maki, there's no need to be nervous. We are a hidden race in this underground world, rarely active outside. But this time, the ancestral empire has indeed gone too far, so we have decided to join you in fighting against them." A being that looked quite human stepped forward and said. Maki cast a doubtful glance. He initially wanted to refuse, but the voice of Chu echoed in his mind. "Agree to them, let us take them along." Although these people are of unknown origin and chose to show up just now, surely they each have their own schemes in mind. But what does Chu have to fear? When the fighting starts, they have no choice but to contribute. Many of these races, some of which Chu has never seen, must have their own significance, much like the Lich, and gathering them could provide considerable support. Bringing them into the surface world may allow them to play a significant role in the future. Chapter 70, The Saintess's Concerns. In the underground world, by the banks of the river Forgetfulness. After a dozen small races joined Chu's ranks, the army heading to confront the ancestral empire appeared even more imposing. The new small races that joined were powerful, with some of the elite from their tribes matching Maki's strength. However, none of them volunteered to step forward. They silently waited for Maki's Earth Spirit clan army to pass before following behind. Chu saw this and sneered. These people have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, but they lack the wisdom of the Lich race, only thinking of hiding behind to take advantage. Some even plan to fish in troubled waters. Didn't they see that even the Lich race had sent all their members out, dispersed within Maki's army, prepared to join in this battle? Chu did not deliberately conceal the news of the army's expedition, believing that word would soon reach the ancestral empire, especially to that newly arrived Saintess, who likely had already prepared her countermeasures. Perhaps for the Saintess, having such an opportunity to clash with almost all the opposing forces from the underground world is good news, sparing her the boredom of playing hide and seek. Just as Chu thought, since war is inevitable, it's better to have a decisive battle and resolve all issues in one go. In the face of absolute power, schemes are superfluous. Within the territory ruled by the ancestral empire, there lies a vast plain, rare to find in the underground world. Countless skeleton forces stood lined up in the plain, casting a pale white hue across the view, chilling to the bone. "We need to quickly deal with this Earth Spirit clan. Our greater enemy lurks beneath the waters." A veiled woman spoke to a gigantic skeleton beside her. This gigantic skeleton is the monarch of the ancestral empire, the ruler of this underground world. However, at this moment, he seemed somewhat respectful, clearly indicating that the woman beside him held an extraordinary status, likely being the saintess of the Temple of Light faction. Does the saintess believe the aquatic beings will seize the opportunity to act? This is their only and best chance, so they will definitely act. My main objective in coming down is them. In the eyes of this saintess, Maki leading the Earth Spirit clan is hardly worth mentioning. They are merely a minor nuisance she intends to deal with. For so many years, we have closely monitored the activities of the waters, and they have shown no movements. Could it be that they have given up long ago? The skeleton monarch lowered his head and asked in confusion. The saintess shook her head. Regardless, we must eliminate all possibilities. Ha! What is that? The saintess suddenly noticed a quiet black river forming in the previously empty wilderness ahead. Where the river flowed, all things fell silent, exuding an eerie atmosphere of death. This is a bit strange, go check it out. The saintess instinctively felt something was amiss and commanded the skeleton monarch to investigate. Behind the saintess stood 4 men, their eyes darting away when looking at her, mixed with a hint of reverence and infatuation. Marcus, you go check it out too. Marcus arrived in the underground world early and is thus more familiar with this realm. Marcus appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Upon hearing the saintess's words, he quickly took flight to follow the skeleton monarch. The skeleton monarch arrived over the river Forgetfulness, and Lucas stood by the river's edge. After feeling around, the two exchanged glances. Marcus frowned as he realized he was unable to sense any aura. This river was naturally choose River Forgetfulness to maximize the chances of victory in this confrontation. He had to extend the river's length again. Only at the banks of the River Forgetfulness could he secure an invulnerable position. Marcus pulled out a light orb and gently tossed it into the River Forgetfulness. The moment the orb entered, the surrounding water began to boil, and the orb quickly sank, its radiance disappearing entirely. What did you discover? The skeleton monarch asked with some disgust at the earlier gleam, stepping back a few paces. Endless darkness, a force darker than dark wizards. Marcus's expression became solemn. Darkness and light are eternal enemies. Could it be the work of something from the Dark River? It shouldn't be, they lack such power. Regardless, the sudden emergence of a river filled with dark energy in the underground world is a significant matter. We must quickly inform the saintess. Marcus stood up, preparing to return and notify the saintess when a grand army suddenly appeared in the distance. Although this army could not compare to the skeleton forces in number, it surpassed them in quality. Although the skeleton army numbers over 100,000, most of them are low-tier skeletons, especially at mortal tier levels 1 and 2, with fewer than 10 at the transcendent level, and only the skeleton lord at the legendary level. In contrast, although the opposing army only numbers around 20 to 30,000, most of them are at mortal tier levels 4 and 5, with quite a few at levels 8 and 9, but there is only one at the transcendent level and none at the legendary level. Without the skeleton lord and the people from the Temple of Light faction coming down to help, relying solely on the skeleton army might not guarantee victory against the enemy, but now, these armies seem like mere rabble. You prepare to face the enemy here. I will go inform the Saint Lady first. Marcus paid little attention to the arrivals from the other side. Instead, he was more concerned about the strange river. Saint Lady, I've used a sphere of light to probe that river and confirmed it contains an extremely dense dark power. Could the dark power be related to those from the earth spirits? Marcus paused for a moment upon hearing the Saint Lady's words. I don't think so. Even though those folks are stronger than these skeletons, none of them are legendary, and there's only one at the transcendent level. They shouldn't have that kind of capability. The Saint Lady shot a cold glance at Marcus, thinking he had been down here for nearly 100 years and his mind had regressed. The creatures of this underground world do not have the energy points needed for cultivation. How can they reach the advanced mortal tier or even break through to the transcendent level on their own? The earth spirits are not a race like liches that can live for 1,000 years. There must be some kind of trickery involved, or they wouldn't dare to rebel against the Anchi Empire. If this river is indeed related to the earth spirits or those behind them, then today's battle might not be simple. There is no need for the Saint Lady to worry with us here. The enemy's forces are truly insignificant, and with the Saint Lady present, we will surely succeed in unifying the underground world in the end. Another man, seeing Marcus falter, felt smug and purposely flattered him. The saint lady shook her head non-committally, not worried about the war at hand, but rather about the risk of losing too much and being attacked by the creatures lurking in the water. However, she was confident in her abilities. Chapter 71, Intense Battle, Skeleton Lord. The army led by Maki encountered the skeleton army of the Anchi Empire in the wilderness, and both sides took their positions. From a distance, Maki and his more than 20,000 men looked like a large ship in a wide ocean. Though the ship was large, how could it possibly fill this entire ocean? However, the River of Oblivion, belonging to Chu, resembled a black ribbon that ran starkly through the middle. Neither the Earth Spirit's army nor the Anchi Empire's skeletons could affect it in the slightest. Maki looked coldly at the 100,000 skeletons in front of him, his expression unchanged. The Earth Spirit warriors behind him were the same, with even a hint of excitement coloring their faces. They were fighting for their god. To unify this underground world from today onward, the Earth Spirits would be the most esteemed race in this underground world. You ants on the other side, with so few of you, you dare to challenge my empire? I will crush you all. Under the massive figure of the Skeleton Lord, Maki and the others indeed looked a bit small, especially since the Skeleton Lord was at the legendary tier. Even combined, Maki and those liches were no match for him. Looking at the black river flowing beside him, Maki was well aware that the god of Chu was always with them. Maki raised his spear high, and the Earth Spirit warriors behind him also raised their weapons, ready to charge. However, those later arriving temporary allies seemed a bit disoriented in front of the skeleton army, even preparing to flee. The Skeleton Lord smiled disdainfully. He should not have needed to act personally, but to end this quickly, he would have to take some action to clear these annoying ants before concentrating on the threats in the water. Crush them! The Skeleton Lord shouted, and the 100,000 skeletons surged forward. Maki also yelled kill, and charged out ahead. Like the collision of two waves, although the white wave was larger, the dark yellow wave formed by the Earth Spirits was more resilient. Even when enveloped, their formation remained intact. Before long, many skeleton bones littered the ground, and several Earth Spirit warriors were killed in the skirmish. Maki charged forward like a wolf entering a sheep's pen, ruthlessly beginning his slaughter. A few Transcendent Tier skeletons rushed forward to surround him, but they were unable to stop him and ended up losing many of their comrades to his strikes. Really useless. Seeing that so many of his subordinates couldn't handle a single Maki, the Skeleton Lord prepared to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on him in front of the Saint Lady. A legendary tier against a transcendent tier was indeed an unfair match, but in this world, only the living had the right to speak of fairness. Before the Skeleton Lord, Maki saw no chance of resistance, but he still maintained a fighting stance, gripping his spear tightly, head held high, glaring at the advancing Skeleton Lord with his single eye, a sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. The Skeleton Lord saw this insignificant creature beneath him daring to laugh at him, and the expression was identical to that of the few people who came from the Temple of Light faction. Anger surged within him, and his large hand was already sweeping towards Maki. He was confident that with this slap, the one who dared to mock him would surely be crushed to pieces. As the giant hand was about to reach Miki's body, a black ice arrow shot out from the nearby river, piercing through the palm and heading straight for the Skeleton Lord's head. Meanwhile, the hand that had been pierced was rapidly collapsing. The Skeleton Lord looked on in terror at the black ice arrow flying towards him. He didn't feel a thing, yet instinctively, a sense of fear washed over him. Barely avoiding disaster, the Skeleton Lord tilted his massive head to dodge the ice arrow, then nervously gazed at the river he had previously approached. Miki froze for a moment, then realized it was Chu who made the move. In his mind, Chu was invincible, so he simply continued leading the Earth Spirit clan into battle against the skeleton army. Seeing that the River of Forgetfulness had remained silent for so long, the Skeleton Lord recalled how effortlessly his sturdy palm had been destroyed just now, and the horrible threat made him wary. Fortunately, the Saintess noticed something amiss and dispatched Makas and another human to help. What's going on? Can't even handle a single transcendent tier Earth Spirit? Makas asked from an elevated position. The Skeleton Lord impatiently replied. That river is strange, it just attacked me. Both Makas and the other looked towards the calm river, then at the Skeleton Lord's vanished hand. We'll keep watch here, you go ahead and kill the leader of the Earth Spirit clan. Makas quickly thought of a strategy to force the entity in the river to act again. Indeed, as the skeleton lord walked toward Mikey again, Chu was compelled to act once more. This time, instead of 1, 7, or 8 ice arrows appeared simultaneously, hurtling towards the skeleton lord. Makas and his companion tried to block them, but could only intercept 3 or 4. The rest continued flying toward the skeleton lord. The skeleton lord had already witnessed the power of the black ice arrows and was now cautious, pulling out his spine from behind as a weapon. It was the hardest bone in his body, and after years of refinement, it faintly shimmered with a golden hue. As his spine collided with the black ice arrows one after another, the skeleton lord was shocked. He sensed his spine cracking, and if he held on any longer, it might completely break, but he had no choice but to endure. Crack! This sound sent chills down the skeleton lord's spine, and even Makas was filled with dread. Knowing the skeleton lord's spine was incredibly tough, he understood that even he couldn't shatter it directly with full force, yet here it was, broken by several ice arrows from the Black River. Makas instinctively took a few steps back, feeling a chill behind him. However, the other mage did not notice Makas' small movement and continued to look seriously at the river, using some sort of probing magic to uncover the creature hiding in the waters. Though the skeleton lord's spine was broken, he wasn't immediately defenseless, but his body had lost important support, causing him to shrink significantly and his breath to grow weak. Seeing this, Chu was in no hurry to attack. Keeping him alive might still prove useful. Chapter 72, Mikey dies, Water Clan emerges. For Chu, the 2 legends before him weren't particularly impressive. He had killed plenty of legends himself. Moreover, in the underground world, no one else could acquire energy points, including the people from the Temple of Light faction, but he had almost infinite energy points available to use skills. Yet that saintess, though she had been paying attention to the situation over here, never came forward, which deprived him of an opportunity to act. "I'll kill all the people you sent, let us see if you'll come over." Chu thought as his subordinates acted accordingly. The mage who had been keenly searching for Chu in the River of Forgetfulness, didn't even realize what was happening until he was struck by the combined force of Chu's ice arrows, the frozen shackles, and the water bindings, and fell into the river, never to resurface. Seeing this, Makas turned to flee, not daring to look back. So sly. Chu saw him retreat from the riverbank, missing his chance to strike. "Saintess, that river is indeed strange. There are powerful creatures hidden within. It disabled the skeleton lord and killed Kale. Should we go take a look?" Makas scurried back to report the situation to the saintess in a disheveled state. "Then how are you fine?" The situation over there was clear as day to the light saintess. Although Kale was clumsy, he was devoted to the Temple of Light, and Makas might have become cowardly after being in their company for too long, losing his dedication to the temple's mission. As Makas was about to defend himself, the light saintess interrupted him. "You 3 go together, and first kill that Earth Spirit clan leader." The last 3 legends joined forces, and taking down a mere extraordinary Komodo dragon truly showed respect to Maki. At that moment, Maki, accompanied by the Earth Spirit race warriors, had already penetrated deep into the skeleton army's territory. The skeleton army had lost its fighting capability due to its lord being seriously wounded, so their overall strength seemed to weaken a bit, allowing the Earth Spirit warriors to steadily push the skeleton army back. Seeing 3 legendary figures fly out again, Chu initially thought they were coming for him, but to his surprise, they quickly approached Mikey instead. Oh no! The rise of Mikey has long since departed from the River of Forgetfulness, and the distance to Chu is unreachable. "Go to the riverbank quickly." Chu commanded Mikey while conjuring a water elemental to charge towards him. Upon hearing Chu's command, Mikey looked up and saw 3 figures flying towards him. He immediately realized they were coming to kill him, and turned around to flee towards the River of Forgetfulness. However, the 3 of them were all legendary tier. Their speed was such that even the water elemental conjured by Chu couldn't possibly keep up. Just as Mikey was about to approach the attack range of the water elemental, the 3 figures acted first. 3 light blades flew towards Mikey while he was still running. His upper body was sliced into 3 pieces. Mikey! This was the first death occurring before Chu's eyes after he arrived in this world, his loyal follower, and the first person he met in the underworld. Watching Mikey's body split on the ground, trampled by the surrounding skeletons, Chu felt rage for the first time. In the distance, the river of forgetfulness surged for the first time, as if a slumbering giant dragon was about to awaken. All Earth Spirit warriors, retreat immediately. Seeing their chieftain killed, the Earth Spirit warriors initially sought revenge. However, upon hearing Chu's command, they instantly began to withdraw, while the skeletons were momentarily intimidated by Chu and dared not pursue. Once all the Earth Spirit warriors had retreated, the waters of the river of forgetfulness surged upwards into the sky by some unseen force. The already gray sky appeared even dimmer. Fall back! The Holy Maiden suddenly changed her expression, flying in the air, shouting at the three Marcuses. Awakened by the Holy Maiden's voice, the Marcuses hastily flew backwards as if coming out of a dream. If you want to leave, leave your life behind. The waters of the river of forgetfulness surged towards the three Marcuses, drowning all the skeleton soldiers under the water in a silent demise. The three Marcuses were quick, but numerous ropes suddenly emerged from the river behind them, catching up at an unbelievable speed and binding them tightly. With Marcuses' terrified screams, the three were pulled into the river, and the water fell heavily to the ground, turning the entire plain into a black ocean. With this strike, 100,000 skeleton soldiers were completely annihilated, and the three legendary powerhouses vanished in the river without even causing a ripple. This strike cost Chu a full 1,000,000 energy points, using water that was originally intended to extend the river's length to suppress Marcus and eliminate these skeleton soldiers. The Holy Maiden hovered in the air, dazed, pointing at Chu in disbelief. Who are you? How could you possess such strength? That last strike was truly terrifying. The Holy Maiden believed that even if she were in the midst of such an assault, her chances of survival would be no more than 50%. The reason she sent the Marcuses ahead to kill Mikey was merely to confirm whether Chu could only act at the riverbank. Now that this suspicion was confirmed, it also proved her wrong. Chu generally could not go too far from the river, but if he enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the Holy Maiden felt isolated, surrounded only by a handful of transcendent beings. Judging by Chu's recent display of power, they were simply not enough to confront him. Do I have to hand the underworld over? Even if I return to the Temple of Light faction, I fear severe punishment. The Holy Maiden hesitated, while Chu began to channel the flowing river in the wilderness into the main waterway, reshaping its course. At the same time, he also drew Mikey's body into the river, along with Mikey's soul. Because Mikey was Chu's loyal follower, his body and soul would not be devoured by the system and could be preserved. Mikey wasn't entirely dead. At least Chu had a way to resurrect him, although that method might not be acceptable to Mikey. Just as Chu prepared to deal with the last remaining Holy Maiden, he noticed unusual movements not far away. The dark river that had existed in the underworld for an unknown length of time suddenly showed unusual changes, as if something was about to emerge, creating splashes of water. Even Chu felt that this river was unfathomable, which was why he had always avoided contact. Could it be some intelligent creature choosing to reveal itself at this moment? Chu glanced at the distant Holy Maiden and noticed her frowning deeply. She seems to know something. Chapter 73, The Origins of the Dark River. In the underworld, on the plains within the borders of the Anchi Empire, all the scattered bones were drawn into the river of forgetfulness. The entire army of 100,000 skeleton soldiers from the Anchi Empire was completely wiped out, leaving only the Holy Maiden and a dozen or so transcendent tier members from the Temple of Light faction. On Chu's side, with Mikey dead, the Earth Spirit warriors had suffered considerable casualties, while the races that had come to join Midway had barely any losses. Now witnessing Chu's incredible power, they found themselves at a loss, unable to stay or leave. However, neither the Holy Maiden nor Chu had any desire to continue fighting. They were both fixated on the almost overlooked dark river nearby. This dark river was vast and flowed through every part of the underworld, its depth immeasurable. At this moment, when the battle between the Anchi Empire and Chu had finally reached a conclusion, changes began to take place. Chu watched as the dark river bubbled incessantly. Clearly something was about to swim up from deep beneath the water. Do you know something? Chu's voice echoed in the mind of the Radiant Saintess. The Radiant Saintess glanced at Chu, looking somewhat surprised. Whether I know or not, I have no obligation to tell you. This time, her plan to unify the underground world was shattered entirely because of Chu, so she still harbored quite a bit of resentment towards him.
I once briefly detected this dark river and discovered that some truly terrifying creatures were hidden in its depths. I also know what your Temple of Light faction is after this time, but I want to say that you will definitely not regain control of the underground world. If you don't cooperate properly, I will make sure you, the Saintess, are left here forever unable to return. This was an obvious threat, and the Saintess's face turned red with anger. Even within the Temple of Light faction, she was a respected figure, and few dared to speak to her like this. But at this moment, she couldn't find words to rebut. 100,000 skeletal warriors were wiped out by a single strike from Chu, and all 4 legendary figures perished at his hands, yet she didn't even have a clear view of his appearance. No matter how confident she felt, she couldn't claim she could escape from Chu's grasp, especially now that the Dark River had emerged, and those beings could be far more terrifying than Chu. Perhaps at that time, that monster will fight against those beings in the Dark River, and I might still have a chance to reclaim control of the underground world? The Radiant Saintess was momentarily shaken. The underground world was also very important to the Temple of Light faction. If she messed this up, even if she could return to the Temple of Light faction, she would be suppressed by the other holy sons and daughters. Whether she could maintain the identity of Saintess would be a question. I can tell you the secret of that Dark River, but you must guarantee that you won't harm me or my subordinates until the Dark River issue is resolved. In the end, the Saintess chose to compromise. Of course, I promise not to act against you before the Dark River issue is settled. In truth, such verbal promises were completely useless, merely providing the Radiant Saintess a way out. The Saintess gracefully walked to the banks of Chu's river of forgetfulness. She wasn't worried about Chu acting now, for the threat of the Dark River was right before them, and this clever enemy would definitely not choose to attack at this moment. This underground world has existed for countless thousands of years, and the Dark River has also been here since that time. The Radiant God has ruled this continent for thousands of years but has never been able to completely uncover the mysteries of this Dark River. Upon hearing this, Chu was moved. A dark river that has existed for thousands of years must contain terrifying creatures. Over these past thousands of years, we have engaged in combat with the creatures of the Dark River several times. These creatures are unlike the beasts and water creatures outside. They generally possess low intelligence but have incredibly strong bodies. Even many of our magic spells pose little threat to them, and due to the lack of elemental energy points in this world, many powerful spells cannot be cast. Therefore, every time we attempted to conquer the Dark River, we failed. Chu remembered the strange fish he encountered when he first met Mike that was merely the surface creature and already possessed extraordinary strength. Have you ever sent people down to investigate the depths of the water? Of course. We have sent those proficient in water magic down multiple times to investigate, but the energy points at the bottom of the water are extremely chaotic, and those creatures possess even greater strength than water. None of those we sent returned alive. After pondering for a moment, Chu realized that for thousands of years, the Temple of Light faction had been at a loss. If he wanted to unify the underground world, this dark river would probably become the biggest obstacle. Has there ever been a case of creatures from the Dark River coming ashore? The Saintess nodded and said, Yes, every time we are about to unify the entire underground world, they come ashore to attack. This is also why we have never managed to unify all the races of the underground world in the past 1,000 years. Chu understood this time it was also because the millennia-long war was about to begin, which is why they sent people down to see if they could unify the underground world. It stands to reason that since the Temple of Light faction has controlled the divine and demonic continent for thousands of years and has won several victories in the War of Faith, they probably held little hope for this unification. However, no matter how they planned, they never anticipated that they would not only fail to unify the underground world but also completely lose control, with Chu annihilating the Anchi Empire. As Chu and the Radiant Saintess delved into the many secrets of the underground world, Chu's foundational strength was insufficient, so he was not very aware of the many major powers in this world. This time, he took the opportunity to learn greatly from the Radiant Saintess. However, the Radiant Saintess was not a pushover either. She only disclosed some information that wasn't really classified. The other true secrets, she claimed to know nothing about. It's coming out. Chu's tone suddenly became serious, and the Radiant Saintess also fell silent, gazing at the dark river. Suddenly,
a series of splashes erupted from the dark river, as massive monsters jumped out from within. Among them was a giant serpent measuring hundreds of meters long, raising its massive head to stare at the warriors of the Earth Spirit clan, who were thrown into disarray by their fear. There was also an octopus with 8 legs, astonishingly sporting a human head, its beady eyes fixed on the Holy Lady of Light. Each monster was remarkably huge, making the vast plain feel a bit crowded in an instant. In total, there were 7 or 8 of these massive monsters, followed by several monstrous fish and shrimp, all of which were far larger than usual and looked ferociously intimidating. Upon seeing these monsters, Chu felt a sudden spark of inspiration, an idea popping into his head. These creatures, no matter how you looked at them, resembled something from the sea. How could they have emerged from this dark river? Moreover, just these few alone shouldn't have been able to impede the Temple of Light faction for thousands of years. Could it be that something else was behind this, also coveting the war of beliefs? Chapter 74, A Confrontation with the Creatures of the Dark River. As Chu was deep in thought, the octopus with a human head surprisingly spoke, calling out to the Holy Lady of Light. "It seems you belong to the Temple of Light faction. Your scent is disgusting. Hurry up and come closer." The Holy Lady of Light felt a surge of anger upon hearing the octopus's words, but she dared not act rashly, as the octopus was also of legendary tier. "What are you standing there for? Isn't the Temple of Light faction here to bring us food? The quality of the food delivered over the past 1,000 years has declined more and more. Be careful, or Grandpa might get upset and directly topple your Temple of Light faction." At this moment, the Holy Lady of Light could no longer restrain herself and shouted fiercely, "Shut up!" At the same time, a pure white scepter appeared in her hand, topped with a similarly pure white orb that emitted an icy atmosphere. The Holy Lady of Light extended her scepter forward. Crystal technique. A blast of cold energy surged toward the octopus, and dense crystals began to form in the air around it. The moment these crystals appeared, they rapidly adhered to the octopus's body, causing a change in its expression. "So cold! Damn humans, how dare you freeze me!" The surface of the octopus began to freeze quickly. Even the breath it expelled was white, indicating that this magic froze from the outside in. However, despite its furious curses, the octopus remained calm. It shook its body, scattering the ice crystals that had formed on it, and within a few breaths, it no longer exhaled cold air. Mind freeze! The Holy Lady of Light pressed on with her attack, this time targeting the octopus's soul. The octopus's expression froze in an instant under this blow, clearly falling under her spell. Purification of light. A strong, dazzling light burst forth from the tip of the scepter, and under this radiant illumination, one of the octopus's tentacles began to dissolve. However, it seemed the octopus felt no pain, maintaining the same expression as before. Seeking death. The giant serpent beside them noticed the octopus was at a disadvantage, snorted coldly, and spat out a stream of black water. The black water splashed onto the scepter of the Holy Lady of Light, causing the white orb at its tip to emit a sizzling sound, clearly being eroded. The Holy Lady of Light was alarmed and quickly used a cleansing spell which gradually purified the black water from the orb, but the surface of the orb was visibly pockmarked, and the light it emitted dimmed significantly. The expression of the Holy Lady of Light turned grave. Defeating one monster was already difficult enough, but if 2 attacked at once, victory would be impossible. Considering all of them together, even with Chu, survival seemed unlikely. Am I really going to have to use that scroll? But if I do, this mission will be a complete failure. A deep sense of unwillingness arose within the Holy Lady of Light. Why can't you just stay in the water? What do you want by coming up here? Chu finally spoke up. At that moment, the octopus also regained consciousness from the state of mind freeze and glared angrily at the Holy Lady of Light. Swish, swish, swish. 3 tentacles lunged toward the Holy Lady of Light, which, though originally very flexible, now shot toward her like spears. The Holy Lady of Light instinctively took a few steps back, then pointed her scepter in front of her, sending a beam of light crashing into the tentacles. Immediately, the Holy Lady of Light began chanting, drawing a circle with her scepter in front of her, creating a light barrier that stood firm before her. However, the 3 tentacles unexpectedly broke through the Holy Lady of Light's defenses continuously. Thankfully, she had prepared for this, using a lightness technique to float backward and create distance from the octopus's tentacles. Seeing these monsters not answer his question but instead attack the Holy Lady of Light first, Shu, though an enemy of the Temple of Light faction himself, felt that they were at least on the same side for now and could not just stand by. Ice Arrow Technique. Suddenly, more than a dozen ice arrows emerged from the river of forgetfulness, shooting toward the octopus's body, intentionally not intercepting the 3 tentacles aimed at the Holy Lady of Light. If the illustrious Holy Lady of Light could not even intercept the 3 tentacles of the same tier octopus, it would seem rather pathetic. Seeing the powerful ice arrows suddenly appearing from the strange river to shoot at it, the octopus quickly mobilized the rest of its tentacles to intercept, but the arrows were too numerous, and its tentacles were simply not enough. Thus, the octopus unleashed its innate skill, spitting out a thick stream of black water. This black water is even more powerful than water, but after years of research by the octopus monster, the black ink quickly atomizes in the air, spreading just as rapidly as it does in water. As soon as Chu's ice arrow entered the range of the black mist, it vanished without a trace, only the sound of the ice arrow striking the ground could be heard. When the mist finally dissipated, Chu discovered that only one ice arrow had hit the octopus monster, while the others had missed completely, leaving deep craters on the ground. However, that one ice arrow that struck the octopus monster caused significant injury, with 2 of its tentacles snapping off and falling to the ground. Damn it, who is hiding in that strange river? I'll turn your brain into dessert. The octopus monster was furious, a rage like never before since it had leveled up to legendary status. It had never suffered such serious injuries, yet it hadn't even seen a shadow of its enemy. The octopus monster looked at the Wangchuan River, certain that the attack came from this river, but it found no signs of life. The octopus monster stepped into the Wangchuan River, extending one of its tentacles to probe the water. No, have you forgotten the adult's warning? The tentacle of the octopus monster, just about to plunge into the Wangchuan River, hesitated, showing a hint of fear, ready to retract. How could Chu pass up such an opportunity to take a head? Several water ropes suddenly emerged from the water, grabbing the tentacle of the octopus monster and pulling it towards the Wangchuan River. The octopus monster was horrified. Although it was strong, it was no match for Chu's entire river's force, and its massive body was being dragged little by little toward the Wangchuan River. Just then, a large crab monster came over, its massive claw snapping toward the tentacle. The octopus monster's body was thrown back, its tentacles severed in 2, and Chu's plan to pull it into the Wangchuan River was thwarted. These water monsters are truly troublesome. Chu found himself in a tricky situation. Dealing with these 7 or 8 legendary tier aquatic beasts alone was no easy feat. The octopus monster originally had 8 tentacles. 1 was destroyed by the Holy Maiden of Light, 2 by Chu's ice arrows, and now another was severed, leaving only 4. It had suffered heavy losses and looked at the Wangchuan River with fear, no longer daring to stick its head out. Chapter 75, Collaborative Effort to Drive Back the Underwater Creatures. The Wangchuan River flowed quietly in the underworld, while nearby the Dark River was equally calm. Between the 2 rivers were 7 or 8 ferocious water monsters and tens of thousands of aquatic beasts. The plain that had just been fiercely fighting suddenly fell into an eerie silence, with only the occasional sound of the octopus monster yelling in pain. I wonder what kind of background the esteemed adult has. My lord instructed us before we came ashore not to be disrespectful to you. Ferdinand was a bit reckless just now. I apologize on his behalf. Suddenly, the giant snake spoke, and the words from its massive mouth were surprisingly polite, which took Chu aback. Before inquiring about my background, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? Chu appeared cold as ice in the wilderness, unable to discern where the voice was coming from. The giant snake turned its enormous body slightly, inching closer to the Wangchuan River, lowering its head to respond. Honored adult, we have lived in the dark river of this underworld for generations, born in the dark river and also dying in it. Chu sneered inwardly. He could now determine that these monsters were not from the dark river, because in such a closed environment, if they had truly lived in a confined dark river, they could not possibly possess such civilization. It seems you do not intend to speak the truth, but that is fine. Did your lord summon you to the shore for some reason? The giant snake flicked its tongue in response. Replying to the esteemed adult, we are here first to remind the Temple of Light faction that this is not where they should come. The underworld does not belong to the Temple of Light faction dominion.
Secondly, we wish to meet you and convey our Lord's sincere greetings.
Chu pondered the sudden respectful attitude of the giant snake, and its mention of a lord who was aware of his existence made him wonder if his actions had already been exposed. The Temple of Light faction has been destroyed by me. You have seen it, so you can go back now. The giant snake glanced back at the other legendary tier water monsters that had accompanied it, shook its huge head, and continued. All the people sent by the Temple of Light faction must be exterminated to teach them a lesson. As for you, esteemed adult, we wish to see your true form, so we can return with a report. Watching the giant snake's movements, Chu understood that these creatures were not truly respectful towards him. They simply did not dare to act recklessly due to their ignorance of his background. Their so-called desire to see him was merely to gauge his strength. It seems you don't take me seriously. I have kept this woman as a hostage. As for myself, I am not someone you can see. You can either roll back to the dark river or leave your lives behind. Choose one. Since negotiation was futile, Chu stopped wasting words. Although it would be difficult to take them all down, he was confident he could kill half of them. Please don't be angry, esteemed adult. We do not wish to be your enemies, but... Before he finished speaking, the giant serpent's tail suddenly swept towards the more than 10 transcendent tier mages following the light saintess at a distance. In just that sweep, even Chu couldn't stop it in time, and all those mages were crushed into meat paste by the giant serpent's tail, dead beyond recovery. The light saintess didn't even glance at it, just looking at those water monsters with a serious expression. Those people were not that familiar with her, so even if they died, she wouldn't care. However, the giant serpent's action showed their attitude today, and the situation the saintess would face next would be even more severe. But we dare not disobey my lord's orders. The giant serpent's cold eyes were fixed on the light saintess at a distance, making her involuntarily shudder, and her body unconsciously moved closer to Chu's river of forgetfulness. I know the Temple of Light faction must have left you with quite a few life-saving items. If you're still thinking about saving them to deal with me now, you might not even pass this level. However, if you're willing to join forces with me, I believe that completely annihilating these monsters isn't impossible. Chu secretly communicated with the Light Saintess through their souls, believing that the Temple of Light faction wouldn't be heartless enough to just throw the Saintess into such an environment without regard. She must have some powerful treasures or scrolls on her. He had seen just how wealthy these geniuses backed by powerful forces were from Shelley. Hearing Chu's words, the Light Saintess's expression slightly changed, as she did indeed still have some powerful scrolls. Originally, she had planned to wait until Chu and these water monsters were mutually wounded before using them on Chu, but unexpectedly, she was seen through by Chu. I indeed have a few powerful scrolls, and I can cooperate with you to deal with these monsters. But how can I trust you not to turn on me after we deal with these guys? The Light Saintess was not foolish either. Even in such a dire situation, she considered everything very carefully. You seem to be mistaken. Right now, you're the one asking me to cooperate with you, otherwise, you'll suddenly have to face the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary tier beings. Chu smiled and said nothing more. The Light Saintess took a glance at the giant serpent and noticed that it was already eager to move, looking at her like food. Alright, I'll take a gamble and cooperate with you. Would it have been so hard to say that sooner? Once they attack in a bit, I will intercept their strikes, and you will directly unleash your strongest attack, ensuring to inflict the maximum damage on them at the first opportunity. Otherwise, if they become wary, you'll be in danger. The Light Saintess silently agreed in her heart. At this moment, the giant serpent launched its attack. To avoid Chu's interference, apart from the injured octopus monster, the other 5 water monsters attacked all at once, which was quite an exaggerated treatment for the Light Saintess. She was only at the Legend Tier level 3, while these water monsters were at least at Legend Tier level 2, and this giant serpent was a presence at Legend Tier level 4. The Light Saintess's face turned pale, as this situation equated to her being used as bait. If Chu failed to intercept any of the attacks, she would certainly not survive even a single hit. Seeing the giant serpent move, Chu was already prepared, alerting the Light Saintess to prepare for the attack. He then raised a huge wave from the river of forgetfulness, blocking in front of the Saintess, while shooting out hundreds of ice arrows and water ropes from the wave, all aimed at the group of water monsters. The power of the ice arrows and water ropes was already demonstrated against the octopus monster,
making the giant serpent and the others dare not underestimate it, but they were confident that with 6 or 7 of them attacking simultaneously, Chu would definitely not be able to intercept them all. In an instant, Chu's attack collided with the giant serpent and the others' attacks, shaking the space. The Earth Spirit army in the distance also sensed a powerful energy points fluctuation, forcing them to retreat repeatedly.
Just one more minute.
The Light Saintess spoke. Chapter 76, The Terrifying Trump Card of the Saintess. By the River of Forgetfulness, Chu faced such immense pressure for the first time. By himself, he had to block the attacks of 7 or 8 legendary tier powerhouses, and these legendary tier water monsters were much stronger than ordinary legendary creatures, making it even more challenging for Chu. After all, he was essentially only at the transcendent tier level 2. The Light Saintess saw that Chu was struggling, but her spell preparations still needed a minute, so she hurried to remind Chu. Chu gritted his teeth, thinking that at worst he could spend some more energy points once he dealt with these enemies. He should be able to recoup his losses. Thus, alongside the dense ice arrows and water ropes emerging from the River of Forgetfulness, a water dragon occasionally erupted, roaring as it charged towards the giant serpent and the other water monsters. Under Chu's reckless attack, he finally managed to counterattack and intercept all of the water monsters' attacks. What was even more troublesome was that the small minions these water monsters brought ashore also charged towards Chu's Earth Spirit army.
Although these small water monsters were not very powerful, they were undeniably stronger than the Earth Spirits. Chu could not stand by and watch his carefully cultivated foundation be destroyed, and what infuriated him even more was that the group of races that had joined midway were already starting to flee, and Chu did not even have the time to stop them. At this moment, skeletons began to crawl up from the River of Oblivion. These were the ones that had been killed by Chu earlier and had been swept into the river. Now, they had finally completed their sinking in the River of Oblivion and were ready to obey Chu's command. Originally, there were 100,000 skeletons. Apart from a few that were completely unusable, at least 80 to 90,000 had successfully transformed this time, sufficient to hold back these water monsters for a while. As for the remains of the skeleton lord, they did not rise because Chu had left them for future use. Countless skeleton warriors crawled up from the River of Oblivion and charged towards the water monsters. Although these water monsters were strong and powerful, skeleton warriors are hard to kill in the first place. Their bodies had been refined by the River of Oblivion and had become even stronger. Moreover, these aquatic creatures had no special means to deal with the skeleton warriors and could only rely on brute force to destroy them. I need some water. The Light Saint's magic was finally ready, but it required Chu's water for assistance.
Chu likely guessed what the Light Saint's magic was like, so he extracted some water from the river, eliminated the dark power within it, and condensed it into several water people, sending them charging towards the giant snakes and other water monsters. When the giant snakes saw water monsters with little attacking ability approaching, they assumed it was some trick by Chu. Cautiously, before the water monsters got too close, they smashed them with their tails, causing water splashes to fly everywhere. When the giant snakes noticed that the water did not harm them at all, they lost interest. The water people were all crushed by the giant snakes, and as the splashes landed on them, compared to the troublesome ice arrows and water dragons coming at them, these did not catch their attention.
It's ready.
The saint nodded, and upon hearing this, Chu suddenly withdrew the curtain made of the River of Oblivion. The Light Saint suddenly appeared before the giant snakes. The pearl that had previously been tainted by the black water spewed by the giant snake was now once again emitting a glow, and the chilling aura emanating from it was even more oppressive.
The Light Saint shouted angrily. Freeze 1,000 miles.
The pearl at the top of her staff instantly flew from the staff and shot towards the giant snakes. The giant snakes underwent a drastic change in expression, as they could feel the intense chill contained within the pearl, and they immediately understood the intent behind Chu's earlier water people.
Retreat quickly. The giant snake shouted, but it was already too late.
Under the chill of the pearl, the water that had splashed onto their bodies rapidly turned into hard ice, binding their movements. At the same time, when the pearl was still dozens of meters away from them, it exploded with a loud bang. A powerful and chilling aura rapidly spread out. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the saint's 1,000 miles, within a radius of several kilometers everything turned into ice sculptures.
This is too horrifying. Chu had also grasped a bit of the laws of ice, but was far from reaching such a level. Even the water from the River of Oblivion began to exhibit signs of solidifying under such coldness. Hurry up and take action, this cold can't last long. Seeing that Chu was still not moving, the Light Saint hurriedly shouted. Chu looked over and found that the Light Saint's complexion was frighteningly pale, her body swaying and barely holding up, ultimately having to sit down cross-legged to begin recovering. At this moment, the giant snakes and other water monsters were still in a position ready to retreat, but their bodies remained motionless. This was Chu's best opportunity. Water Dragon Roar. This was Chu's strongest attacking skill, and he used it without hesitation, delivering 2 strikes to each water monster. Fearing it wasn't secure, he followed up with a storm of ice arrows, smashing the frozen water snakes into several pieces. With a bang, like breaking glass, the chilling aura across 1,000 miles began to dissipate, and this fleeting ice sculpture kingdom started to vanish. By the time all the strange phenomena had disappeared, the corpses of the giant snakes and other water monsters were revealed. The once arrogant giant snake was now shattered into several pieces under Chu's concentrated attention, leaving only a section of its tail, which surprisingly was still twitching on the ground. I've heard that snake meat soup is quite delicious, but too bad I can't have any. Better to save it for Theron and the demon dragon gecko to enjoy. Thinking this, Chu conjured a hand to drag the corpses of these water monsters into the river. At that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. A water monster that had previously seemed dead suddenly transformed into a black light and plunged into the dark river. Chu was startled, and a hand chain quickly pursued, but upon entering the dark river, it was struck by a water arrow and shattered, coming back empty-handed. After counting the few corpses left, Chu confirmed they had indeed lost all signs of life. Without caring that the Light Saint was still present, he directly devoured them to prevent any future troubles. The one that had just escaped was a sea turtle. It had sensed danger earlier and immediately shrunk into its shell. As a result, the series of strikes from Chu were perfectly blocked by its hard shell, allowing it to escape while Chu was distracted. With the giant snakes already dead, the remaining small fish and shrimp no longer dared to continue battling the skeleton warriors, scattering in all directions to escape back to the dark river. But Chu would not let them escape, sending a batch of ice arrows to take them down before also devouring the corpses. Listening to the continuous voice prompts in the system, Chu did not have time to count his gains. He looked towards the Light Saint, conjured a waterman to approach, a mysterious smile on his face. "What do you want?" The saint was somewhat flustered but forced herself to remain calm. "Now I have saved your life, don't you consider giving a reward?" Chapter 77, The Saint Leaves the Underworld Unites. At this moment, the underground world was eerily silent, with only the Earth Spirit warriors treating their injured comrades and gathering the bodies of their deceased kin. After finally dealing with the suddenly appearing water monster, Chu began to ponder how to treat this saintess. The Temple of Light faction wanted to control the underground world, and now that the underworld was in their grasp, the Light Saintess would never let this go easily, so this saintess could not be released easily. Chu was not the type to be distracted by beauty. Moreover, in his current form as a lake, he couldn't do much. He only knew that the seemingly beautiful woman in front of him was the saintess of his greatest enemy, and she likely possessed incredibly powerful abilities. That pearl earlier had truly startled him. He wondered if that pearl had targeted him and been thrown into the river of forgetfulness. Whether he could withstand it was uncertain. While it wouldn't kill him, it was quite possible that it would leave him unable to move for a short time. "How do you want to repay me? Are you suggesting that you would offer yourself?" The Light Saintess, taking the initiative, noticed that Chu's current state seemed rather unusual, hence she spoke deliberately. Chu smiled and took a step closer, suddenly tearing off the veil from the saintess's face. "You!" The saintess turned her head away in embarrassment and anger. "Indeed beautiful, but your mind is too foolish." The Light Saintess ignored Chu's verbal insults. "Let's get to business. Hand over the treasure scrolls or anything else you have on you. Otherwise, who knows when you might throw a pearl at me again." The saintess's big eyes widened. "What do you think that pearl is? The entire Temple of Light faction wouldn't be able to find another one, you know? Then you must have other similar treasures on you. Hurry up and take them out, or I might have to resort to some unnecessary measures."
Don't say I took advantage of you then. The recent spell casting had drained a significant amount from the Light Saintess, and currently, she had no ability to resist Chu. The Light Saintess glanced deeply at Chu, recalling how he had previously killed 3 of her legendary tier mages in a fit of rage, which made her fear resisting his will. The Light Saintess pulled a spatial scroll from her bosom, and took off a small bell from her wrist, along with a pair of earrings. Chu thought to himself, terrifying, this woman is practically covered in treasures. That's all there is. The Saintess tossed everything onto the ground and said impatiently. Chu carefully scanned the Light Saintess's entire body with his senses. The Light Saintess felt as if a pair of eyes were seeing through her entire body, her face flushed slightly, and she was filled with sudden rage. Have you seen enough? No, take off what you have around your neck as well. Chu noticed that there was something around her neck emitting a strange aura. The holy maiden blushed and said shyly. That is, those are my personal belongings, it's inconvenient to take them out. The tone was unexpectedly pleading, but Chu wasn't buying it. He clearly remembered the mysterious storage artifact around Shelley's neck. The Holy Maiden of Light blushed down to her neck as she slowly unbuttoned her outer clothing and pulled out an object that resembled a jade pendant, engraved with the character, May. Just put it on the ground then. Chu said coldly. No matter what the item was, he would first have to go through system testing before saying anything. Reluctantly, the Holy Maiden of Light took the item off, bending down carefully to place it on the ground as if afraid of breaking it. Seeing her like this, Chu didn't pay much attention. He thought it was some sort of token of affection. Suddenly, Chu felt a violent white light in front of him, the light even blocking out his perception. Chu thought it was bad news. Disregarding the consequences, he shot several ice arrows towards the location of the Holy Maiden of Light. However, after entering, the ice arrows disappeared without a sound. Damn it! Chu never expected the Holy Maiden of Light to be so cunning, having her own tricks. Behind Chu, several water ropes appeared, flying toward the white light. This time, Chu was determined to drag her into the river of forgetfulness, giving her no chance. However, Chu was disappointed. The water ropes disappeared into the white light as well. Remember this, my name is Melissa, a Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light faction. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. The voice of the Holy Maiden of Light came from the white light, and Chu could hear the deep resentment in it. When the white light vanished, there was no sign of the Holy Maiden Melissa. Chu sensed the place where Melissa had vanished. That familiar fluctuation was indeed a spatial crack. Melissa actually had something that could directly tear apart space, which Chu never expected. He had heard from Shelley that this continent of gods and demons was quite special, having witnessed countless gods and demons battling here. The spatial barriers of this world were exceptionally solid and difficult to breach. Back then, Shelley also inadvertently fell into this world by breaking through space from the outside, which is why it was so hard for her to return. Chu forgot that this underground world wasn't a complete world. It was more like a secondary world, meaning its spatial barriers might be much weaker compared to the outside, allowing Melissa to leave this world with that jade pendant. Regardless, although Melissa had escaped, for now this underground world belonged to him. He needed to take advantage of the Temple of Light faction reacting and strike back before consolidating this world completely, then develop his own power. He tossed all the items left by Melissa into the system space, these items being quite valuable, perfect for Shelley upon his return. Currently, in this underground world, aside from his tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers and earth spirit race warriors, there were also quite a few other races, but most of those beings were relatively weak, not posing any real threat. What he needed to resolve first was the dozen or so fleeing races. Mackie had died, so he could only let the Lich chieftain take the skeleton soldiers and earth spirit warriors together to conquer those races. These races were flip-floppers. Chu knew they wouldn't truly pledge loyalty to him, but the Lich had ways to control them, so they would have no choice but to serve him. After clearing out those dozen races, the remaining ones wouldn't require Chu to intervene. The Lich's subordinates had already gone to bring the leaders of each race. Lord Chu, we have already counted. There are 130 races in the underground world, with approximately 700,000 beings in total, most of which are ordinary creatures without cultivation, 18,000 are mortal tier, and only 13 are extraordinary. Listening to the Lich chieftain's report, Chu was startled by this number. He had never felt that there were so many beings in this underground world. However, the biological situation in the underground world was very special. Without the energy points from the outside,
most creatures here had devolved into ordinary beings, lacking the special bloodlines and cultivation abilities. Chapter 78, Integrating Forces, Maki revived. Regardless of how weak the beings in the underground world appeared now, they were once creatures that could contend with the Temple of Light faction for control of the continent, so Chu didn't dare underestimate them. You have half a month to find out the specifics about these beings and select the most promising ones, especially paying attention to dark-type beings. I have great use for them. Chu assigned the task to the Lich tribe, as they were more skilled at this than the Earth Spirit tribe. The leaders of various intelligent races in the underground world waited anxiously by the River of Forgetfulness for Chu's verdict. In the past, they had depended on the Empire of Peace, often being treated as food to be ravenously consumed. Now with a new master, the future and fate of their races were in Chu's hands. You need not panic. I am not like the Skeleton Lord who kills indiscriminately. As long as you cooperate with the Lich tribe's investigation, you will be safe. Now you can all return and wait for my orders. Chu conjured up a massive water figure, glaring at the leaders of various races. The purpose of calling them here was merely to establish dominance, urging them to cooperate more with the investigation. Once the Lich race had gathered sufficient information, those with potential would be recruited, while the useless ones would naturally be transformed into energy points. Currently, the most urgent need is for a general proficient in conquest. Although the Lich race is powerful, they are better suited for research rather than leading armies. As for the Earth Spirits, Mikey's soul still resides in the River of Forgetfulness, and Chu should inquire about his thoughts. Mikey, you died fighting for me, and now your body has been destroyed, but your soul remains intact. You have two choices. Like the Liches, you can become an immortal soul, or, I will partner with the Liches to make you a powerful skeleton warrior. Choose for yourself. These are indeed the best two options available. The first can preserve the soul, but the body is lost. The second retains the body, but it's the skeletal form that Mikey detests the most. From Chu's perspective, he hoped Mikey would choose the second option, as the underground world is best for developing dark creatures, and if Mikey transforms into a skeleton warrior, he can lead these dark beings into battle. What do you hope I choose, my lord? Mikey pondered for a moment before asking. Chu did not hide his intentions and straightforwardly told Mikey. I hope you choose the second option, because there will soon be significant battles to fight, and I need a general to lead the armies. Then I choose to become a skeleton warrior. Mikey's tone was very resolute. Good, I will make you the most powerful skeleton warrior. Chu then summoned the Lich leader and retrieved the body of the skeletal monarch that had been preserved earlier. The Lich race excels in housing souls in other beings. Chu's skill of sinking into the River of Forgetfulness is somewhat similar. However, the soul that is sunk can only act according to Chu's commands and loses autonomous consciousness and memory, which is not what Chu desires for Mikey. Therefore, he needs to cooperate with the Liches to make sure that Mikey's soul can integrate with the skeletal monarch's body through the River of Forgetfulness while retaining its clarity and independent thought. After 2 days and nights of research, a solution was finally found. In the River of Forgetfulness, the skeletal monarch's remains floated in the river, the black water fortifying the bones, filled with dark energy points. The strongest among the Liches were by the riverbank, reciting incantations while continuously tossing strange items onto the remains in the river. These items quickly melded into the bones. Chu controlled the River of Forgetfulness, casting Mikey's soul into the remains while utilizing the sinking skill to tightly fuse the two. Mikey's soul felt waves of tearing pain, but fortunately, the materials provided by the Liches in the body helped him withstand this pain. He had to endure this pain and stay conscious to maintain his identity after sinking. Otherwise, like the skeleton warriors on the shore, he would only follow Chu's commands and completely lose his autonomy. This task was not easy. Neither Mikey nor the Liches, even Chu felt a great deal of fatigue, yet fortunately, the final result was positive. When Chu heard the system notification of earning energy points, he knew this time they had succeeded. Mikey leaped from the river, looked around, and flexed his unfamiliar body. Then he knelt before Chu. Thank you, Lord Chu, for the gift of rebirth. Chu smiled and accepted Mikey's bow. You are now at the legendary tier. Even outside, you are among the few strong ones. While Chu remains only at the extraordinary level, his subordinates were advancing impressively. The nearby Liches also cast envious glances. They had followed Chu for so long, and only the leader had barely broken through to the extraordinary level. The others were merely at mortal tier. Yet Mikey turned disaster into fortune, directly advancing to legend, which truly made them envious. Others might find the skeletal form unappealing, but for the liches, there were no such concerns, only the uncertainty of whether they would have such an opportunity in the future. Mikey excitedly clenched his fists. The arm previously broken by Chu had been repaired by the river of forgetfulness. Now, Mikey was much stronger than the previous skeletal monarch. Moreover, after becoming a skeleton warrior, Mikey could frequently cultivate in the river of forgetfulness, allowing for quicker growth. By the time the belief battle starts, Mikey will undoubtedly be able to be regarded as a true strong person. The current issue is the vast disparity in levels among his soldiers. Strong ones like Mikey are already at legendary, while Shelly is not far from it. However, the others, whether from the Sand Dune Army or Crow Killers, or the warriors from the underground world, are all merely at mortal tier, with a serious lack of extraordinary individuals. This will be the focus of development in the near future, survival of the fittest, prioritizing those capable of advancing to extraordinary, and it's time to give up on those without hope of advancement. You adapt for a while, then go meet your kin. After that, be ready to help me train the army. I plan to build an unstoppable army in the underground world. When I lead you to the surface, you must do so with an invincible stance. Yes, I will not disappoint Lord Chu's expectations. Mikey half kneeled on the ground, stating firmly. Chapter 79, The Third Stream, the Lava River. Things in the underground world have come to a temporary pause. The remaining tasks can be tackled one by one in a methodical manner. These past few days, Chu hadn't been paying attention to the situation around the lake, only to suddenly discover that the phoenix had already built its nest and was happily singing at the top of a tree. Under the tree, groups of magical beasts, including the wild tribe people, were entranced by her sweet singing. In the sky, 3,000 fire crows were circling around the phoenix. This scene gave Chu, who had crossed over, a sense of home for the first time. Without disturbing the phoenix, Chu waited until she finished her song before speaking. That was lovely, you should sing like this every morning from now on. The phoenix rolled her eyes in a human-like manner and continued grooming her feathers in the nest. The 3,000 fire crows and the magical beasts under the tree also returned to their respective homes. After listening to the phoenix's singing, Chu felt a wonderful lift in his spirits. Watching the phoenix and those 3,000 fire crows, he suddenly thought that the bright red color he had previously considered too gaudy actually looked pretty good after all. Moreover, while the fire crows could rest in the phantom spike skill forest, it seemed a bit out of place. This battle in the underground world has scored quite a few energy points. I might as well upgrade again and open up a river of fire elements. Currently, Chu had a black river of oblivion in the underground world, a yellow, sandy river of quicksand, and adding a fiery magma river would surely be interesting. Moreover, for those fire crows to take a step further, they really did need an environment full of fire elements. So Chu opened the system and found that he now had over 3 million energy points, enough to open a new tributary. System, I want to upgrade and create a river of fire elements. Listening to the system's prompt, Chu pictured the new river in his mind. In Chu's design, this river should be scorching hot year-round, flowing with the molten lava from volcanic eruptions, bright red in color, just like the feathers of the phoenix. In the real world, the lake was in an uproar, and those who had seen it twice before, such as Shelley and Tyren, understood that Chu was about to open a new tributary, so they hid aside, watching with great interest. Each of Chu's actions was always so novel and incredible, leaving them in awe. From below the tree where the phoenix roost, a river slowly emerged, flowing from the tree's base through the phantom spike skill forest, heading south. The south is where the fire crow's base is located, and this flow direction would also benefit the complete annexation of the fire crow tribe in the future. Extend the river by 3,000 meters. When the river was first created, it was only 1,000 meters long, far too short, so Chu always used energy points to extend it right after creating it. Chu looked at his system information panel again, and sure enough, there was an extra category. Tributary, Magma River. Host, Chu. Length, 4,000 meters. Skill, filled with fire elements, capable of summoning magma giants, strength related to the host's level. Chu examined this skill and found it somewhat similar to the quicksand river. The combat strength shouldn't be much different. A bright red river suddenly appeared in the desert, flowing south. Where the river flowed, even the sand and gravel melted due to the extreme heat. This was a river in which no living creature could survive. The heat was enough to make all creatures avoid it. The phoenix looked at the meandering river beneath her tree, let out a joyful chirp, clearly enjoying the environment, and flew out of her nest, soaring along the river. As the river flowed through the phantom spike skill forest, the phantom spike skill tree rushed out, exclaiming, "Wow, master, what are you doing? It's so hot here." Chu knew that Ming was joking with him. The phantom spike skill tree and he were symbiotic and would not be harmed by his river. As a result, the phantom spike skill forest did not wither in the presence of this river. On the contrary, it blossomed with new life. The originally black leaves began to gradually change to a fiery red, giving the appearance of a maple forest from a distance. The 3,000 fire crows excitedly flew out of the phantom spike skill forest, following the phoenix as they soared above the river. The lakeside suddenly became lively. However, this extreme heat also made many magical beasts uncomfortable, causing them to retreat a bit. When they reached the lakeside, the area around Chu's lake was unaffected by the high temperatures. Now that we have the dark element, earth element, and fire element, it's time to speed up development, gather the other elemental powers, and truly advance to legend. Although Chu now possessed the power to annihilate legends in seconds, he was still merely extraordinary himself, feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Having seen the complexity and mystery of this world, he felt an even greater urgency for more powerful strength. Wow, what's going on? Did we take a wrong turn? It's so hot here. Suddenly, a strange shout came from afar. It was demon dragon Gecko returning with 5 little underlings, who had been playing outside. Upon discovering the new river flowing with boiling lava, they immediately started screaming. Chu saw the demon dragon Gecko covered in dust and tied it up with a rope before tossing it directly into the flame river for a good wash. The demon dragon Gecko howled in the flame river, shouting, "Master, I know I was wrong, please let me out, I'm about to boil." Chu was not going to listen to its nonsense. Although the demon dragon Gecko was not bound to him by a symbiotic relationship and did not have a strong immunity to his river, it certainly could not harm him like this. To the demon dragon Gecko, the flame river was at most just a hot bath. Ignoring the cries of the demon dragon Gecko, Chu turned his attention to the 5 mutated monsters that had been selected from among 100,000 magic beasts and had been following the demon dragon Gecko all this time. These 5 beasts had finally reached the extraordinary level during a month of training with Chu, and now that they noticed Chu's scrutiny, they felt a bit jittery. "You all have decent talent, enough to catch up with the demon dragon Gecko, but that's not enough. I want you to surpass him and see if he still dares to slack off all day." The demon dragon Gecko entered the extraordinary level much earlier than these beasts, but now it was only at the 2nd stage of extraordinary, clearly lagging behind. The phantom spike skill tree is currently only at the 2nd stage of extraordinary, but it's in a state where it can easily advance as long as sufficient souls are provided. Now, with the abundant souls available in the river of forgetfulness, it is likely to advance soon. These 5 beasts now exuded quite an exceptional aura. The 2 horned dragons had already grown significant horns, looking quite imposing. The large sides of the 2 giant scorpions gleamed coldly, especially the blood-eyed demon wolf, whose red eyes emitted a murderous aura that even surprised Chu. This wolf was the most unique among the 5 beasts, as it followed the demon dragon Gecko but did not obey him like the others, appearing somewhat aloof. Chapter 80, Shelley's Breakthrough, The Priest's News. Hearing Chu's teasing, the demon dragon Gecko immediately became displeased and shouted from the flame river. "With them, they'll never surpass me, I'm about to break through." The demon dragon Gecko, if nothing else, was very concerned about its reputation. Chu also wanted to use this opportunity to motivate it. Waving his hand to disperse the 5 beasts and dragging the demon dragon Gecko out of the flame river, Chu turned to Shelley. Having long been in the desert, Shelley had only Tyran and the other desert tribe members to talk to, and it was a lie to say she didn't feel lonely. She also constantly worried about her master, thus practicing desperately, hoping to reach a certain level and find a way back. With a sense of perception, Chu realized that Shelley was just one step away from breaking through to the extraordinary level. Shelley's talent is indeed impressive, and she probably won't fall short of the saintess of the Temple of Light faction. I might as well help her. Once the stronger she becomes, the more useful she will be to me. Thinking this, Chu called Shelley to sit by the lake, where he bestowed a blessing on her. Although using the blessing skill on just one person may seem a bit wasteful, the effect is exponentially increased. Shelley sat down, unaware of what was happening, but when she saw the white light emanating from the lake, she understood what Chu intended to do and felt a touch of gratitude. Ultimately, she was the only outsider in this world. While Chu used and even threatened her, he had also treated her decently. Calming her mind, Shelley stopped overthinking and seized this opportunity to carefully comprehend the key to breaking through the legendary tier. With the assistance of Chu's blessing skill, the questions that had puzzled her before were quickly resolved, and her soul energy reached its peak. Thus, Shelley began to mobilize elemental power to challenge the legendary tier. Chu was not worried at all about Shelley's breakthrough. Given her accumulation and his blessing, her breakthrough was practically a done deal. As expected, by the afternoon, a powerful wave of energy points emanated from Shelley, whose body floated in the air, her long robe billowing, radiating colorful lights. According to what Chu knew, when a mage breaks through the legendary tier, their body resonates strongly with the elements of heaven and earth. From then on, the practitioner can use the elemental powers without any loss. At this moment, Shelley was communicating with the elemental powers, and there were surprisingly 5 or 6 kinds. This indicated that Shelley could control so many types of elemental energies, which explained why she could effortlessly use light, water, and earth magic. Her talent was even more monstrous than Chu had imagined. I used the life stone that I reserved for my master to save her. I hope she won't come after me for it in the future. Chu felt a bit afraid in his heart, but he thought that by that time he would already be far stronger than Shelley, to the point that he wouldn't even need the life stone to heal Shelley's master. Thank you, my lord, for your help, otherwise Shelley wouldn't have been able to advance to legend so smoothly. Shelley fell from the sky and saluted Chu. You've already accumulated so much, so breaking through is only natural. I'm just giving you a little push. There's no need to be overly courteous. Shelley smiled faintly. Clearly, after the breakthrough legend, her mood had improved quite a bit. By the way, you mentioned before that your master was seriously injured. Would it be convenient for you to tell me what kind of injury it is? Chu decided to ask, fearing that in the future he might have the opportunity to obtain something useful for her master. Hearing about her master, Shelley's smile faded, and she frowned as she said. She was corroded by death energy during a battle with the demon race. Now she has been barely maintaining her life by freezing herself, but if we can't find a way to remove the death energy's corrosion, her lifespan will be exhausted this way. Chu felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, death energy is challenging to deal with, but it's not entirely without solutions. Death energy belongs to dark power. If her master is willing, at least she could sink into the river of forgetfulness and become a dark entity, which would mean no more worries about the threat of death energy. However, Chu did not share this with Shelley, because regarding the matters of the underground world, aside from the phantom spike skill tree, he hadn't told anyone, and Shelley couldn't fully trust it. Death energy isn't without a way to solve. I'll keep an eye on it. You should first familiarize yourself with the legendary realm, as there may be things for you to handle later. Upon hearing Chu's words, Shelley's face lit up with joy. Chu's background is mysterious, and he is extraordinarily capable. Perhaps he could indeed find a way to rescue her master. However, her master had encountered many powerful beings in that world, all of whom couldn't find a solution to that death energy, so Shelley didn't hold much hope for Chu. Okay, if there's anything you need, just call on me. Watching Shelley leave, Chu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a wisp of faith power appeared in his perception, drifting toward Chu's lake. The system struck again to shatter it, but Chu heard a brief and urgent cry for help from within. Since Chu discovered that someone could find him through the power of faith, he strictly mandated that no one could worship or praise him in any verbal manner. Only in their hearts would the act of praising not generate faith power. Therefore, this wisp of faith power could not have been generated by Talon or the likes of Magi in the underground world. The only possibility is the long-disappeared High Priest. The High Priest hasn't returned since being taken by the Elven clan to liaise with the Beast-Tide. He has not even communicated any messages through his soul. Yet this time, he suddenly transmitted a signal for help through worship, and it seems to be directed at the Forest of the Elves.
It seems Chu was right, the high priest and others have been taken into the elven forest. The elven clan must have some scheme that requires the assistance of the high priest and others. It appears that matters should already be concluded, and the high priest realized his life might be in danger, hence seeking help from him. Chu thought for a moment and decided to inform Talon of this news. Although he didn't really need the high priest and the others now with Talon around, there were many valuable legacies held by the elders like the high priest. If they could be rescued, it wouldn't hurt. Switching over to Talon, Chu told him about the high priest's plea for help. Talon was initially surprised. Although he was already the strongest warrior among the Wasteland tribe and much more powerful than the high priest, in his heart, the high priest remained a person worthy of respect. However, thinking that the high priest might very well be captured by the elven clan and currently facing a dire situation, Talon hesitated. Of course, he wanted to rescue the high priest, but as the leader of Chu's Shinsha army, if he left, the army would have no leader. Moreover, facing the elven clan, he didn't want his faith to confront such a powerful opponent directly again. Chapter 81, Entering the Elven Forest. Talon glanced at Chu, and ultimately lowered his head. "I'll follow whatever Lord God Chu decides." Chu nodded with satisfaction. Talon truly was deserving of being his most loyal follower, having never disappointed him throughout their journey. "The high priest is my first believer, and I must save him. But he is in the elven forest, so we cannot act rashly. I plan to send you and Shelley to represent me in a trip to the elven deep forest. Lord God Chu, it's enough for me to go alone. Shelley has no connection to our Wasteland tribe, and it's too dangerous for her to go." After spending some time together, Talon held genuine respect for Shelley, even a little admiration. So upon hearing that Chu wanted Shelley to also go to the elven forest, Talon felt a bit concerned. Entering the elven forest is akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Although he trusted that Chu wouldn't harm them, he still didn't want anyone else facing danger because of the Wasteland's issues. "Don't worry. Since I am sending you, it won't be too dangerous. At that time, I'll attach a wisp of my soul to you, and if you encounter particular danger, I will also protect you. You're only extraordinary, and your identity isn't enough, while Shelley has just advanced to legend. Her accompanying you is just right. Then, Lord God Chu, what do we need to do when we go to the elven forest?" Talon nodded and asked. "You don't have to do anything, just follow Shelley's arrangements. I will also remind you when necessary." Having said that, Chu called for Shelley and informed her of the plan to accompany Talon to the elven forest. Shelley was also surprised by this, not understanding why Chu wanted to personally take her and Talon to the elf forest. However, Shelley believed that Chu had no need to put herself in danger, and besides, she wanted to go to the elf forest to clarify the matter concerning the Stone of Life from last time. Talon spent 2 days handing over the matters of the Sand Soldiers to other members of the Wasteland tribe. He did not inform them about the high priest, not wanting them to worry. Then he set off towards the elf forest with Shelley. This time, Chu attached her soul to Talon, which is a special ability granted by the system to those who are 100% loyal followers. This way, Chu could see everything Talon saw and feel what he felt, and could also talk to Talon at any time. Moreover, when necessary, she could completely take over Talon's body. As soon as Talon and Shelley reached the edge of the desert, they were spotted by members of the Elven clan. After the previous desert incident, the Elven clan suffered heavy casualties and boosted their defenses against the desert, but they dared not act against Chu easily anymore. Seeing Talon and Shelley approach from the direction of the lake, they immediately reported to their superiors. Originally, the desert was under the responsibility of Blake, but after the last plan's failure, Blake was severely punished and is now still being punished in the elf forest. Therefore, someone else, a handsome young man, has taken over the surveillance of the desert, particularly focusing on Chu. He quickly appeared in front of Shelley and Talon, courteous and polite. "Hello, you two. I am Spencer from the Elven clan. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Talon glanced at Shelley, who smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Spencer, you're being too polite. My name is Shelley, and this is Talon. We have heard that the scenery in the elf forest is beautiful, and both Talon and I have long admired it. That's why we wanted to take a look inside." Spencer still wore a handsome smile,
but no matter how you looked at it, that smile seemed a bit stiff. He thought to himself, this woman looks gentle and lovely, but why is her speech so unpleasant? Miss Shelley is just joking. The enchanted forest is not a tourist spot, and outsiders are not really welcome there. Shelley laughed even more heartily. Look at the wings of the person next to me. He is a member of the Outlands, awakened with the bloodline of the elven clan. Doesn't that make him a part of your elven clan? Can't I visit my friend's hometown? At that moment, Spencer glanced at the unremarkable Tyren, whose power was merely extraordinary. He had long noticed that Tyren's appearance bore some resemblance to his own, but he had never heard of anyone from the elven clan having black wings, so he was just a bit skeptical. Now, after hearing Shelley's words, he realized that Tyren was indeed an awakened outlander with elven clan blood. The Outlanders are a taboo existence within the elven clan. Rarely does anyone mention them, until last year when someone proposed a plan to bring back a batch of Outlanders from the outside. Since he is an awakened outlander of the elven clan, entering the enchanted forest should be fine. However, it is quite dangerous in there. I'd better take you in myself, Spencer said kindly, while thinking to himself that he needed to hurry up and inform the Elven King about this. Shelley certainly understood what Spencer was thinking. This was also part of Chu's strategy, and it was indeed very effective. Under Spencer's guidance, the three of them smoothly entered the enchanted forest. The enchanted forest was still as dark as ever, filled with towering ancient trees, with various peculiar creatures hiding in the shadowy corners of the forest, quietly observing Shelley and the others. Last time Shelley visited the enchanted forest, she didn't feel much. This time, following Spencer, she felt an eerie sense of dread. This enchanted forest truly was unfathomable, hiding who knows how many dangers within. As they traveled, Spencer kept introducing different flowers, plants, and unusual creatures to Shelley and Tyren. Shelley found it quite interesting, while Tyren, preoccupied with the high priest, showed little expression. Led by Spencer through winding paths and even using short-range teleportation several times, they finally arrived in front of a wooden cabin. This is the place where my elven clan hosts guests. You two can wait here for a while, and I will arrange your upcoming itinerary. Spencer acted like a tour guide, covering all bases, still pretending to be oblivious even after arriving at their destination. Shelley maintained a polite smile, not exposing Spencer's act, making Chu feel compelled to admire the fact that women are indeed natural actors. After Spencer left, two ordinary elven clan members quickly came over, leading Shelley and Tyren into a small wooden cabin and pouring them each a glass of specially brewed elven clan wine. Shelley was not afraid that the elven clan would poison them if they had to resort to such measures in the enchanted forest. Then the elven clan would not be one of the major powers on the demon and divine continent, second only to the Temple of Light faction. Chapter 82, Attending the Banquet. At the easternmost part of the demon and divine continent, in the enchanted forest, Shelley was bored in the wooden cabin, tasting the delicious wine sent by the elven clan while chatting with the elven clan maid serving alongside her. Tyren, on the other hand, sat up straight, appearing somewhat tense. Seeing that there was nothing happening for a while, Chu retracted most of his focus. After opening the magma river this time, the main body's lake area expanded again. Coupled with daily utilization of storm skills to increase his mass, this directly led to the tributaries he opened increasing in length every day. While this speed couldn't compare to the direct extension using energy points, accumulating over time, both the Forgetting River and the Sandflow River's lengths had reached over 5,000 meters, and the newly opened Magma River had been built up to 4,000 meters using energy points. However, this length was still insufficient to exit the desert at the current rate of natural river extension. He would need at least another 6 months to reach 10,000 meters. In Chu's view, in such a vast demon and divine continent, it should be at least 100,000 meters to call itself a big river. This time he also advanced to extraordinary level 3. Although he did not gain new skills, Chu noticed that his control over his soul had improved. He could now simultaneously monitor the situation of 3 river basins and still allocate a portion of his mind to constantly pay attention to his followers who had reached 100% loyalty to him, which greatly facilitated his tasks. Now he could be said to accomplish multiple things at once. In the underground world, by the Forgetting River, the Lich clan had already compiled statistics on various underground races, resulting in over 100 different races. Not many belonged to the dark races like skeletal warriors, while others included carrion feeders, crawlers, and bat demons. These races concealed themselves in the darkest corners of the underworld, being hidden assassins of this world. Most other races were utterly useless and extremely weak creatures. Chu had Macy select some races that he thought were useful, while all the others were thrown into the forgetting river to produce skeletal warriors. Those weak creatures are mostly devoid of wisdom, so Chu feels no psychological burden when slaughtering them. However, for those intelligent races, especially the humanoids, Chu finds it hard to act. Even if they are weak, he allows them to train and live alongside the Earth Spirit warriors. At least they can do some logistical work. With the addition of these creatures, the number of skeleton warriors reached 150,000, and the flesh and blood army composed of Earth Spirit warriors also exceeded 50,000. In total, Chu now possesses a fighting force of 200,000 in the underground world. Although these warriors are not yet strong enough for now, with Chu's assistance, they are bound to improve significantly in a short time. Dark creatures can survive and even enhance themselves in the river of forgetfulness, so for those skeletons and ghoul-like beings, when not training, they all practice in Chu's river of forgetfulness. Even Mikey joins them. As for the Earth Spirit warriors, who cannot enter the river of forgetfulness, Chu temporarily introduced some mana from the lakes, forming a small lake for them to enhance their strength. Now, the underground world just needs to train, cultivate, and train again, repeating over and over until the Temple of Light faction or creatures from the Dark River reappear. Chu will certainly surprise them. On the surface, many people have recently appeared along the banks of the lava and quicksand rivers. Most of them are mercenaries who stumbled upon these two rivers, amazed by the sudden appearance of these strange phenomena, leading to occasional inquiries. Many have also attempted to trace the source of the rivers, eventually discovering Chu's Lake. They recalled the recent great battle that occurred here, as well as the annihilation of a mercenary group led by a legendary powerhouse. No one dared to approach the lake anymore, and the two rivers were regarded as two wonders in the desert. Chu knew it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. The commotion he might cause in the future could be even greater, so it was better to establish a reputation first to avoid being disturbed by those who could not see. In the elven forest, Shelley and Tyren were left waiting for half the day before Spencer came in with a smiling face. "I truly apologize, my dear Tyren and Miss Shelley. Today, I, the king, am hosting an important guest, which is why you had to wait so long. You must be hungry. It's perfect that you can join me for dinner." Shelley sat immobile in her chair, holding a jug of wine, and said with a faint smile, "I think we can skip the dinner. We've already tasted the fine wine from the Elven clan, and since the Elven king has an important guest, we should take our leave. Or we could stroll around the Elven forest ourselves, which would be quite nice." Miss Shelley is joking again. "Since you've been to the Elven forest, we cannot neglect you too. However, the guests I'm hosting for dinner today are known to both of you, especially this dear Tyren, who should definitely meet them." Tyren stood up suddenly at these words, while Shelley showed a look of astonishment. Spencer had already anticipated their reaction and smiled as he gestured with his right hand. "Please follow me." Shelley and Tyren had no choice but to follow, both wondering who this person could be. Whereas Chu already had the answer in his heart. The only one that both Shelley and Tyren knew, and who could pose a threat to them, was the high priest of the wild tribe. Don't act impulsively later, he will definitely take you to see the high priest. Chu warned in advance, fearing that Tyren might act rashly when they went over. Chu was communicating directly with Tyren's soul through the system's function, something even Spencer, not to mention the Elven King, was unlikely to detect. Upon hearing Chu's reminder, Tyren paused slightly in his steps, then quickly adjusted again. Although he still felt a bit uneasy, just knowing that Chu was watching over him eased his nerves. The two followed Spencer as they walked through the woods. The deeper they went, the sturdier the trees became, and the flowers and grass were exceptionally lush. Even Shelley couldn't help but exclaim that the residence of the Elven clan truly was a paradise on earth. Along the way, they breathed in the floral fragrance and admired the exquisite buildings. They finally reached the grand hall where the Elven clan hosted guests. Perhaps due to the Elven clan's strong affinity with plants, most of their buildings were made of wood, beautifully carved on the outside with intricate floral patterns, far more upscale compared to the lakeside that Chu was familiar with.
Surrounded by rows of elven clan guards, Spencer brought the two into the hall.
As they stepped inside, they heard the beautiful melodies of instruments, and they saw several flower fairies dancing gracefully in the center of the hall. And at the top of the hall was a visibly young but quite authoritative elf.
Spencer knelt on the floor.
"My king, I have brought the two guests." The elven king seemed to be lost in the beautiful dance of the flower fairies, completely ignoring Spencer's words. Shelley thought to herself, "This is meant to intimidate me."
Chapter 83, The Elven King's Pressure.
Seeing that the elven king was ignoring her, Shelley casually glanced around and immediately spotted an inconspicuous old man sitting nearby among the elegantly dressed elven clan members. This old man looked similar to other elven clan members, but he had no wings and seemed out of place with the festivities. Yet, he sat in the closest position to the elven king, which was a spot reserved for the most distinguished guests. Shelley noticed that the old man was also watching her, his face reflecting both surprise and concern. Shelley quickly glanced at Tyren next to her and found his eyes fixed intently on the old man. At that moment, she realized this must be the high priest of the wild tribe. Shelley stealthily tugged at the hem of Tyren's clothing, a move that Spencer had already seen. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Spencer loudly called out, "My king, the two guests from the desert have arrived." The elven king slowly turned his head, his two cold blue eyes glancing over Shelley and Tyren. Shelley felt an icy chill approaching her. A sharp arrow suddenly shot toward her, causing her to instinctively step back 3 or 4 paces.
Tyren, being merely extraordinary, felt overwhelmed and nearly fell to his knees.
Fortunately, Chu blocked most of the pressure, allowing Tyren to remain standing, drenched in cold sweat.
An ordinary extraordinary being can resist my will? You must be the wild tribesman who awakened my elven clan bloodline?"
The elven clan members accompanying them revealed expressions of surprise upon hearing the elven king's words. Clearly, they just learned this news and were originally curious about why the esteemed elven king would suddenly host a feast for a slave like wild tribesman. Now they understood a bit more. "We are here to represent Lord Chu. It doesn't matter if you're from the wild tribe or not, and it matters even less if you have awakened the elven bloodline."
Tyren gritted his teeth and raised his head to speak to the elven king.
However, due to Chu's prior advice, he refrained from addressing Chu as Lord Chu this time, as the title of Lord wasn't something just anyone could use.
"Oh? Interesting. Did you know that your wild tribe was originally a branch of my elven clan?
Now your high priest is visiting here, and today's banquet is held in his honor."
The elven king glanced at the high priest and said indifferently. Tyren looked at the high priest again, his expression a bit conflicted. If it weren't for Chu's earlier reminder, he might have rushed over by now.
The high priest, who was already quite old, had only been in the elven forest for a little over a year but had aged remarkably. Through Tyren's eyes, Chu was also taken aback by the high priest's appearance. He was very different from the one who had previously sought Chu's shelter after braving the dangers of the desert at the mortal tier. Chu could see that he now showed the aura of someone on the brink of death. Hearing the elven king mention him, the high priest was startled and looked towards Tyren, his wrinkled face etched with worry.
Although Tyren had changed quite a bit, the high priest could still recognize him immediately.
Despite Tyren perhaps being much stronger now, he still worried about Tyren facing dangers. At this moment, the high priest even regretted the call for help he had sent out, but he was left with no choice and had some secrets he had to either inform the descendants of the wild tribe or share with Chu.
"So, aren't you going to catch up?"
The elven king seemed very pleased to see this touching reunion and generously allowed the high priest to reconnect with Tyren.
"Go on, see how the high priest is doing." Seeing Tyren's conflicted expression, Chu encouraged him in his mind. Tyren, after hearing Chu's words, stepped forward, grasped the high priest's hand, but couldn't say a word. Many things were not suitable to discuss here.
Chu continued to focus on the elven king and noticed he was completely unaware of his conversation with Tyren, further confirming that he could avoid the elven king's notice. However, Chu couldn't perceive the true strength of the elven king, but he was certain it was far from legendary, and it was likely holy tier. A holy tier expert was still something Chu wasn't strong enough to confront directly, so he had to continue hiding. Without letting the high priest and Tyren spend too long together, the elven king lazily yawned and said, In any case, you wild tribe members are also considered a part of my elven clan's bloodline. Especially since you have awakened your bloodline, you should offer prayers to our nature god. Let Spencer take you to pay your respects. This lady may also join, should she wish to do so. Worshipping the god of nature? Chu's heart sank. The deities in this world truly exist, and Chu couldn't guarantee whether he could hide from the god of nature. Moreover, Tyrone was 100% loyal to, and deities are very sensitive to faith. If they were discovered during the worship, the elven clan would likely find out about his spreading of faith. It's possible that before the Temple of Light faction could intervene, the deity of the elven clan would annihilate him directly. The war of faith is about to begin. Anyone spreading faith on this continent is an enemy. But now, Chu couldn't refuse, as the elven king had directly left, and Spencer had also come up. Chu suddenly recalled that he had once asked Blake why he wasn't afraid of being a spy sent by others. Blake had told him that the elven clan surely had their ways of discerning foreign faiths, and now he figured it must be the simplest, most direct, and most accurate way to worship deities. Let's go take a look, Chu said to Tyrone. Shelley was also somewhat hesitant at first, but seeing Tyrone walk straight outside, she thought it must be under Chu's guidance, so she followed. Chu also felt quite anxious. He didn't know if his system could withstand the god of nature's scrutiny. However, even if he was discovered, the worst outcome would just be facing more severe actions from the Elven clan and the Temple of Light faction. Even if the Elven king intervened, he couldn't completely annihilate him. The worst would just be some severe losses. After winding their way for a while, the group finally arrived at a spacious area. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, only this considerable open space in front of them seemed to be the place where the Elven clan worships the god of nature. As Chu entered with Tyrone, his gaze was immediately drawn to a frightfully massive tree. Compared to this tree, the ones he had seen before seemed like mere seedlings. At the same time, Chu sensed a strange aura emanating from this tree, giving off a mysterious vibe, as if it could unleash tremendous power at any moment. This is the most sacred place of our Elven clan. Please do not make any noise or perform any inappropriate actions here. Spencer bowed to the giant tree, then turned to Tyrone and Shelley, introducing it with a warning tone. Chapter 84, The Contest with the God of Nature. According to Spencer's instructions, the High Priest and Tyrone stepped forward, while Shelley stood off to the side and watched. For the past few hundred years, the wild tribes had fantasized more than once about returning to the Elven forest, returning to this altar to offer their sincerest praises to the god of nature, but that chance never came. Now, the High Priest and Tyrone stood here, but there was not a trace of faith in the god of nature in their hearts. They even felt uncomfortable with the atmosphere here and wished to leave quickly. The wild tribes have been expelled by the Elven clan for hundreds of years. We can no longer be considered part of the Elven clan. We cannot aspire to the bloodline of the Elven clan. As you've seen, although Tyrone has awakened his bloodline, he is also different from you Elven clan members. Therefore, we have no right to worship the god of nature. The previously silent high priest suddenly rejected the request for worship before the altar, unaware that this worship was actually a ploy by the Elven clan to observe Chu, having ulterior motives. Spencer withdrew the smile from his face and said seriously, "Now that we have come before the altar, you have no choice but to proceed, otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the god of nature. Disrespecting the god of nature makes us the mortal enemies of the Elven clan." The majestic Elven clan warriors on both sides of the altar stared angrily at the high priest and Tyrone. "Since I have awakened my bloodline, let me go worship alone. There is no need for the high priest to join," Tyrone said, also indicating Chu's intention, as Tyrone had his protection, whereas the high priest did not. Spencer thought for a moment. Since the high priest had always stayed in the Elven forest, he probably didn't have much interaction with Chu. However, Tyrone had been with Chu all along, so he should be able to learn more from him. Therefore, Spencer agreed to this request, as the high priest was merely a pawn they could use to threaten Tyrone. Step by step, Tyrone approached the Elven clan's divine tree. Even Tyrone, as well as Chu, felt a bit nervous. This was his first time being so close to a deity. Although it wasn't direct contact, he could still feel that awe. Tyrone began the worship ceremony according to the Elven clan's rites. In fact, he had known all of this since he was very young. Before meeting Chu, every wild tribal person still harbored fantasies of returning to the elven forest. When the worship ceremony ended and Tyrone prepared to rise from the ground, he felt as if a pair of eyes had appeared on the divine tree before him, watching him, causing his body to freeze mid-motion. In Chu's mind, he felt the greatest impact. Those eyes seemed to see him, staring directly at him. "What deity are you? Why have I never felt your presence before?" Chu heard a cold voice. The god of nature indeed discovered him and was even speaking to him. "You are not yet qualified to know my origins." Chu could not afford to show weakness now and could only respond firmly. Sure enough, this statement angered the god of nature. He snorted coldly, and a beam of green light shot out, piercing through the endless void towards Chu. Chu felt an immense pressure. He was completely unable to move. Not only was he affected by the talon he entrusted his spirit to, but even the lake and the 3 tributaries' waters were in a state of stagnation. At that moment, Chu's system suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Beep, host detected that he is facing a divine attack, which poses a life-threatening danger. Automatically spending 2 million energy points to counterattack. Normally, Chu would feel pained at such a cost of 2 million energy points, but at this moment, he didn't care at all. Chu felt a miraculous power manifesting within his soul, transforming into a golden arrow that also pierced through the endless void, charging towards the green light. The 2 beams of light exploded in the void without a sound, shattering the surrounding emptiness. In the end, the green light was repelled, while the golden arrow relentlessly pursued for quite a while before finally dissipating in the distant void. Chu silently thought, that was close. If it weren't for the system's automatic defense this time, he would have nearly been eliminated. He hadn't expected the gap between himself and the divine being to be so great he almost couldn't withstand just one divine strike. What Chu didn't know was that the god of nature was even more surprised. Although his attack had been weakened after piercing through the endless void, Chu's counterattack revealed an extremely terrifying destructive power that made him feel a touch of trepidation. Chu's confrontation with the god of nature was completely unknown to the outside world. All they could see was that Talon, who was about to stand up, suddenly froze halfway, with beads of sweat appearing on his face. Shelley and the high priest saw Talon's condition and thought the elven clan was using some means to help him. They wanted to step forward to support Talon, but were stopped by Spencer and the nearby elven clan warriors. "You too, Talon is communicating with the great god of nature, you must not interrupt." The high priest wanted to say something, but Shelley pulled him and shook her head. The 2 of them knew they couldn't break through the barrier to influence Talon, and Shelley understood that a part of Chu's spirit was with Talon. If anything happened to Talon, Chu would definitely act. As the 2 anxiously waited, Talon finally returned to normal, inexplicably rubbing the back of his head before leaving the altar to come to the side of the high priest and Shelley. Spencer glanced at the tree god and then at Talon, feeling somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dare question the divine being and could only lead Talon and the others away. This time, the high priest was not taken away but was allowed to go to the wooden cabin where the elven clan received guests to reminisce with Talon. Spencer hurriedly rushed to report the situation to the elven king. Just as he approached the elven king to give his report, the elven king spoke first. "I already know what just happened. You should immediately arrange for them to leave the elven forest, and send those savage tribespeople out as well. But, those savage tribespeople know quite a few secrets." Spencer hesitated a little, but after a moment, he still opened his mouth to advise against it. The elven king nodded and replied, "I am aware of these matters, but the decree given to me by the god of nature just now instructs us not to be enemies with them. It seems that the deity backing them is quite powerful, and the god of nature does not want to create more enemies at this critical moment. However, in our previous actions, my clan suffered heavy losses. Are we really going to let it go? We might have already offended that one. That is something that cannot be helped. In the eyes of the divine, what do these lives matter? I have decided to arrange for them to leave the elven forest immediately, and from now on, we will no longer concern ourselves with that desolate area." The elven king found himself in a helpless situation. Even the god of nature had been defeated by Chu. How could he, no matter how powerful he was, directly oppose a divine being? Yet, no one expected that Chu was merely a level 3 extraordinary lake, and as long as the elven king took action personally, he could severely injure Chu. Chapter 85, The Secrets of the Savage Tribe. On the outskirts of the elven forest, Spencer no longer wore the bright smile from earlier. His face darkened as he sent the high priest, Shelley, and Talon out, followed closely by a dozen elderly savage tribespeople. As soon as they stepped out of the elven forest, Spencer turned to leave. Shelley playfully shouted from behind, "Mr. Spencer, thank you for your hospitality. The elven forest is indeed beautiful, and I hope to have another chance to visit. You must guide me again next time." Spencer's figure trembled as he walked away but ultimately ignored Shelley and disappeared into the forest. For Shelley, this trip to the elven forest felt more like a vacation. She merely followed along everywhere, unable to investigate the matter of the lifestone from last time as she had no opportunity for free movement, having only stayed in the elven forest for 2 days. However, this time for Chu, it was incredibly dangerous. If it weren't for the system showing its strength at a critical moment, not only would he have faced doom, but Shelley and Talon wouldn't have survived either. Fortunately, it was a close call, and this time not only did they successfully rescue the high priest, but they also frightened the god of nature. After this, the elven clan would likely no longer trouble him, granting him a considerable amount of time for free development. After a group of people left the elf forest, they quickly made their way to the lake. The high priest and the elderly members of the wild tribe, who were not very strong, could not rush quickly and had to call for the Sand Burrow army nearby, allowing the Red Flame Windhorse to carry these elders. Their speed was not too slow, and after 2 days, they reached the lake. This time, Shelley and Tyren really worked hard, especially Tyren, who bore a lot of pressure. Luckily, he managed to rescue the high priest and the others. Chu conjured a water spirit, floating on the lake's surface, and spoke slowly. Tyren quickly knelt down. "It's all thanks to Lord Chu's blessing. Without you, Master Chu, I'm afraid none of us would have made it back." Tyren still remembers looking into the eyes of the tree god after worshipping the natural god and feeling that suffocating sense of death. Because of this, he was even more convinced that Chu could overcome that radiant light. Chu waved his hand and looked at the high priest and the others. He had not met any of these elders except for the high priest, but he could sense that very little life force remained within them, meaning that in a few short years, they would gradually pass away. This is a symptom of having one's lifespan drained. While Chu could barely repair some of the body's wounds with mana, there was no way to restore lifespan. "Thank you for your hard work, High Priest. I didn't expect it to be so long since we last met." The High Priest looked at Chu before him, feeling a surge of emotions. He came to find Chu out of despair at that time. If he hadn't allied with Chu, his race might have faced extinction, and he honestly didn't dare to trust Chu completely. He hadn't expected that after leaving, he would be taken away by the elven clan and tortured to this state. "Forgive me, Lord Chu, I haven't served you a single day since I revered you as a god. Thank you for the gifts you brought to the wild tribe. Without you, the wild tribe would have likely vanished in this wasteland long ago, and we old fellows would have been tortured to death by the elven clan." The high priest looked at the tall and majestic Tyren beside him, tears streaming down his face, tears of gratitude. "By the way, I still don't know what the elven clan wants by capturing you, and why your lifespans are dwindling so rapidly." Chu was quite curious about what the elven clan was up to. Tyren was anxious upon hearing that their lifespans were dwindling, but when the high priest gave him a look, he forcibly suppressed his urge to ask. "Initially, a powerful member of the elven clan suddenly descended upon our tribe and asked me to bring the 10 oldest elders in the tribe along to the elven clan. Over the past year, they made us use the wild tribe's secret methods to cultivate a batch of magical beasts using our blood. Just recently, those magical beasts finally awakened, but upon awakening, they absorbed almost all of our lifespans." "It can absorb lifespans? What kind of evil magical beast is that?" In response to Lord Chu, "I don't even know if it is a magical beast or not. It's just a lump of rotten flesh. We feed it with our blood every day, and it grew stronger day by day. When it finally awakened, I only saw a pair of jet black eyes before I fainted." "How many of those creatures are there?" "We only saw 2 in total." Chu fell silent for a moment, thinking, if there are only 2, then it's not too bad. "I believe my phoenix and griffin beasts shouldn't be any inferior to those monsters." "Alright, I understand this matter. By the way, do you know why your wild tribe was excluded from the elven clan and banished to the wastelands?"
The high priestess' murky eyes seemed to fall into endless memories as he spoke softly. That event happened nearly 1,000 years ago. Only each generation's high priest knows the secret. 1,000 years ago, our wild tribe was the royal family of the elven clan, while the current royal family is merely a princely title from our initial division. However, in the Faith War, when the natural god was defeated, they took the opportunity to persuade the natural god, and in the final moments of the war, sided with the Temple of Light faction to gain the unique status in the elven forest for the past 1,000 years, while we were merely a testament to their allegiance. I didn't expect that even among gods, it's all about these interests and exchanges. What is the difference between gods and men? The so-called unique status is nothing but a struggle for survival. The natural god must have reached some agreement with the god of light, but it seems that the natural god is quite weak among the deities. Shu pondered for a while, then spoke up. You all worked hard this time too. Tyran, take the high priest to rest, and also summon everyone from the wild tribe to come back, ensuring they bring all mortal tier magical beasts below level 5 under their command. Shelley will stay. After Tyran bowed, he helped the high priest leave. Do you need something from me, my lord? Do you have any impressions of the type of creature the high priest mentioned? Shelley shook his head after thinking seriously for a moment. I've never heard of such a creature. However, there are too many beings in this world, along with various magical means to create some peculiar life forms, including some gods who will try to create life. But to my knowledge, creatures that can devour life are against the basic rules of the world, and such beings generally find it hard to survive. Gods can create life? Shu was somewhat stunned. Shelley asked with a strange expression. You should know better than I do, right? Shu finally realized that he was viewed as a near-divine and fearsome figure in Shelley's eyes, so asking her these things seemed somewhat unreasonable. Well, I just want to see if the information I know about your world matches up, but I suppose this isn't something you would know clearly. Are you interested in taking a trip to a human city? Shelley's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing this. It had been a long time since she had visited a human city, and she had run out of the daily necessities. She hadn't worn jewelry in ages. Chapter 86, A Cruel Yet Necessary Decision. Seeing Shelley so excited at the thought of going to a human city, Shu knew that she had been cooped up in this desolate desert for too long. That's right, I want you to go to a human city, but it's not for fun, there's a task involved. Shelley nodded vigorously and said, I promise to complete the task. This task is not simple. I need you to establish an underground organization in the closest large city to the desert, specifically to gather intelligence for me. Now that this desert was basically secured, Shu would soon be able to turn it completely into his territory. However, aside from monsters and savage tribesmen, his subordinates were not suited for going into human cities. Therefore, he did not have a good understanding of what was happening on this continent. Now that he finally had some free time, it was perfect for Shelley to go and establish a small organization for him, while also allowing her to relax. Shelley nodded firmly, a smile on her face. Building an organization is not difficult, it's just a matter of gathering people, which requires quite a bit of resources, especially money and treasures. My assets have already been exhausted, so... Shu knew she was asking him for money, but he was already prepared. He pulled out several storage scrolls from his system space and tossed them to Shelley. These scrolls were obtained from the legendary powerhouses he had killed, and even included items from the Holy Maiden of the Temple of Light faction, which were quite valuable. This time, he gave all of them to Shelley. Shelley opened the scrolls one by one, her eyes shining. The combined value of these items far exceeded her own assets. You know the origins of these items, so be careful when using them. I'm entrusting everything to you, but I must emphasize one point: the people you recruit must be trustworthy, preferably those without any strong faith. Even if they are somewhat weaker, I have ways to help them improve. Just make sure you don't recruit any spies from major powers. Shu reminded her again. Rest assured, my lord, I'm aware of that. But what should the organization I create be called? Can I let them know of your existence? Shu thought for a moment and replied. Let's call it the Dark Pavilion. If there are particularly outstanding individuals, they can be secretly brought into the jurisdiction of any of my branches. However, my existence must remain confidential, no one can know about it.
Chu felt he should keep a low profile for now, at least until the faith contest was over. He shouldn't stick his head out, or he would be the first target. Shelley internally complained about Chu's naming skills, nodded slightly, and took his leave with the scroll. Watching Shelley's departing figure, Chu also longed to have a human body that could move around freely at any time. However, for Chu in his current state, it was just a fantasy. He had no idea how long it would take before he could truly solidify a body indistinguishable from that of a human. Shaking his head and casting aside those unrealistic fantasies, Chu immersed himself in his lake, observing every tributary with the flowing water. He was far from satisfied with the length of the tributaries. In his past life, many rivers were thousands of meters long, yet now he only had a few thousand meters he hadn't even been able to flow out of a small desert. However, significantly increasing the river's length would require a massive amount of energy points, and for Chu, the fastest way to acquire energy points was to target the beasts. This time, having the barbarians bring back mortal tier level 5 and below beasts was precisely for this purpose. Although they were beasts he had nurtured himself, devouring them felt somewhat cruel. Nevertheless, these beasts had not yet developed the intelligence of humans and had almost lost the potential to advance, so Chu had no choice but to swallow them all for a quicker evolution. Additionally, this time he would continue to breed more beasts on a larger scale. In the future, this breeding, training, and devouring of low-level beasts would become a fixed cycle, providing him with a constant supply of energy points. 3 days later, the barbarians returned, bringing back the low-tier beasts under their command. Originally, Chu had 100,000 sand soldiers after nurturing 10,000 beasts last time. This time they brought back nearly 50,000 beasts. In fact, these barbarians already knew that Chu planned to abandon the remaining beasts, so they weren't surprised on this day. In their minds, the lives of these beasts were granted by Chu, so he naturally had the right to take them back. The reason for your return this time is partly to let you see the old chief, who has returned from the elven forest with them this time. Secondly, for the development of the sand soldiers, I am going to devour the beasts you brought back while breeding a new batch. This process will continue. Any newly bred beasts that fail to reach mortal tier level 5 or above after 6 months will be brought over to be devoured. You might find it cruel, reluctant to part with the beasts you've worked hard to train, but this land of gods and demons has never been about mercy. Just like when you hunt, you never feel pity for your prey. The weak can only be wiped out by the strong, and that goes for beasts as well as you. Not long from now, the land of gods and demons will face unprecedented chaos. In this chaotic war, only by becoming stronger can we protect those we want to protect. If you don't want to die, if you don't want your loved ones to die, then discard those laughable notions of kindness. Follow me and become stronger to protect those you wish to shield. Before devouring these beasts, Chu still did some ideological work on the barbarians. These were also words he needed to say to himself. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary human without any superpowers. When he saw beggars by the street, he would feel pity. But after a year in this world, his experiences taught him that only the strong are qualified to bestow mercy, otherwise it's just a joke. He didn't want to turn into a cold-hearted person, so he was willing to protect these barbarians, willing to help them become strong. But the precondition was that they must absolutely trust him and obey his commands. Chu's words did resonate with many of the barbarians, but after struggling to survive in the desert for so many years, they were no longer the naive youths they once were. Now, Chu was their god, and his words were the divine guidance, absolutely correct. Forever follow Lord Chu, protect the barbarians, and support Lord Chu. Someone took the lead to shout, and all the barbarians followed suit. Chu, satisfied, gestured for the excited crowd to settle down. Now, drive the beasts under your command into the lake, and then go into the desert to find more wild beasts. At Chu's command, beast after beast was herded into the lake. The mana radiating from the lake was very attractive to these beasts, making it effortless for over 50,000 of them to immerse themselves in the water. Chapter 87, Unifying the Entire Desert. The lake was packed with beasts, all displaying comfortable expressions as they enjoyed the rich mana in the water, while Chu was fully focused on controlling the system to refine them. The system's refining work was silent and unobtrusive. The number of beasts in the lake gradually decreased, yet the other beasts remained completely unaware. Shu also continuously received prompt notifications from the system in his mind. Ding, refined immortal tier level 3 iron armored rhino, gained 500 energy points. Ding. Refined immortal tier level 4 red flame chasing horse, awarded 600 energy points. Ding. Refined immortal tier level 1 wood spirit deer, awarded 200 energy points. After refining everything, the lake's surface returned to calm, and Shu gained over 10 million energy points. Looking at his suddenly abundant energy points, Shu could hardly resist leveling up again, but he held himself back. It was still unclear what the situation beyond the desert was like. It would take some time to fully grasp the desert, so it was better not to level up and create new tributaries. It was better to strengthen the 3 existing tributaries first. With a thought, Shu extended the Wangchuan River, the Lusha River, and the Magma River by 3,000 meters each, leaving over 1,000,000 energy points as a reserve. This time, both the Wangchuan River and Lusha River reached 8,000 meters, and the newly opened Magma River also reached 7,000 meters. The atmosphere was entirely different. At the same time, Shu also discovered that the Lusha River finally flowed to the edge of the desert, and the next step was to explore beyond the desert. The Lusha River flowed toward the north. According to the memories Chu received, the area north of the desert was extremely chaotic, with plenty of human cities and some deep canyons. Further north lay the true vast desert, harsh conditions, but the biodiversity was richer than that of Chu's desert. The exploration of the Lusha River had to be carefully planned, and one couldn't rush into it. When the wild tribe brought the beasts they had gathered, Chu skillfully infused them with mana to refine their bodies, then blessed and awakened their bloodlines before turning them over to the wild tribe for statistics. This time, he awakened over 100,000 magical beasts, as usual, leaving them to the wild tribe for training. This time, the training had practical combat objectives. After confirming that the elven clan had withdrawn all their observation points monitoring the desert, Chu planned to clear out the desert. The last beast tied from the elven clan had already driven out most of the forces. Now, only a few tough bones remained, such as the 10,000 Demons Cave in the center of the desert and the Fire Crow Valley to the south. This time, it was just right to hand over the task to Tai Ren, allowing him to lead the newly awakened 100,000 magical beasts to complete the clearing mission, also training the beasts' combat abilities in practical scenarios. The High Priest and other older individuals returning from the Elven clan, although their lifespans were limited, were very willing to work for Chu. Chu didn't want them to run around anymore, so he sent them to pass on their skills to the younger members of the wild tribe. Although these elders were weak, they were the foundation of the wild tribe's inheritance. Previously, the wild tribe had learned everything from the scroll preserved by the wild tribe, but there was still much knowledge accumulated over the years that couldn't be found in the scroll. Through the elders' teachings, the training capability of the backbone generation in the wild tribe for magical beasts had become even stronger. In the past few days, mercenaries entering the desert noticed that organized packs of magical beasts had suddenly appeared in the desert, with a few black-winged elves following them. Those with knowledge quickly left the desert, while the newly arrived mercenaries or those foolish enough not to believe it continued hunting in the desert. Of course, most of these people met a gruesome end at the jaws of the magical beasts, with only a few escaping and never daring to step foot into the desert again. Hey, what do you think is going on in the desert? Could it be that the Elven clan is coming again with a beast tide? I don't think so. Some people said that those following the beast tide looked a lot like the Elven clan, but their wings were black, and they weren't as handsome as the Elven clan. Could it be that person is up to something again? Noticing how everyone turned solemn at the mention of that person, a newcomer curiously chimed in. Who are you talking about? Why does it seem like they look even more terrifying than the Elven clan? A kind older man patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, you must be new here. The person mentioned is the one who killed a legendary tier mercenary group a few months ago and even devoured several powerful Elven clan and Temple of Light faction paladins. It's said that this mysterious person has always hidden in the lakes, and no one knows what he looks like, but his strength is terrifying. I also have a new discovery recently. The middle-aged man paused here, and the people around quickly urged him on, and only then did the man smugly continue. Haven't you all noticed that the original Elven clan bases around this desert are now deserted? This proves that the Elven clan has given up on this desert,
So think about why the elven clan suddenly gave up? Isn't it because that person is too powerful, even making the elven clan back down?
Everyone reflected on this and recognized its truth, admiring the old man's keen observations while leaving the desert, preparing to share the news with other friends. Chu had no idea his reputation was already that great, but it was for the best as it would allow him to unify the entire desert more quickly. In the heart of the desert, the Demon Abyss is a place that can withstand even the beast tide of the elven clan, and it is also a location that very few mercenaries dare to step into.
No one knows how many magical beasts are hidden within.
Even during the last time the elven clan attempted to destroy the Demon Abyss by luring in numerous legendary tier experts, they failed to accomplish this, and it still remains an untouched stronghold. Tyren arrived at the outer perimeter of the Demon Abyss with over 30,000 newly trained sand troops but did not launch an immediate attack.
Tyren had just entered the Transcendent tier, and these sand troops were merely at the low mortal tier.
Even with 30,000 of them, capturing the Demon Abyss seemed impossible.
However, today Tyren was not intending to forcibly capture it. Instead, he prepared to tame the magical beasts within the Demon Abyss.
There are numerous Transcendent tier magical beasts here, along with some highly intelligent species, making them well suited to assist the wild tribe in managing all the magical beasts in the desert. As Chu continues to breed new magical beasts, within a year at the latest, this desert will become a paradise for magical beasts, populated only by them, with no ordinary wild animals left. Thus, relying solely on those couple of hundred wild tribe members is far from enough. It is essential to have these knowledgeable transcendent magical beasts to truly manage the desert effectively.
Chapter 88, Conquering the Demon Abyss.
When Tyren's sand troops surrounded the Demon Abyss, the magical beasts inside had already received word. The last scheme from the Elven clan dealt a significant blow to the Demon Abyss. Nearly half of its legendary tier magical beasts were injured or killed. Now, just a few months later, the Demon Abyss is being besieged again, which has infuriated the magical beasts inside. Especially since this time, their attackers were merely some low mortal tier magical beasts, which they found to be particularly humiliating.
Damn it, is the Elven clan back? And this time they send lowly magical beasts to attack us. Is this supposed to be a humiliation?
A transcendent tier magical beast roared as it charged out, followed by others.
Only a fiery red fox appeared to be in deep thought and finally instructed another fox beside it.
First, arrange for our kin to prepare for evacuation.
Then, it leisurely followed them out.
Tyren waited quietly outside, and when he saw magical beasts charge out, he reminded the wild tribe members behind him to ensure the sand troops were properly restrained and ready to attack at any moment. Most magical beasts in the Demon Abyss are unruly otherwise. They wouldn't have hidden here and not submitted to the Elven clan. If all the transcendent magical beasts were to emerge, there would indeed be dozens of them, along with a few mortal tier tribesmen, totaling several hundred magical beasts.
This is already quite a number.
It's worth noting that Chu himself doesn't command dozens of transcendent combat power among the bred magical beasts. Aside from the demon dragon gecko and the phantom spike skill tree, only those 5 special bloodlines have broken through to transcendent.
This is also why Chu wants to tame the Demon Abyss. These 50 to 60 transcendent beasts represent a crucial fighting force. Just you as a transcendent, leading these cowardly cats and dogs against the Demon Abyss?
We tolerated the attack from the legendary tier last time, but now we're being bullied by transcendent forces.
A bad-tempered ironclad rhinoceros shouted angrily.
Especially upon seeing that there were several ironclad rhinoceroses among the sand troops, he was even angrier, as they could be considered his kin, yet they came to attack him alongside outsiders. Tyren smiled and, after the ironclad rhinoceros finished venting his anger, spoke slowly.
Everyone, please don't be angry.
I have come with the sand troops not to attack you but mainly at the behest of my lord, hoping to gain your assistance in managing this desert together. You Elven clan have threatened and enticed us many times before. If we wanted to ally with you, we would have done so long ago, not waiting until now. I advise you to just attack if you wish to fight and spare us your nonsense. This ironclad rhinoceros truly has a bad temper. Just from the few sentences exchanged, his eyes were already red, and he was breathing heavily, looking like he was about to charge. Everyone, don't rush. Let me clarify that I am not from the Elven clan but from the wild tribe. The Elven clan has already been driven out of the desert by us. From now on, this desert is my lord's territory, and I am sincerely inviting you to join the sand troops.
What? The elven clan has been driven out by you? How could that be? Don't brag, the elven clan is so powerful that even the Temple of Light faction can't possibly drive them out. How dare you speak like that? Did a cow offend you?
Upon hearing Tyran's words, the transcendent magical beasts instantly became agitated, even starting to argue among themselves. At this moment, the red fox, who arrived late, stepped forward.
All right, everyone quiet down.
Though the voice was not loud, it carried a lot of authority. The magical beasts, who had just been arguing, immediately fell silent. Even the foul-tempered iron-clad rhinoceros was red-faced, standing quietly on the side. Tyrone sensed something and discovered that he could hardly perceive the realm of this fox, which must be at least above the 5th level of extraordinary.
I would like to ask you a few questions. Do you think that's okay?
To Tyrone's surprise, this fox was quite polite, which made him regard it more favorably.
Please go ahead, I will speak freely without holding back anything. First, I want to know if it's true that the elven clan was driven out of the desert? Tyrone nodded and said, absolutely true.
If you don't believe me, you can investigate, and I believe you won't find any trace of the elven clan's power left in the entire desert. The red fox turned to glance at a red flame steed beside it, which quickly understood and turned to leave, while the Sandshade army made no move to stop it. These magical beasts had managed to hide here for a long time and had mingled with the elven clan, so they must have mastered several locations of the elven clan's strongholds. The extraordinary red flame steed was extremely fast and could investigate the nearest stronghold in just half an hour.
Then I also want to know, who was that lord you mentioned?
Tyrone shook his head and said, it's really inconvenient for me to disclose information about the Lord, but I can tell you that the 2 rivers that have suddenly appeared in the desert are all the work of the Lord. Furthermore, the Sandshade army behind me is also the Lord's doing. In fact, it's the magical beasts that stand to gain the most by submitting to the Lord. The red fox glanced at the Sandshade army behind Tyrone, its eyes filled with horror. The sudden appearance of 2 rivers, each thousands of meters long, in the desert could not be hidden from the magical beasts of the abyss of 10,000 demons. However, the Sandshade army behind Tyrone was something that the abyss of 10,000 demons was unaware of. They had only noticed that the number of magical beasts in the desert had been rapidly increasing over the past 6 months, and they thought it was the elven clans doing to compress their living space.
Are you saying that these magical beasts were all created by your lord?
You could say that they were originally just ordinary beasts, and it was the Lord who granted them the potential to become magical beasts.
Tyrone's words sparked huge commotion among the magical beasts.
Although they didn't know who the Lord was that Tyrone spoke of, the ability to turn ordinary beasts into magical ones was seen as an incredible phenomenon by the magical beasts. Even the red fox was taken aback. This time it did not stop the discussions among the other magical beasts.
The fox clan is inherently more intelligent, so the red fox thought even more deeply.
It realized what this ability to transform beasts into magical ones implied. From now on, the desert would be filled with magical beasts, and if the abyss of 10,000 demons did not surrender, they would be submerged by these beasts. Indeed, the abyss of 10,000 demons was powerful, and there were many extraordinary magical beasts within it, but facing a large number of magical beasts totaling tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, not even 10 abyss of 10,000 demons could withstand that.
Moreover, it was still unknown what sort of power the Lord behind Tyrone possessed and what kind of subordinates he had.
The red fox felt a wave of sadness. Having taken refuge here alongside these unfamiliar magical beasts and founded the abyss of 10,000 demons, which was its labor of love, it now found itself at a point where it had no choice but to make a decision.
Can you take me to meet your lord?
The red fox, unwilling to give up, wanted to make one last struggle, to see if it could meet that lord before making a choice.
Chapter 89,
Prosperity for those who comply, demise for those who oppose. Just as the magical beasts of the abyss of 10,000 demons were in disbelief and discussing Tyrone's words, the red flame steed that had gone out to investigate returned. It's true, the stronghold of the elven clan has been taken out, and it's empty inside. Not even a single magical beast or elf can be seen. This news confirmed that what Tyrone said was indeed true, and regarding the red fox's request, Tyrone felt quite troubled.
Well, I can't make a decision on my own, it depends on whether my lord is willing to see you. Tyrone quickly contacted Chu in his mind, informing her of the Red Fox's request. After thinking it over, Chu felt it wouldn't hurt to meet, so she instructed Tyrone not to resist and to allow her to descend using Tyrone's form. I hear you want to see me? Chu asked through Tyrone's body. The Red Fox noticed a change in Tyrone's aura. The way he spoke was also different. A strange pressure descended upon it, and the formerly noisy magical beasts nearby suddenly fell silent, all intimidated by the aura emitted by Chu. You must be that lord. I am the founder of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, and everyone calls me Brother Red. What do you want to see me for? I understand that our Abyss of 10,000 Demons can surely not withstand your power, but it wasn't easy for us to establish the Abyss. Moreover, the Abyss consists only of a few tens of thousands of magical beasts, and after the last disaster, more than half have already suffered casualties. Now we are of no real use. I wonder what you wish from us if you want us to submit. Although the Red Fox felt a wave of fear, it still forced itself to ask. Chu looked at this fox and found that it had actually reached 7th level of extraordinary strength and was the strongest among these magical beasts. What was even more rare was its courage and intelligence, a rarity among the generally simple-minded magical beasts. Being able to establish such a large demon den and contend with the elven clan for so many years is quite remarkable. Of course, this is also because the elven clan never really considered annihilating you. Now, I want to transform this desert into a beast plain, which requires a large number of transcendent beasts, but I currently lack transcendent tier manpower, so I need your help. As long as you truly submit to me and help me unify the entire desert, you will definitely receive the rewards you've always dreamed of. You can see these beasts behind me, they were once just ordinary animals. I also have the power to elevate your strength and bloodlines even further. It all depends on your choice. Chu's words plunged the Red Fox into deep contemplation, while nearby some beasts were also pondering the pros and cons. However, some simpler-minded ones immediately stirred up trouble upon hearing about submission. It is impossible for us to submit. The Elven clan didn't have such capability back then, so how can you be stronger than the Elven clan? Exactly, worst comes to worst, we will die, but we will never submit to anyone. A red flame lion cub shouted loudly with its mouth wide open, expressing its dissatisfaction. Chu merely glanced at it indifferently, and a powerful soul force surged toward it. The flame lion immediately had blood streaming from its mouth, eyes, and ears, and the fiery ring around its neck was extinguished. That glance actually killed a transcendent tier flame lion. Master Chu, truly terrifying. This scene filled the other beasts with awe towards Chu. Moreover, Chu would never exercise mercy towards these beasts, especially those that aren't very smart. It would be better to eliminate them early to avoid any trouble. I am just here to inform you. If you are unwilling, then go to your deaths. Those who follow me will prosper, while those who oppose me will perish. After speaking, Chu left Tyren's body, while the sound of birds echoed from the sky. When the beasts in the demon den looked up, they saw an undying bird flying over. The undying bird was already transcendent at birth, and now it had advanced to transcendent tier 3. Although it wasn't significantly stronger than the beasts from the demon den, the sacred aura it radiated intimidated all the beasts present. The Red Fox silently mulled over this mysterious lord's strength is unfathomable, and his subordinates are likewise powerful. Not to mention, he can cultivate new beasts without limit. Opposing him would only lead to a dead end, perhaps siding with him could allow one to advance further. With that in mind, the Red Fox decisively stepped forward first. I am willing to pledge allegiance, but I hope you will treat my kin kindly. Having regained control, Tyren smiled and said, Welcome. I believe you won't regret it. No one who follows the master regrets their decision. Seeing that the strongest among them, the Red Fox, had taken the initiative to pledge allegiance, the other beasts could only agree to submit to Chu, and the lone opposing flame lion fell to the ground. Tyren was greatly pleased at this sight. Chu had long stated that the beasts of the demon den would belong to the Sandsink army, meaning that these transcendent tier beasts would now all be his subordinates. Good. Since you all sincerely pledge allegiance, we will serve the Lord together from now on.
Our Sand Sink army is strict in its discipline. I hope everyone will adhere to this. If anyone breaks the rules I have set, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Now, let me specifically introduce the Sand Sink army to everyone. Tyran wasted no time and immediately began to introduce the situation of the Sand Sink army, the rules, and their future arrangements to these beasts. As these beasts were transcendent, they possessed high combat power in the entire Sand Sink army. If certain issues were not clarified in advance, it would be difficult to establish strong constraints later. Moreover, these beasts were accustomed to being unrestrained in the demon den. They would definitely encounter difficulties adapting to the discipline of the Sand Sink army. Tyran laid out the worst-case scenarios in advance. If someone were to violate military discipline in the future, he could directly deal with it fairly. They talked until midnight, during which Tyran also took these beasts to witness the real seasoned Sand Sink army, which consisted of a carefully selected 10,000 beasts. These beasts had already reached the peak of mortal tier, and new transcendent beasts would surely appear after a while. Additionally, these beasts were physically strong and could coordinate very closely with each other. The display of teamwork from the Sand Sink army deeply shocked the beasts from the demon den, showing them that beasts could cooperate in such a manner. Tyran worked hard until midnight and then returned to the lakeside alone. After reporting the situation of the demon den to Chu, he immediately took the Sand Sink army to the demon den and began blending and honing their skills with the beasts within. Taking this opportunity, he thoroughly cleaned up the power within the desert, and now the vast majority of the desert was under the control of Chu's Sand Sink army. Chapter 90, Princess of the Orc Tribe. After unifying the entire desert with the Sand Sink army, Tyran immediately set up checkpoints at the various entrances and exits of the desert. All creatures entering and exiting the desert must go through interrogations by the Sand Sink army. There were also some stubborn mercenaries who refused to accept the interrogation, and they were mercilessly slain on the spot by the Sand Sink army. After several days of slaughter, the desert where Chu was located finally became another forbidden zone within a radius of 10,000 miles, with no one daring to intrude upon the desert any longer. However, on this day, a group of unexpected guests appeared at the desolate edge of the desert, looking quite peculiar. Although some of them resembled humans overall, they retained many traits of beasts, while others were entirely beast-like, yet appeared to exhibit somewhat more civilized characteristics. These beings clearly weren't ordinary humans, but their behaviors and actions were quite similar to those of humans. Even the orcs, who had human heads, were dressed just like humans. They were driving a cart pulled by a flying horse, swiftly traversing the blue sky. Most of the others also rode flying beasts, circling around the cart. As soon as they entered the desert, they were spotted by the Sand army, but they completely ignored the calls from the Sand army. Since they were flying through the air, and the Sand army had no flying beasts, they were unable to intercept them effectively. The remaining members of the desert tribe learned of this and immediately reported the news to Tyran, who in turn informed Chu. Orc tribes and beast tribes? Why would they come to my territory? After receiving the news, Chu pondered for a moment, deciding to carry out an interception. Immediately assemble the crow killers to intercept them. Chu wasn't reassured and ordered the phoenix to go along as well. Although the phoenix didn't pay much attention to Chu, it could still obey his orders. At the same time, Chu extended his senses to two tributaries to see if he could find any trace of these unexpected guests. When Tyran led the crow killers to find the orcs and beast tribes, they had already flown to the central part of the desert. Upon seeing a distant group of rapidly approaching red clouds, they immediately stopped and arranged themselves in a defensive formation. Herbert, what's going on? Could it be that someone from your beast tribe doesn't want the princess to marry and has sent people to assassinate us? You're talking nonsense. Do you think we beast tribes are like those humans? Under the Great Grom's rule, no beast would dare defy the chieftain's command. I know many in your tribe don't want the princess to marry into the beast tribe, including the princess herself, but I suggest you persuade her to marry the chieftain's son. That would be a great honor for your orc tribe. An orc clad in heavy armor was fiercely arguing with the nearby beast. Tyran and the crow killers finally approached this group. At first, Tyran was startled by the unhuman-like appearance of the orc. Who are you? What are you doing in my endless desert?
Why didn't you report at the checkpoint on the edge? Standing on the fiery crow, Tyran asked in a serious tone. Hey, you birdman over there, I see your elven clan doesn't seem like an elven clan, and you don't look human at all. How dare you intercept us? Don't you know who we are? Even if it's the elf forest, I can enter whenever I want. Herbert, riding a flying horse, arrogantly shouted. The orc named Buner, who had just argued with him, looked at Tyran with confusion, wondering who this person might have been sent by. This desert is no longer the elven clan's territory, so if you want to pass through, you must obtain our consent. Tyran said calmly, commanding the 3,000 crow killers to slowly surround them to prevent these people from breaking through from other directions. Herbert glanced at the fierce-looking fiery crows surrounding them and showed a sneer. You think these are enough to keep us here? You've underestimated us. After saying this, Herbert unleashed all his might, releasing a barbaric aura of bloodlust passive that struck Tyran and the crow killers. Many fiery crows began to lose control over their bloodlust passive urges and started attacking their own companions. Tyran suppressed the sudden surge of bloodlust passive that emerged in his mind, glanced at the gradually chaotic crow killers, and once he regained control, immediately ordered the crow killers to launch an attack. He worried that if he delayed further, his crow killers would fall into disorder due to the opponent's strange abilities. Under Tyran's control, the crow killers stabilized for the moment and then began their attack in the manner they were trained. Herbert was somewhat surprised that Tyran could control the fiery crows, but he paid no mind to them. Even though their group was small, each member was extraordinary, and he himself was a level 10 extraordinary being, considered a prominent figure even among the beast tribes. In contrast, the 3,000 mortal tier fiery crows led by Tyran, who was only a level 2 extraordinary being, posed no threat. Herbert turned to his companion Buner and said, "Let's work together to quickly resolve this and then leave." After saying that, Herbert dashed out with the other beasts while Buner remained motionless. "Sorry, General Herbert, we're worried about the princess. Let's take her away first." After speaking, Buner actually jumped onto a nearby cart, running in another direction. "Damn it, Buner, how dare you do this? Once I've dealt with these ignorant fools, I'll come after you." Herbert was shocked at Buner's sudden retreat, fearing this was a premeditated plan. If he couldn't return the beast tribe princess safely, he could only imagine how furious the chieftainess' son would be. But at that moment, Herbert was ensnared by Tyran, and naturally, he unleashed all his anger onto Tyran. Although the beastmen number only in the dozens, they are all extraordinary and at a high level of extraordinary power. Tyran, leading 3,000 fire crows, found it quite challenging to battle them, especially since Herbert could continuously harass his fire crows, forcing Tyran to expend significant energy from his team of elves to control the fire crows, causing the situation to reach a stalemate. Chapter 91, Herbert dives into the trap. In the central part of the endless desert, an unprecedented battle was erupting in the sky. This was also the first time since the establishment of the crow-killing army that they fought against an enemy so persistently in the air. Fortunately, these fire crows had undergone bloodline awakening and had been meticulously trained by Tyran for several months. With their numerical advantage, they were barely able to hold their ground against Herbert. However, if this continued, Herbert and his companions would inevitably exhaust their physical strength, while the crow-killing army, operating as a team, would suffer much less fatigue. When that time comes, it would be the victory of the crow-killing army, but that would take too long. Additionally, the other group of Bunyal's beastmen would surely have escaped, and neither Chu nor Herbert could allow such a thing to happen. "Since you insist on seeking death, then come to die together." Beast God roar. Herbert shouted angrily at the sky, bloodlight flashing around him, and his expression turned menacingly terrifying. The other monsters beside Herbert were so frightened that they hurriedly fled the scene. Tyran's expression changed as well, but there was no time for the crow-killing army to scatter. They could only form a defensive formation under Tyran's control. Just as the defense was set up, a thunderous roar was heard, and a substantial blood-red light circle rapidly spread out. The crow-killing army was thrown into disarray, and even Tyran had blood spilling from his mouth as he fell from the sky. Not only the crow-killing army but also the beasts of the beastmen were similarly impacted, as Herbert's attack was indiscriminate.
This attack was indeed a case of killing 1,000 enemies while self-harming 800, but the crow-killing army had already lost the ability to fight back, while the beastmen had only sustained some injuries and were now charging over in this moment of weakness. At the forefront was Tyran. Everyone could see he was the commander of this army, so a dozen people charged at him. Even in perfect condition, Tyran would not be a match for these dozen extraordinary opponents, let alone now that he was seriously injured. At this critical moment, a soaring bird cry echoed through the sky. The phoenix flapped its wings and, in the blink of an eye, arrived before Tyran. Although the phoenix was a completely different kind of creature from the fire crows, it had indeed emerged from a fire crow egg and had been with these fire crows for so long. Now seeing these fire crows being severely injured by the people in front of it, it felt a deep rage. The beastmen, although surprised to see this extraordinary bird, showed no hesitation and quickly charged over, while those who could attack from a distance unleashed a series of fierce assaults. The phoenix cast a disdainful glance, opened its mouth, and released a flame that deflected all the beastmen's attacks. As it opened its mouth again, another burst of flame shot out, incinerating the charging beastmen into ashes before the gust of wind scattered them into the air. The beastmen who had yet to charge in were dumbfounded, and Herbert, who had become powerless to fight after unleashing the beast god's roar, now stared blankly at the phoenix. Suddenly, his face flushed, and he pointed his front claw at the phoenix, as if remembering something. This is the phoenix. There is actually a phoenix here. Herbert appeared almost mad. The phoenix was a legendary divine bird. He had only seen it in scrolls describing extraordinary phenomena but had never imagined it to be real, and today, he had seen it with his own eyes. Immediately following this thought in Herbert's mind was, I must survive and tell the chief about this. A divine being like the phoenix would surely pique the chief's interest, and even the beast god would be tempted. Thinking of this, Herbert forcefully suppressed his excitement and began to strategize on how to save his own life. Though Tyran was also shocked by the phoenix's powerful first attack, he knew it was bad as soon as he heard Herbert shout the phoenix's name. Chu had previously ordered that no one must know of the phoenix's existence. Phoenix, quickly kill them all. We cannot let a single monster escape. Tyran hurriedly urged the phoenix to take action. The phoenix was aware that its identity would bring danger, so upon hearing Tyran's command, it immediately launched another attack. The remaining monsters were scared out of their wits by the phoenix's previous fierce display, and at this moment, they dared not fight back and scattered in all directions. The phoenix was ready to give chase, but Tyran remained clear-headed. First, kill this monster. Tyran pointed at Herbert. He knew Herbert was the leader of these monsters, and if Herbert was killed, the others would find it hard to escape the desert. The phoenix coldly stared at Herbert and charged at him. Damn it, don't let me see you again. Seeing the phoenix charging towards him, Herbert was not at all anxious and calmly pulled out a scroll from somewhere. Just as the flames emitted by the phoenix were about to engulf Herbert's body, he suddenly burrowed underground, swiftly maneuvering beneath the surface. The phoenix was momentarily stunned. However, she had no way to deal with Herbert, as the scroll he used was too powerful, allowing him to traverse very deep underground where she could not detect his presence. You go chase the other monsters. I will inform Lord Chu. Tyran realized that the phoenix would have no way to track Herbert, so he promptly informed Chu of the situation. Chu didn't expect that these unwelcome guests would be so formidable, as even the raven killers led by Talon and the phoenix couldn't annihilate them. He was about to personally chew when suddenly he heard the voice of the Phantom Spike skill tree in his mind. Master, I've captured a magical beast, and it's quite powerful. Chu smiled. Herbert had a hard time navigating underground and actually bumped into the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree. The Phantom Spike skill tree's abilities are already quite impressive, and Herbert, who was severely injured, stood no chance against it underground, easily getting captured. Don't worry about Herbert, first gather the quicksand army, fully lock down the desert, and search for the whereabouts of the escaping beastmen and those orcs who slipped away. They must not be allowed to leave the desert. Chu commanded Talon. Since the raven killers were no longer fit for battle, they would return to rest. Even though Talon was badly injured, it was not the time for him to recuperate. Feeling deeply guilty about failing this mission, he immediately set off to contact various quicksand army units after receiving Chu's orders. Chu wandered through the various tributaries, contemplating how to handle this situation.
News of the phoenix has reached the beastmen, and they must be completely eradicated. However, the situation with the orcs seems a bit suspicious. According to the information Chu gathered, the orcs and beastmen have maintained a marriage alliance for generations, with a very good relationship. The orc race is born from the union of beastmen and humans, thus having decent relations with both, serving as a link between humans and beastmen. However, due to the uniqueness of their bloodline, the orcs have not demonstrated much talent for cultivation, and their race is not particularly strong. They are also not fully accepted by either the humans or beastmen, resulting in a very awkward status. Chapter 92: The desert becomes an isolated island. Under the strict search by the sand soldiers, most of the fleeing beast tribe have been discovered and killed on the spot, with only a few remaining unaccounted for, but it is only a matter of time. Only the orc tribe that slipped away early managed to evade detection after searching for half the day. But the desert is vast, and half a day is far from enough for a thorough search. It would at least take another day or two. Chu, however, did not have that kind of patience. Returning to the lake, the phantom spike skill tree had already hung Herbert on its trunk. Herbert's blood had been significantly drained by the phantom spike skill tree, leaving the entire creature looking listless, but Chu had no intention of keeping him alive. He simply let the phantom spike skill tree drop him into the lake. After devouring Herbert, Chu organized his memories and finally gained a basic understanding and some speculations about the orc tribe and beast tribe, especially regarding this operation. Herbert was a slave of the beast tribe's chieftain's son. This time, the issue arose during an inspection visit by the chieftain's son, who had taken a liking to the daughter of the orc tribe's king, leading the beast tribe chieftain to demand the princess from the orc tribe. The orc tribe naturally did not dare to refuse, so they could only marry off their daughter. However, this princess had considerable support among the populace, with many opposing her marriage. Several high-ranking officials' offspring also harbored intentions toward the princess and even planned to rescue her midway. In fact, the beast tribe only dispatched a handful of transcendent tier beasts to fetch the orc princess back, hoping for the orc tribe to attempt a rescue, allowing them to seize the chance to hold the orc tribe accountable and put forth more outrageous demands. Little did they expect that such events would occur in Chu's desert. Although Chu was not a kidnapper either way, the orc tribe was doomed. However, this was not Chu's concern. What mattered to him was that the beasts were a vital source of power for him, but now the beast tribe possessed even more powerful beast forces and legacies. Therefore, as he vigorously developed his own beasts, even utilizing them to acquire energy points, conflicts with the beast tribe were inevitable once he grew stronger. So he was pondering whether he could take this opportunity to keep some contingency plans for himself to avoid being caught off guard in the future. But first, the immediate trouble was to find the group hiding the orc princess. At the same time, this incident also served as a warning to Chu. Relying solely on the sand soldiers to guard this vast desert was far from sufficient to completely claim the desert for himself. He would need to rely on his own efforts. Thus, Chu planned to utilize his tributaries to encircle this desert, ensuring that any creatures entering or leaving the desert could not escape his detection. With that thought, he enthusiastically cultivated beasts and consumed low-tier beasts during this time, allowing Chu to earn a significant amount of energy points, enough to extend the length of the river again. Although he could not completely surround the desert yet, he could significantly reduce the gaps. First, the quicksand river, which had already reached the desert's edge, was extended by Chu using energy points to a length of 10,000 meters, flowing around the desert's perimeter. The same was done for another lava river, which was also extended to 10,000 meters, flowing in the opposite direction. With the areas between the two rivers heavily guarded by the sand soldiers, the orc tribe hiding in the desert would definitely be discovered unless they never ventured outside. Sure enough, the next day, Chu found traces of the orc tribe in the lava river zone, currently featuring Bunnier and a beautiful orc woman, who should be the princess set to marry into the beast tribe. This princess's face was comparable to human beauty's, but with a slightly cat-like nose and mouth, and a tail swishing behind her. When the orc princess saw the river of flowing lava, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. When did such a peculiar river appear? There's no time to waste. If we delay any longer, we'll be discovered. Let's fly over directly. There were a few orcs capable of flight among them, carrying others and managing to ascend into the sky. As they passed over the lava river, Chu controlled the magma to surge up, instantly blocking all their escape routes. What is going on? It's a trap. Break through immediately. Seeing the lava cage gradually shrink, the orc princess decisively ordered them to charge through. Ordinary flames obviously cannot block the orc with superhuman strength, but this was magma controlled by Chu, with a terrifying temperature, and the magma in Chu's hands wasn't just going to sit idly by as the orc tribe charged through. Suddenly, several chains emerged from the lava cage, binding the orcs suspended in the air and pulling them down roughly onto the shore. Quickly retreat, change direction. As soon as the orc princess landed, she immediately started running off into the distance, preparing to break out in another direction. Chu did not stop them, watching as they ran farther away. This time, they chose the opposite direction, only to tragically discover a quicksand river. The orc princess wasn't discouraged and led her followers to charge again, but the result was, of course, without suspense. Chu blocked their way once more. However, Chu still did not take action to capture them. Instead, he let them go. On one hand, Chu aimed to wear down the patience of the orc princess, prompting her to seek him out. On the other hand, it was also to test the effectiveness of his two branches interception. Having failed to escape twice and being tracked down by the sand soldiers patrolling the desert, the orc princess had no choice but to head towards the direction heavily guarded by the sand soldiers. A group of over a dozen orcs were currently standing before Tyren, looking quite embarrassed. "Take us to meet your master." Tyren smiled. "My lord is not someone you can just meet whenever you want, and his command to me was to execute anyone I see, without mercy." Tyren's sharp gaze landed on the orc princess. While he was only a level 2 extraordinary, the imposing aura emitted by the more than 10,000 sand soldiers behind him was enough to rival at least 100 low-level extraordinary beings. The orc princess wore a joyful smile on her face. "If your lord truly wanted to kill us, he wouldn't just be intercepting us without taking direct action to capture us." "Oh? Is that so?" Tyren pointed towards Bunnyer beside the orc princess, causing Bunnyer to feel inexplicably anxious. Suddenly, a massive red bird appeared next to Tyren, exhaling an extremely powerful flame. When they looked again, Bunnyer was already reduced to ashes. This sudden turn of events filled the orcs with dread. Bunnyer was the strongest among them, yet he couldn't withstand a breath of this bird's flame. It was simply terrifying. The immortal bird did not stop. Rather, it followed Tyren's finger, spewing flames, making it impossible for the targeted orcs to escape death, whether they resisted or ran. Chapter 93, Mutual Utilization. The temperature at the edge of the desert suddenly rose significantly, causing beads of sweat to form on the orc princess's forehead. It was unclear if it was from the heat or fear. As the immortal bird flew into the sky, the area beside the orc princess was already deserted, with not a single orc left. "Now do you think that my lord still dares not kill you? I can't understand, even if your lord is very powerful, what benefit would there be to killing us? It would only anger the orc race and the beast tribe. Letting you go would similarly bring no benefit, so it's better to kill you, leaving no one to know that it was us who did it." Tyren stepped closer to the orc princess and said, "So, tell me, what do you really want?" To Tyren's surprise, the orc princess remained unafraid. She believed that Tyren hadn't killed her yet for a reason. "All right, you're indeed clever. My lord doesn't kill you because he has something he wants you to help with." "What can I help with?" "You must be planning to go to the beast tribe for this marriage alliance, right? The beast tribe wants to use you to threaten your king and force you into marriage, a scheme you must have seen through long ago. You intend to sneak away during the fight between Herbert and me, to secretly head to the beast tribe, correct?" "How do you know this?" The orc princess was extremely surprised. This was something known only to her and her father. Even Bunnyer thought she truly wanted to escape. "I also know that your orc race has always been dependent on the beast tribe because there is something within the beast tribe that can help you awaken part of your bloodline, which is the fundamental reason the Nine Lives cat demon maintains the royal status among the orcs." "Who are you? How do you know everything?" This secret was known only to the royal family of the orc race, and although many in the beast tribe were aware, they would definitely not spread it. What the orc princess didn't know was that the son of the great chieftain of the beast tribe had revealed this secret after drunkenly letting it slip to his most trusted slave, Herbert, who then had his memory devoured by Chu. "Don't worry about how I know. Come with me to a place first. I want to show you something."
After saying this, Tyran called for 2 blazing red horses and sped towards Chues Lake. At Chues Lake, a desert tribesman brought a wild bull. This was a wild bull that Tyran had prepared in advance during his journey. At this point, Tyran and the orc princess had arrived at the edge of the lake. Amidst the puzzled gaze of the orc princess, a blood light shot out from the lake, entering the wild bull's body. The bull suddenly let out a painful cry, and its body began to mutate. The color of the orc princess's face became more vibrant. She had previously felt that this was just an ordinary wild bull, but now the bull's aura was actually changing, and she couldn't help but step forward to sense it carefully. Relying on the unique sensing method of the orc race, she finally discovered that the wild bull was awakening its bloodline. Once the bloodlight completely dissipated, the bull evolved into an iron-armored rhino, a mortal tier level 1 magical beast. How is this possible? What kind of power is that, capable of making a beast awaken its bloodline and evolve into a magical beast? That is the power of my lord. Now you should understand how insignificant you are before my lord, right? Tyran said proudly. The orc princess nodded. Such power, even her father could not compare to. Even that treasure among the beast tribe could not directly awaken an ordinary beast into a magical beast. This was akin to recreating life, a divine method. Is your lord perhaps a deity? The orc princess asked cautiously. Tyran sternly reprimanded the orc princess. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and refrain from inquiring too much about my lord. Now, let's talk about you. I can let you go to the beast tribe, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? You need to help me deliver a few magical beasts into the beast tribe and take care of them while also passing information to us. How can you be so sure that I won't betray you once I reach the beast tribe? Betray? I know your orc race has always been limited by your bloodline, unable to gain powerful strength. My lord can help you enhance your bloodline power, not just for your royal family, but for all of the orc race. Talon spoke confidently. All this was facilitated by Chu communicating telepathically with the orc princess. Chu believed that this princess, who harbored extraordinary ambitions, would undoubtedly be unable to resist such a significant temptation. It was a method that could rapidly strengthen the entire orc race. I can agree to that, but you cannot expect me to do this for nothing. You have no choice, but my lord always keeps his word. You can notify your kin to send 100 orc warriors at the end of each year, and my lord will awaken their bloodlines. How about that? Isn't that number far more than the 5 or 6 you would awkwardly negotiate from the orcs? The orc princess's expression changed several times, ultimately unable to resist such temptation. Her brothers were all useless. She had been raised as a boy since childhood. Yet she knew that without absolute strength, the orc race would never allow a woman to become king, and thus she would have to be given to the son of the orc chieftain as a gift to maintain relations, even though she was exceptional and beloved by her people. Alright, it's settled. Which beasts do you want me to bring into the orc tribe? Talon glanced behind him, and 5 magical beasts jumped down from the phantom spike skill tree. These were the 5 small followers who had been with the demon dragon gecko, and now they had all broken through to the extraordinary level. After being trained by the phantom spike skill tree for a while, their intelligence was finally comparable to that of normal humans, ready to be sent out for use. Demon dragon gecko protested this decision vehemently. These were his best friends. However, Chu had already made up his mind, and even demon dragon gecko could not change that. The 5 mutated blood beasts had complete trust in Chu and were absolutely loyal, so there was not much resistance to his decision. They were just a little nervous about suddenly leaving their familiar environment. These 5 magical beasts awakened their mutated bloodlines after my lord helped awaken their bloodlines, and now they are extraordinary. Let them accompany you into the orc tribe. As for the methods and reasons, think carefully on the way you must ensure their safety. The orc princess looked at the 5 magical beasts and felt more certain that her decision was correct. She firmly believed that she could lead the orc race out and free them from the threat of the orcs. Chapter 94, Movements in the Dark River, Griffin Beast achieves merit. At the edge of the desert, the only exit where the army was gathering. Rarely, a scene of heartfelt farewells unfolded here. You 5, don't embarrass me when you get to the orc tribe.
If anyone dares to bully you, give them a good beating. If you can't handle it, come back to me.
Demon Dragon Gecko raised his claw and said to his 5 little brothers who were about to embark on their journey. The other 4 magical beasts looked unwilling to part, while only the blood-eyed demon wolf was rolling its eyes, not liking such sentimental scenes at all, and had already distanced itself.
Don't glare at me, Red Eyes, you have the worst temper. Don't end up crying if someone beats you up. The blood-eyed demon wolf ignored Demon Dragon Gecko's words and didn't even blink, clearly too lazy to deal with him.
Alright, those 5 are going to the orc tribe for training. By the next time we meet, they might have surpassed you in cultivation, and you're still here showing off. Chu interrupted Demon Dragon Gecko, reminding the 5 magical beasts to be extremely careful, prioritize their lives, and then let them follow the orc princess to set off. The orc looked deeply at the river flowing not far away and at Talon, who stood majestically in front of the army, then turned and headed towards the direction of the orcs. The orc princess would definitely be suspected for going to the orc tribe alone this time, especially with the sudden appearance of 5 extraordinary magical beasts. However, Chu believed that with her abilities, this little problem shouldn't be difficult for her. Demon Dragon Gecko watched the 5 little brothers gradually fade from view, and surprisingly felt tears at the corners of his eyes. This guy, who usually seemed heartless, unexpectedly had such a sentimental side. Alright, stop staring. Look at you, what a sight. Hurry up and focus on your training, or you might really be surpassed by them. Now, Demon Dragon Gecko was at extraordinary level 3, and his speed was already quite fast compared to other magical beasts. However, this was not his top speed. With Chu providing ample mana and blessings each month, he should be even faster. Demon Dragon Gecko, whose head had been drooping, immediately lifted it up, flapping its wings and flying into the sky, shouting, I won't be surpassed by any little brother. I'm going back to cultivate. I'll definitely break through to the extraordinary tier 3 before coming out to play. Chu also didn't know how long this motivation could keep Demon Dragon Gecko working hard. He just hoped it wouldn't be a fleeting enthusiasm. From now on, this place will be the only entrance and exit to the desert. In a few days, I will have the quicksand river and the lava river completely surround the desert. You should build an entrance here and have the sand soldiers strictly guard it. After receiving the task from Chu, Talon focused his mind on the lakes. Suddenly, he heard the immature cries of a griffin beast. Master, come quickly and take a look, I've caught something big. Immediately, sounds began to come from the phantom spike skill tree. Master, the griffin beast has caught a monster that came out from the dark river. It seems it was sent by that group to gather information. Chu listened and immediately arrived in the underground world. In today's underground world, everything is controlled by Chu. After Mikey transforms into a skeleton warrior, Chu still allows him to establish an empire, which he names the Underworld. Of course, the Underworld today is nowhere near as powerful and mysterious as it was in its previous incarnation, but it has begun to take shape, and Chu is developing it gradually according to the appearance of the Underworld from his past life. In the entire underground world, there are over 100,000 skeleton warriors, along with fighters from other races and earth spirits, forming an army totaling nearly 150,000 to 160,000. After the Sandcore and Raven Killers, the Nether Army became the largest force for Chu in the underground world. Currently, Ma Ji is intensifying the training of this army. Relying on Chu's River of Forgetfulness and monthly blessings, the growth rate of this army is no slower than that in the surface world. In fact, due to the unique nature of the race, its development potential is even greater. When Chu arrived at the trunk of the Phantom Spike skill tree in the underground world, he saw a griffin beast fiercely biting a creature on the shore nearby, while the Phantom Spike skill tree stretched its branches to tightly bind it. Looking at the situation, Chu knew that this creature was not simple. Otherwise, there would be no need for both the Phantom Spike skill tree and the griffin beast to act together to control it. Master, you finally arrived. My mouth is getting sore from waiting. The griffin expressed its grievances to Chu through a soul message. Master, this creature is extremely strange and slippery. I almost let it escape just now due to a moment of carelessness. Chu condensed into a water figure, signaling for the Phantom Spike skill tree and the griffin to move aside. As soon as the griffin beast and the Phantom Spike skill tree was released, this creature transformed into a puddle of water and quickly dashed towards the dark river.
With a wave of Chu's right hand, a water sphere appeared, trapping the creature inside. Chu was finally able to observe that creature closely. It can be seen squirming left and right in the water sphere, its body shape resembling a mass of water that can change at will, lacking even eyes or a mouth. This creature is something even Chu has never seen before. It resembles the slime seen in movies from my past life, but I'm not sure if it really is one. Since it was hard to discern anything, Chu simply decided to consume it to see if he could extract some memories. After devouring the aquatic creature, Chu was somewhat surprised. This creature's memories are entirely about various situations in the underworld. Even Chu saw scenes of the training conducted by McGee. However, apart from what happened on the shore, this creature had no memory of the dark river at all, which left Chu baffled. This creature is merely at the mortal tier and has no impact on Chu, so Chu speculates it is a creature sent from the dark river to scout for information. This creature has no fixed form like water, capable of storing the things it sees, but at the same time, it seems that memories can also be stripped away, allowing it to avoid being discovered by others. This is simply a biological storage card from a magical world. Chu couldn't help but admire the incredible diversity of life in this world. There are actually such astonishing species. This time, thanks to the griffin beast discovering it early, if it had sneaked back unnoticed, the creatures in the dark river would surely have devised corresponding countermeasures while remaining completely unaware of the opponent's plans. This time you've really done well, keep up the good work. Chu encouraged the griffin beast and then began to ponder how to deal with the threat of the dark river. The griffin received encouragement from Chu, flapping its wings as it swam back and forth on the surface of the river of forgetfulness, and it also began to offer strategies to Chu. How about this, Master? I'll dive into that river and catch all the monsters inside to eat them. No, you absolutely cannot get close to that dark river. There are creatures in there that are far stronger than you, and you might end up being their prey. There are legendary tier water monsters in the dark river, and even the transcendent tier griffin beast is just not enough to fill their gaps. Hearing Chu's resolute tone, the griffin immediately dismissed this idea. In reality, he was just saying it. He was well aware of the implications. Chapter 95, Revisiting the Dark River, Strange Creatures. How about it, Master? Let me use my roots to sneak in and take a look. They should have a hard time noticing me. The Phantom Spike skill tree also suggested. Chu thought for a moment, then rejected the suggestion of the Phantom Spike skill tree. Although its roots are not easily noticed, the dark river is very deep, and the deeper you go, the more chaotic the energy points become. Even the roots of the Phantom Spike skill tree would struggle to survive in such conditions. Maybe I should just go in and take a look myself. When he first discovered this dark river, Chu had once ventured into it to explore. It was during that exploration that he sensed an incredibly powerful aura, which made him maintain a respectful and cautious attitude toward the dark river ever since. However, now he must investigate it once more, to know both himself and the enemy, ensuring that he will never know defeat in battle. Moreover, using the waters of the river of forgetfulness to explore it wouldn't pose any danger. At most, he would be discovered and expelled. After making a decision, Chu slowly diverted a stream from the river of forgetfulness into the dark river. Due to the unique nature of the river of forgetfulness, after entering the dark river, its waters did not blend with that of the dark river, but instead maintained their independence. So, from a distance, it looked like a soft stick was reaching into the water. Chu controls the flow of the forgetting river into the dark river, and this stick keeps plunging deeper. At the same time, Chu let go of his perception, using this subtle stream to explore the situation in the dark river. In the upper layers of the dark river are just ordinary aquatic creatures. The strongest among them are no more than mortal tier below level 5, and they clearly possess very low intelligence. There was even a fat-headed fish that collided with Chu's river of forgetfulness, and the river water acted like it had a powerful corrosive effect, eating away a significant portion of its body. As Chu delved deeper, reaching a depth of 1,000 meters underwater, the presence of life became noticeably sparser, yet every creature emitted a unique aura. Exceedingly rare water monsters are no small matter. These creatures have gained a certain level of intelligence. They can sense Chu's danger and thus avoid approaching him, keeping their distance instead. As Chu moved deeper, he felt an immense pressure, as if his own river of oblivion was about to be swept away. At the same time, there were armored water monsters patrolling the area.
One of them spotted him, waving its arms in the water, creating two whirlpools that pushed him aside. Perhaps unaware of Chu's life force, the patrolling water monster didn't linger any longer but simply drifted far away to avoid that area. Chu vaguely felt a powerful suction coming from a cave beyond the water monster's patrol area, but unfortunately, Chu couldn't approach that place. Carried by the whirlpool summoned by the water monster, Chu was blown further away and ended up in a dim place with no light and no signs of life. All Chu felt was intense cold, even a sense of eeriness. This actually resembles my river of forgetfulness a bit. Chu even found that he could gradually blend into the waters of the dark river of forgetfulness, a place where he had originally struggled to fit in. Just as Chu was carefully exploring, he sensed a strange creature. This creature had no physical form. It was like a water ghost, drifting in the water in groups. They saw Chu's river of forgetfulness, and like treasure, they rushed towards it. However, the first ghost to touch Chu's water immediately screamed and backed away, and the second and third did the same. The other water ghosts didn't dare to approach again, yet they were unwilling to leave. They just kept circling in place. While these water ghosts were sizing up Chu, Chu was observing them as well. These creatures are exactly like the water ghosts from Chu's previous life. They do not have a physical form and can only be sensed through the soul. They cannot be seen in a tangible way, and the sounds they emit can only be heard through the soul. Chu noticed that the waters of the river of forgetfulness seemed to have a tremendous attraction for these beings, yet at the same time, they also held great lethality, preventing them from approaching. Suddenly, Chu thought that if he could find a way to make them enter the river of forgetfulness, utilizing its allure, he wondered what might happen. Thinking of this, Chu began to slowly retract his length, shrinking towards the water's surface, with these water ghosts following closely behind, their numbers growing significantly. Chu sensed there were at least several thousand of them. The grand procession of water ghosts followed Chu, making even the supernatural creatures they encountered flee in fear. Even ordinary water creatures could sense a chilling aura and quickly moved away. By the time Chu reached the surface of the dark river, he retreated along the bank towards the river of forgetfulness. Those beings hesitated at the riverbed, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the river of forgetfulness. They scrambled ashore, standing at its edge, jumping around anxiously, wanting to enter but too afraid to do so. "Master, what is this? I can't see it, but I can definitely sense a large group of beings here with my soul." The phantom spike skill tree also sensed the presence of the water ghosts, and the griffin beast showed its teeth at them, looking very repulsed.